They arranged some other matters and then disbanded. Since the decision was made to leave, preparations followed. Han Yunsen and Han Laosin took leave, and Han Qingyun's task was to buy sleeper tickets. Back then, buying sleeper tickets wasn't easy. You needed a recommendation letter and someone to help you get them. Without help, it was hard to buy tickets. This reminded her once again of how difficult it is to lack skills. So, Han Qingyun went to ask Sun Jiejie for help. She felt a bit embarrassed, saying she was asking Sun Jiejie for help, but really, she was indirectly asking her father to help. Before going to see Sun Jiejie, Han Qingyun stopped by the post office to call Mo Tsongji. Since they were already a couple, she wasn't being particular. Mo Tsongji had said he would write her 3 letters a month. Now that she was leaving for the imperial city, she worried that if he wrote her a letter, she might not receive it and her brother might see it, which would be awkward. I dialed Mo Tsongji's phone number, and a young man's unfamiliar voice answered on the other end. "Hello, where are you?" Han Qingyun said, "Hello, I am looking for Mo Tsongji. May I ask who you are?" Han Qingyun was not shy at all. "I am his partner. Dada, sister-in-law, hello. I am Zhang Wei, Mo's guard. Mo is training now. Please wait 10 minutes, I will go call him." Then the call was ended, and Han Qingyun put down the phone and sat aside to wait. Zhang Wei was a bit confused. As Mo's guard, he didn't know the team leader already had a partner. When did that happen? Oh, does he know about Lu Sudong? Since Lu Sudong and Zhang Wei are both guards, Lu Sudong often drives Mo Tsongji, which is why Han Qingyun only knows Lu Sudong and not Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei ran quickly to the training ground. Mo Tsongji was personally leading a training session on the field. Zhang Wei approached and saluted. "Team leader, your partner called you." Everyone nearby turned their heads in the same direction, including Han Laosi, who had a bad feeling. Could it be related to his little sister? His injury was almost healed, and he could do simple training now. Zhang Wei spoke loudly, causing some to be annoyed. "Why are you shouting so loud?" Zhang Wei replied, reporting to the team leader, "I haven't eaten much." Mo Tsongji called Lu Sudong to bring the deputy team leader over while he went to answer the phone. Zhang Wei watched Mo walk away, then pulled Lu Sudong aside and lowered his voice. "Do you know when our team leader got a partner?" Lu Sudong boasted, "Of course. I've seen her several times. That little sister-in-law is beautiful, more beautiful than the star of our troupe." Zhang Wei said, "Wow, you knew about this earlier? That's not very considerate. Why didn't you tell me? When did this happen?" Lu Sudong rolled up his sleeve. "It's not that I didn't tell you. Last time, the girl came over, but you were on a mission. I forgot after that. Now you know, right?" Zhang Wei kicked him in frustration. Mo Tsongji jogged back to the office, staring intently at the phone on his desk, nervously unsure where to put his hands. On the other side, Han Qingyun picked up the phone again. The phone finally rang. Mo Tsongji took a deep breath and answered, "Hello, Qingyun, this is Tsongji." A pleasant male voice sounded on the phone. Han Qingyun replied, "Yes, it's me. I just wanted to tell you, don't send me any more messages lately." Mo Tsongji's heart suddenly sank. Why didn't they let him write a letter? Could Han Qingyun have changed her mind about giving him a formal relationship? "Qingyun, why?" Mo Tuan's voice was a bit uncertain. Han Qingyun replied, "I need to go out. I won't be at home for a while, so I can't receive your letters." Mo Tuan's heart immediately settled again, feeling frightened. Honestly, in this relationship, he was the one who was humble and passive. He understood that Han Qingyun didn't have strong feelings for him yet, but she thought he was a good person and suitable for her. If she felt it wasn't right anymore, she could leave at any time. This made Mo Tsongji feel anxious and insecure, even if Han Qingyun gave him a formal status. But what could he do? He had already fallen deeply for her, feeling he couldn't do without her. It was only after returning these past few days that he realized how strong his feelings were, and it surprised him. Mo Tsongji despised himself for this. Truly, love can be a dangerous thing. Was his liking for Han Qingyun because of her beautiful face, or because of her easygoing and generous personality? He couldn't really tell himself. This sudden feeling caught him off guard. Qingyun, where are you going? When will you come back? Don't misunderstand. I'm not just watching you. It's just that I worry about how to contact you when you're gone for so long. Han Qingyun's small heart trembled. I'm going to Beijing. I won't hide it from you. Something happened to my family. When Han Qingyun said her family had issues, Emo Tsungji's thoughts of anything else disappeared immediately. His face turned serious. What happened? Tell me. As Han family's son-in-law, I can't just stand by.
Han Qingyun smiled.
It's nothing serious. My father isn't actually Han Laotai's biological son. He was taken from the hospital by Han Laotai when he was born. Now, my father has unfortunately encountered some so-called relatives. But these relatives are not very good. If they don't want to acknowledge him, then so be it. We don't plan to bother them too much. But it seems they don't intend to leave us alone. Then Han Qingyun told Emo Tsungji everything that had happened recently. Actually, she didn't have to tell him, but she had a request for Emo Tsungji. This request was related to Han Yunshin's background. Since there was nothing really secret, she shared it openly.
Montag kommt die Frau nicht.
Are you talking about the Xiao family? Han Qingyun asked, do you know them? Tell me, what kind of powerful family is the Xiao family in Beijing? She initially wanted to say that the Xiao family might be vying for the throne, which caused even their own children to be persecuted, but then she remembered that the operator could overhear their conversation and changed her words to powerful. Emo Tsungji told Han Qingyun about the Xiao family. The Xiao family isn't very powerful in the capital, only supported by the old master. Although Xiao Shuhan is quite prominent because he was sent from above, he's not particularly outstanding in the capital. The younger members of the Xiao family haven't grown up yet, and the third son of the Xiao family is not better than Xiao Shuhan. Emo Tsungji said, don't be afraid when you go to the capital. I have friends and childhood buddies there. I'll introduce you to him. You can go to him if you face any difficulties. Rest assured, he's a close brother of mine, and it's a favor between us. Don't be shy to ask for help. Although young, Han Qingyun is very independent and relies on herself for everything. But if her boyfriend is supportive, she doesn't refuse. She memorized the address Emo Tsungji gave her. Han Qingyun thought for a moment and then said, Emo Tsungji, I want to ask for your help. Emo Tsungji replied, what help? Your problems are my problems. Qingyun, don't be polite with me in the future. I feel uneasy if you do. Han Qingyun hesitated. Big brother, you really dare to say that? Do you know the operator can hear our conversation? Emo Tsungji knew very well. He was doing it on purpose, making sure everyone knew he had a partner, so those troublemakers wouldn't bother him with unnecessary thoughts. Han Qingyun, who came from the future, was quite overwhelmed. Well, the person I mentioned earlier, their reach is too long. I don't know if there are any in their family in the military, but with all the relatives, there are definitely some in the army. I'm worried they might target my fourth brother. He's a soldier. If he faces danger on the battlefield, it's understandable. It's for the country and the people, and it's his duty and responsibility. But if he's betrayed by his own people, that's different. So, I want you to keep an eye out, especially for any suspicious people around him. And also remind my fourth brother about the family situation, so he can be careful himself. Right now, I'm really grateful that my fourth brother is in your group. Emo Tsungji, thank you. Don't tell me not to thank you. If I don't say thanks, what am I? A strange feeling of sweetness spread in Emo Tsungji's heart. He slightly smiled. I've received your thanks. Don't worry, I'll look after fourth uncle.
Han Qingyun chuckled softly.
When they first met, he was very serious and formal, but secretly he was quite shy and reserved. Actually, she was unfair to Emo Tsungji. Usually, he is serious and expressionless, but that is only with others. When he is with Han Qingyun, he seems to understand everything instantly without being told. They talked for a few more minutes, and Han Qingyun hung up the phone. She went straight from the post office to the supply and marketing cooperative. She checked the time. It's already after 10 in the morning. She decided to call Emo Tsungji first, then asked Sun Jejie to join her for lunch at the state-run restaurant. Because it was very cold, there weren't many customers in the cooperative. Sun Jejie wasn't at the counter because no one was there. She saw Han Qingyan arrive and brightened up. "Come over and warm yourself by the fire. It's really cold today, and it's gotten colder." Han Qingyan took off her scarf and gloves, placing her hands near the iron stove to warm up. "Wow, it's freezing. My forehead hurts from the cold. Little Han is here. You're getting more and more beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend yet?" A woman in her 30s asked Han Qingyan. Because Han Qingyan often came, everyone in the cooperative knew her. This woman's name is Gua. She specifically asked Sun Jejie about Han Qingyan's family background. Sun Jejie protected Han Qingyan like a mother hen, saying, "Sister Gua, she's still young, only 17. Why would she have a boyfriend?" The woman called Sister Gua looked at Sun Jejie with a scolding expression. "Who hasn't dated for a year or two? She's been dating for over a year now. Wouldn't it be perfect for her to get married at 18 or 19? Sister Gua thought her own family was doing well. Her brother had a formal job at a leather factory, which was much better than most young people. The girl named Han was from the countryside and had no job. Only her father worked, but their conditions were worse. It shouldn't be a problem. If her younger brother hadn't insisted on finding a pretty girl, she wouldn't have looked down on Han Qingyan, who had a fox-like face that might cause trouble all her life." Sun Jejie was about to get angry. Why was she bullying a young girl? Her parents weren't around, and now she was trying to set her up with someone. Was she shameless? Just as she was about to scold Sister Gua, Han Qingyan held her back. Since they were colleagues and saw each other every day, if they argued and caused trouble, it would be hard to work together in the future. Han Qingyan didn't want Sun Jejie to argue with her colleagues because of her. "Jejie, I'm here today to tell you that I have a boyfriend." Sun Jejie was speechless. Just earlier, she said Han Qingyan was too young to have a boyfriend, and now she was proven wrong. But that was good, so she wouldn't have to worry about all those messy people. In her view, no one was good enough for her best friend. Where is he from? What does he do? Is he good-looking? How are his family conditions? "Oh, I saw you last time and you didn't have a boyfriend then. It's only been a few days and now you do." We can't rush into things blindly. We have to look carefully and make sure. Sun Jejie's nagging didn't bother Han Qingyan at all. She knew her friend was only trying to help her. She treated her as a good friend and appreciated her concern. The woman surnamed Gu said, "Wait, you're so young. How can you have a boyfriend? Women usually marry for life, so you need to think carefully, see clearly, and not just focus on love, or you'll waste your whole life. Especially if the family isn't well off. Marrying into that family could be hard for you." Han Qingyan smiled and said, "Thanks for your concern, Sister Gu. I already knew my boyfriend before, but we weren't serious until a few days ago. He's in the military, and he's already a regiment leader at a young age, quite talented. He's nearly 1.9 meters tall, looks handsome and noble, and his family is from the imperial city. I think his conditions are pretty good, so I decided to be with him." Wow. Her tone was so proud. She called that good? Why not go higher? The woman surnamed Gu thought Han Qingyan was just bragging to brush her off. If she didn't want to talk, just say so. Why tell such a big lie? Sun Jejie believed her. "Qingyan, congratulations. You deserve the best in the world because our Qingyan is the most outstanding." The two girls kept bragging and complimenting each other, making the woman surnamed Gu feel sick. She quickly rolled her eyes and walked away, her skin crawling. Sun Jejie also rolled her eyes at her back. She didn't know how her brother was doing, but the woman surnamed Gu kept talking about him every day, praising him endlessly, as if royal princesses weren't good enough for her brother. She even dreamed of her best friend. What a fool. Han Qingyan said, "Sister, let's go to the state-run restaurant for lunch. I brought some meat, and we can cook 2 vegetable dishes and get 2 bowls of rice." She opened her shoulder bag to show Sun Jejie what was inside. Sun Jejie smelled the familiar aroma, her eyes narrowing. "Baby, I'm falling deeper and deeper. How can I live without you in the future?" Last night, Han Xingyun made braised pig head meat in her space and sliced it into pieces so they could eat it easily at noon. She also prepared 2 pig ears and a pig tongue to take home for her father. Sun Jejia pinched a piece of meat with her fingers, then secretly put it in her mouth, savoring the aroma and squinting happily. While chewing the pig head meat, Sun Jejia asked Han Xingyun, "Tell me about your husband. What's he like?" Han Xingyun, feeling a bit shy, replied, "The situation is just what I told you earlier." Sun Jejia pressed, "I mean, when did you two meet?" Han Xingyun whispered, "Oh, it was summer. I accidentally fell into the river, and he was passing by with his comrades. He saved me. He wanted to take responsibility, but I didn't want to be involved. Later, I thought he was a good person, so I decided to be with him." Sun Jejia exclaimed, "Wow. Wow, I see. That's a life-saving grace, and now you're committed to him."
Ah.
"Where is my true love?" Han Xingyun cast a suspicious look at Sun Jejia, but Sun Jejia, being straightforward, didn't notice anything unusual in her gaze. Han Xingyun decided that during dinner, she would mention that Han San was divorced. Outside, it was snowing heavily again, and the supply and marketing cooperative was deserted. After a while, the fire was out, and it was time to close. When the colleagues came to pick up Sun Jejia, they exchanged shifts, and Sun Jejia and Han Xingyun left the cooperative. The snow on the ground was getting thicker, so they decided to walk to the state-run restaurant. Sun Jejia linked her arm through Han Xingyun's and exhaled a puff of white breath, saying, "Oh my, it's so cold today. I really don't like the food at the state-run restaurant. I miss your cooking." Han Xingyun replied, "Yes, our home-cooked meals are delicious. Do you want to eat our food forever?" Sun Jejia laughed loudly, ignoring her image. "Maybe I should just be a daughter-in-law at my mom's place, so I can eat there often."
Han Xingyun chuckled mischievously.
Sun Jejia, this silly big sister, was truly a straightforward girl. The 2 girls arrived at the restaurant, ordered 2 stir-fried dishes, 2 bowls of rice, and used a plate to put the pig head meat on. "Jejia, here are 2 pig ears and a pig tongue. Take them home for Dad to try," Han Xingyun said. Sun Jejia almost cried from laughter. Who wouldn't get addicted to your braised meat?
My parents also crave it now.
"I told you, my dad wants to go to the slaughterhouse to get some pig parts for pickling. Can you help me prepare them? That was yesterday, and today you already brought me pig ears." Han Xingyun said, "It's no big deal. Our family has a ready-made broth for pickling. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Just wash the pig parts and cook them directly in the broth." Sun Jejia was very happy. "Oh wow, that's great. I'll cook a big pot then, and I'll finally satisfy my craving for pickled meat. It would be perfect if there was a place selling pickled meat, but unfortunately there isn't." Han Xingyun really thought about opening a few pickled meat shops after the area reopens. The 2 sat in a corner of a state-run restaurant, a quiet spot where they wouldn't attract much attention. "Jejia, in a few days I'll go to the capital. I'll bring you a gift when I return." Sun Jejia paused with her chopsticks. "To the capital? What for?" Han Xingyun lowered her voice. "There are some private matters at home I need to handle. They're quite complicated. Not only am I going, but my parents are going too, and my lonely 3rd brother will come along. My older brothers, 2nd and 3rd, have wives and children and can't leave, so only my 3rd brother is free to go with us." The information was a lot to process at once. Sun Jejia was a bit confused. What did Han Lao San mean by lonely? Who is Han Lao San? Oh right, I think Han Lao San is her. She wanted to ask why Han Xingyun said Han Lao San was lonely, but felt shy to ask. It seemed she had some feelings for her 3rd brother. She used to have some thoughts about him, but after knowing he was married, she lost all those feelings. Han Xingyun ate steadily, but Sun Jejia felt restless and anxious. Your 3rd sister-in-law isn't coming, right?" Han Xingyun took a bite of rice. "Which 3rd sister-in-law? We're divorced." Suddenly, Sun Jejia's chopsticks dropped on the table. Feeling she had lost her composure, she quickly picked them up and forced herself to eat a few bites to hide her embarrassment. What surprised Han Xingyun was that Sun Jejia didn't ask anything afterward. Han Xingyun said, "Jejia, I need to ask for your help. Sun Jeje responded. Huh?
Oh, what is it?
She thought she hadn't reacted much, but it was obvious she was distracted. Han Qingyan continued, I want to ask your dad for a favor, to buy 5 sleeper tickets. Because we're buying in a large quantity, it's a bit difficult to get them quickly. We need to leave in a hurry. Sun Jeje asked, Oh, it's not a big deal. Wait, your dad, your mom, you, and your third brother, that's 4 people. Why do you need 5 tickets? Han Qingyan sighed, There's also my former second uncle. Sun Jeje said, Oh, I see. What do you understand? Sun Jeje clearly isn't in the right state. If she were, she would definitely ask why Han Adong is the former second uncle. Sun Jeje didn't ask, but Han Qingyan wanted to explain proactively, My third brother divorced over 2 months ago. My third sister-in-law's marriage with him was very unhappy. Sun Jeje avoided eye contact with Han Qingyan. How was it unhappy? She was actually trying to pretend she didn't care. Han Qingyan said, They were married for 3 years but had no real relationship, only the name of being married. My third brother is very pure-hearted. When I say he's pure, I mean he has a kind heart and no tricky thoughts. And when he decides to be good to someone, he focuses only on that person. My previous sister-in-law tricked him. It was a fake marriage. Sun Jeje asked, Does having a kind heart mean being a bit naive?
Han Qingyan puss.
Cough, cough, cough. My third brother isn't naive. He was just deceived by Li Wan. That shows he's very loyal. But after he saw Li Wan's true nature, he stopped caring about her. Now, my third brother has no feelings for her. Sun Jeje said, Oh, let's eat, or it'll get cold. Honestly, Sun Jeje, who is very straightforward, really confused Han Qingyan. If she said she didn't care, she asked more deeply. If she cared, her expression didn't show it. This made Han Qingyan feel tangled. After eating, Han Qingyan handed the money for the train tickets to Sun Jeje. Sun Jeje looked around and, seeing no one paying attention, slipped the money into her bag. She also put in pig ears and pig tongue. Too bad it's not Sunday, otherwise, my mom could satisfy her craving. Han Qingyan asked, Didn't Andy think about transferring? Being apart like this isn't good. Sun Jeje sighed, It's not that easy. If she could transfer, she would have already. The problem is, my mom is the director at the savings office. It's easier for regular clerks to transfer. Is there a ready-made director position for her in the county? She doesn't want to give up her small official title, so this is the only way. She's just obsessed with official titles. Han Qingyan stared at Sun Jeje's face. Jeje, before I leave, come to our house for dinner. Just as a farewell. Sun Jeje lowered her head and said, Yes. I will definitely go. Han Qingyan gave Sun Jeje the phone number of Han Yunshin's office. After buying the tickets, Sun Jeje notified Han Yunshin. The family decided last night to bring Han Adong to Beijing to confront someone face-to-face. So, Han Qingyan asked Sun Jeje to buy 5 sleeper tickets. Sha Bolin lived up to the expectations of the Han family and their mother. Mrs. Han came out again in the afternoon. The old lady felt a mix of feelings, pride, worry, and fear. She also reflected on her experience. In the future, when causing trouble at the old family's place, she must be clever and careful, not like this time when there was no witness nearby and she went in alone. But Zhao Guiyun's evidence was the most damaging. She hoped to get it back someday, otherwise, she risked being caught again and again. Su Aihua personally came to pick her up, and the mother and daughter returned home. Mrs. Han was in good spirits again. If Zhao Hohat finds out I'm out, she'll be furious. Whether someone is there or not makes a big difference. I wonder what she can do to us?
Hey,
daughter, why does your face look so long? What's wrong? Did something happen at home? Why aren't you talking? Mrs. Han finally noticed that Su Aihua's usual calm was gone. Since she was released from the police station, she hadn't spoken much, and her face looked very unhappy. Could her mood be any lighter? She had finally found a strong backing, a big supporter, dreaming of success, but now everything seemed to be falling apart. Her dream shattered. She was heartbroken. Mom, let's stop dreaming. From now on, we should just keep a low profile. Mrs. Yun didn't understand this. What do you mean? Are you telling me you're afraid of Zhao Hohat? What's so scary about a family of common folks? As long as we're careful next time and handle things well with the benefactor, maybe they'll give us some benefits. If they just show a little of their power, it's enough for our family to enjoy for a lifetime. Su Aihua looked worried. Oh my, I told you not to keep dreaming. I have to tell you, a lot has happened in the past few days. When my brother and I sleep at night, we wake up in different places. Isn't that scary? Mrs. Han said, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking? Su Aihua then told her about her and Han Adong being stolen out of bed that night. Mrs. Yun listened, first shocked, then scared, and finally hopeless. She was unwilling. Is it just going to end like this? Su Aihua replied, what else can we do? As long as I am alive, I should be content. Now I have a job and a pension, so there's no need to cause trouble anymore. I can see that Zhao Hohat and Han Taizhu probably won't give up easily. They can't reach the people in Beijing, but they can find us. If they decide to do something to us late at night, who knows what might happen? I don't dare to provoke their family anymore. Besides, I have a good job now and don't want to risk losing it. Su Aihua is truly scared and doesn't want to cause more trouble. She used to want to transfer from the town to the county, and now that she has achieved that, she feels proud. She doesn't have the luck to want more. At the towel factory. Ever since Han Adong returned to work, things haven't gone smoothly. He has lost his reputation long ago. Every day at work, he faces strange looks. If he didn't need this job and if the people from Zhao's family hadn't required him to monitor Han Yushin at this factory, he might have quit already. His former good colleagues no longer associate with him. After making such a big mistake as the workshop director, he was fired, yet he still returned to be the workshop director, which many people disapprove of. Now he is checking his work in his workshop when someone tells him Han Yushin has come to see him. Everyone in the factory knows about their past conflicts. People say behind their backs that Han Adong returning to the factory is embarrassing. When he hears Han Yushin is looking for him, Han Adong instinctively becomes very cautious, feeling stiff all over. The experience from the night before still haunts him like a nightmare. He slowly turns around and sees Han Yushin standing at the workshop door. Backlit, he can't see his expression clearly. Han Adong hesitates and walks over, forcing out a stiff smile. Brother, do you need something? Han Adong notices that his former older brother has changed. He used to be just a simple farmer with calloused hands, darkened by the sun, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, an expression of hardship and resentment. But he is different now. His skin is smooth and tender, still the workshop director at a large factory in the county. The two brothers stand together, and the contrast is stark. But suddenly, he realizes that the person in front of him is still that Han Taizhu. He is wearing a brand new uniform, with black hair, and his skin, once dark, is now fair and smooth. He has even gained some weight. His features are sharp and handsome, definitely good-looking. How can he be over 40? He looks more like he's in his 30s. And Zhao Hohat also looks much younger. Why is that? Could it be because they became city people? People feel happy and energized when good things happen, and then they seem to change completely. Han Adong can't understand why Han Yunsen's background is so special, but no matter how creative his ideas are, he wouldn't think of time travel or space springs. I have to say, Han Yunsen's family background makes Han Adong very jealous. He feels that this background is a waste for Han Yunsen. If he had it, he would definitely become a successful person. Han Yunsen says, "Come with me. I have something to tell you." Han Adong looks back at the workshop, where many people are whispering secretly.
He feels like they are talking about him.
He follows Han Yunsen to a quiet place away from the wind. "Big brother, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Recently, I haven't done anything, and I won't do anything that would disappoint you."
I swear.
Han Adong is very timid now, but there's no one else around to see. Han Yunsen says, "Han Adong, I plan to go to the capital to talk to the Shao family face-to-face."
Come with me.
Han Adong suddenly looks up.
What?
"You want me to go too? Can I not go?" He pleads. You know, I'm just a common person. I dare not offend such important people. Life is hard enough now. Please, big brother, let me go. Han Yunsen replies, it's no use begging me. You have to agree, whether you want to or not. Do you think if I go to the capital and expose them, you can stay out of it?
Wrong.
They will blame you, and you will face the consequences. Think about it. If you come with me and reveal what they've done, do you think they will still dare to attack us? Any problem we have is because of them. People like them fear public opinion and care about their reputation. Han Adong frowns and says honestly, who wants to offend such important people? But Han Yunsen makes a good point. It seems like this is the only way. He grits his teeth and says, all right, I'll go. Han Lao-san returns to Yangshugo to ask Wu Wenzhou for leave and tells him about his family. Teacher, I'll be away for about a month. It's winter and many people are catching colds. Normally, I shouldn't leave during such a busy time, but it's a special situation. My parents took my little sister and went out, and I don't feel at ease.
Wu Wenzhou pats Han Jingyuan's shoulder.
I understand your situation. Go ahead. If the health clinic is too busy, I'll ask your wife to help out. By the way, Jingyuan, I might have to leave Yangshugo soon. This news came so suddenly that Han Jingyuan was stunned. Teacher, you're going back to work? This news is so sudden. Wu Wenzhou replied, the situation has changed, and the direction is different now. Many of my colleagues have already gone back, and it's time for me to leave too. Han Jingyuan said, Teacher, I am your close student. You can't leave me behind. I've only learned a little, and I want to keep learning from you. Take me with you. Han Jingyuan always remembered what Han Qingyan had said, that he should stick close to Wu Wenzhou like a loyal follower. Wu Wenzhou chuckled softly. What are you thinking? You are my only disciple. If you don't follow me, where else would you go? Han Jingyuan grinned widely. Haha. Thank you, teacher. I told you, my being your disciple is almost like being your own son. Wu Wenzhou didn't have a son, only a daughter who wasn't with him now. Besides, Han Yunsen had 4 sons. What's wrong with having a son like that? So this time, when he returned to his job, he planned to take this young man with him. Teacher, when are you leaving? If we both leave, what will happen to the health clinic? Wu Wenzhou said, I've already applied with the team. Either they choose a health worker themselves, and since we're leaving soon, we can train someone there, or I can ask higher-ups to send 2 people over. That's good. I also need to ask for leave from the team and get an introduction letter. I'll go now, Han Jingyuan said, then went to the team to get a letter of introduction from Secretary Qin Dachuan. Old Han's family was already the envy of the entire Yangshu Gully. Now only old third Han was left in the countryside. Everyone else had moved to the city. As long as Wu Wenzhou agreed to give him leave, the team wouldn't be unreasonable. So, Han Jingyuan's letter was smoothly issued without any obstacles. Qin Dachuan, being a shrewd secretary, issued an open-ended letter without a date, letting Han Old Third fill in the date himself. The next day, Han Jingyuan packed his things and said goodbye to Wu Wenzhou. Sun Jiejie held her train tickets but didn't call Han Yunsen. Instead, she went directly to Han's house. Wow, you personally came to see me off? I told you to just call my dad and I'd pick up the tickets. I happen to have the morning shift, and I don't work in the afternoon. It's no trouble to make a quick trip. Sun Jiejie took 5 tickets out of her shoulder bag, along with the remaining money, and placed them on the Kong. Zhao Guthian smiled happily. Jiejie, don't leave this afternoon. Just stay at home and play. We'll have dinner here tonight. Your third brother is also at home. After dinner tonight, let him personally take you back home.
Huh.
Let Han Lao-san personally take her home? Sun Jiejie's expression stiffened. This might not be a good idea. She came to deliver the tickets mainly to take the braised meat soup home so that Han Qingyan wouldn't have to make another trip. But she didn't expect Han Lao-san to be at home. Sun Jiejie is a straightforward girl, and she rarely feels shy. She secretly glanced at Han Jingyuan with her peripheral vision. Honestly, Han Jingyuan is the kind of sunny guy she likes. Plus, he's very handsome. It seems that everyone in the Han family is good-looking. Sun Jiejie isn't stupid. When she saw Zhao Guiyun and Han Qingyun giving meaningful looks, her face suddenly turned red. Han Lao Sen just got divorced. If she started dating him, wouldn't that make her seem too forward and eager? Suddenly, Sun Jejia calmed down. Dating is a big matter. She must tell her parents. Even though free love is encouraged now, she's a good girl who respects her parents. She definitely wouldn't hide her relationship from them. Auntie, I have plans this afternoon, so I won't be eating here tonight. Xiao Ke promised me last time to give me some braised meat soup. I'm just here to deliver the tickets and pick up the soup. My dad brought back some pig offal from the slaughterhouse, and it's waiting to be cooked with the braised meat soup. Haha. Han Qingyun exchanged a meaningful look with Xiao Guiyun. Maybe they thought that since their third son is divorced, he might not be interested in her. This isn't something they can force. Besides, their third son has indeed been divorced once. Although he was still a pure heart during the 3 years of marriage, it was a second marriage. Han Qingyun took Sun Jejia to the kitchen to fill her with braised meat juice, while Zhao Guiyun cut a lot of vegetables for her. Jejia, I told you, our family's vegetables are so much that we can't finish them all.
Take some more.
When we come back from Daijing, it will be almost New Year. You can come again then, and we'll have vegetables to eat during the New Year, Zhao Guiyun said while cutting vegetables. Auntie, why are you so polite to me? Don't give me so much. Vegetables are expensive in winter. Cut less, please, Sun Jejia said, feeling a bit distressed as Zhao Guiyun cut so many vegetables without hesitation. Because Han Qingyun lives in the county, the vegetables there grow very quickly. Since Han Lao San left Yangshugo, the Han family moved their planting boxes to the county. Recently, they've sold vegetables worth several hundred yuan. Several family members work, so the Han family isn't short of money now. They don't rely on selling vegetables to raise their standard of living. So Zhao Guiyun isn't worried about wasting them. Sun Jejia returned home full of energy after walking. Han Qingyun saw Sun Jejia off and then asked Han Jinyuan, I said, third brother, when Jejia came, you didn't say a few words? You're usually pretty talkative. Why are you so silent now? Han Jinyuan's behavior made Han Qingyun and Zhao Guiyun very unhappy. Han Jinyuan was confused and said, isn't she your classmate? What do I have to say to your girl? Zhao Guiyun angrily slapped him and said, you blockhead, if you keep acting like this, you'll stay single forever. Do you even want to get married? Han Jinyuan was shocked but not stupid. No. Do you two want me to date Sun Jejia? Zhao Guiyun asked, what kind of expression is that? Sun Jejia is pretty and has a good personality. She's only 18. Do you think she's not good enough for you? Han Jinyuan sighed and said, Mom, what are you talking about? Saying she's not good enough for me. It's the other way around. I'm divorced, she's only 18, and I'm already 24. Don't you think I'm too old? Han Jinyuan felt like they were from different generations. Zhao Guiyun said, old? Are you 80? Liwan is 26 or 27, and you don't think she's older than you? Han Jinyuan rubbed his forehead and said, Mom, did you forget? Teacher Wu is leaving, and I have to go with him. We don't even know where we're going. If we're all over the country, how can I date someone? Zhao Guiyun looked at Han Qingyun and said, really? Han Qingyun nodded, let's not talk about it. We haven't made anything clear. It's just that Sun Jejia might be interested. I want to ask, if Sun Jejia's family agrees, what would you say?
Han Yin låg bitterlig.
Who would marry a good girl to a divorced man? You're overthinking. Just go to bed. Han Qingyun looked very serious. I'm asking just in case. Anything's possible. What do you think of Sun Jejia? Han Jinyuan thought seriously for a moment. She's a bit naive, but she's straightforward and efficient. She's pretty and from a good family. She's good in every way. So, do you think she'd like someone like me? Han Qingyun said, so, you think you have a good impression of her, but you're just feeling insecure and think you're not good enough? Cough, cough, cough. How can I say I'm insecure? Han Jinyuan touched his nose. Zhao Guiyun said, I really like Sun Jejia. She's just like me in every way. If I had a daughter-in-law like her, I'd wake up smiling. She's so much better than that fake fairy Liwan. I understand. It may not be their wish, and it seems I am not destined for it. Han Qingyun picks up the train ticket and looks at it. The train leaves the night after tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Mom, let's start preparing tomorrow. Zhao Guiyun replies, prepare what? Just bring some money, the recommendation letter, household registration, and a few clothes. Han Qingyun thinks for a moment. On the way, we'll need to bring some food since the train meals are expensive and not tasty. Also, we're going to visit Zhao's family. They don't seem to like us much. Our goal is just to make them feel at ease and to cut ties completely. The less we look like we care, the better. Zhao Guiyun agrees, yes, it's better if they look down on us. I don't want any connection with their family. It's like a dirty pit. I want to stay far away to avoid getting covered in the stink. When Han Yunsen comes home from work, he shares the same idea. Then I'll ask for leave from my boss tomorrow. The next day, Han Yunsen goes to the HR department. Section Chief Liu, I want to ask for leave and also need a recommendation letter.
Liu-kun asks, oh.
How many days do you want off? A recommendation letter usually means going far away. If it's just family matters, a leave slip is enough. Han Yunsen replies, I want to take family leave. You know about my family. Last time I reconnected with my older brother, and we got news from there. We need to go back. Liu Kun opens a drawer and takes out blank paper.
Congratulations, Han.
That's good news. Reuniting with family. Our factory will support you. How many days do you need? Han Yun-sun looks troubled. Section Chief Liu, it's rare for me to reunite with my family. It won't be a short time. I think it should be at least a month. A month-long leave might be difficult for the factory. Liu Kun waves his hand. It's not a problem. It's not like you often visit family. Reuniting and visiting relatives for a month isn't too long. He jokes, remember, your brother is a high-ranking official in the capital. Not just a month, even 3 months, leave should be granted. Also, I want to take Han Adong with me. Please issue him a 1-month leave and a recommendation letter too.
Liu-kun asks, him.
What does he need to go for? He knows that the two brothers have long been estranged. The story of Han Idong's mother stealing a child is well known, and they are basically enemies. So why bring an enemy to the capital? Could it be for revenge? He really doesn't dare to issue that letter. If something serious happens, how would he handle it? Since he's the one issuing the letter, he doesn't want to take responsibility. Director Liu asked carefully, Lao Han, why did you take Han Adong with you? Since you gave him leave, why didn't he come himself? Was he willing? Han Yunqing smiled. Director Liu, what are you thinking? I'm not punishing him out of revenge. The people over there asked me to take him so we can clear up what happened back then. Look, Han Idong's mother went in recently, and now she's out. That shows we're not blaming her anymore. If you don't believe it, go ask in the workshop. Oh, okay. I'll open the door for you, Liu Kun said happily. So Han Yunqing took a feather as a sign of authority and smoothly got a 1-month recommendation letter. He then went to the workshop, handed the letter to Han Adong, and said, I got you leave. Get ready at home. We leave tomorrow night. Han Adong felt the recommendation letter was heavier than gold in his hand. At the end of the day, Han Adong returned home feeling lost and hopeless. Grandma Han saw that her son looked like he had lost his soul. Adong, what's wrong? Did you get into trouble at work again? Just bear with it. It will get better after a while. Su Aihua brought the finished meal to the table.
Dinner.
Mom, what's wrong with my brother?
Grandma han Loket varit.
Who knows? He came back like this. It must be something at work. Maybe someone said something bad about him, or the boss is giving him a hard time. Adong, eat first, then we'll talk. Han Adong slowly moved to the bed, picked up his chopsticks, but felt no appetite, so he put them down. Mom, Aihua, I need to tell you something. I'm going to Daijing. If I don't come back, don't look for me. Just live your lives well, and stop messing around. Grandma Han was speechless. Su Aihua was also surprised. Grandma Han almost lost her voice. What do you mean? You might not come back? Where are you going? No. To Daijing. Why would I go there? Han Adong looked exhausted and very sad, even more than when he was divorced. Han Taizhu is taking me to Daijing. Last time they caught me and Aihua in the middle of the night and asked about everything. They found out about the Xiao family behind us. They want to take me to Daijing to confront the Xiao family. Grandma Han and her daughter were speechless. Are they crazy? How bold do they have to be? Going to confront the Xiao family, do they even know who they are? Aren't they afraid of what might happen to them? Su Aihua couldn't believe it. Grandma Han didn't think that way. They're risking their lives. Why are they taking my son? Han Aidang's head was raised, because it has something to do with us. It was you who took that person away in the first place. Grandmother Han fell silent. What a sin! If she had known that stealing a child would lead to such serious consequences, she would rather have been scolded by Han Shouxin than do that. Grandmother Han burst into tears, wiping her nose and crying. She only had this one son. Because of him, her son might risk his life, or even be executed. Son, why don't you run away? Han Aidang smiled bitterly. Where can I run to? Without a letter of introduction, I can't go anywhere. Do you want me to beg for food everywhere? It's freezing cold, and I have nowhere to stay. I probably won't even get any food before I freeze or starve to death. The Han family was full of despair. Su Aihua said, let's not be too pessimistic. Things might not be as bad as we think. You just said that Han Taiju plans to reveal the truth publicly. If he does, they might not dare to attack us. Han Aidang picked up chopsticks. It's good if nothing happens. If trouble comes, it can't be avoided. Let's just accept it. He decided to give up and not fight it anymore. In the morning, Han Qingyun and Zhao Guiyan prepared a lot of food in the kitchen for the trip. Braised meat, hand-pulled pancakes, meat sauce, boiled eggs, chive pockets, meat buns. They worked for hours, enough for 5 people to eat on the road for 2 days. Zhao Hohat repeatedly reminded Han Qingzhou to take good care of the children at home, water the vegetables, and, most importantly, take good care of Han Dazhuang. The eldest 3 children had already gone back to town with their parents. After they left, the twins had to follow the second son to the factory every day. There was no one to watch the mischievous kids at home, especially after the kidnapping incident last time. The whole family was on edge, watching the children very closely. They packed everything they needed, filling 2 large bags. Third brother, do you have anything else to bring? There's still space in this bag. Han Jingyuan replied, no room for a book. Put it on the side. He always carried books with him, learning wherever he went. When there were no patients at the clinic, he read. Wu Wenzhou told him to learn both traditional Chinese and Western medicine, so now he was reading Western medical books too. Han Qingyan took his third brother's book and put it at the edge of the travel bag. This trip to the imperial capital is a good chance. I plan to make some money to buy a house. Hearing this, the whole family was shocked. Zhao Hohat asked in surprise, make money?
How?
How much does a house in the imperial capital cost? Can we just buy one if we want? We don't have that much money at home. This child is just dreaming too big. The houses in the capital are definitely expensive, and our family really doesn't have that much money. But I have 3 books. This time I plan to sell the rights to these books. I don't know if I can sell them, but if I do, there's hope for the house. If I can't sell them, it doesn't matter. Han Qingyun has been writing novels, and everyone in the family knows about it. She has never stopped writing. Han Yunshin says, daughter, why do you want to buy a house in the capital? The problem is, we don't plan to live there. Han Qingyun zips up her travel bag and pats the bulging bag. So far, we really don't live in the capital. Plus, with people like the Xiao family around, I feel uncomfortable living in the same city as them. But the capital isn't owned by the Xiao family. If they can live there, why can't we? I'm thinking about the future. If the college entrance exam is restored, I hope our siblings can all go to school in the capital. I believe there are good schools and good opportunities there. We shouldn't avoid that place just because the Xiao family lives nearby. Han Qingzhou mumbles, will the college entrance exam really come back? I hope it happens someday. Han Qingzhou is the most studious among the 5 siblings. Since he finished middle school, he has never stopped reading. He's already familiar with high school courses. Da Hu and Er, who each grab one of Han Qingyun's sleeves. These 2 children have never had a mother's love, but their grandma and aunt love them very much, so they don't lack maternal care. But after being kidnapped last time, they lost their sense of security. They feel safest when they're with their aunt. So Han Qingyun is reluctant to leave the children, and both are tearful. Dahu leans on Han Qingyun and lifts his small face. Old aunt, you must come back early. A month is too long. I will miss you. Han Qingyun pats their heads. You two silly boys, how can you stay there for a month? The new year is coming in less than 2 months.
Our family will have a reunion then.
Whose eyes light up happily. So, what you mean, old aunt, is that you'll come back early? Zhao Guiyun pinches his chubby face. If everything goes smoothly, once we're done, we'll come back right away. Han Qingyun nods in agreement with Zhao Guiyun. This trip to the capital is an opportunity for Han Qingyun. She wants to buy a house and also sell ginseng. Unfortunately, it's almost the new year, so she can't stay there to finish decorating the house before coming back. The house is just for preparing for future schooling. The money from selling ginseng was not enough to cover her expenses, so the 3 novels she wrote earlier in her space proved useful. She couldn't explain where such a large sum of money came from. After finishing her second novel, she started 3 more, writing quickly by using the time difference in her space. She didn't send the novels to a publisher because she was worried others might suspect her. While others took a year or more to write a novel, she produced several in just 1 year. Remember, computers weren't common then. Everything was handwritten, so her speed was impressive. But she couldn't stay idle. Writing was her way to get rich, and also her method of money laundering. She had to keep writing. On the surface, she was living a good life with her novels, but her main income came from her space's output. Her trip to the Imperial City was sudden, so she changed her plans. Instead of waiting until next year to earn the money, she decided to sell her work while she was there. If she could sell the rights to her 3 books, she might even buy a small house in the city. Everything was ready, only the right opportunity was missing. After dinner, the 4 of them left their home carrying bags, tears in their eyes, feeling sad. They arranged to meet Han Adong at the train station hall. Once inside, they looked around and finally found Han Adong sitting on a chair, looking downcast. Seeing them searching for him, he waved and said, "I'm here." Zhao Guiyun was quite satisfied with his recent performance and true nature. She didn't have high demands for these top-tier people, just didn't want them to cause trouble in front of her. The 5 sat in the hall until the announcement told them to go to the platform. They queued up with their train tickets and went through the ticket check. There were quite a few people boarding that night, and the line was long. It was crowded, almost like a photo. Han Qingyun, being strong, protected Zhao Guiyun from the crowd, standing behind her like a mother hen guarding her chicks. Ahead were Han Yunsun and Han Jinyuan, father and son, leading the way. After checking tickets, they waited on the platform for the train. A few minutes later, the distant hum of the train grew louder as it approached, and they all squeezed onto the green train. For transportation in this era, Han Qingyun felt overwhelmed. She decided to minimize travel before the reforms and opening up policy. With the flow of people, the 5 finally squeezed onto the green iron train. Once inside, the noise and shouts flooded in. Han Qingyun also saw 2 chickens flapping inside a bamboo cage. The narrow corridor was crowded with people. Some struggled forward carrying large bags, others held children and looked anxiously for seats, and some loudly called out to friends. Different smells filled the air: sweat, smoke, and the aroma of food drifting from somewhere nearby. The corridor was too narrow, and there were many passengers getting on the train. Han Qingyun tightly held Zhao Guiyun's hand. Han Jinyuan and Han Yunxin, father and son, led the way at the front. Han Adong followed at the back. They slowly moved through the crowd, searching for the sleeping car. Finally, they reached the sleeper car from the hard seat car. It was less crowded there, and the noise was quieter. A female train attendant in a railway uniform approached. Han Yunxin quickly asked, "Comrade, please tell me where the compartments for now 20 and number 22 are?" The attendant pointed in a direction and loudly called out, "Go straight ahead, after 2 cars, it's on the right." Han Yunxin thanked her. "Thank you, comrade." They found the number 20 sleeper compartment, and everyone relaxed. Zhao Guiyun let out a sigh of relief. Wow, Going on a trip like this is really not easy. Han Jinyuan's dad was very helpful. The 4 tickets were for one compartment. Han Qingyun's family of 4 stayed together, and the other ticket was for the neighboring compartment, which was given to Han Adong. He didn't want to share a compartment with them. He preferred to stay alone on the other side. They opened the door to find a bunk bed. Han Jinyuan was the first to lift his travel bag and place it on the upper shelf. Han Qingyun and Zhao Guiyun tidied up the beds and spread their sheets on the beds. "Mom, I'll sleep upstairs. You can take the lower bunk," Han Qingyun said. She climbed up and sat on the upper bunk, looking out the small window at the busy platform outside. It was her first time traveling so far, and she felt happy. On the opposite side, the upper bunk belonged to Han Jinyuan and the lower to Han Yunshin. Once everything was settled, the family finally relaxed. They sat on the beds, feeling the train slowly start moving. The wheels clattered rhythmically against the tracks. The train slowly left the station, and outside the window, the lights disappeared into darkness. Distant trees and faint mountains appeared as dark shadows in the night. Han Qingyun was a little sleepy. The train left at 8 p.m., and before boarding, they had eaten and washed up. It was convenient to lie down and sleep right away. They didn't speak all night. The next morning, Han Qingyun took some food from her bag and handed it to Han Jinyuan. "Third brother, you can give this to Han Adong." Han Jinyuan took the food and went out. Zhao Guiyun and Han Yunshin woke early. Before dawn, they went to the bathroom and washed up. Zhao Guiyun was combing her hair, tying her long hair into a bun at the back of her head. She looked at Han Qingyun with a blank expression.
Hey?
"Girl, what are you doing?" "Going to the bathroom."
Wow.
"There are so many people. I queued early in the morning, and now there are even more people." Han Qingyun scratched her head. "Mom, your hairstyle doesn't look good. It makes you look older." Zhao Guiyun's hairstyle is very common among elderly women in rural areas. Now, thanks to the nourishing spring water, Zhao Guiyun looks like she's in her 30s, but this hairstyle makes her look several years older. Zhao Guiyun chuckled.
What kind of hairstyle is this anyway?
"I could braid a big braid, but I'm too old for that. I have grandchildren now, and people might laugh." Han Qingyun didn't mind. In her previous life, her mom was still a young lady at her age. Besides, Zhao Guiyun is now young and beautiful. One bad hairstyle can ruin her face. Anyway, she decided that since they finally came to the capital, she would give her mom a good makeover. Even in the county, people are getting perms now, and in the capital, there are even more salons. Once her mom saw the world outside, she would probably agree to get her hair done. The wash area on the train was already lively, with passengers lining up, sleepily waiting. Han Qingyun also queued for the bathroom. The line was quite long, with about 20 people ahead. People kept complaining, but everyone could only wait helplessly. Finally, it was her turn. She entered the bathroom, and a strong, unpleasant smell hit her. She quickly held her breath. The bathroom was very dirty. She only used it as a cover, closing the door and slipping inside. Inside, she took a shower and blow-dried her hair before coming out. Only a few minutes had passed outside. Back in the carriage, Zhao Guiyun had already brought out breakfast, pouring hot water into the lunchbox to warm the food. The family ate a simple meal. Luckily, they weren't far from the capital, and they arrived in just over a day and a night. After one stop, the train finally reached the capital's train station at around 8 a.m. on the third day. All 5 got off the train. Han Qingyun took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh morning air of the capital. They left the station and first found a state-run restaurant for breakfast. After being on the train for so long, they didn't have much appetite. They ordered fried dough sticks and soy milk. Zhao Guiyun tore a fried dough stick and dipped it into her soy milk. "We're here, but where is the Xiao family? The capital is so big. Where do we even start looking?" Han Yunshin took a sip of soy milk and whispered, "I only know his name. I don't even know his workplace. Our unit's leader might know, but I dare not ask, fearing that the relationship might be exposed with a single question." Han Adong muttered to himself, "Oh my, This family is fearless. They don't know the situation but still boldly come knocking. Han Qingyan swallowed what was in her mouth and said, "No need to worry about that. I called Mo Tsongji and told him I was coming to the capital. Mo Tsongji gave me his childhood friend's phone number and the address of his workplace, saying I should find him if I have any trouble. Since the Xiao family is somewhat influential in the capital, I think his childhood friend should know him." Han Jingyuan asked, "Do you still keep in touch with Mo Tsongji?" Han Qingyan replied, "We just decided to start dating." Han Jingyuan was surprised. "When did that happen? How come I didn't know?" "Hee, I forgot to tell you." "Actually, Big Brother doesn't know either," Han Qingyan said with an apologetic smile. She really forgot. With the older brother taking care of things, Han San was much more at ease. Han Qingyan said, "After dinner, let's find a guest house to stay in first. Then I'll call Mo Tsongji's childhood friend." Zhao Guiyun finished her soybean milk, took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, and said, "Sounds good. Carrying all these heavy bags is tiring. Let's find a guest house first to put our luggage down." The five of them finished breakfast at the state-run restaurant, then looked for a good guest house nearby, took out their referral letter and household registration book to check in. They booked 4 single rooms, Zhao Guiyun and her husband in one, Han Qingyun in another, and Han Jingyuan in another. Han Adong didn't expect he would get a single-room treatment. In fact, Han Jingyuan didn't want to stay with him. Han Qingyun returned to her room, entered her space, and took a shower. She rummaged through the warehouse and found 2 suitable outfits. She put one on and looked in the mirror. This outfit might seem old-fashioned in the future, but now it was quite stylish. It's almost 1975, and she noticed that the streets of the capital are no longer just black, gray, and blue. And the capital isn't as cold as the Northeast. The light blue cotton-padded jacket with a hood made her skin look white and smooth like jade. Her 2 big braids turned into fluffy plaits. She wore black straight pants with a pair of black sheepskin semi-high-heeled shoes. She carried a small black leather bag and left the room. Zhao Hohot didn't keep track of how many clothes her daughter had. It was natural for her talented daughter to buy a few nice clothes. Plus, she was a bit careless and never suspected how Han Qingyun suddenly had a piece of clothing she had never seen before. As long as old Han is not around, Han Qingyun can find an excuse to cover things up. Old Han 3 also doesn't care about food or clothing, so he didn't ask. However, Han Qingyun's appearance makes them very worried to go out. Even with her strength, it's not enough. Only old Han 3 and his wife feel safe with her around. Han Qingyun feels helpless. She wants to go out for a walk, see if there are any good pharmacies nearby, and maybe sell a few ginseng roots. But old Han 3 is like a shadow, following her everywhere, so selling ginseng today seems impossible. So, Han Qingyun decides to spend some money at the guest house to make a call. At the front desk, she asks the staff if she can make a call for money. The staff says yes, and it's charged by the minute. 2 female staff members look at Han Qingyun with wide eyes. They've never seen such a beautiful girl, and her fashionable clothes are very stylish. Han Qingyun finds the address and phone number in her crossbody bag. Her childhood friend, He Chaoyong, works in the government system and is said to come from a noble family. She dials the number and says, "Hello, I'm looking for He Chaoyong. I am his childhood friend's partner. His friend's name is Mo Tsongji." The man on the other end pauses for a moment. "Mo Tsongji has a partner?" The girl's voice on the phone is clear and sweet, sounding quite young. "Hello, sister-in-law. I am He Chaoyong." Han Qingyun responds, "Hello, hello. I'm currently in Daijing. Mo Tsongji told me to come find you if I encountered any difficulties. I am actually facing a small problem now and need your help." Since she's already in Daijing, why didn't Mo Tsongji inform him beforehand? It would have been better to prepare. "Sister-in-law, if you have any trouble, just tell me." "Where are you now?" "At the train station? I can come pick you up." Han Qingyun says, "No need to trouble yourself. We've already checked into the guest house. I just want to ask if you know Xiao Shohan? Is there a Xiao family in Daijing?" "Xiao Shohan?" He thinks about the name in his mind. Related to the Xiao family?
He remembers now.
"Yes, I know. Why are you asking about the Xiao family? Han Qingyan suddenly feels it's not good to talk about this on the phone, as someone might overhear.
Comrade He, when do you have time?
Let's meet in person to talk about the Xiao family. It's not convenient to discuss everything over the phone. He Chaoyang replies, tomorrow then. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. I also want to invite my sister-in-law to lunch. I should show some hospitality, after all. Han Qingyan feels too embarrassed to let him treat her to a meal. It's already troublesome enough. The problem is not with Emo Tsongji. She doesn't have the nerve to host anyone. No need for a meal. We just want to discuss Xiao family's matters face to face. Because I didn't come alone. Several family members are here. He Choyong said, then come together. It's settled like that. Sister-in-law, you can't refuse. If you do, I won't have the face to see brother Mo later. It's settled. Which guest house are you at? Tomorrow I'll drive to pick you up. Han Qingyun saw she couldn't refuse, so she agreed and gave the address of the guest house. This favor she owed. It couldn't be blamed on Mo Tsongji. So she decided that after everything was settled, she would give him a ginseng root that was decades old to repay the favor. The siblings finished their call and went back upstairs to report to Zhao Hohot and Han Yunshin. Over there, He Chaoyang hung up and thought for a moment, then called Mo Tsongji's side, only to find out Mo Tsongji had already gone on a mission. Mom, you should come out with me now to get ready. Zhao Guhyun was confused. Get ready for what? Han Qingyan looked at her hair. I'll take you to get a haircut, then we'll go shopping at the mall to buy a couple of decent outfits. And also, bring 2 good sets for my brother and my dad. Han Yunshin said, no, I'm a man. I can wear anything. Why buy new clothes? Aren't you planning to buy a house? Save some money. You buy with your mom and I'll skip it. Han Qingyan thought she should explain some principles to them. Do you know who we're dealing with? When I called earlier, I heard Mo Tsongji speak with a tone that looked down on Xiao family. Xiao family is a big deal to us, but in their eyes, they're not that important. Tomorrow, they're taking us out to eat. Do you think we should dress like this? We're dressing to impress Xiao family. If they see us looking down and out, that will make them lose interest in us. But we can't do that in front of others. People respect clothes and horses. Even if our background isn't prominent, we must at least look confident in front of others. This isn't vanity, it's a social attitude and strategy. The other 3 at home were silent, realizing this really made sense. Zhao Guiyun touched her hair. I really don't want to cut my hair. I've kept it for decades. Cutting it would be hard. Han Qingyan said, let's go to a barber shop. The barber can advise you on what to do. Zhao Guiyun no longer hesitated and followed Han Qingyan out. Mother and daughter found a state-run barbershop. The mother and daughter carried their bags back to the guest house. At first glance, Han Yunqing and Han Laosen were surprised by Zhao Guiyun's new hairstyle. Zhao Guiyun touched her hair and asked, what do you think? Not good looking? Han Yunqing shivered and said, you look great. My wife is the most beautiful. He added, I didn't recognize you just now, and wondered why this woman was so pretty. Zhao Guthien laughed and hit Han Yunqing, saying, stop talking nonsense. My daughter is right here, and you're saying you don't recognize me? Am I really that good looking? Don't lie to me. Han Yunqing, eager to praise, said, you look fantastic, so stylish. I feel I don't deserve you. Zhao Guiyan replied, tell the truth, I love hearing it. Look at the clothes I bought for you, get dressed up a bit, so you can match me, haha. The mother and daughter took out the new clothes they bought and made their father and brother try them on. Han Yunqing put on a black wool coat and looked like a different person, mature and steady, like aged wine. Zhao Guiyan was stunned and said, my daughter, I told you. I fell for your dad's face when I was young. When he was young, he was famous as the most handsome guy in 10 miles around. Of course, I was also known as a pretty girl. Otherwise, if your father is so poor that he has to support a burden, how could I marry him? Han Qingyan replied, I understand. It's all because of looks. Next door, Han Adong lay in bed, hearing bursts of laughter from Zhao Guiyun in the neighboring room. It was so sad. Their family was lively and bustling, but he was all alone. Despite having a wife and children, he lived a lonely life. He thought he had turned his luck around and could show off in front of Yang Bansha, but now he feels very empty inside. The worst part is, it's not Yang Bansha who regrets, but he himself is full of regret. If only he hadn't been involved with the widow Li. Now he would have a wife, children, and a warm home. But he hates that because of his affair with the widow Li, the child isn't even his. Since their scandals broke out, Li's work stopped, and now she has returned to Yangshugu. As Han Adong thought about all this, he fell asleep until the next morning when there was a knock on his door. He opened the door, and Han Yunshin came in. Standing before him was the handsome Han Yunshin. He was dressed properly in a black wool coat, with a brown and black checkered scarf around his neck, tucked into the coat collar. He wore black trousers and shiny black leather shoes that reflected his image. He had truly changed, completely transformed. There was no longer any sign of the old rural farmer he used to be. He was the son of a high-ranking official, so his demeanor was different. Han Yunshin looked up at Han Adong, who was half a head taller, and asked, "Big brother, is there something?" Han Yunshin took out 10 yuan and some grain coupons from his pocket. "This is for breakfast and lunch. We're going out later, and we'll eat outside at noon. Since it's my son-in-law's childhood friend who invited us, you're not coming." He then handed the money and coupons to Han Adong. The door closed again, and Han Adong stared blankly at the money in his hand. His luck had turned. He used to look down on Han Yunshin's family, but now Han Yunshin was giving him charity. Han Adong felt discouraged, flopped onto the bed, and didn't want to eat breakfast. He pulled the blanket over his head and went back to sleep. After Han Yunshin's family finished breakfast, they returned to their room to wait for He Chaoyang. Around 10 in the morning, there was a knock on the door. Han Laosan opened it, and outside was a young man about 25 or 26 years old. He asked, "Hello, is Han Qing in here?" Han Jingyuan replied, "Hello, yes, please come in. I am her third brother." "Hello, hello," the young man said warmly as he shook hands with Han Jingyuan. "The young man in front of me is about the same age as me. He's tall, handsome, with well-defined features. He's Mo Tsungji's brother-in-law, so I should be polite." Han Qingyan smiled and stepped forward. "Comrade He, hello. Sorry to trouble you to come all this way." He Chaoyang was almost dazzled by Han Qingyan's appearance. Wow, isn't Mo Tsungji usually not interested in women? Turns out, he just doesn't like anyone. But this one is like an angel. He Chaoyang isn't a lecher, he just appreciates beauty. Besides, his child is already 2 years old, so he isn't distracted. But isn't Mo Tsungji worried about marrying such a stunning wife? There's no trouble. Old Mo rarely asks me for help. We're family, so there's no need to be formal. Han Qingyan said, "This is my parents." He Chaoyang nodded politely. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Wow, no wonder Mo Tsungji's wife and brother-in-law are so good-looking. Turns out their parents are also very attractive. After exchanging greetings, they sat down to get to the main topic. Han Qingyan said, "I'm really sorry. I can't discuss the matter I called you about over the phone. I have to trouble you to come here. I want to find out the address of the Shao family and their social status in the capital." She wanted to find out the Shao family's address. She knew it, but could she just tell others? After all, it's their privacy. It's not that he's overly cautious. She said she's Mo Tsungji's partner, but since Mo Tsungji hasn't contacted her, what if these people are imposters or have other motives? Wouldn't he be helping them? He Chaoyang's worries are understandable. In this era, there are still many spies. Han Qingyan wasn't stupid and understood their concerns. She didn't want to hide anything. They came this time to make the Shao family's situation known. They didn't need to leave face for them. "The situation is like this, my father." Han Qingyan explained everything to He Chaoyang. His eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. The Shao family wants to keep their reputation and doesn't want to acknowledge their son, who is at the bottom of society. That's understandable. Some families care about face. But if they don't want others to recognize their son, and the family has no such intention, then why bother causing trouble for them and disrupting their lives? That's not fair, and their character is questionable. It probably wasn't old Shao who did this. Even if they don't acknowledge their son, he's still their biological child.
There's no deep hatred. How could they treat their own sons so badly? Since it wasn't old Xiao, it might be his two sons. After all, Han Yunshin's return would affect their interests. He Qiaoyang said, remember Xiao Jia's address and old Zhao's workplace. Old Xiao is Xiao Zhenting, a deputy director at a certain department. Han Qingyun memorized everything, even the address of old Zhao's workplace. After chatting for a while, He Qiaoyang took the Han family out. They sat in a jeep, and He Qiaoyang acted like a tour guide, explaining what each place was along the way. They finally arrived at the Daijing Hotel. Qingyun had visited Daijing twice before, so she wasn't like a naive tourist, staring around with wide eyes. Zhao Guoyin looked at the tall Daijing Hotel and felt her legs go weak. She had only been to state-run restaurants before. She had never been to such a fancy place, not even just a look. She felt a little nervous. The Daijing Hotel was not like ordinary state-run restaurants, which were more like big cafeterias. This hotel was a high-end place. Of course, it couldn't compare to the star-rated hotels of later times. But for this era, it was quite luxurious. He Qiaoyang, although guiding them, kept an eye on Han Qingyun's expression and behavior. She was only observing, without showing surprise, envy, or fear. He Qiaoyang secretly admired her. She was young but seemed experienced and impressive. He wondered how old Mo found such a girl. Even locals didn't visit Daijing Hotel often, but she seemed indifferent about it. Zhao Guoyun was worried. Her shoes on the high-end tiles almost made her afraid to step. Could she just walk on such clean tiles? But she watched her daughter walk proudly, high heels clicking confidently on the tiles. Her daughter had even curled her hair, so what was she afraid of? Thinking this way, she felt less nervous. He Qiaoyang booked a private room for them. The food was already ordered, and as soon as they sat down, dishes started arriving. He also introduced some local specialties. Zhao Guoyun tasted them but thought her daughter's cooking was better, so she lost some interest in this place. It was just okay. He Qiaoyang drank wine with Han Yunshin and his son. At that time, drinking and driving wasn't very common. But Qingyun, coming from the future, cared a lot about this. She said, Comrade He, please drink less when you drive. Safety first. He Qiaoyang replied, just a little, Uncle and Jingyuan are drinking. This is finally settled, but men's friendships happen quickly. In no time, the three men decided to leave together. Han Qingyun asked, Comrade He, do you work at the Cultural Bureau? He Qiaoyang replied, yes. It's not a very important place. Han Qingyun thought for a moment then. To save time, she was a bit bold and asked, do you know any reliable newspapers or publishers? He Qiaoyang said, yes, we handle that kind of work. Do you have something to share? Han Qingyun nodded. Yes, I previously published 2 novels in newspapers, but they were provincial papers. This time, I brought 3 works and wanted to see if I could sell the rights in Beijing. He Qiaoyang's eyes lit up. If you don't mind, can I see them first? I need to know what you've written and the quality. Han Qingyun agreed. Sure, after we finish dealing with the Xiao family, we can focus on this matter. Then, they agreed on a time to meet again over dinner. After eating, He Qiaoyang took Han Qingyun's family of 4 back to the guest house. He drove back to his workplace, secretly despising the short-sightedness of the Xiao family, thinking they might regret it later. From what Han Yunshin and his wife said, they are determined to cut ties with the Xiao family. They simply don't care to return. Not to mention, Mo Tsongji's parents-in-law are truly proud. There's a saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, meaning no one should look down on the young. Han Qingyun and her 3rd brother are destined not to be ordinary people. Unbelievable. What kind of family does Mo Tsongji come from? Back at the guest house, Zhao Guoyun finally voiced her long-held question. Today, after talking with He Qiaoyang, she learned what kind of family Mo Tsongji has. Their family is vastly different from Mo Tsongji's. They all knew Mo Tsongji was from Beijing, but many ordinary people are from Beijing too. They never thought Mo Tsongji's family background and social status were so extraordinary. When they last discussed the relationship, Mo Tsongji told Zhao Guoyun that he lost his mother young, had a stepmother and a stepfather, Then his grandfather took him in, and later, he took his mother's surname. Now she found out that Emot Seungji's grandfather and uncle are both scientists and big figures in their field. Although they are currently on a farm, they will return to society sooner or later. Now she found out that Emot Seungji's grandfather and uncle are both scientists and big figures in their field. Although they are currently on a farm, they will return to society sooner or later. His aunt, who studied abroad, is very cultured. In Zhao Guiyun's eyes, this family is like the pinnacle of culture. His father is a high-ranking official even greater than old Zhao, and Zhao Guiyun's legs unconsciously softened. If my daughter ends up being mistreated, I can't consider Emot Seungji anymore, no matter how good the family is. Zhao Guiyun was almost heartbroken. She just wanted her daughter to live a safe and happy life, not to be worried every day, walking on thin ice, watching people's eyes. The rules of wealthy families are many, and if my daughter marries into such a family, she won't even have freedom to breathe. Han Yunshin comforted her. Don't worry. Emot Seungji and his father have already fallen out and even changed their last names. Do you think our daughter can still live with her in-laws? Besides, Emot Seungji is far from his biological father. When she gets married, she will have to follow her husband to the army, so she won't even see them. Hearing this, Zhao Hohot felt a little more at ease. Han Jingyuan said, "How could my little sister not be a good match for him? Only he doesn't match my little sister. What does my sister lack? Just a bit worse family background. Apart from that, she's the best in personal qualities. If you don't believe it, they're searching all over the imperial city with lanterns, trying to find someone with better conditions than my sister." Han Jingyuan's three brothers are definitely overprotective of their sister, with a very thick filter. Han Qingyun was indifferent, Mom. We shouldn't underestimate ourselves. No matter how remarkable they are, they're just ordinary people. Same nose, two eyes, eating. Han Qingyun was indifferent, Mom. We shouldn't underestimate ourselves. No matter how remarkable they are, they're just ordinary people. Same nose, two eyes, eating, drinking, sleeping like us. Moreover, we have great potential for progress, and our future is limitless. If Emot Seungji treats me well, I'll marry him. If not, I'll just leave. It's no big deal. Just after speaking, Zhao Guiyun slapped her. What nonsense. Who looks for a partner just to spend a lifetime with? Bah. Anyway, she would make her own decisions and didn't bother arguing with Zhao Guiyun. Han Qingyun changed the subject. Alright, let's talk about the Xiao family. Should we go to the Xiao family in our ragged clothes to visit relatives, or should we go to old Zhao's workplace to confront him? Whatever I do, I'm fine with it, huh? Zhao Guiyun was amused by Han Qingyun. Why not just go directly to the Xiao family? Are we worried about going back? Or worried about people finding out? We're just poor relatives coming to ask for help. Nothing to scare them. Ha ha ha. After He Chaoyang explained, the Xiao family didn't seem so mysterious or frightening anymore. The next morning it was really early. Just after 6 o'clock, when the sky was still dim, the whole family set out. The main plan is to block the Xia family before they leave for work. At this time, the neighbors are all at home, and the Han family intends to cause a big scene to make the Xia family lose face. Before leaving, the family of four dressed up, bringing old clothes that are not too torn but definitely worn out, with a few patches on their pants. Yesterday, Zhao Guiyun had her hair curled, and Han Qingyun helped her redo her hair in the morning. It's hard to tell they are curled, just slightly wavy, like natural curls. 2 strands hang down on each side of her forehead, and when dressed in the old clothes, she looks like a refugee. Han Yunshin's father and son are easy to handle. They just wear their old clothes again, acting naturally. The only one dressed properly in the group is Han Adong. He is dressed well because he is the antagonist. Seeing the family's attitude, Han Adong thinks they are not here to reason but to cause trouble. And since he's dressed better than them, how will the Xia family see him? Will the Xia family think he's been fed and supported by the eldest brother's family, which is why they are suffering so much? Oh my! Han Yunshin and his wife are so mean, they're selling him out. He doesn't even know if they have this plan, bringing only tattered clothes himself. The 5 of them took the bus, and after 3 stops, they finally found the Xia family's home. Han Qingyan looked at the yard, about 3 or 4 courtyards in a traditional compound. Not many families in this era could keep such a property intact. According to He Chaoyang, the Xia family has backed a powerful supporter during this turmoil and has not suffered any damage. They really value their reputation. Otherwise, they wouldn't even disown their own son. For appearances and face, what is family love? For high official positions and wealth, they can even hurt their own brothers. Such a family, even if they regret it later and ask to reunite with their ancestors and return the family property, they wouldn't agree. Early in the morning, around 6 o'clock, those who like to exercise or buy vegetables had already come out. They saw several people standing or squatting at the Xia family's gate. 4 of them looked like villagers because their clothes were out of place compared to city folks in the capital, and in this cold weather, they weren't wearing scarves or gloves, with their hands in their sleeves. 2 men were even squatting on the ground. 2 elderly women with baskets approached curiously. Honestly, regardless of past or present, middle-aged women love to watch gossip. Who are you looking for? An elderly woman tentatively asked Zhao Guiyun. Zhao Guiyun slowly looked up, tears streaming down her face. She pointed at the main gate of Zhao's house and said, "Ma'am, is this Zhao's house?
We're looking for Zhao's family."
Oh dear. This young wife is crying so hard. What happened? Girl, you can't cry in this cold weather. You'll freeze your face. 2 men squatted on the ground, sighing deeply. A young woman looked sadly at Zhao's house gate. Zhao Guiyun took out an old, faded handkerchief to wipe her tears and sniffed. 2 ladies, do you know Zhao's family? Both elderly women replied at the same time, yes, we do. We've been neighbors for many years. But then one of them said, wait, why does this man look so much like the head of Zhao's family? One elderly woman finally noticed something strange. After Xiao Yunshan sighed and looked up at her, she accidentally saw his face and realized he looked very much like the head of Zhao's family. The other elderly woman also looked carefully at Xiao Yunshan. Yes, he looks just like the head of Zhao's family, but he seems much younger. If it weren't for his age, you'd think they are father and son. Zhao Guiyun started crying again. Oh my heavens! This is terrible. My husband is actually the son of Zhao's family. What? The 2 elderly women were shocked. Could it be true? They had never heard that Zhao's family had such a son. Zhao Guiyun's crying and fussing attracted more and more people nearby. I've only heard that Zhao's family has 2 sons, but I never heard of another son. Could they be scammers? Are you stupid? If these people were scammers, would they dare to cause trouble openly at the gate? They must be tired of living. That's interesting. So, what's the story with this son? I don't know. Just ask them and you'll find out. Girl, what's really going on? We've been neighbors for so many years, and I've never heard that Zhao's family has 3 sons. I only know they have 2 sons and a daughter. Zhao Guiyun said, this story goes back over 40 years. Back then, old lady Xiao gave birth to twins, and one of them was my husband. He was stolen from a hospital. She explained everything from the beginning. After finishing, she pointed at Han Adong and said, everyone, look at this man. His mother is the woman who stole my husband back then. I've brought the witness. Everyone was stunned. So that's how it was. It probably isn't fake, because smart people wouldn't dare to talk nonsense so openly in front of so many people. Looking at Han Yunshan's face just standing there, even if someone looked similar, they couldn't look this much alike. It's obvious they are twins. As for why Xiao Shohan looks older than the young man in front of him, there's no need to ask. Xiao Shohan is an official, busy all day, worrying and scheming, so he must look older. Since you're here, just knock on the door. Kids, don't be afraid. We're just returning home. An elderly woman, who doesn't get along well with old lady Xiao and likes to stir up trouble, urges the Han family to knock. Zhao Guiyun suddenly cries out, do you think I don't want to? They don't recognize us. If they refuse to acknowledge us, fine, but why do they have to hurt our family? Our family is already suffering enough. They're pushing us to the brink of death. Wah, I can't live like this anymore. We just want to find out who is making our lives so hard. I swear, I don't understand. Did we dig up their ancestors' graves or jump into a well with their children? Why do they hate us so much? More and more people gather, all sorts of voices. The Xiao family is quite well known in this area because of their status. Jealous people and those with envy in their eyes are many, and some just dislike their family. Early in the morning, Sister Wang, the household servant assigned to old Master Xiao, hears the noisy commotion outside the door, crying and shouting. She opens the door and sticks her head out, startled. Why are there so many people in front of their gate? Sister Wang hears a woman's loud voice among the crowd, crying and saying, "Wah, the Xiao family is shameless. Wah, they brought people from our town to trouble our family. Wah, I even suspect my husband was stolen or abandoned by old lady Xiao. How can they treat their own biological son like this? Is there some old grudge from a past life that's causing this harm? Otherwise, how can parents be so cruel? If they refuse to acknowledge us, fine, but why do they have to persecute us? What is going on?" Sister Wang listens carefully, understanding everything clearly. Oh my God! Are they here to cause trouble? She quickly shuts the big door with a bang and rushes to the courtyard of the old Xiao couple. The old Xiao couple and Sister Wang live in the same courtyard, while their two sons each have their own courtyards. Only during meals do they all gather in the old couple's yard. Old Lady Xiao just got up, about to wash her face and brush her teeth, when Sister Wang, panting, rushes in, saying, "Grandma Xiao, something's wrong. There are people causing trouble at our door." Mrs. Xiao threw a towel into the basin and frowned. "What's the rush? Calm down and explain clearly. Who is causing trouble at our door?" Over the years, our Xiao family has faced many problems. Do a few troublemakers really scare you that much? Wang Jie thought about it and realized she was overreacting. She also scolded herself for being so impatient. She tried to look calm and said, "Grandma Xiao, a few people came to our door claiming to be our Xiao family son. Ugh, how nasty. They said we don't acknowledge our own son, and even accuse us of harming their family. How can that be true? And so many people believe them." Suddenly, the basin Mrs. Xiao was about to wash her face with slipped to the ground. Water splashed and wet her shoes and pants. "What did you say? Say that again?" Mrs. Xiao's eyes widened. She grabbed Wang Jie's arm and shook her. Wang Jie had never seen Mrs. Xiao look so frightened. Her lips trembled as she spoke. "I don't know where those liars came from. They keep saying they are your son and Grandpa Zhao's son. They even say you had twins. That's nonsense. They're definitely lying. Grandma Xiao? Grandma Xiao?" Wang Jie saw Mrs. Zhao's face full of fear and her body trembling like a candle in the wind. "Is he here? Is he here? Old man, old man." Mrs. Xiao pushed Wang Jie away and ran a little, calling out for her husband. Old Mr. Xiao was already exercising in the yard. It was his habit to do Tai Chi every morning. When Mrs. Xiao ran into the yard, Mr. Xiao was still finishing his Tai Chi routine. His hands and feet moved quickly, and he didn't ask why his wife looked so panicked. Mrs. Xiao knew his routine. He would keep practicing no matter what. She waited anxiously for him to finish. After he finished, he asked, "What's got you so upset?" Mrs. Xiao grabbed him and pulled him toward the house. "Let's go inside and talk." Inside, she let go of him and sank onto the sofa, looking lost. "He's here. That child is here." Mr. Xiao frowned, confused. "Who?" Mrs. Xiao closed her eyes. "The son we didn't plan to acknowledge." Mr. Zhao's expression changed briefly, but then returned to normal. "If he's here, he's here. Why are you so worried? Are we as parents really in debt to him?" Grandma Zhao's eyes were red as she looked up at Grandpa Xiao. "He's still our son, the one I carried and gave birth to. At first, you also hoped for this child, didn't you? I thought if I didn't see him, I could pretend he didn't exist or that I never found him. But now he's at our door. Should we ignore him? What will others think if we refuse to see him now that he's here with his family? His wife is telling the neighbors that our Xiao family is no good." Grandpa Xiao finally showed anger on his face. It seems raising him at the bottom of society has made him corrupt and full of worldly habits. So, It's right that we refuse to accept him back. Do you think someone like him, who is so useless, won't hold us back? Our eldest son said that although this son is a coward and useless, he is very good at having children. He has 4 sons and 1 daughter. If he had been a responsible person and had so many children, I would be happy to accept him back, as it would help our Xiao family grow. Our family isn't very large, but with his background, what's the use of having so many children? Accepting him back would only hold us back and give our enemies a reason to attack us. The old lady was silent for a moment.
He's already here.
What do you suggest we do? And now everyone is watching. Even if we secretly send him away, the neighbors already know. If we refuse to recognize our biological son at the door, do you think our enemies won't use this against us? Grandpa Xiao, with his hands behind his back, said, as parents, we can say that he wasn't actually our son. Do you think people will believe him, or us? Grandma Xiao asked, how can you be so heartless? Do you understand what it means for us to deny this relationship? Of course, she knew. If they refused to admit that Xiao Yunshin was their son publicly, then Han Yunshin would be considered a liar. For Xiao Yunshin, this would be a lifelong stain and even a destructive blow. Grandpa Xiao replied, that's his own fault. Was I being heartless? If he had a bit of brains, he wouldn't have come back. If he were smarter, he would know that no one wants to take his family in because they don't want to acknowledge him. But unfortunately, he's not smart. What's the use of accepting someone so foolish and brainless? Don't blame me for being cold. If he behaved himself, I wouldn't have to be so harsh. This is for the family. After all these years, have you seen how hard it is for me to protect the family? Don't you know how difficult it has been here? Is he going to ruin this family just because of now? Old Lady Xiao was caught in a dilemma, covering her face and crying loudly. Old Master Xiao looked expressionless. Stop crying. I know you're soft-hearted and can't face him. I'll handle this bad person. He is full of hatred and resentment toward me. I don't believe it. I'm the one who gave him life. I gave him a chance to live. Do I still owe him anything? After speaking, Old Master Xiao strode out confidently, leaving Old Lady Xiao heartbroken behind. The lively scene outside the door had already alarmed the entire Xiao family. Old Master Xiao left his yard and happened to meet his eldest and youngest sons with their families. You're just in time.
Come out with me.
When the Xiao family members stepped outside, Zhao Guiyun had already performed her tours several times. Anyway, anyone nearby who went out knew what was happening. Everyone, make way, make way. Xiao Balan and Xiao Baijun pushed through the crowd to let the elders see the situation clearly. Xiao Yingyue, supported by Raoyun and the children from Uncle Zhao's family, following behind a few men. Zhao Guiyun was still giving her speech, crying, I can't go on. It's too hard.
Boo-hoo.
They are high officials controlling everything. We are ordinary people, no match for them. Han Adong, as the villain, had already been scolded several rounds and looked quite pitiful. If Han Yunqing hadn't promised him that as long as he insisted today that it was Xiao family causing trouble and recognized him, he wouldn't have been able to bear it and would have run away. He crouched on the ground holding his head, trying not to show his face. Even if he did, it didn't matter. He wasn't staying in the capital. But the mental pressure and torment were too much for him. I want to see who is causing trouble at our Xiao family's door, Xiao Balan, as the eldest son and grandson, stepped forward to question. He didn't see Han Adong crouched on the ground holding his head, so he wouldn't have stepped out first if he had. He might even hide behind and stay silent. But it just so happened that Han Adong was crouched there and he didn't notice him. This familiar voice made Han Adong look up. Wasn't it the person he was about to identify? He remembered his proud attitude even when turned to ashes. But now wasn't the time for him to appear. Han Yunqing had told him he could speak when allowed, but when not, he should pretend to be mute. So he lowered his head again. Zhao Guiyun stopped crying and looked at the Xiao family members, who were supposedly close relatives of Han Yunqing. Han Yunqing and his sons also looked at the Xiao family. The old man leading the group was quite old, with snow-white hair, but he stood tall and straight, with bright, sharp eyes. Although he was elderly,
You could still see a shadow of Han Yunshen in his features. Since learning that he was not the biological son of Madame Han, Han Yunshen had wondered what his parents were like. But after the Xiao family did such things to them, he stopped thinking about it and no longer hoped. Now, the person who might be his father stood right in front of him. Han Yunshen felt no excitement, no sadness, and no despair. His emotions were very calm, like he was seeing a stranger. He thought he was doing well this way. At least, without expectations, there was no pain. The Xiao family members also looked at Han Yunshen, thinking he looked very much like their eldest son. Twins often look alike, after all. Especially the third son of the Xiao family. He had just learned that his lost second brother had come back. When he found out, his older brother and father immediately said they couldn't accept this child. He was very confused. Why wouldn't they accept their own son? Had he done something wrong? The only one secretly happy about Han Yunshen's return was his third younger brother. Everyone thought the third son of the Xiao family was ranked according to their children, but he knew the truth, that they had 3 brothers, ranked by age. Standing behind the family, Xiao Yingyue's sharp eyes coldly stared at Han Qingyun. In her previous life, when she met Han Qingyun, she was already very successful. She was the top scorer at the provincial level for entering Imperial Beijing University, dressed beautifully and looking like a fairy. But now, Han Qingyun hadn't yet reached her prime, so in Xiao Yingyue's eyes, she was now down on her luck. Although her face was still the same as before, she was now a simple village girl. Xiao Yingyue suddenly felt that she had lost to someone like her. She felt it was too shameful and unbelievable. She was the daughter of the main branch of the Xiao family, a well-known lady in the imperial city, with a good background, education, and social status. How could she have died just because of her? Honestly, heaven had been kind to her, giving her a face that could attract men. That was probably why she had lived so well. Han Qingyun sensed 2 waves of malice coming toward her. She looked at the source of the hostility. Behind the Xiao family men stood 2 women supporting each other, and their eyes were unkind, filled with hostility and hatred. Xiao Qingyun didn't understand. Maybe they were afraid that the Han family would return to the Xiao family, so they hated the Han family. But where did such intense hatred come from? Her gaze lightly swept over the mother and daughter. Then she looked away. Bai Ruoyun clenched her teeth, knowing at once who she was just by her appearance. She was that wicked woman who had caused her daughter's death in a past life. To be fair, she did have some looks, but those looks shouldn't belong to her. A powerless, rural woman with such a face. Could she really protect herself? In her past life, it was only because of the Xiao family that she was safe. Now, without the Xiao family, they would fall apart on their own. The Han father and son confronted the Xiao father and son for 2 minutes. Han Yunshen took a step forward. I am Han Yunshen. Over a month ago, Xiao Shuhan came to our area for work and happened to meet me. He claimed I was his long-lost twin brother. I am not the biological son of my adoptive mother, but she did steal me when I was young. I've never asked to find my birth family, though. He pointed at Xiao Shuhan. Before he left, he promised to tell his parents and bring our family back together. But after he left, he disappeared without a trace. Soon after, our family kept having problems. Yes, their family kept having issues, sometimes caused by the Xiao family, sometimes not. Then he pointed at Han Idao on the ground. This is my adoptive mother's biological son. Your family ordered him to target our Han family and cause trouble. Today, I brought him here to identify him. Who is so heartless that they don't even want to be human anymore. Han Idao, stand up and identify yourself. Zhao Balan's mind exploded. Han Idao is here? He hadn't seen him just now. Then he saw someone standing up from the ground. Sure enough, it was Han Idao. Han Idao looked at the Xiao family members, his eyes brightening when he saw him, and pointed at him. It's him. He told me I couldn't let you all have a good life. He made our family keep causing trouble for you, and he even threatened me. If we didn't do as he said, he would be rude to us. Han Idao almost threatened Zhao Balan to do his job properly, to take back the work. Han Yunshen's words just now made old Master Xiao and the Xiao brothers frown.
When did they instruct anyone to harm the Han family? Before they could react, Han Idao identified Zhao Balan. Old Master Xiao was so angry, he closed his eyes tightly. He had wanted to deny having this son on the spot, but Zhao Balan had already done such things behind his back. The middle-aged man in front of him is his biological son. Honestly, he looks just as handsome as his younger self. But the family appears very poor, indicating hard times. The Xiao family has many descendants, but what they lack are promising ones. Now, whether he admits it or not, the situation is caused by Xiao Balan, the eldest grandson, who is acting out. He is too young, reckless, and careless, making mistakes that others can easily use against him. Xiao Shuhan is furious and glares sharply at his eldest son. Those who don't know might think he's giving orders. Xiao Balan is also very annoyed. Old Master Xiao is cunning and shrewd. In a split second, he decides to deny everything firmly. Comrade, I know nothing about what you're saying. My wife did give birth to twins, but one died at birth, so we only have one. I don't know where you got our family's private information, but I advise you to stop and not dig your own grave. Our Xiao family is kind-hearted. Since this is your first mistake, we will let it go this time. But there will be no second chance. If it happens again, we won't forgive you. This shameless old man is refusing to admit anything, trying to blame the Han family. He's a senior official, and his words sway some people around him. After all, Xiao Old Master is the biological father of the children. If he says it's not true, and you cry and insist you're the biological parent, where's the proof? How many sons does his own biological father have? Does he even know? The onlookers, swayed by gossip, start to lean toward Zhao's side. They say the family might be involved in crimes, or even be spies. Some even say the family might starve because they know Xiao once had a twin son, and now they want to climb the social ladder by any means. In their words, there's a lot of contempt and disdain. Some even threaten to report them, saying they can't be forgiven easily. If everyone keeps causing trouble, what'll happen? Old Master Xiao stops those wanting to report. He says young people sometimes make mistakes, and they should be given a chance. Reporting them would only ruin their lives once they're taken to the police station. Hearing this, more people on the fence waver. The Han family members feel like they're being unfairly targeted. Zhao Guohua is furious and grits her teeth. This old man is truly sinister. People like him shouldn't have children. He should be childless forever. But what should we do now? They never expected that the other side wouldn't admit anything, and Han AI Party was even called a scammer by the Xiao family members. Han Qingyun slowly stepped forward, raised her face, and looked directly at Old Master Xiao. Although Old Master Zhao's eyes were sharp and intimidating, Han Qingyun's gaze was just as firm. Since we've already torn apart the face and it's a matter of life and death, then let the Xiao family be the ones to suffer. She took out a piece of paper from her pocket, held it between her fingers, and raised it. Comrades, anyone who listens to only the Xiao family side is a fool. I have 2 phone numbers here. One is my father Han Yunshin's work number, and the other is the HR department's number at their factory. I'm giving these to you now. If you're curious or want to check, you can call these numbers. I am standing right here. I won't leave, so there's no chance for me to cheat. After you call and get clear answers, then we can discuss this properly. Since you say we're scammers and have no real proof, then go ahead and ask. More than 3,000 people in the factory all know about Xiao Shuhan's investigation there over a month ago, and he even acknowledged his relationship with my father on the spot. My father asked him right then if he was mistaken, and he said he was sure he wasn't wrong. There were many people around, including several officials from the municipal committee, who can testify to this. Third brother, please write down these 2 numbers a few more times and give them to the comrades here. I don't believe it. How can good people be falsely accused under the bright daylight? When Han Qingyun said this, she kept her neck tilted, staring directly into Old Master Zhao's eyes without looking away. Her words were strong, confident, and without any guilt. That's right. If they say there's no evidence, how do they explain the witnesses from the factory? If Xiao Shuhan was a scammer, how could he have others from the factory helping him deceive? He admitted his brother himself after going home. Wouldn't he tell his parents?
Of course he did.
After he told them, the Xiao family not only refused to acknowledge it but also sent people to harm their own son. What kind of crazy move is that? Old Master Xiao was so angry inside. His son and grandson were both useless, just dragging him down. Did they really think he, as a grandfather and father, would notice? The Xiao family hasn't even changed the head of their family yet, and they're deceiving and hiding from everyone, which has made him so passive now. Just now, they said they didn't have such a son, but then they produced evidence. Xiao Shuhan himself voluntarily acknowledged his relationship, not that someone else called him. Can we deny that Xiao Shuhan didn't go? They even provided the phone numbers. How can you deny it? It's a situation where just making a phone call would reveal the truth. Xiao Shuhan had to step forward and take responsibility himself.
Komrade han. I am sorry.
I made a mistake earlier. I thought I found my twin brother. But after I went home and told my parents, they said that due to the chaos of war, the other brother had already died. That's when I realized I was wrong. I'm sorry, I apologize to you all. The misunderstanding now is my fault. Han Qingyan still looked up and met Xiao Old Master's gaze, confidently saying, "So you admit that you took the initiative to recognize your relatives back then, right?" Then I ask, since you came back and clarified things, why didn't you call my dad to tell him the mistake? And why did your family still let Han Adong harm our family? What is the reason for this? The onlookers fell silent. It turned out that the Xiao family was the one who initiated the recognition, and it had nothing to do with the Han family. Moreover, they unkindly allowed others to trouble the Han family. Yes, if they are not real brothers, why harm them? Xiao Shuhan clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Xiao Bolin, tell me, what is going on? Xiao Bolin clenched his fists repeatedly. I am narrow-minded. In my heart, my biological second uncle is irreplaceable. But suddenly, there was someone who almost became that second uncle in my heart. I felt uncomfortable. Actually, I only caused some minor trouble for them. I would never do anything serious. That would be illegal. Comrade Han, I apologize to you all. Because I am narrow-minded, because I care about my grandmother who constantly laments for my second uncle, I did such a wrong thing. I sincerely apologize. Then, Xiao Shuhan and his father bowed publicly to the Han family to apologize. Haha, what a weak excuse, too far-fetched. Only someone without a brain would believe it. But this was the best way they could think of to minimize damage to their reputation. They could only stubbornly deny that the person was their biological relative, claiming it was a mistake. If people found out that Han Yunshin was their real nephew, the Xiao family would be finished. Harming their own uncle. Are they even human? It could be said that Xiao Bolin's future would be completely ruined. Han Qingyan asked, "Old Master, I'll ask you one last time. Do you admit or deny what your grandchildren are saying?" Old Master Xiao didn't expect that this beautiful girl, who looked like she wasn't even real and was supposed to be his granddaughter, would be so direct, speaking clearly, confidently, and with a strong presence, full of pride. Suddenly, he felt a bit regretful. Just based on her looks, if they married into each other, the Xiao family might rise even higher. It's a pity. The girl in front probably hates the Xiao family. If they accept her back and remarry under these circumstances, the knife might turn against them. Old Master Xiao doesn't dare to take that risk. Looking at Han Yunshin and his other son, that boy is handsome, at least better looking than the grandchildren around him, though his background is poor. He's too old now. There's no time to train him. Old Master Xiao suppresses a bit of regret and says, "Yes, these two unworthy ones made a mistake. I apologize to you." Han Qingyan asks, "Are you sure he's not your biological son?" Old Master Xiao confirms, "Yes, I am the child's biological father. I couldn't have mistaken that. I saw the child take his last breath." Wow, this high-ranking official talks like he's just making things up. He dares to lie blatantly, without fear of divine punishment. Zhao Guohua curses inwardly. She worries whether her husband might be overwhelmed, but he looks calm and even seems relieved. All right, she was worried for nothing. Han Qingyan steps back a few paces and then calls out to everyone around. Everyone heard it. The fault lies with the Xiao family, not ours, the Han family. They also admit to persecuting us. More importantly, I want to declare to the neighbors and acquaintances of the Xiao family that our Han family has nothing to do with them. Old Master Xiao and his descendants have also admitted that my father is not part of their family. Remember that. Don't let them come back someday and shamelessly try to reconnect with us. To others, this sounds a bit arrogant. Can the Xiao and Han families compare? Just laugh it off. At the back of the crowd, He Chaoyang smiles slightly. The Xiao family has been played. They deserve it. A family full of snobs, doomed to regret it later. The Han family is smart. Cutting ties with such profit-driven people is good for themselves. People like that will use you as a tool when they need you, then abandon you when they don't. So, reconnecting with such a family is pointless. As for how He Chaoyang managed to be there, it was obviously on purpose. Since Mo Tsongji specifically told him to come if there was something urgent, how could he ignore it? What if Mo Tsongji's young wife had an accident? He couldn't explain that. So he had someone watch the Han family and see when they would act. The Xiao family's actions are a bit despicable. The Han family is just ordinary folks. If the Xiao family were to deal with the Han family in the imperial capital, it would be an easy task. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow anything to happen to the Han family in the city. After receiving a call, he learned that the Han family had come to see the Xiao family. He Chaoyang drove over, but did not show himself. Today was the Han family's day, and based on the situation, he would only appear if the Han family members truly couldn't handle it. In the end, Mo Tsongji's young wife really surprised him, not because of her looks, but because of her boldness. She managed to leave the shrewd old Mr. Xiao speechless, and even presented the Xiao family with multiple options. The Xiao family could only reluctantly choose one that was beneficial to them but also damaged their reputation. This made He Chaoyang clap his hands in approval and look at Mo Tsongji's wife with new respect. He rolled down the car window and leaned on it, listening to the conversations in the crowd. Han Qingyan said, "Old Mr. Xiao, it's not that I don't trust your Xiao family, but your family has done some things behind our backs that can't be shown to others. I ask you, will your family still target us in the future? I want a guarantee. If you can't guarantee your descendants and can't control them, then let's find a place where someone can manage them to talk." Then, He Chaoyang pricked up his ears, but didn't hear old Mr. Zhao's voice. Old Mr. Xiao was silent for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't want a guarantee, but at his age, he had never been forced to this extent by a junior before. He would never harm his own son and make him desperate, but his grandchildren were unworthy. And the young girl in front of him was relentless. Seeing more and more people around, old Mr. Xiao felt it was time to stop. If it continued to escalate, what face would the Xiao family have? Listen up, you unfilial grandchildren. If you do anything to others again, don't blame me for acting in righteous anger and being harsh with you. The sons of the Xiao family all nodded in agreement. Han Qingyan then addressed the crowd again. Everyone has seen the guarantee from the Xiao family. If anything happens to my Han family again, it will be their doing. This statement was a bit unreasonable, but if something really did happen, it would indeed be the Xiao family's fault. Old Mr. Xiao, furious, waved his sleeve and went home, followed by his grandchildren. So, the Xiao family members left proudly, but in the end, they slunk back with their tails between their legs. The gate was shut, blocking out all the noise outside. Old Mr. Zhao's face was ashen, his eyes cold and piercing. He sat on the sofa in the living room, with all his grandchildren standing in front of him, heads bowed, too afraid to speak. With a loud bang, the old man swept the teacup off the table, smashing it into pieces on the floor. His children and grandchildren lowered their heads even more. They knew that their grandfather, cared most about his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disowned his own son. Such a person, who values face so much, would never let his grandchildren be humiliated publicly. How could he not be angry? Madame Xiao didn't know what was happening outside, but seeing her husband come back furious, she didn't dare speak and sat there lost in thought.
After venting his anger, the old man looked at Xiao Bolin, his eldest grandson. This grandson was the first child of their Xiao family. How much hope did he place in him? The old man had personally raised this grandson, but what had he done? How had he behaved? He then looked at his eldest son. Xiao Shuhan frowned. Dad, I really don't know about this. But this child was raised by you. You watched him grow up. Do you think he did such a thing without a reason? There must be a purpose behind it. He has been steady since he was young, and isn't the type to act recklessly. The old man looked at Xiao Baolin again. Not reckless? Someone who is steady since childhood wouldn't do such a thing. I don't want to acknowledge him, but I didn't want him to die or have a bad life. Your father said there is a reason behind it. What exactly is the reason? Don't try to fool me with the stories you tell outside. You cause trouble but can't fix it. All my years of effort feel wasted. I'm so disappointed in you. Tell me, what was your original intention? What was your goal in doing this? Xiao Baolin clenched his fists. The old man's disappointment in him after over 20 years of effort left him speechless. What could he say? How could he reveal his true purpose? His sister's rebirth was too unbelievable. Knowing his grandfather's temper, even if he believed it, he was afraid the old man might have other thoughts or intentions about his sister. He mustered his courage. This was something he did himself. A real man should handle his own affairs. He couldn't blame his father or brother, nor drag his mother and sister into it. Actually, it was Bai Royun and her daughter who asked him to do this. He only did it to stand up for his sister. He didn't think his mother and sister encouraging him to do such a thing was wrong. What's wrong with that? In their past life, they had a deep hatred and revenge. Their family was oppressed by Han Yunshin's family, making it hard to breathe. Why shouldn't they seek revenge this time? Causing them a little trouble was already being kind. But only they knew about what happened in the past. The old master didn't know. How could he cover up this lie? Kneeling before the old man, he said, "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I let you down and didn't live up to your expectations. But I handle my own affairs. I was just angry and afraid that Uncle Air would come back and take the resources, so I made that mistake. If you want to punish me, I accept it." Old Master Xiao sneered. "Is that how you admit your mistake? I don't think you're truly sorry. You're one of my own, so I know what you're thinking. Your mistake is huge, and your biggest problem is that once you do something wrong, you shouldn't let others find a flaw. If you do something, you should eliminate all traces quickly and cleanly. You've been playing small tricks, making things seem harmless, but now they've come back and turned the tables on you. If you face enemies like that in the future, how do you think it will end?" Xiao Baolin suddenly looked up, meeting the cold face of old Master Xiao. So, his grandfather's disappointment was because he wasn't ruthless enough, thorough enough. Was he too kind-hearted? Yes, old Master Xiao meant that, but only used Han Yunshin's family as an example. He didn't mean for his nephew to actually kill his uncle's family. In his eyes, that family was just like that. The fact that they could stand before him today was just Xiao Baolin's mercy. Forget it, he's young. He just needs to learn and grow. This was a lesson. Han Yunshin's family could be used as a sharpening stone for his eldest grandson. The old man waved his hand. "Everyone disperse. Go do what you need to do." After dinner, everyone goes to work. Once today's matter is settled, no one is allowed to bring it up again. The children and grandchildren turned to leave. Only Xiao Shulin stayed standing still. Old Master Xiao frowned. "What's your business?" Xiao Shulin looked at his parents with disappointment in his eyes. "Father, what do you think family love is? You always talk about the family, but life is only a few decades. When we close our eyes, we can't take anything with us. Can we really control the family? I understand your ambitions, old man. You want the Xiao family to rise higher and higher. But I hope our Xiao family can achieve a future through honest means. Look at the eldest son's child. Do you think he's not crooked? You look down on second uncle's background. He grew up at the bottom, but he carries your blood. How can you be so cruel? Mom, and you too. People say children are like a piece of their mother's flesh. Could it be that in a past life he held a grudge against you, so this life you don't even want to see him?" Xiao Shulin was crying and speaking emotionally. How could they be so cruel? Their own son is right in front of them, yet they can look unfazed and refuse to acknowledge him. This shattered Xiao family's last hope, the only son who still had some conscience. I'm just a teacher, not very talented, but I know about manners and shame. If you don't accept me, then fine. If you think my son is rebellious, just send me away too. Anyway, my son isn't as promising as my older brother's family. I am just a teacher and can't bring you honor like them. The future of the Xiao family doesn't depend on me. After saying this, Xiao Shulin turned and left. His parents' way of doing things and attitude made him feel suffocated. From behind, he heard old Master Xiao shouting angrily, "You idiot! What do you know?" Xiao Shulin went back to his own yard, entered the study, took an envelope from the drawer, and put it in his pocket. Then he rode his bike and left the Xiao family compound. He asked around about the Han family's whereabouts and then chased after them. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere at the Xiao family, the Han family was almost celebrating. If they weren't on the street, they would have started dancing and singing. They finally had nothing to do with the Xiao family anymore. It wasn't because they feared the Xiao family's future success would cause trouble for them. Zhao Guiyin and her husband didn't dare to dream big like Han Qingyan, who kept making grand plans. They thought it was better to cut ties with such a dishonest and wicked family as soon as possible. Who knew what kind of trouble such a family could cause in the future? The Han family was used to relying on themselves, so why lower themselves to please others? Han Yunshin was also quite happy. Today, the obsession he held in his heart was finally resolved. He felt like the sky was bluer, the air fresher, and everything around him seemed more beautiful. Most importantly, the impression Xiao family left on him was so bad that he couldn't wait to cut all ties with them. He wished he had never met them in this life. Now he felt light and carefree, walking as if the wind was at his back. Not to mention Zhao Guoyun, let's find a good restaurant for lunch. Then in the afternoon, we can go shopping at the mall. Wow, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. We took a month off, and it's rare to get out, so we should enjoy it. Next time, who knows when we'll be able to come out again. I was so scared on the train. Han Yunshin was happy. All right, I'll go with you. Wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you. It's really true, after finally coming here, I don't want to waste the trip. I want to visit some sites, take photos, and leave a memory. Han Qingyan said, that's fine. Third brother, you can go out and have fun with mom and dad. I still need to sell books and buy materials. I have copyright work to do, so my schedule is tight. I can't spend much time with mom and dad. Once I sell the copyright, I need to buy a house, so I'm counting on you. She mainly wanted to leave these 3 people behind, so she could go sell ginseng. This time, none of the 3 objected because she needed to find He Chaoyang for the copyright sale, not because Han Qingyan was out running around. If Han Qingyan was out alone, they definitely wouldn't agree. While everyone was happily chatting, a bicycle caught up from behind. Seeing Han Yunshin's family, the people didn't seem to take their separation seriously. They just thought the Xiao family considered themselves special, as if others were jealous of them. They looked very happy, which made Xiao Shulin feel mixed emotions. He thought if it were me, I might also feel discouraged and stay far away when facing such parents. He rode his bike past a few people and then stopped. At first, Han's family saw a man in his 30s blocking their way, and they didn't understand. But upon closer look, wasn't he one of the Xiao family members? The Han family didn't have a good impression of the Xiao family, so they all looked cold. Xiao Shulin sighed bitterly. Second brother, I'm sorry. It's the Xiao family that's sorry to you. I won't make excuses for them, saying more is just hypocrisy. No matter how you treat the Xiao family, it's what you should do. Whether you acknowledge me as your third brother or not, I am your second brother. In Daijing, I'm just a teacher. I don't have great skills, but if the kids need to go to school, I can still get a couple of spots at the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University. Xiao Shulin's words stunned the Han family and Han Adong. Could it be that the Xiao family actually had a good person? But Xiao Shulin's anxious and sincere expression didn't seem fake. After all, who would fake such a thing to get 2 spots at the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University? People tend to be friendly, with a smile.
Since they didn't speak harshly, Han Yunshin smiled and said, "Don't worry. I don't care about the Xiao family's affairs. As for my relationship with the Xiao family, you're overthinking. We have nothing to do with the Xiao family at all. And I really am not your Xiao family son. Your eldest brother made a mistake about who I am. That's it. You don't need to carry any burden. After today, we probably won't see each other again." Xiao Shulin felt very bitter inside and was even more dissatisfied with his parents and older brother. "I respect your choice. Coming back doesn't really change anything. Maybe it's even your burden. You can choose not to acknowledge them or not to acknowledge me, but I will acknowledge you." He knew that no matter what he said, Han Yunshin wouldn't forgive him. That was fine. Once he let it go, he felt at peace. Then he took a thick envelope out of his pocket. He threw it into Han Yunshin's arms. Han Yunshin instinctively caught it. The person who threw it rode away quickly on a bike. Zhao Guoyun was shocked. "What is this?" Han Yunshin was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the large yellow paper envelope in his arms. He pinched it. It was quite thick. He felt its size and realized it was clearly money. He guessed there was about 2,000 yuan. How could he accept this money? If he took it, could he still cut ties with the Xiao family? The Han family members were not naive. Those who were too naive had already left. So, the Han family wouldn't want this 2,000 yuan. Han Xingyan reached out and took the money. "I'll handle this. I'll ask He Chaoyang to help return this money to the third son of the Xiao family." The Xiao family had produced a good person, but just because he was kind didn't mean they had to accept him. If this money wasn't returned, it could cause complicated trouble between them and the Xiao family in the future. The Han family didn't open the envelope. Inside, besides the money, there was a phone number. Earlier, Xiao Shulin promised that if anyone wanted to attend the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, they could find him. But the Han family hadn't even looked inside the envelope. Zhao Guoyun strongly agreed. "Yes, yes, yes. What are we going to do about this money? If we take it, it means we acknowledge they are family. Let's leave it to our daughter to handle. By the way, Han Adong, your work here is done. You can go back to your hometown." Han Adong, who had been unnoticed, was finally remembered by Zhao Guoyun. When she mentioned him, he stiffened. He never expected that after just 2 days in the capital, his problems would be resolved smoothly, only to be discarded and driven away. Normally, letting him go would be a good thing. He should be happy. Why did he feel a bit resistant inside? It seemed pretty good to stay with a big family, eating, drinking, and living in the guest house every day. But since they were kicking him out, he couldn't stubbornly cling to them. Sister-in-law, since that's the case, Han Adong rubbed his hands, looking embarrassed. He doesn't have much money. After all, he hasn't received a salary since returning to work, and Han Yunshin took him to Daijing. Han Yunshin said, "Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll have the third brother buy your train ticket and bring some food for the trip. Sorry for the trouble this time. Although we agreed that once the Xiao family's matter is settled, our two families will have no more relations, and if you use any tricks or mean thoughts against us in the future, our previous words will no longer count." Han Adong almost swore by the heavens, "No, big brother. I already know my mistake. When I go back, I will also persuade my mom to stop causing trouble. I want to work hard. My job is hard to get, and keeping it is even harder. I will cherish it more. Thank you, big brother, for being so kind to me." He was speaking honestly because he was scared. Having experienced losing everything, he didn't want to go through it again. Zhao Guoyun was so happy that she waved her hand and went to the state-run restaurant. She ordered dishes to celebrate that they had completely gotten rid of the old Xiao family and Grandma Han. She wasn't stingy, and she didn't mind paying for a meal for Han Adong. She even took him to the state-run restaurant for a farewell meal. The state-run restaurant in Daijing was much better than theirs. The 5 of them ordered 2 meat dishes. Although the chef's skills were not as good as her daughter-in-law's, there was no other place to cook. Still, the chef was better than those in the county's state-run restaurants. Ding ding ding, the phone on the desk rang. He Chaoyang looked up from his busy desk, glancing at the manuscript in front of him. He picked up the phone. "Hello, where?"
Ah.
"Comrade Han. Yes, I have some free time. How about this? I'll pick you up at the guest house tomorrow morning, and we can find a quiet place to talk. After talking with Han Qingyan on the phone, He Chaoyang continued working. No matter how busy he was, he had to make time. Emo Tsongji rarely asked him for help. He also wanted to see the book written by Emo Tsongji's young wife. He didn't have high expectations for it. What literary figures are there in Daijing? A girl under 20 managing to write a book is already rare. Publishing or selling the rights probably wouldn't work. He had promised not to discourage the girl last time, but he wanted to read it and point out some writing flaws. He didn't do this for others. Most wouldn't get his attention or help. That's why he was so attentive to Emo Tsongji. Han Jingyuan already bought the tickets, 2 in total. Han Jingyuan didn't plan to leave. Zhao Guiyun told him to go back. Anyway, the matter around us has been settled, so there's no need for Han Jinyuan to do anything. Han Jinyuan's leave was too long, and during winter, the health clinic is very busy. I'm afraid Wu Wenzhou can't handle everything alone. Han Yunshin and his wife discussed it and decided to let their son go back first. Wu Wenzhou might leave at any time, and what if Wenzhou receives a notice while they are in the capital? Han Jinyuan didn't refuse because he was worried that the teachers at the health clinic couldn't manage alone. He feels at ease now because Emo Tsongji's childhood friend is there. Han Qingyan also thinks he should go, and if anything happens, he can just contact Emo Tsongji's friend. If something really happens, Han Jinyuan's presence wouldn't help, so his whole family persuaded him to leave. The next morning, just before dawn, Han Jinyuan and Han Adong took the train back to their hometown. Mom and Dad, this morning Emo Tsongji's childhood friend is coming to pick me up to discuss publishing a book. If you two want to go out and have fun, go ahead. Visit some attractions, take some photos, enjoy good food, and browse the mall. Play however you like, we're not short of money. Then Han Qingyan took a stack of money from her pocket and handed it to Zhao Guiyun. Zhao Guiyun saw she was holding a large handful of money, probably 500 or 600 yuan. There were also some tickets inside. She didn't have time to see what tickets they were and quickly pushed the money back into her daughter's hand. Look at you, kid. You want to buy a house, but you're spending money recklessly? No, I and your dad brought enough money.
Take it back.
Han Qingyan pushed the money back again. Why save? Going out to have fun is just for happiness. If I really bought a house, these 500 or 600 yuan wouldn't make much difference. If I can't afford it, I can't. Don't worry. Once I sell my book, everything will be sorted out. Wait for my good news, comrades. Before Zhao Guiyun could put the money back again, Han Qingyan waved her hand and went to her room to get ready. The weather in the capital wasn't very cold. Han Qingyan wore a black fitted wool coat, black woolen long pants, and ankle-high sheepskin boots with low heels. Her outfit with 2 braided pigtails didn't look quite right, so she braided a fluffy, thick braid instead. He Chaoyang looked at Han Qingyan and couldn't help but praise her. He thought the Xiao family really lost a gem. Clearly, the Han family is full of clever people trying to distance themselves from the Xiao family. They don't really want anything from them. The Xiao family was overthinking. Han Qingyun's style was now just as good as any noble lady in the capital. Han Qingyun sat in the jeep, thinking that He Chaoyang would take her to a publishing house or a newspaper office. Unexpectedly, he took her to the Moscow restaurant. She was a bit surprised. He Chaoyang brought her to a Western restaurant? The kind that the children of the imperial city call the Old Mo. Well, going to a Western restaurant was something from her past life. Trying the coffee from the 70s sounded interesting. When they arrived at the restaurant, they found a table and sat down. He Chaoyang asked, "Would you like something to drink? Maybe try some coffee?" Han Qingyan nodded. "Yes, please. Add sugar, I don't like it bitter." So, they ordered 2 cups of coffee. Han Qingyan took out several notebooks and sheets of paper from her shoulder bag. She felt a bit shy. This wasn't like the digital files of later times. Of course, her digital backup was stored in her space, but right now, 2 of her 3 novels were over 1,000,000 words each. 1 sheet of paper couldn't hold that much. So, each novel was at least 3 thick sheets of paper. She bound each novel with a punch and binding thread.
He Chaoyong looked at the 3 books of different thicknesses in front of him, reading their covers. The titles were I Wanna Shout, Spring Song, and Ordinary Family. Han Qingyun pointed to I Wanna Shout. This one is a 1,000,000-word novel about a rural girl who becomes a child bride and her painful life. Spring Song is about the story of educated youth, and Ordinary Family tells the story of a girl from an ordinary city family, but this one is only about 500,000 words. Only 50,000 words? That casual tone almost made He Chaoyong laugh out loud. A novel of over 1,000,000 words was already a long story, and not many authors could casually write over 1,000,000 words. Long novels of 1,000,000 words were hard to handle. If not written well, they could go off-topic, or after hundreds of thousands of engaging words, the story might lose momentum. He Chaoyong didn't say anything, but he opened the book that attracted him more, I Wanna Shout. The title was very compelling. The coffee arrived. Han Qingyun picked up her cup, smelled it. Its rich aroma was strong and smooth, made from good coffee beans. While flipping through the book, He Chaoyong noticed Han Qingyun's actions and felt a bit surprised. Wasn't Imo Seongji's wife from the countryside? But now, she drank coffee gracefully and elegantly, not like someone new to Western restaurants. Han Qingyun said, this coffee is good. A few months ago, I went to Nanjing and visited 2 coffee shops. Now it made sense. That explained everything. I refocused all my attention on the novel. Let's not discuss the story for now, but I must say, the handwriting is very beautiful. Your handwriting reflects your personality, beautiful like a lady, with a grand and impressive style rather than delicate and refined. This is thanks to Han Qingyun's upbringing in her past life. As a child, she was well-rounded in morals, intelligence, physical health, arts, and labor. She attended many classes, and her father even hired famous teachers to guide her. All these skills were built up in her previous life. In the morning, the restaurant was quiet with few people. The only sound was He Chaoyong flipping through papers. At first, he didn't pay much attention, just thought the handwriting was pretty. But gradually, he became absorbed, drawn into the characters and story. He lost track of time while immersed in the novel, flipping through page after page. After a while, he felt his neck was stiff from looking down so long. He straightened up, massaged his neck, checked his watch. It's already noon. The woman across from him, Han Qingyun, had finished her coffee long ago. His own coffee had gone cold, and he had forgotten to drink it. Sorry, your novel is so captivating that I lost track of time. He Chaoyong called the waiter over. He asked Han Qingyun what she wanted to eat. She ordered a steak, medium rare, too raw for her. He Chaoyong also ordered a steak. Han Qingyun said, you can't finish reading these drafts all at once. Take them home and read at your leisure. I just want to know if there's hope for my novel to be published or sold for rights. Of course, a printed book would be great too. Multiple options, right? Haha, sorry if I sound too confident. But in our province, I've already published 2 novels, so I have a bit of confidence. Now that I'm in Beijing, I don't feel as sure anymore. Although she spoke humbly, Han Qingyun then took a stack of newspapers from her bag, her published novels, and handed them to He Chaoyong. His eyes lit up. She had already published her work. He took the papers and looked at the pen name. So familiar. No, the story itself was so familiar. It was one he had read eagerly before. Suddenly, he asked in surprise, are you actually the Qingfeng hermit? Han Qingyun raised an eyebrow. If there's only one Qingfeng hermit in the world, then it must be me. He Chaoyong pounded the table with his fist.
Wow.
Your 2 novels have reached Beijing. So it was you who wrote them? Oh my goodness. This is a big surprise. Did you know? I used to be a loyal reader of yours. I even sent you letters, but unfortunately, my letters never got a reply. Han Qingyun was surprised. You actually wrote me a letter? Sorry, I told the newspaper I wouldn't reply, so maybe they handled it all on their end. Can I ask what's in your letter now? He Chaoyong replied, one reason is because I admire you. I didn't expect my idol to be so young and a girl at that. It surprised me. The other reason is I want to request a contribution.
Han Qingyun chokled.
Haha, no wonder they didn't reply.
You're trying to steal her away. You should know they've been urging me to submit my work for a long time. Actually, I came to Jing for another purpose. These 3 books are meant to be published. Otherwise, they might be in the newspapers next year. He Choyong said, "Don't wait for me. Since your 2 novels are already popular, you're no longer an unknown writer." "Who owns the rights to your 2 novels?"
Han Kingyun smiled slightly.
"Of course I do. I just published the novels to earn some royalties. The newspaper makes money from sales. We are working together for mutual benefit. They also wanted to buy my rights, but I didn't sell them. I feel a bit reluctant." He Chaoyong leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms in front of his stomach. "Then why did you sell the rights this time?" Han Qingyun looked a bit shy. "Because I needed money. I want to buy a courtyard house in Jing, and I don't have enough funds." He Chaoyong said, "Old Amo isn't reliable. Not giving your wife money? I tell you, don't be too polite with him. He's quite wealthy." Han Qingyun said, "I just recently started dating him. Not married yet. If I ever marry him and become a wife, then it's natural for me to spend his money. But now, I'm in the dating stage, and I value my pride. I wouldn't just spend my partner's money easily. Of course, for movies and meals, he should pay."
Haha.
He understood what she meant. She wouldn't cross certain boundaries. He admired this young girl even more. "Old Amo, what kind of luck did you have to meet someone like her? Did you do good deeds in your past life to earn this virtue?" At the same time, he worried for him. This relationship isn't very stable. She could leave at any time. Since she hasn't sold the rights to her 2 books, she can still publish in Jing. "Don't put all your eggs in one basket." I managed to get the newspaper through various channels. I was so eager to read it. I couldn't get enough. If only I could get a printed copy, I would definitely buy several more. It's a pity you didn't bring those 2 books this time. It would have been even better if you had. Sun Yong was saying this with a feeling of regret. "I brought them, of course, from the storage space." He Chaoyong. Just as He Chaoyong was stunned and unable to respond, Han Qingyun took out 2 large bundles of letter paper from her shoulder bag. He Chaoyong wiped his eyes with his finger. Okay. Han Qingyun pushed the manuscripts in front of him. "You haven't read these 3 books yet, but you've already read these 2. Do you think you can exchange some payment for the manuscripts at the imperial capital with these 2? She didn't dare to be overconfident, so she modestly asked for some payment. "He Chaoyong, you're too modest. Earning money is definitely possible, but how to do it? Are you thinking of publishing printed books, or publishing in newspapers, or selling the rights?" Han Qingyun thought for a moment. "Originally, I planned to sell the rights for these 3 books, but since you've already read the 2 and can earn quite a bit of money, I feel more confident now. Honestly, I don't want to sell the rights. It's like my own children. Who would be willing to sell their own children? These books took a lot of effort and heart to write. It would be great if both newspaper publication and printed books could happen at the same time." He Chaoyong. "That's possible, no conflict. Publishing in newspapers, you get the manuscript fee. With the publisher, you share the profits. For each book sold, you get a share of the money. We can discuss the specific split with them later. I can handle the negotiations with the newspaper, and I will try to get you as much as possible in the manuscript fee." Han Qingyun was very happy. She never expected her luck to be so good. She wouldn't need to sell the rights after all. She was really reluctant to sell the rights. She wanted to wait until it was open and then start a film and TV company, adapting her novels into TV dramas, saving the cost of buying scripts. He Chaoyong stacked the books together. "I'll take these back to read first. Once I finish and have a clear idea, I'll take them to the newspaper. When the newspaper agrees on a price and we sign the contract, I will notify you. These manuscripts are in my hands, and I guarantee they won't be lost." Han Qingyun smiled. "You say that, but if I didn't trust you, how could I just give away my hard work like that?" Besides, she had backups in her storage space. At this moment, the steak was served, and the 2 of them ate and talked at the same time. He Chaoyong took a sip of water. "Are you planning to buy a house in the imperial capital?" Kong Qingyun nodded. "Yes, just don't ask me why. The reason is simply that I want to buy it."
He Chaoyong said, "All right.
"You're quite stubborn.
What do you want to buy?"
I can help you find out. Honestly, for a young girl her age, none of the girls in the grand estate of the imperial city have bought property outside. Emo Seongji's wife is impressive. She's capable and has ideas. That sounds good, but it depends on how much I can get for my writing fees. If I earn a lot, I'll buy a big one. If I earn less, I'll buy a smaller one. But my favorite is a traditional courtyard house. I don't know if I'm lucky enough to exchange my writing fees for one. He Chaoyong said, publishing takes a bit longer to earn benefits because they need time for printing and selling, unlike newspapers which come out faster. After dinner, Kang Qingyun took out a yellow envelope from her bag. I'm really sorry, but I might need to trouble you with one more thing. He Chaoyong looked at the bulging envelope. What is this? I don't know how to explain. I thought the Xiao family wasn't kind, but it turns out there is a good person in the family. This is from Zhao's third son to my dad. I guess it's money inside, but I don't know how much. We haven't opened it, but we won't accept this money. Could you help us by secretly returning it to Zhao's third son? It's best if no one else in the family finds out. My dad said he doesn't want to cause trouble for him or get him scolded. After all, the old master of the Xiao family, his son, and grandson are all very worldly. If they find out Zhao's third son gave money to my dad, they might treat him badly. He Chaoyong sighed. Seeing people with narrow eyes, although harsh words, makes sense. It's fitting for the Xiao family. They're short-sighted, only seeing the present, with no long-term plans. I don't know if others in the Xiao family will regret this, but the old master will definitely regret it someday. Kang Qingyun gave a sarcastic smile. Whether he regrets it or not has nothing to do with us. We're not part of the Xiao family. So, this envelope can only trouble you to help us return it. It's not suitable for us to see him now with our current status. After discussing the matter, He Chaoyong sent Kang Qingyun back to the guest house. That night, He Chaoyong sat in his study and started reading Kang Qingyun's novel. He hadn't read the two previous ones published in the newspaper, but continued with a book titled, I Want to Shout. I have to say, after her first two novels, Han Qingyun's writing skills are no longer as strong as before. The emotional twists in the story even made He Chaoyong, a cultural person, tear up. A grown man crying while reading a novel shows how successful Han Qingyun's book is. A novel that can move readers emotionally, making them laugh or cry, can be considered a success, even if it makes them angry. The worst thing is a dull story that doesn't stand out. If a book is boring, readers forget it quickly and remember nothing. He Chaoyong has already approved Han Qingyun's work. Xiao Shula now teaches at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. After class, he went to his office and found someone waiting for him. The young man looked familiar. They introduced themselves, and Xiao Shulin learned that the young man was from the He family. Comrade He, please sit. Do you need something? This young comrade, he was quite young and worked in the cultural department. The He family was much more influential than the Xiao family. The He family had many talented members and a large, prosperous family. Unlike their shallow roots, the Xiao family was weaker. If old Master Xiao were to pass away someday, their family in the capital would just be an ordinary family. He Chaoyong took out a yellow envelope from his bag. Xiao Shulin recognized the familiar envelope and understood. What puzzled him was that Xiao Yunshin was somehow connected to the He family. Did they ask you to help return this to me? He Chaoyong nodded. Yes, I was entrusted to do so. But I think they're doing the right thing. They understand your kindness. Since they don't want any more ties with the Xiao family, you should just let it go. Xiao Shulin smiled bitterly. What can I say? I can't change my father's or older brother's decisions. I also can't change what my second brother decides. But I know my second brother has integrity. My dad will definitely regret this. Guess what he'd say if I told him that my second brother has some connection with your He family? He Chaoyong replied, what do you think he'd say? But you won't cause trouble for the Han family. He was here just to deliver this, then excused himself. Back in his office, He Chaoyong pondered for a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed Mo Seongji's number. He thought he was lucky to catch Mo Seongji returning from a mission, but the call went unanswered. Mo Seongji still hadn't come back. He entrusted the matter of the manuscript fee to He Chaoyong. Next, Han Qingyun was going to sell ginseng. The payment for the article is official money, using it to buy a houses for her parents. But the money she earns from selling ginseng cannot be used openly for buying a house because she can't explain it. So, after selling ginseng, she plans to secretly buy a house herself. At this time, if she stores up houses and waits 10 years for the prices to rise, she could become a landlord without doing anything, just staying at home. This morning, before sunrise, Zhao Guiyun and her husband went to see the flag raising at the square. Han Qingyun said she couldn't get up, so she didn't go. When they returned, Han Qingyun was already awake, and the three of them went out for breakfast together. Mom and Dad, you two just do your own thing.
Don't worry about me.
My main focus is on my novel and my house. So, I might be very busy soon and won't be able to spend much time with you. She wasn't really busy. She just wanted to go sell ginseng to make money, using He Chaoyang as an excuse. Zhao Guiyun said, okay, go ahead. Don't worry about me and your dad. We've been out and about these days and are familiar with the streets. Wherever you want to go, you won't get lost. Just go and handle your business properly. With these words, Han Qingyun convinced her parents. After breakfast, she packed her small bag and left the guest house. She found a small park by the roadside, entered behind a fake mountain, and slipped into a space. When she came out, she looked like a middle-aged woman. Her current appearance made it impossible for Zhao Guiyun and Han Yunshin to recognize her as their daughter. Han Qingyun found a medium-sized pharmacy, went inside, and found the person in charge. She showed her the ginseng, and the woman immediately took her into an office. When Han Qingyun came out, she had already sold 100-year-old ginseng for 6,000 yuan. The people of Daijing have deep resources and wealth. The sale was much smoother than when she sold in Nanjing. There was no excessive fuss. After a few negotiations, the price was settled. Although Daijing is a big city, Han Qingyun didn't dare to be careless. She only planned to sell 4 ginsengs. She wouldn't sell more than that. Even in Daijing, she only sold to the medical industry. Everyone was a peer, and sharing information could reveal her. Why did 400-year-old ginsengs appear at the same time? That would raise suspicion. So, she carefully chose her pharmacies. They varied in size, but in the end, she sold 4 ginsengs in one day, earning over 20,000 yuan, and then stopped selling. Next, she set her sights on Daijing's black market. The space produced a mountain of grain, filling the already small space. There were also chickens, ducks, and geese, all needing processing for meat and eggs. These items are not very special, so entering the market won't raise suspicion. The black market is so large that even if she only has a small space with supplies, selling a few times more wouldn't cause any waves. At night, Han Qingyun climbed out of the window of the guest house and went to the black market. In just a few days, she sold a lot of food, meat, and eggs. This trip to the imperial city made Han Qingyun so happy she couldn't think of anything else, especially counting money until her hand hurt. At night, she earned money from the black market, and during the day, she looked for houses everywhere. Surprisingly, she found a 3-entry, 4-courtyard house. The owners had been exonerated and the house was returned property, ready to sell because they wanted to go abroad and not come back. The couple was in their 40s. They used to teach at a university and had no children. Because the house had been divided among several families after it was taken, it was in poor condition. When returned, it was already broken down. Han Qingyun looked inside and outside. Even if she bought it, it would need major repairs. It was funny. She met the couple selling the house in the black market. After buying some things from her a few times, they became familiar. Han Qingyun then directly delivered items to their home. Only then did they mention they wanted to sell the house. Comrade, how much do you want to sell this house for exactly? Han Qingyun asked, touching the decorative wall at the entrance. Let's go inside to talk, the female partner suggested, indicating it was not convenient to discuss outside, even though the door was closed, since there might be ears behind the wall. Inside, the woman brewed a cup of tea for Han Qingyun. Comrade, this house belonged to my husband's ancestors. Honestly, we are a bit reluctant to sell it. She lowered her voice. We want to go abroad, And we don't have much money. Don't laugh, but if we don't sell the house, we can't even gather enough for the travel expenses. Her husband nodded. It's really shameful. This house will be sold in my generation. We feel guilty to our ancestors. She asked, can you accept 60,000? Of course, Han Qingyun had that much. No, not just 60,000. She could even come up with 100,000. After selling ginseng in Nanjing and the Imperial City, plus the space's output, she now had over 10,000 yuan. But why in historical novels does buying a 4-courtyard house seem as easy as shopping at a supermarket, and a set costs less than 10,000 yuan? Why does it cost her 60,000 here? Is the novel lying? Or are these two couples asking too much? Based on the current housing prices, this house is so cheap it seems almost free. In 20 or 30 years, this property could be worth 10 or 20 million. The price is definitely reasonable. As long as you buy it, you're making a profit. Do you have the property ownership certificate? Show it to me so I can be sure this house belongs to you. The woman was very happy. Honestly, these days, few people can come up with 6,000 yuan, let alone 60,000. Finding a buyer like this is not easy. Since they decided to sell, only 2 people have shown interest. The first person immediately left after hearing the price, but this woman wanted to see the ownership certificate. The female landlord went back to her room and soon returned with a paper-like document. Han Qingyun looked at it and confirmed it was the ownership certificate, with a stamp on it. But could this document also be fake? By the way, if I buy it, where should I go to transfer the ownership? The man replied, go to the Housing Management Bureau to transfer, then register at the neighborhood committee. Han Qingyun said, okay, I agree with this price. You're going abroad, which isn't easy, so I won't haggle. When do we start the paperwork? We'll pay and handle everything at the same time. The couple was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, anytime, anytime. Wow, they must have been incredibly lucky to meet such generous and easy-to-talk to buyers. Such a large sum of money, and they agreed to buy it immediately. They both silently prayed not to regret this decision. Everyone, don't worry about the house price. In the 1970s, it was almost impossible to buy private property, according to online research. So, just being able to buy it is a win. Even if someone is selling, they usually price it at a few hundred yuan per square meter based on online info. With that calculation, a 1,000 square meter courtyard would cost around 100,000 yuan. Later, I was really conflicted. Should I base the price on historical values or the online research? After thinking for a while, I came up with a made-up price. For the logical-minded, don't overthink it. I was just writing without much thought. That afternoon, Han Qingyun went with a couple to the Housing Bureau to transfer ownership and then registered at the neighborhood committee. The couple told her to come back in 3 days to pick up the keys. They didn't expect the house to sell so quickly, so they needed some time to move. Some old furniture inside is not appealing to Han Qingyun. In the future, she plans to carefully renovate this courtyard house, and those broken furniture pieces will be thrown away. She looked at them and thought they were not made of good wood. The landlady said that the original good furniture was gone after the house was taken away, and the furniture was not returned when the house was given back. These old furniture pieces were pieced together from a scrapyard. After both parties agreed on the key handover date, Han Qingyun threw the property certificate into the space and returned to the guest house. Later, she still went to the black market at night and looked for a house during the day, but such opportunities never came again. One morning, before Han Qingyun got up, her door was knocked. She thought it was Zhao Guiyun. She put on her padded jacket, opened the door, and saw a guest house staff member. "Comrade, there's a call for you at the front desk. It's from a comrade with the surname He." "Thank you, I'll be right there." Han Qingyun suddenly became fully alert. She closed the door, entered the space, and spent 10 minutes washing her face, combing her hair, and getting dressed before rushing out. She ran downstairs and picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Han Qingyun. Comrade Han, it's like this. I've read all your books, and there shouldn't be any problem. The day before yesterday, I took the books to the newspaper office. They agreed to sign a contract with you. The royalty is 5 yuan per 1,000 words. Do you think this rate is acceptable?" Han Qingyun quickly calculated in her mind. 5 books totaling over 4 million words would earn her more than 20,000 yuan in royalties. A rate of 5 yuan per 1,000 words was really acceptable and more than what the provincial newspaper offered. Okay, I'm very satisfied with the 5 yuan per 1,000 words.
Thank you.
Good. Prepare yourself. In the afternoon, I'll come to take you to sign the contract at the newspaper office. Since your novels are all completed, the royalties can be paid in one lump sum. This was the result of negotiations and bargaining with the newspaper. They wanted to pay half up front, but He Chaoyang refused. The manuscripts are all in your hands now. You want half the money? What if you copy the work later? However, 20,000 yuan was not a small amount for the newspaper. Considering the success of Han Qingyun's first 2 books, the newspaper was willing to take a chance. If all 5 books were published one after another, the sales could be promising. Zhao Guiyun and Han Yunshin had enough fun over the past week, especially Zhao Guiyun, who wanted to go home. The problem was that the boss and his wife, as well as the second child, all had to work, making it inconvenient to take care of the children, especially with the little grandson. After the eldest daughter-in-law went to work, could they really take care of the 2 granddaughters?
She kept thinking about it.
Girl, have you made any progress with your book? I was thinking that it's been quite a while since I left, and I wonder if I can really go back after a full month. Your brother and sister-in-law are working, and I don't feel comfortable leaving the children alone. If your book gets a result, we can pack up and go home then, Zhao Guiyun asked Han Qingyun during breakfast. Han Yunden nodded. Taking a long leave isn't good. I'm also worried that people here might notify the factory that I'm no longer connected to Zhao's family. Because of Xiao family's tricky nature, the whole family has some doubts. Han Qingyun sipped her porridge. I want to discuss something with you. The couple stopped eating and looked up at her. Han Qingyun said, "Can I stay here alone? Because in the next few days, the contract for the book will be signed, and there are many follow-up matters to handle. It can't all be done at once. After I get the money, I also need to buy a house in the capital. Don't worry, I will definitely go back before the new year." Zhao Hohat's mouth opened wide. You're just a young girl, and your parents aren't here. How can you stay here alone? I don't agree. Han Yunden disagreed even more. Your mom is right. What if something happens to a young girl staying here? Your mom and I would worry to death. Han Qingyun lowered her voice. Did you two forget about the last kidnapping incident? I was the one who handed those kidnappers over to the police station. With my strength and skills, who can do anything to me? And when it comes to scheming, I definitely won't lose. Let's just say, someone like me, it's already good if I don't harm others. If someone foolishly provokes me, you should worry about that person, not me. And besides, isn't Mo Tsungji a childhood friend? Honestly, don't tell anyone, but Mo Tsungji's family is much more powerful than Zhao's family. Do you understand what I mean? They understood. It's just that someone is backing, so Zhao's family doesn't dare to do anything to her. The couple ate their meal, without saying whether they agreed or not. When they returned to the guest house, Han Qingyun persuaded them gently, saying, what if the children at home misbehave again, and something happens? It's better to scare Zhao Guiyun with this. After all, if there's another incident, her grandchildren wouldn't be so lucky because Han Qingyun isn't around with her great strength. Zhao Guiyun became more and more scared, feeling anxious and restless. She really couldn't wait any longer. Han Qingyun said, Mom, why don't you pack your things now? I'll go to the newspaper office this afternoon to sign the contract and buy train tickets for you. Zhao Guiyun agreed. That's good. I hope we can leave tonight. No need to wait. Han Qingyun replied, all right, I'll buy gifts when I go back. I have strong arms so I can carry them easily. You two just go your own way. As long as you stay safe on the road. Dad, after you get home, please give me a quick call to let me know you're safe at the guest house. So, the family of 3 started packing. There wasn't much to bring. When they arrived, they had 1 bag. When they left, still just 1 bag. Zhao Guiyun took out the few hundred yuan that Han Qingyun had given her. We didn't really use this money either. I didn't expect we'd come back so soon and not buy anything. You can keep this money. Aren't you planning to buy a house? Maybe if you have less money, they might not sell it to you. Zhao Guthun put the money into Han Qingyun's bag. Actually, they didn't need money to buy gifts. They had plenty of supplies in storage. Picking a few items from there would be better than shopping at a mall. But this also made things easier. Since the couple had left, she didn't worry about revealing what gifts she prepared. Around 2 p.m., He Chaoyang came to pick up Han Qingyun in his small jeep. Comrade He, thank you so much for the royalty payment. 5 yuan isn't a small amount. I believe you had to work hard to get this price. It's true, now, even well-known authors can only get this much. Although Han Qingyun had published 2 books, she was still a newcomer. Only He Chaoyang could get this price. Others probably couldn't.
Hey.
I'm not being polite. It really took some effort. The chief editor is my uncle-in-law. As a son-in-law of the He family, if I didn't agree to this small request, I'd have to complain to my aunt. No wonder, He Chaoyang is really considerate. Han Qingyun didn't keep thanking him. She knew words of gratitude wouldn't mean much. Actions mattered more. But giving someone a ginseng might not be a good idea now. She once showed up in Beijing with 400-year-old ginseng. If she took out another one, even a few decades old, people might become suspicious. Maybe she'd mention it when leaving instead. He Chaoyang led Han Qingyun confidently into the newspaper office, heading straight to the editor-in-chief's office. The editor-in-chief, Mr. Zheng, was in his 40s, slim, with black-rimmed glasses that made him look scholarly. His desk was piled high with documents and files. Seeing them come in, his eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled warmly, standing to greet them. Chaoyang, I assume this is Comrade Han Qingyun? Welcome, welcome.
Exactly.
This is Han Qingyun. Her writing talent and potential will surely make her famous in the industry sooner or later. Your work can be published in our newspaper. Be happy about that. Comrade Han Qingyun, this is Editor Zheng, also my uncle by marriage. Han Qingyun hurried forward, slightly bowing and extending her hand. Hello, Editor Zheng, I am Han Qingyun. Editor Zheng warmly shook her hand and gently shook it. Little Han, I've heard of you for a long time. Your previous 2 works, I couldn't put them down. Read them over and over. The writing is lively and vivid, and the stories are very engaging. But I didn't expect the author to be so young. Truly impressive for someone so young. Come on, don't stand there. Let's sit down and talk about the signing. Han Qingyun and He Chaoyang sat on a small sofa in the office. Editor Zheng personally poured tea for both. Everyone sat down, and Editor Zheng adjusted his glasses. Little Han, for this commissioned work, the initial payment is 5 yuan per 1,000 words. Honestly, that's a good rate. He Chaoyang isn't satisfied and got a bit red in the face. The newspaper invests in reviewing, editing, and promoting, so this price is fair in our circle.
Han Qingyun smiled.
Thank you, editor, for the opportunity, and thank you, Comrade He. 5 yuan per 1,000 words, I fully agree. Being able to publish in such an influential newspaper, I am very grateful. Editor Zheng smiled happily. Little Han, your attitude is great. Without copyright issues, the process is much smoother. The contract is ready. Here, Comrade Han, this is the contract. Please read it carefully. If you have no questions, we can finalize everything. He handed her the contract. Han Qingyun took it and read it carefully, checking every detail. After confirming everything was correct, she signed her name. Editor Zheng also signed quickly, stood up, and said cheerfully, done. Little Han, you and He Chaoyang can go to the finance department to collect your payment. Editor Zheng gave Han Qingyun a slip to withdraw her fee from the finance department. They went to the finance office, where the total payment was over 23,500 yuan. The staff there looked at Han Qingyun counting her money with envy. Even He Chaoyang felt jealous. He, who had been working so long, didn't even have over 20,000 yuan saved. He was so envious he was thinking about writing 2 novels himself to earn some money. That guy Mo Tsongji was freeloading, finding such a wealthy wife. Haha, and he felt even more sorry for the Shao family. After settling the bill, Han Qingyun said goodbye to Editor Zheng before getting into He Chaoyang's car. He Chaoyang said, the publisher still needs a few more days. Wait for my news. Kang Qingyan said, "It's okay. I have something to do. Please take me to the nearest bus stop." He Chaoyang replied, "Where are you going?" "I'll take you there." Kang Qingyan said, "I need to buy a train ticket. My parents are going back to our hometown." He Chaoyang said, "I'll take you to the station." Kang Qingyan felt a bit embarrassed. "I don't have anything urgent. I have plenty of time. You should go to work instead." He Chaoyang looked a bit helpless. "Comrade Kang Qingyan, you really don't value the 20,000 yuan you have? Aren't you worried about being robbed?" Kang Qingyan wanted to cover her face because he had truly forgotten about that matter. After putting the money in her bag, he had moved it into her space. She was used to keeping valuable things there. "Then I'll trouble you. Don't you keep money in the bank?" "No, I might use it soon to buy a house." He Chaoyang started the car, and it slowly drove out of the newspaper office. "I've also asked someone to help find out about houses. Right now, there are no private houses for sale. Only factory dorms are available. So, buying a house isn't easy or urgent. If you don't hear anything about a house before you leave, you can go back to your hometown. When there's news about a house, I'll let you know." Kang Qingyan said, "That's great. Then I don't have to wait here." At the train station, she bought 2 sleeper tickets for the evening. He Chaoyang then took her back to the guest house and went back to work. Zhao Guoyin took the tickets and said, "The train leaves at 9 tonight. That's good. Once on the train, you can sleep. Have dinner early." I used to worry about the restaurant, but now I eat there every day, and I'm tired of it. I've had enough." Kang Qingyan said, "I'll go to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative to buy some snacks for you both to take on the road." After a walk around, she picked some unobvious pastries and fruits from her space and brought them back to the guest house. Zhao Guoyin kept reminding her daughter, "Even if you could kick down a wall, you're still a girl. And I've set a schedule for you, no going out after dinner tonight." Only after Kang Qingyan promised to obey did the couple leave with their bags on the bus. Kang Qingyan waved like a lucky cat under the bus, watching it drive away. When the couple was gone, she felt more free and went out at night to the black market without worries. 2 days later, when it was time to get the key, she arrived at the courtyard, only to find the couple had already moved out. The neighbor handed her the key. She used the key to open the door, and curious neighbors came over to look, pointing and whispering. Someone asked her if she was renting the house, but Han Qingyan refused, saying she wouldn't rent it because her family needed to live there. The only downside of this courtyard house is that it's in an alley. The alley is quite narrow, probably only wide enough for a small car to pass. Closing the main gate blocks the view from outside. Han Qingyan arrived at the main courtyard, which has a 2-story main building. The ground floor has a circular corridor around it. Although old, it has carved beams and painted rafters. All the furniture inside has been moved out. Unfortunately, there isn't enough time now. If she had more time, she would repair the courtyard properly. She can only wait until next year when she has free time to renovate it in the capital. He Chaoyang called Mo Tsungji's office again. He thought he would get no answer again, but then he heard Mo Tsungji's voice on the phone. "Where?" "This is Mo Tsungji." He Chaoyang was very happy, finally catching him. His voice immediately grew louder. "I say, you actually came back. I almost bombed your phone these days. I was thinking of trying again this time."
Hey.
"Looks like today's your lucky day. Did you finish your mission and come back so quickly? Are you injured?" Mo Tsungji laughed and cursed on the phone. "Thanks to you, I came back safe and sound. I just got off the car and was about to call you. I didn't expect you to call me first. Tell me, is my girl still in the capital? Has she looked for you?" He Chaoyang immediately got excited and spoke in a teasing tone. Oh, you've really forgotten loyalty for a pretty face, huh? But this is worth talking about. Your girl Han Qingyan is like a goddess descended from heaven. She has a few articles about to be published in the capital newspapers, and she's earning over 20,000 yuan in royalties. You've really fallen into a lucky trap. Finding such a talented and good-looking girl from now on, just wait to enjoy the good life. You're definitely living the soft life. Mo Tsungji raised an eyebrow. His girl was so capable that it made him feel pressured. He wasn't upset about the living off her joke. Instead, he sighed deliberately. I'm worried too. She's so capable of earning money, I feel a lot of pressure. What if one day she gets tired of dragging me down and leaves me? I'd be heartbroken. He Chaoyang wasn't happy and said, all right, just be jealous. With such a talented girl by your side, you should be happy. You're taking advantage and pretending to be modest. Tell me honestly, how did you win her heart? Mo Tsongji smiled slightly. Can I tell you such a secret? Quick, tell me, is my girl still in the capital? He Chaoyang stopped joking and said, yes, she is. Your father-in-law and mother-in-law have already gone back to their hometown. Your wife is alone in the capital, waiting for a response from the publishing house. I tell you, if the publisher signs the contract, your wife will be very happy. I'm so jealous, I can't stand it. It's like counting money every day and living a good life. If I could have a day like that, I'd be willing to work fewer years. I just finished a mission, and the higher-ups gave me a few days off. Mo Tsongji slowly leaned back in his chair. I'll ask for a few more days and go to her. I'm worried about her being alone there. He Chaoyang on the phone immediately perked up and shouted, Oh, look at you, so useless. It's like the old house is on fire and can't be controlled. You just started dating and can't bear to part. TSK, Old Mo. That's not like you. Why do you seem so naive? Mo Tsongji sneered. Get lost. That's love, you know.
And you have the nerve to laugh at me?
Do you want me to remind you of your past with your wife? Who is that silly person? She doesn't want to be with you anymore. Who was crying and sniffling then? All right, stop it. He Chaoyang really wanted to silence the past scandals, but several friends had comforted him back then, so he couldn't shut him up now. I think you calling her yourself will make her happier. Mo Tsongji immediately straightened up, moved a bit more forcefully, which hurt his arm, but he only frowned. Give me the number. He Chaoyang handed him the phone from the guest house. Mo Tsongji took out a pen and wrote it down.
Got it. You can leave now.
I need to call her and won't waste my precious time. Darn it, just like that, forgetting loyalty for beauty, playing tricks. Just wait, when you come to the capital, you'll see. The call on the other end disconnected with a beep beep, and He Chaoyang looked at his phone with dissatisfaction. I haven't finished scolding yet, you fool. Mo Tsongji's mission this time was a bit difficult. His arm was injured, but it was just a superficial wound, not affecting the bone. The leader gave him leave. But now he knew that a few days off in the capital weren't enough for Han Qingyun. He planned to ask for more days. Over the years, he had always let others take his leave, but now it was time to get it back. Moreover, the leader cared a lot about his lifelong happiness. He himself was convinced, so he should marry her quickly to avoid unnecessary worries. His future wife was more outstanding than he imagined. It felt dangerous, as if their relationship wasn't very secure. Actually, becoming a live-in son-in-law wouldn't be resisted by him. Suddenly, he thought this idea was very good. That so-called father has no son, and he has already changed his surname to Mo. His future children will have the surname Han, which is even better. That means that person is childless now. This revenge seems pretty good. Why didn't I think of it before? He slightly smiled and decided to discuss the feasibility of him becoming a live-in son-in-law with Qingyun. With these conditions, who could compete with him? This is much more solid than just a verbal promise of status. He picked up the phone and dialed the number of Han Qingyun's guest house. Since Zhao Guiyun and her husband left, Han Qingyun hasn't eaten at state-run restaurants anymore. As long as she doesn't go out, she stays in her space, eating, drinking, organizing her space, and watching shows. Life is very comfortable. She didn't go out during the day to avoid a call from He Chaoyang about the publishing house. She was in her space villa, applying a facial mask and watching dramas. The mask was soaked in spiritual spring water, which made it more effective than washing her face with it. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door outside her space. Han Qingyun quickly took off the mask, tidied her hair and clothes, and went out of her space. When she opened the door, it was a waiter.
Comrade Han, hello.
There's a call for you downstairs. The person said he's your boyfriend, surnamed Mo Wow,
Comrade Han is really beautiful. She looks even better up close. The waiter is also a fan of good looks. Han Qingyun has been living here for half a month, and everyone at the guest house knows her. Han Qingyun was momentarily stunned. Emote Seungji is back? Oh no. She's been so busy lately, she didn't even call to ask if he was back. Her boyfriend seems a bit unqualified. She followed the waiter downstairs. The waiter handed her the phone at the counter.
Thank you.
Hello? This is Han Qingyun. Emote Seungji finally heard the voice he's been longing for. Qingyun, it's me. Han Qingyun looked at the teasing glances from the two waiters at the counter. She turned around and lowered her voice. You're back from your business trip? I'm doing well here. Everything went smoothly.
Don't worry about me.
Your childhood friend, He Chaoyang, also helped me a lot. I'm really grateful to him. If you have time, give him a few calls to thank him properly. Emote Seungji felt warm inside. His little partner, despite being young, was generous and polite in everything she did, very good at handling relationships and knowing when to hold back.
Don't worry about that.
Leave it to me. Qingyun, I have several days off after this mission. I want to take leave to visit you in the capital. I wonder if you'd welcome that? Oh, does this person not know that the operator can hear everything? Not having a phone really is inconvenient.
Han Qingyun cleared her throat gently.
The imperial capital isn't mine. If you want to come, just come. A light laugh came from the other end of the phone, like feathers softly tickling someone's heart.
Han Qingyun pass.
Operator, are you okay? Emote Seungji said, I'll go request leave now. It should take no more than 3 days. Don't worry. Who's in a hurry? Han Qingyun wanted to roll her eyes, but Emote Seungji couldn't see her. Okay, I'll hang up. Han Qingyun put down the phone, took out $1, and gave it to a young female clerk. Both clerks were young, only in their early 20s. After Han Qingyun finished her call, they looked at each other and started teasing her. Comrade Han, your relationship with your partner seems pretty good. Where is your partner from? Another short-haired girl also leaned in. Comrade Han looks so nice. What kind of man could match her? When your partner arrives, we'll have to take a good look. Han Qingyun put her hands in her pockets, smiled faintly, and pretended to be shy as she lowered her head. He's just an ordinary soldier. What's so special?
He's just a guy.
Pretending to be shy was a bit difficult for her. She didn't have that gene at all, but in this era you had to go with the flow.
So, she had to act it out.
Well, ladies, you're busy. I'll go for a walk outside. Han Qingyun took a deep breath and left the guest house. She looked at the busy street, somewhat looking forward to Emote Seungji's arrival. On Emote Seungji's side, after hanging up the phone, he immediately quickened his pace, eager to head to the headquarters. He was thinking about maybe exaggerating his injury a bit to get a few more days off. Passing through the shady path near the camp, a sweet call made him stop in his tracks.
Montak Kongji.
He looked up, his brows instantly furrowing. The person blocking his way was Qin Yan, the star of the art troupe. Qin Yan was indeed a star, delicate and beautiful, about 22 or 23 years old. She wore a fitting olive green outfit that looked like high-end custom-made clothing. Although it was winter and she was dressed somewhat bulky, it couldn't hide her good figure. Qin Yan approached with a bright smile, completely ignoring Emote Seungji's cold expression. Long time no see, Emote Tuan. Lately, I've either been performing or you've been on missions. It's rare to meet. I heard you got injured. How serious is it? Emote Seungji nodded slightly, his tone distant. A minor injury. I have some personal matters to handle. If there's nothing else, I'll go now. Qin Yan looked at him sadly, not only refusing to step aside but also moving closer. Where to? If it's on the way, I'll go with you. Emote Seungji was annoyed and directly refused, no need. It's not on the way. Moreover, for the sake of Comrade Qin's reputation and to prevent unnecessary gossip, I think it's better if we don't go together. After saying this, she walked away quickly. However, Qin Yan was persistent and chased after her, flipping her braid. Don't push me away so coldly. We are both from the imperial capital. Besides, you understand my feelings. What I don't understand is, what did I do wrong that makes you refuse me again and again?
Emote Songji suddenly stopped and spoke more coldly. Comrade Chin, I will say this again, and it's the last time. I don't want to develop a romantic relationship with you. And now I tell you, I have someone else. Please don't bother me anymore, and don't trouble my superior's partner. Chin Yen bit her lip, feeling wronged and unwilling. Emote Songji, do you really look down on me? I know that before, my superior's partner tried to introduce us several times, but you refused. But why don't you give me a chance to get close to you? You don't even know me, yet you keep rejecting me. That's unfair to me. Are you brave enough to try being with me, even if the final result is not marriage? Are you willing to date me just once? Even if we date and then find we're not suitable, I promise I won't bother you anymore. Emote Songji thought she was either crazy or deaf. Comrade Chin, didn't you hear what I just said? The key point is I like someone else now. I have a partner. Please respect her. Even if I didn't have her, I wouldn't want to try dating you. A relationship without the intention of marriage is just playing around. If you want to play around, find someone else. I have no interest. Please step aside. I have things to do. After saying this, he ignored her and strode toward the military office. Chin Yen bit her lip in shame and anger, her beautiful eyes filling with tears. Emote Songji lied to her about having someone else. Was it a lie? She hadn't had a partner a month ago. She went out to perform once, and he already had someone? She wouldn't give up. Being from the same city, no one suited her better than Emote Songji. At 26, he was already a squad leader, and his family background was impressive, showing a promising future. Although her family was ordinary, she was personally very good. She had a beautiful voice, looked stunning, and many people pursued her. But none met her standards, except Emote Songji, who showed no interest in her. She also had her pride, and didn't want to keep getting rejected. But who made Emote Songji meet all her requirements? She has a good relationship with her mentor's daughter, and often visits her mentor's house to play. She confided in her mentor's partner about her admiration for Emote Songji. Her close friend also encouraged her, suggesting that her mentor's partner introduce her to Emote Songji. However, after 2 introductions, Emote Songji refused each time. When asked what he was dissatisfied with, Emote Songji said there was nothing in particular, he just didn't want to settle down now. Watching Emote Songji's figure walk further away, Chin Yen turned around and muttered, "A girl chasing a boy is like a veil. I don't believe you can escape my grasp. Just wait for the day you regret it. You'll see whether I care about you or not. If you don't apologize properly, I will hold you back." She was very confident, as no unmarried woman in the entire art troupe could compare to her. Besides, Emote Songji was already 26, so it wouldn't be long before he realized that a high-status woman like her was not easy to win. How lucky he would be to get her. Having shaken off her persistence, Emote Songji arrived at the military headquarters. Standing at the door of the commander's office, he cleared his throat and reported, "Sir." Inside, the commander responded confidently, "Come in." He pushed open the door, saluted properly, and looked somewhat eager. The commander put down his documents and teased, "You're injured and not resting properly. You're so energetic. What's the urgent matter?" Emote Songji replied, "Commander, I'd like to request a few days off to handle personal matters." "Ahem, sir, I have a partner now. Could I get a few extra days off? We just started dating, and the relationship isn't very stable yet. I want to spend more time together to strengthen our bond." The commander, Liu, brightened at this and pointed at Emote Songji with his finger. "Good for you, Emote Songji. I thought you were determined to stay single. So, quick to find a partner? All right, I support your big decision. Is it proper for a grown man to be single at your age? When I was your age, I already had my second child." The commander joked while writing a referral letter. With a wave of his hand, he said, "I'll give you 10 days off. Hurry up and handle your affairs well. I'm looking forward to celebrating your wedding."
Montag Kongji was speechless.
Is it really that quick? Do you think she'll agree? If he dared to mention marriage now, he might lose the chance to become a son-in-law altogether. "Thank you, sir." Emote Songji took the referral letter, saluted again, and hurriedly left the headquarters. Back at his residence, he began packing his luggage. Lu Sudong followed him to the dormitory. Captain, where are you going? Emo Tsungji kept busy, then said, Xiao Lu, please go to the train station and buy the fastest ticket to the capital. Liu Shudong immediately responded, Yes, Commander. But, Commander, I need to go with you. I'm the guard. How can I not accompany you? Emo Tsungji waved his hand. No need. This time, I have some personal matters to handle. It's not convenient for you to come along. Just joking. Who would bring such a big light bulb along when dating someone? After packing his luggage, Emo Tsungji went to the military hospital to rebandage his arm. The doctor specially hung his arm to keep it still. Usually, Emo Tsungji didn't care about small injuries, but now he wanted to recover quickly. Suddenly, he remembered He Chaoyang mentioning that Han Qingyun wanted to buy a house. He took out his bank book to check the balance. He didn't know the housing prices in the capital or if his money was enough. Liu Shudong returned with a train ticket for the evening. There were no sleeper cars, only hard seats. Because Emo Tsungji specifically said that if there was no sleeper, a hard seat was fine. He had to go no matter what. In the afternoon, Liu Shudong took Emo Tsungji to the city. He went to the bank and withdrew all his money. That night, Emo Tsungji boarded the train to the capital. The newspaper had already returned the original manuscript to He Chaoyang, who then contacted the publisher. The publisher needed to review and approve the manuscript before deciding whether the book was worth printing. The capital was where Emo Tsungji was born. It seemed he hadn't been back in a long time. After leaving the train station, he looked around. Everything looked the same, nothing had changed, only he himself had. It was early morning, around 5 o'clock, and the area was covered in a thin white fog. The air was fresh and crisp. Distant trees and buildings appeared faint and blurry, like a gentle ink wash painting. The rising sun pierced through the fog, casting a soft, hazy glow over everything. Pedestrians hurried back and forth on the street. How long had it been since he last returned? It seemed the last time was 4 years ago when his grandfather was exiled. He took a deep breath, then stopped thinking about it. Emo Tsungji carried his bag and got on a bus. The guest house where Han Qingyun stayed was not far from the train station. When they first arrived in the capital, they found this guest house near the station. It took 3 stops before he arrived. He got off the bus and entered the guest house. Comrade, hello. Do you want to check in? The front desk clerk asked, noticing he was a soldier. The man looked very handsome. The clerk couldn't help but steal glances at him repeatedly. Emo Tsungji took out a letter of introduction and an officer's ID from his pocket. Comrade, I want to ask first, does a female comrade named Han Qingyun live at your guest house? I am her partner, and came specifically to see her. Really? You're Han's partner? She's here. The female clerk became excited. So this was Han's military partner. Han was very modest. The person in front of her was not ordinary. Not only tall and handsome, but after checking the officer's ID, he looked young and was already a regimental commander. They really matched well. Both good-looking, standing together, they would be very striking. The clerk recovered and asked, Comrade, she lives in room 2015. Should I go call her? Nowadays, couples staying at guest houses need to show marriage certificates and introductions. It's impossible for a male comrade to enter a room alone to find someone if they are just dating. Zhao Guiyun and Han Yunshin had checked in with their marriage certificate. Emo Tsungji quickly waved his hand. No need. It's too early. She might still be asleep. Since she's here, please also give me a single room. I will stay too. The clerk promptly issued a ticket. Okay, I'll handle it now.
Wow.
What a considerate partner. It's truly enviable. After completing the formalities, Emo Tsungji took the key and went upstairs. He stood at his room door, smiling as he looked at the room across the hall where his beloved girl was staying. The first thing he did when he entered the room was write a note. After finishing, he left the room and went to Han Qingyun's door. He slipped the note under the door crack, hoping she would see it when she woke up. Emo Tsungji stood up, but didn't leave. He looked at the door with closed eyes, feeling excited and nervous. They had parted over 20 days ago. His longing was like a wild horse running free. Within just over 20 days,
It felt like a very long time. Did the girl miss him as much as he missed her? He gently touched the door with his hand, a tender smile on his face. He smiled, realizing he had today. He had never experienced love before. Once, he even mocked his comrades for it. Unexpectedly, his comrades' words proved true. He, too, had love now. Was this his punishment for mocking his comrades? If so, bring it on. He welcomed such punishment. Back in his room, Emo Seongji took off his coat and lay on the bed. Since returning from his last mission, he had been rushing non-stop, taking trains without a proper rest. He dared not sleep deeply, only pretending to doze, afraid that Han Xingyun would wake and wait for him. Han Xingyun was not in the room in the space. The crops in the field are about to be harvested again. The storage is already emptied, and the number of poultry has decreased. There's no choice. The space difference is large, and the environment inside is too good, causing the poultry to reproduce quickly. If she doesn't take this opportunity to process them before going to the Imperial City, there won't be enough space. She doesn't plan to breed a large number of poultry, just enough for her family to eat. Raising poultry takes up a lot of space, so it's better to grow valuable herbs like ginseng. One ginseng root can sell for 6,000 or 7,000, which is equivalent to the money from selling over 1,000 ducks. But how much space does 1,000 ducks need compared to growing ginseng? It's clearly not cost-effective. She wants to free up space to grow more valuable things. Currently, there are fewer than 100 chickens, ducks, and geese in the pen, left by her brother's younger brother, Han Dazhuang. She saw fear in the eye of a goose. Once animals become wise and aware, it's better not to sell them. They are still part of nature's balance. Selling them would go against heaven's way. Han Xingyun said, I know you can understand human speech. If you don't want to be eaten, you'd better work hard. I'm not raising idle geese. Your sister still needs to look after the house and lay eggs outside. The goose lowered its head to show submission. Han Xingyun was very pleased with its attitude. Good, from now on you watch over these poultry, control their mating, and reduce their offspring and egg-laying. The goose nodded. Han Xingyun shrank the fence, freeing up a large area. She felt much better. Finally, it wasn't just a dense crowd of poultry everywhere. Fortunately, the space has a self-cleaning function. Otherwise, it would smell terrible. She no longer needs to grow ginseng. Half an acre is enough. She needs to think about planting other things. She plans to reduce the scope of grain and vegetable planting. She no longer intends to sell grain on the black market. Instead, she'll sell more ginseng in different places. Grain and vegetables produce a lot but aren't worth much, so she must keep selling them on the black market. She's not short of money now, so she sells ginseng to make more. Recently, selling grain at the black market has earned her quite a few antiques, paintings, and gold bars. She plans to keep these for future appreciation. By the way, she should buy some stamps and wait for their value to rise. When Emo Seongji arrives, they'll buy stamps daily, go shopping, watch movies, and check out houses. It's her first love in this life and past life, so she wants to have a truly romantic relationship. After tidying up the space, Han Xingyun took a shower, changed clothes, and had breakfast inside the space before coming out. She looked at her watch. It was almost 8 o'clock. She hadn't gone out for a walk for 2 days, so she decided to go out and explore today. She grabbed her bag, walked to the door, and was about to turn the handle when she saw a note on the ground. Han Xingyun bent down to pick up the note, and a line of elegant, lively handwriting caught her eye. I'm here, staying in room 2018. If you go out, call me. Emo Seongji. Was this person here so quickly? Hadn't they just finished a phone call the day before? Han Xingyun didn't go to find Emo Seongji. Instead, she turned around and put down her bag, deciding not to go out. She knew very well that their family had traveled together by train, and the journey must have been exhausting. Emo Seongji had just finished a mission and hurriedly boarded the train to come here, so he must be very tired. Because of this, Han Xingyun kindly didn't wake him up. As expected, Emo Seongji waited and waited, his head growing heavier until he fell asleep unconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, he saw it was noon on the clock. He frowned in frustration. He only wanted to rest his eyes for a moment, so why did he fall asleep? Han Qingyun must have seen the note he left but didn't call him. Emo Tsongji's lips curled into a slight smile. Her thoughtful care made his heart soften. He quickly got up, tidied the bed with his left hand, then rushed to the bathroom to brush his teeth, wash his face, and shave. He looked at himself in the mirror, making himself look refreshed before leaving the room. Standing outside Han Qingyun's door, he raised his hand to knock but froze in midair. At this moment, he could hear his own rapid heartbeat clearly. He was nervous. Just as he was about to knock again, the door opened. Inside was his beloved smiling like a flower, and outside was Emo Tuan, with affectionate eyes. Han Qingyun's sharp senses had already picked up on everything from the moment she reached the door. But since he hadn't knocked yet, she opened the door herself. Han Qingyun, Emo Tsongji immediately composed himself from his slight panic. Yes, I saw your note. I knew you just got off the train and must be tired, so I didn't call you. Let's go.
Lunch is ready.
You must be hungry, Han Qingyun said as she grabbed her bag and locked the door. Are you hurt? Is it serious? Do you want to go to the hospital after eating? Han Qingyun pointed at Emo Tsongji's hanging arm. It wasn't that she was too calm and not nervous about her boyfriend, but she had known his profession when she chose him and understood what she would face in the future. How could a soldier not get hurt? As long as he was alive, it wasn't a big deal. As long as he didn't lose an arm or a leg, she could heal him with spiritual spring, including his hidden injuries. When she last visited the army to care for old Han, she had already been using spiritual spring on both of them every day, or old Han wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Calmness and composure are qualities a military wife should have. Emo Tsongji was somewhat doubtful that Han Qingyun liked him enough. Their time together was too short for Han to truly care about him. It's okay. He's here now, hoping that during this breakup, Han will pay more attention to him. In love between men and women, it's often the one who first falls in love who ends up suffering more. Emo Tsongji feels this way now. He's afraid Han will be hurt and feels sorry for him, afraid she will cry. But she didn't cry, which made him wonder if she didn't like him at all. This made his heart feel empty. Overall, his heart was anxious and uncertain. Until they were eating, Han was worried that he was left-handed and couldn't easily serve him food. This made Mo's heart blossom instantly, turning his mood from a bleak late autumn to a warm spring. He couldn't help but marvel at how influential Han was. This caused Mo to take half an hour to finish a meal that normally would take him 5 minutes. He couldn't do anything about it. He wanted to enjoy the moment. Han said, "Eat quickly. It's cold outside, and the food is cooled down." Why was this man so slow and hesitant even while eating? Emo Tsongji replied, "I'm not used to eating with my left hand." Han looked around, looking a bit embarrassed, and softly said, "It's not good to feed you in public. Maybe tonight we can take the food home, and I can feed you then?" Mo's eyes nearly lost focus, and his mind went blank. Did he just hear that right? Was it true that deep down, he secretly wanted Han to feed him? Was he really that pathetic inside? Han said, "Don't hesitate. Just decide. You eat so slowly it's wasting time and letting the food get cold."
Montag replied, "It's okay."
It's not that I'm bad inside. But does hoping count? After swallowing the last cold bite, Mo asked, "Where are we going now?" "I'll go wherever you go." Han looked at his arm and said, "I'll get 2 cups of plain water. We'll rinse our mouths and drink some hot water first." When Mo saw Han come back with 2 cups of water, he said, "This is warm water." They each took a sip and rinsed their mouths. Han insisted he finish the half cup of water with spiritual spring water. Mo obediently drank the half cup mixed with spiritual spring water. He asked, "You haven't told me about the injury. Is it serious?" "It's just a surface wound. No broken bones, so don't worry." Han said, "It's nothing. Such wounds heal quickly." She meant that drinking spiritual spring water would help him recover fast. Mo thought she was comforting him. Han planned to feed him twice a day, and now she was carefully controlling the amount of spiritual spring water she used. Emo Tsongji's recovery will be faster than before, but the scars on his body won't disappear.
If the scars were to vanish, it would cause big problems. She hasn't told her closest mother about her secret space, so she wouldn't tell anyone else either. She plans to keep this secret until she dies. People's hearts can't withstand temptation. It depends on how big the temptation is. She doesn't have any crazy thoughts testing human nature. Even family members can't always be trusted, let alone lovers. The closest relationship is between spouses. When in love, they might feel like they are dying for each other. One day, they could turn against each other or become mortal enemies. She won't give anyone her deadly weakness, because then she would live in constant fear. She wouldn't have her current freedom. That's why Han Qingyun has always been clear-headed. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Han Qingyun said, "Why don't we go find He Chaoyang?" It's been several days, and the publisher hasn't given any news. Emote Songji replied, "If there's any news, he will come to find us. Aren't you planning to buy a house? I'm from the capital city and know the area well. I can take you to look around. Besides, if I can't do it, I have my childhood friends." Han Qingyun was surprised. "Even He Chaoyang told you about this?" Emote Songji said, "It's more than that. Your talent makes him jealous, especially about the royalties." Han Qingyun smiled gently. "If I can sign the publishing contract, I plan to give him a commission." Emote Songji was surprised this time. No need to give him anything. Why does he need so much money? He just asks for a little favor and still wants a commission? Originally, Han Qingyun wanted to give He Chaoyang a ginseng root that had been grown for decades as a thank you gift. But after selling 4 roots in just 2 days in the capital, she realized that giving more ginseng would look suspicious. Someone of He Chaoyang's background wouldn't value many things, and even if she had such things, she couldn't explain where they came from, since she's just a rural girl. So she thought about tying interests together. Both sides would benefit. For his own interests, He Chaoyang would have to work hard and fight for her. Later, she planned to publish books in the capital, with He Chaoyang negotiating her royalties and publishing fees. With commissions, He Chaoyang would care about his earnings and would negotiate prices on her behalf. Emote Songji isn't foolish. If he were naive, he wouldn't be in his position at such a young age. Do you want to develop your career in the capital? Han Qingyun smiled slightly. For now, I think publishing here in the capital is more cost-effective. Isn't He Chaoyang here? Ha! This way, I don't have to worry anymore. He will handle the negotiations. That's fine, but if He Chaoyang knew Han Qingyun's thoughts, he would probably be very happy. The two of them didn't mind the cold, and just walked and talked together. I only come back once every 4 years. I should reconnect with old friends and classmates to catch up. Maybe you'll find it useful. Han Qingyun shook her head. Not for now. Once the publisher's work is done, I'll go home. Maybe next time.
Montag Kongji nodded.
All right, I'll listen to you. He came specifically for Han Qingyun, trying to build a good relationship quickly. Other things can wait. He didn't have much time. They went shopping at the mall. Emote Songji wanted to buy her something, but she didn't want anything because she didn't like anything. After dinner, they went to watch a movie. The next day, He Chaoyang found out Emote Songji was here and specially went to the guest house. I said you're more interested in your friends than me. Was I wrong? When you got to the capital, you didn't even tell me. If I hadn't called you, I wouldn't have known you were here. Wow, Emote Tuanzhang, you're really chasing her hard. Han Qingyun hadn't gotten up yet, and he was already at her door. Emote Songji had just finished exercising and returned. You left so early this morning. Were you trying to invite me to breakfast? He Chaoyang sat on a chair, bouncing his leg. Of course, I have to. It's been a few years since I came back. I should show some hospitality as the host. Want to gather a few friends and have a good get-together? Emote Songji waved his hand. Let's forget it this time. The army only gave me 10 days off, and I've already spent several days traveling. The remaining days I need to spend with comrade Han Qingyun. Next time. He Chaoyang put on a playful expression. So, what about your grandfather? Any news yet? Emote Songji replied, almost there.
There are some signs.
Chaoyang, thank you. If it weren't for your help, my grandfather and my uncle and his wife wouldn't know where they'd be sent. He Chaoyang said, What are you talking about? We're brothers. Why act so distant? If I had a problem, would I just stand by and watch? Emo Seongji said, That's impossible. He Chaoyong spread his hands.
See?
That's it. By the way, since you're back, why not visit that home? Even though things got so bad back then, it doesn't matter if you go back or not. But in the capital, this probably won't stay a secret. If someone you know sees him, he'll find out. Emo Seongji took out a cigarette and handed it to Hee Chaoyong. Whether you want to know or not, the capital is so big. Why would my return cause him any trouble? Hee Chaoyong took a puff of a cigarette and tapped his thumb on his head. Honestly, as a younger person, I probably shouldn't say this to my elders, but I have to say, isn't there something wrong in the head? People raise sons and daughters with all their heart, yet their own biological son treats them like an enemy. Isn't that a serious problem? But luckily, you've gone far away, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting in this position at your age. Do you know? Du Ziyuan is now a young squad leader. He's a good person, but is it possible that your father's influence isn't here? Oh, by the way, has your wife told you about Zhao's family? Emo Seongji replied, Not yet, I haven't had the chance. I want to hear your opinion. Hee Chaoyong leaned back in his chair, holding his cigarette. What opinion? Zhao's family is a small, narrow-minded household. That's the end of it. One day, Xiaoda will realize he's turned away his most promising descendants. Haha. Really, it's so funny. I find it very interesting. I watched the whole process unfold. Haha, just like how your in-laws are avoiding Zhao's family, like they have the plague. Zhao's family still thinks they're so important, as if everyone's after them. After cutting ties with Zhao's family, your in-laws almost celebrated with fireworks. Emo Seongji said, That's a good decision. If they hadn't cut ties, maybe Zhao's family would try to cling to them and drain their resources. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Emo Seongji stood up. Probably Qingyun has arrived. When he opened the door, it was indeed Han Qingyun standing outside. Hee Chaoyong sat up straighter and greeted her. Good morning, Comrade Han. Han Qingyun smiled and nodded at him. Good morning. Have you had breakfast? Want to go eat together? Hee Chaoyong extinguished his cigarette and stood up. Not yet. I came to invite old Mo and you to breakfast. Come on, I'll take you to a private restaurant. It's a small, secretly run place, but it's doing pretty well. Their cooking is quite good, especially their small wontons. They're really delicious. Emo Seongji put on his padded jacket, and the three of them left the guest house and got into Hee Chaoyong's car. At this time, private businesses weren't officially allowed, but many still dared to open private restaurants. The brave ones survive, the timid ones starve. As long as they keep a low profile and customers keep their mouths shut, it's fine. The private restaurant was in an alley. This alley was wider than the one Han Qingyun bought, which had 3 courtyards, but Hee Chaoyong still parked outside the alley. They all got out of the car and entered the alley. The alleys of the imperial city are crisscrossed and maze-like. If you're not careful, you'll get lost. It seems Hee Chaoyong visits often, so he brought 2 friends and they wandered through the alleys until they reached a small courtyard gate. He knocked a few times and the door opened. A woman in her 30s appeared. Director Hee, you're here. Hee Chaoyong replied, Yes, we're here. Today, I brought 2 friends to try your small wontons. The woman looked behind Hee Chaoyong, glanced at the 2 men, then stepped aside to let them in. Wow, Han Qingyun thought, this is eye-opening. Eating a meal feels like secret work, even needing a secret code. It's quite interesting. This private restaurant is actually just a family home, not like the small eateries with many tables and chairs that Han Qingyun imagined from the future. There's just one table, used by the family for their own meals. Of course, since what they're doing is somewhat illegal, they can't advertise openly. Hee Chaoyong invited the 2 to sit down. Let me tell you, the owner's family used to be imperial chefs, very skilled. Their small wonton filling and seasoning are perfect. I never get tired of eating them. He even gave a thumbs up as he spoke. Hee Chaoyong asked the woman, Do you have fresh meat? The wontons taste best with fresh meat. The woman smiled warmly and nodded. You're lucky today. We just got fresh meat this morning, and we also have ready-made bone broth. Hee Chaoyong immediately agreed. Great.
3 big bowls of bone broth with wontons and a few small dishes. After ordering, the woman turned and went into the kitchen. Emot Songji looked a bit surprised. Do you pay for meals here? He Chaoyang explained no tickets, but the prices are a bit high. Still, it's worth it. It's a little expensive, but reasonable. When my wife craves something, I often bring her here to satisfy her. But we only earn a few dozen yuan a month, so we can't come here often.
Mo Kongshi looked at Han Qingyun.
If the food is good, I'll bring you here for lunch someday. Han Qingyun's eyes sparkled. Sounds good. I'm curious about the skills of a descendant of the imperial chefs. The owner worked quickly. In less than 20 minutes, the small wontons were ready. The woman carefully placed a few small dishes on the table, then brought out steaming hot wontons, full bowls with bright green scallions floating on top. The hot steam carried a rich, fresh aroma that made your nose tingle. He Chaoyang closed his eyes happily, taking a deep, contented breath. This is just the taste I've been missing. It's been a long time since I last had this. Han Qingyun gently picked up a small wonton with a spoon. The wrapper was so thin it was almost see-through. She took a light bite, and surprisingly, it was chewy yet tender. As she ate the whole wonton, the meat filling inside burst with fresh flavor. Delicious, really delicious.
No wonder you're a master chef, she said.
Usually picky, her praise showed how special this wonton was. The bowl was very full, enough for her to eat twice. She asked the shop owner for a small bowl, dividing the contents in half. Just half was enough to fill her up. She didn't want to waste the other half, so Emot Songji took care of it. When paying, the price was shocking. Each bowl of wonton cost only 8 cents. At that time, pork was only 7 cents per jin, about half a kilogram. But here, they didn't give receipts, and the portions were large. Most importantly, the taste was excellent. Han Qingyun didn't think it was expensive. If this skill were in later times, a big bowl like this wouldn't cost less than dozens of yuan. 3 bowls of wonton plus 3 small dishes cost just over 4 yuan. No wonder He Chaoyang said that a few visits here would use up a month's salary. The cost was indeed high. The 3 of them, full and satisfied, left the alley and got into He Chaoyang's car. He planned to take them back to the guest house. Suddenly, Han Qingyun spoke. He Chaoyang, since you're here, I want to talk to you about something. He turned the key, started the car, and asked, Is it about the publisher? I've already sent the manuscript to the publisher. I think I'll hear back in a couple of days, he said. It shouldn't be a problem. If the newspaper approved it, the publisher probably will too. Once they review it, I'll go with you to discuss the price. Han Qingyun waved her hand. That's not urgent. I have other things to discuss. He Chaoyang looked back at the 2 people in the back seat and suddenly understood. I see. You're buying a house for future marriage, right? He then stepped on the gas.
An Qingyun's motuisha.
When they arrived at the guest house, the 3 entered Emot Songji's room. Emot Songji knew what Han Qingyun wanted to talk about with He Chaoyang and felt it was not appropriate to join, so he sat down to watch. Han Qingyun took an envelope from her bag and handed it to He Chaoyang. He looked down at the envelope, feeling it looked familiar but was full of questions. Did Xiao Laosin give you money again? Emot Songji raised an eyebrow when he heard that. Han Qingyun hurried to explain, No way. It has nothing to do with the Xiao family. It's for you. He Chaoyang took the envelope blankly, opened it and gasped. Inside was a thick stack of money. He was even more confused. Are you kidding me? You want me to give you money? What do you need money from me for? That's not right, Lao Mo. We're friends, and helping with such a small favor shouldn't require payment. Are you making fun of me? Do you still consider me a brother? He Xiaoyang looked a bit upset. Although he liked money, he believed in earning it honestly. He couldn't just take his friend's money casually. Emot Songji helplessly waved his hand. Don't talk to me about this. It's her idea, not mine. Han Qingyun smiled and said, Comrade, don't worry. Can you just listen to me first? He Xiaoyang had no choice but to sit down, though he placed the envelope on the table to show his stance. Han Qingyun spoke slowly. This isn't just about thanking you. I plan to develop my books here in the future, but I can't come often. So, I want you to be my agent. This is a partnership based on friendship.
This money isn't a gift. It's a commission from my writing fees. I plan to give you 5% of my earnings. Also, I need your help negotiating prices with the publisher. From the profits I get from the publisher, I will also give you 5%. When Han Qingyun said this, He Xiaoyang's head buzzed. He was stunned, his mouth opening wider and wider. 5%? He knew Han Qingyun had earned 23,000 yuan from this manuscript. He slowly turned his head to look at the envelope on the table. Thinking it over, that meant there was about 1,100 yuan inside, almost his salary for over 2 years. Emo Songji saw his reaction and helped explain, He Xiaoyang, Qingyun is right. This isn't a one-time deal. It might be a long-term partnership. From now on, you two will be partners. You can accept this money without guilt. Han Qingyun nodded along.
Exactly.
You deserve this. If you refuse to take it, how can I ask for your help again in the future? He Xiaoyang was anxious and quickly stood up. What are you talking about? I only earn a few hundred a month. I work in an office, and I only make about 40 yuan a month. The He family sounds impressive, but you don't know. As a proper descendant of the He family, I still live with my parents. When I have saved enough money, I can buy my own little home and enjoy a comfortable life with my wife and kids. He no longer hesitated and solemnly extended his hand to Han Qingyun. All right, comrade Han Qingyun, from now on, we are officially partners. Two big hands held tightly together. Emo Songji shook hands with He Xiaoyang and smiled, saying, If you need anything in the future, I'll rely on you. He Xiaoyang was speechless. Han Qingyun, who was reaching out nearby, also remained silent. Comrade Emo Songji liked watching movies because he could hold hands with someone at the cinema. Most movies nowadays are war films. Romantic movies are rare. But he didn't care. Young people go to the cinema not just to watch movies. Today, a war film was showing. Emo Songji bought tickets and soda, then took Han Qingyun into the theater. The theater was quite large. When they entered, the movie hadn't started yet, and everyone was finding their seats. They found their seats and sat down. When the time came, the theater's bell rang, all the lights went out, and the movie started, an old black and white film. But people still watched eagerly. While they were watching, their view was blocked by someone in front, and two heads leaned close together. Han Qingyun felt a bit embarrassed, sharing this moment with Emo Songji. Emo Songji also felt awkward. He lightly pressed his fist to his lips and looked at Han Qingyun. He noticed her eyes weren't on the movie. Suddenly, her vision went dark. Her eyes were covered by a hand. I didn't watch, Han Qingyun said, blushing. She was caught in the act. Would Emo Songji think she had some strange hobby? Emo Songji held Han Qingyun's hand and whispered in her ear, We won't watch movies tomorrow. Han Qingyun couldn't help but smile. After the movie, they left around 9 at night. Back at the guest house, the receptionist hurried to stop them. Comrade Han, Comrade Emo, there's a person named He looking for you. He came early and asked you to wait for him. Han Qingyun replied, Got it. Thank you. They exchanged a look, probably about the publishing house's matter. Indeed, it was about the publishing house. Recently, He Xiaoyang had been visiting the publisher's office often. Han Qingyun had gone to great lengths to entrust him with this task, so he definitely wanted to do a good job. Early in the morning, He Xiaoyang hurried to the guest house. He quickly went up 2 flights of stairs and knocked on Emo Songji's door. Here. Emo Songji's voice came from inside, and the door opened. Come in. I was waiting for you to have breakfast. He Xiaoyang entered. I really haven't eaten yet. That's why I came to see you first thing in the morning. Yesterday, I scheduled a meeting with the editor-in-chief. The person is very busy, so I only had a little time in the morning. I hurried and skipped breakfast. I'll eat after finishing the work. Han Qingyun knew He Xiaoyang was coming, so she was already prepared. She put on her coat, grabbed her bag, and went to Emo Songji's room. When He Xiaoyang saw her arrive, he said, There's no time for breakfast now. We have to leave immediately. We can eat after we finish talking. Han Qingyun replied, Okay, once this is done, we'll go to a restaurant. It's that private family-style place. After we finish negotiating, I'll even arrange for you to have dragon meat if you want. He Chaoyong waved his hand. That sounds good. Today, we should all put in some effort. The more money we make, the more times we can go out to eat. The chief editor's last name is Zhang. She is a decisive woman who works quickly and efficiently. She doesn't like to waste time, so when talking with her, keep things simple. The three of them hurried downstairs and left the guest house. Han Qingyun looked at her watch. It was exactly 7:30. The publisher's office probably opened at 8 o'clock. When they arrived at the publisher's, He Chaoyong took Mo Tsungji and Han Qingyun straight to the chief editor's office. The door to the office was slightly open. He Chaoyong gently knocked. Please come in. They pushed the door open and saw a woman sitting behind the desk, who looked to be in her 30s, with a fair face that showed she was capable and intelligent. Chief Editor Zhang stood up and extended her hand to Han Qingyun. Let me guess, this beautiful young lady is our top author.
Hello, komrade Han Qingyun, I am Han Qian.
Han Qingyun said, hello, Chief Editor Zhang.
I am Han Qingyun.
He Chaoyong then introduced Mo Tsungji and Zhang Qian to each other. Zhang Qian raised an eyebrow. I think I know who you are now. Everyone, please sit down.
Would you like some tea or coffee?
I have coffee here. He Chaoyong said, I'll have a coffee. Han Qingyun and Mo Tsungji both chose tea. While making tea, Zhang Qian praised Comrade Han Qingyun. Your writing is really good. I've looked carefully at your drafts. Your words are detailed and lively, with sincere and full emotions. The story structure is very clever and very engaging. Would you agree to make some improvements together? Han Qingyun took the teacup and said, Thank you. Of course, I'm a newcomer and have many shortcomings. I'd appreciate your guidance. Zhang Qian smiled and waved her hand. You're being modest. Just fix some parts to make the story more logical and reasonable. There's nothing else to criticize. These books are ready for publication. Since you agree to revise, let's get to the main point. They discuss the specific publishing process, some details, and most importantly, the price. Our main goal is to publish for profit. Kang Qingyun smiled and nodded. Editor Zhang is right. This Editor Zhang is straightforward in dealing with matters, quick and decisive. Two men sat on one side drinking tea, while two women sat at the desk, with Editor Zhang pointing out the changes needed for each book. They also recorded how to make the changes, and Kang Qingyun carefully noted everything with her pen. She had no objections to the suggested edits. After sorting this out, Editor Zhang moved on to discuss the signing price. This was the part everyone cared most about. Editor Zhang explained, there are a few ways for publishers and authors to share profits. The first is buying out the copyright. I told Chaoyong that you won't sell the copyright. There are also royalty sharing and profit sharing. Kang Qingyun asked, I haven't studied royalty sharing or profit sharing much. Could you explain it to me, Editor Zhang? Editor Zhang replied, royalty sharing is based on the book's retail price and the number of copies printed, with a royalty rate. Profit sharing means after the book makes a profit, the publisher deducts costs, and the author gets a share based on an agreed ratio. This means subtracting editing costs, printing costs, marketing costs, and so on. After these expenses, the publisher and the author split the remaining profit 50/50. For example, if a book sells for 10 yuan and the costs are 6 yuan, then 4 yuan remains. Multiplying by 60% gives the amount you receive. Kang Qingyun exchanged a look with He Chaoyong. They were now tied together in interests and shared fate, so they wanted to negotiate. He Chaoyong said, Editor Zhang, it's like this. We need to discuss this carefully because it affects our future income. Editor Zhang nodded, please. Suddenly, Kang Qingyun asked, Editor Zhang, which of these two options can be compared to a hen that keeps laying eggs, providing a steady source of income? Editor Zhang chuckled softly. That's a good analogy. Of course, royalty sharing is better. It offers more stable income. As long as the book sells well, there can be continuous reprints. Kang Qingyun looked at He Chaoyong and asked, what do you think? He Chaoyong replied, no need to ask. Of course, I agree. The three of them discussed briefly and unanimously chose royalty sharing. This method offers long-term returns, like a golden hen, laying eggs continuously. Kang Qingyun said, Editor Zhang, I choose royalty sharing. When will we set the price and sign the contract? Qian Zhang snapped her fingers. Good. Since we've decided, now we need to talk about the price. Hearing that the price will be fixed soon, everyone immediately became alert. Zhang Qian tapped her fingers on the table. The price of a book is closely related to the author's fame. Well-known writers can price a million-word novel above 10 yuan per book, while new authors usually get 5 to 8 yuan. Clearly, our young Han is a new author. Our publishing house has set Han Qingyun's books at 6 yuan each. During the bargaining, He Chaoyang took the lead. He shook his head like a rattle. No, that's not how we should calculate it. You also praised Han Qingyun's work earlier, saying her writing and structure are very good. Honestly, I've already read half of these books. I'm a loyal fan of Han Qingyun. Not many books can hold my attention like hers. Her writing style is very engaging, and I believe her sales will be good. The higher the price, the more profit our publisher makes, don't you think? Editor Zhang said, I actually want to set it at 20 yuan per book, but the problem is whether we'll sell. He Chaoyang eagerly continued, how will we know if we don't try? Let's set the highest price for a new author at 8 yuan. Oh, ordinary people don't know which authors are famous. They care about the content. As long as they like the content, we win, he added. Zhang Qian remained silent, still tapping her fingers on the table, getting faster. It's her habit when she's thinking. Finally, she stopped.
Let's try 8 yuan. We agree on that.
If sales don't improve, we'll lower the price. Han Qingyun agreed. Once the price was decided, they started negotiating the profit split between the publisher and Han Qingyun, engaging in a lively debate. He Chaoyang insisted on a 40-60 split, with the publisher taking 40% and Han Qingyun 60%. Zhang Qian wanted a 50-50 split. In the end, they agreed on 55% for Han Qingyun and 45% for the publisher. Even though it's just a 0.5% difference with higher print runs, this money becomes quite significant. This is a well-known publishing house that distributes books nationwide. It's expected that Han Qingyun's works will bring in a lot of income in the future. They settle accounts every 6 months. He Chaoyang acts as her agent, and Han Qingyun entrusted him with this matter in front of Zhang. The outcome was quite satisfactory for everyone. Because editor Zhang had to visit the printing factory, he didn't join the three for dinner. The three of them, excited about closing a big deal, decided to go to a private restaurant for a meal. Mo Songji offered to treat. The private restaurant not only serves good food but is also quiet, making it easy to talk without interruptions. When they arrived at the private restaurant, they asked about the menu. After ordering the dishes, a few people started talking about today's matters. Han Qingyun said, I calculated that if each book costs 8 yuan and the first print run is 50,000 copies, that totals 400,000 yuan. With an 8% royalty, that's 32,000 yuan. Then, taking 55%, I get about 17,600 yuan. This is just for one book. Friends, let's cheer. We're going to make money. The two men also became very excited. He Chaoyang sighed, it's a pity I work in the cultural sector. After all these years, I've been watching others make money, but I never thought about it myself. Well, I can write some short articles, but I'm not good at long novels. I wasn't born to do this kind of work. Han Qingyun shook her head. No, you can also do this. Just sign this. She took out a prepared contract from her bag and pushed it in front of He Chaoyang on the table. Mo Songji took out a pen from his pocket and placed it on the contract. He Chaoyang looked a bit surprised. No need. Who's who? Do we really need to sign this? I don't even trust you guys. Han Qingyun's attitude was very serious. No, business is business and personal relationships are personal. They shouldn't be mixed. Look at the details here. I get a profit share of 5%. That means if I get 17,600 yuan for one book, 5% of that is yours. He Chaoyang's heart was pounding. With just a few of Han Qingyun's books over half a year, he could earn several thousand yuan. It's hard not to be tempted. Everyone is a common person. People need to eat, drink, and support their families. He made up his mind and moved. Mo Songji shoved the pen into his hand. Quickly sign it. Don't dawdle. That's not very manly. Not very manly? He Chaoyang picked up the pen. Han Qingyun, I solemnly promise you that since we are partners, I will stay loyal to our partnership. I will do my best to handle your work. After saying that, He Chaoyang carefully signed his name on the contract. The contract was made in 2 copies. Han Qingyun also signed her name, and each kept one. This contract was not just about publishing royalties, it also involved the newspaper. If Han Qingyun had more works in the future, as long as they were published in the capital city, they would be entrusted to He Chaoyang. His job was to negotiate prices with the newspaper. In modern terms, he was Han Qingyun's agent, but unfortunately, this era didn't have that title. The dishes kept coming out one after another. True to a private restaurant, the food was beautiful in color, aroma, and taste. Especially the lamb, which was cooked perfectly without any gamey smell. Han Qingyun really likes eating this lamb dish. Today, the 3 of them are happy. He Chaoyang still wants to have a little wine, but Emo Tsungji stops him. While they are eating, they hear the voice of the shop owner's wife outside, saying, "Sorry, no seats available, and we don't have many ingredients left. Someone booked a whole table today. Would you like to come back tomorrow?" "Ma'am, we came all this way on purpose. We're regular customers. Can't you make an exception? We're not picky. Whatever ingredients you have, we'll eat." "Yes. We came especially for you. It's okay to wait a little while. It's still early. Once those people finish, our food will be ready." From the sound of it, there are several men and women outside. He Chaoyang whispers, they're probably regular customers. There's only this one table, and it's never empty. Sometimes different groups come at the same time, which is normal. The shop owner's wife looks helpless and can only let a few people in to wait. Once Han Qingyun's table finishes, she will clear the table for the next group. Han Qingyun notices a few young people coming in, 2 men and 2 women. One of the men is wearing a military uniform. She only glances at them and continues eating. Because there are outsiders, they can't say much and just keep eating. However, He Chaoyang and Emo Tsungji look unhappy when they see the newcomers. Among those entering, one girl immediately looks at Han Qingyun with a sharp, venomous gaze. Xiao Yingwe didn't expect to meet her former enemy here. Had she not been driven away? She should have left with her rough parents from the capital. This time, they can't return to the Xiao family. Will she still be able to live as gracefully as she did before? Because of her rough background, Xiao Shuhan was very angry with them, especially her older brother Xiao Bolin, blaming him for acting without telling her first. But Xiao Yingxue knows her brother did it all for her. She instinctively looks at Du Ziyuan. Their first meeting in the past was 3 years later. This time, they met earlier in life. Will they fall in love at first sight again? Xiao Yingxue's heart feels tight, as if squeezed by a big hand, causing her pain. If she hadn't stopped him last time, maybe that person could have married Brother Ziyuan. Not this time. Thinking of this, she feels a strange excitement and a hidden joy. Du Ziyuan's first notice is Emo Tsungji. He has returned but didn't go home to see his family. He used to be too young to understand what his mother did, but now, at this age, he understands. His values haven't been distorted. Should he be grateful that his mother used unworthy methods to deal with a child, causing him to have a long-standing opinion of her and leading to arguments? Their family owes Emo Tsungji something. Actually, owes is too polite. They are like thieves who steal someone else's nest. This is why Du Ziyuan doesn't want to go back to that home. He has always lived under the shadow of Emo Tsungji and his father. His efforts go unnoticed. People say he relies on his stepfather, but only he knows how much he has truly sacrificed. You're back? When did you arrive?
Du Ziyuan stepped forward willingly.
Emo Tsungji is not an uneducated person, nor is he the naive young man he once was. He looked up and said, "Yes, I'm back. It's been a few days." Then, nothing more was said, and the scene became a bit awkward. Du Tingting was unhappy with Emo Tsungji's attitude. "What do you mean? My brother is talking to you nicely, and you behave like that?" "Shut up." Du Ziyuan glared at his irresponsible sister. Despite being older, she lacked wisdom. She was in her 20s, but had no sense of right and wrong. Han Xingyan put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. I think disturbing people during their meal isn't very polite. What do you say, miss?
Haha, I wasn't even talking to you.
Who do you think you are, just barging in? Du Tingting didn't like the pretty women, especially not someone like Han Xingyun. Mo Tsongji said, she's my girlfriend. Who do you think you are? You haven't improved at all after all these years. Du Tingting wanted to step forward again, but Xiao Yingwe held her back. Han Xingyan, do you know who I am? Han Xingyan replied, sounds like you're someone important. If I remember correctly, you're from the Xiao family. I don't think the Xiao family is anything special. What do you think? Xiao Yingwe felt greatly insulted.
Ha!
Looking down on the Xiao family, last lifetime, they were just common folks who only thrived after connecting with the Xiao family. Without the Xiao family, they are nothing. Yes, our Xiao family isn't much, but that's just how we are. Didn't you come knocking on our door too? Han Xingyan said, anyone with eyes and a brain wouldn't say such things. It's not that your Xiao family is so noble, but you use mean and dirty tricks to deal with our Han family. Do you think we would go out of our way to settle scores with you? The Xiao family doesn't have that much face. Is it a tradition or habit for your family to call being mean and shameless an honor? Xiao Yingwe was furious. That shameless woman was still sharp-tongued, just like in her past life. She was well-educated, but she couldn't argue with this woman who grew up struggling in the countryside. Meanwhile, Du siblings looked at Han Xingyun in shock. Is she Mo Tsongji's partner? Du Tingting sneered. Mo Tsongji, your dad only has you as his son. Did you tell him about your relationship? Mo Tsongji replied, when he chose your mom, he didn't ask me either. But I still brought him home. And how could he only have me as a son? Now he is both a son and a daughter. So, why haven't you and your brother changed your last names? Is it because he won't allow it? Or because your mother still misses her ex-husband and is reluctant to change your family name? But either way, it's not a good situation for you siblings. Du Tingting was almost furious. She wanted to change her last name too, her mother had suggested it, but her stepfather didn't agree. Now Mo Tsongji had brought it up publicly, which embarrassed her, especially in front of her admirer. He Chaoyang clapped loudly, brilliant. So good. Mo Tsongji's wife really is a novelist. Her words are sharp. Du Tingting looked at Xiao Yingwe. Introduce yourself. Who is this sharp-tongued woman? You seem to know her well. This was a scandal in the Xiao family. Although Xiao Yingwe was close to Du Tingting, she hadn't told her about Han family's involvement. Now that Han Xingyan asked, she didn't know how to answer. Big sister Tingting, I'll tell you more later. This isn't the place to discuss it. Han Xingyan said, why not? It's quiet here, perfect for talking. There's no one else around. Besides, everyone nearby already knows about your family's issues. You seem to be close to her. She's probably your good friend, right? If she didn't tell you about such a big matter, she probably doesn't see you as a real friend. She might want to talk behind your back because she doesn't know how to explain now. Give her some time to think of a good story so she can make her lies convincing. If you want the truth, go ask a third party. That's the real, objective truth. Han Qingyun's words were clearly trying to stir trouble, making Du Tingting unhappy with Xiao Yingwe. Everyone knew the facts, but she didn't, and she kept claiming to be her good friend. Don't think she doesn't know. Her closeness to her brother Du Ziyuan was obvious. Although she understood this in her heart, having a loyal friend wasn't a bad thing. Xiao Yingyu saw Du Tingting get angry. She quickly explained, Sister Tingting, don't listen to her nonsense. She did it on purpose, trying to stir up trouble between us. Please don't fall for her tricks. The room was tense, and the hostess was scared. She didn't want to fight. Her family ran a secret restaurant, and if a fight broke out and got exposed, she and her husband would be in big trouble. Everyone, let's stop arguing and sit down to have some tea to calm down, the hostess said, serving tea to Du Ziyuan and others. She hoped they wouldn't cause a scene in her place. Outside, they could do whatever they wanted. Seeing the three people at the table about to leave, the hostess felt a little relieved. After everyone finished eating and drinking, Mo Tsongji paid the bill. The four people sitting nearby watched the three leave. Du Ziyuan didn't know why he didn't leave earlier. He should have gone, but something seemed to pull him back. Now, he felt empty inside, as if he had lost something precious suddenly. Xiao Yingyu saw everyone leave. That woman's father claims to be our Xiao family's long-lost second uncle, but my grandparents said that my dad's twin brother died just a few days after he was born. I don't know what he was thinking, bringing his wife and kids here. Emo Seungji's partner is his daughter, she added. They were all from the countryside, and they really dared to think big. Du Tingting looked at her strangely. That woman didn't look like she was from the countryside, and she was dressed so nicely. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Even if she didn't like Han Qingyun, she wouldn't lie blatantly. Han Qingyun definitely wasn't the rural type in their minds. She was wearing a fitted black coat that even they couldn't afford. Could a rural person buy that? Xiao Yingyu sneered. She has no money or connections, but Emo Seungji does. This trip to the city wasn't wasted. She finally managed to hook up with someone, well, how should I put it? Someone the father despises. A rebellious son? Does that sound right? Xiao Yingyu thought saying this would flatter the Du family siblings, but only Du Tingting looked pleased. Du Ziyuan looked at her coldly. Why didn't you dare say all this to their faces just now? Are all the people in the Xiao family like that, backstabbing behind their backs? Looks like Emo Seungji's partner wasn't entirely wrong. Xiao Yingyu was so misunderstood by her crush that she felt terrible inside. Looking at his handsome face, she almost couldn't hold back tears. Please don't misunderstand. I just want to defend you. I can't stand how he treats Sister Tingting. As for Han Qingyun, I was just stating the facts. She really relies on men. Can't I tell the truth? Du Ziyuan chuckled angrily. She relies on men? Yes, but the man she relies on is her own partner. She hasn't relied on anyone else. What does that have to do with you? Don't you rely on your own family too? Du Ziyuan was a bit annoyed with Xiao Yingyu. She was very scheming, with suspicious eyes, always seeming to plan something. He wondered how someone so young could be so calculating. He didn't agree with Du Tingting being friends with her. Although Du Tingting had a bad temper, she was straightforward and honest. Being friends with someone like Xiao Yingyu might mean being betrayed someday, and she'd still be blamed. The only other young man in the group, who hadn't spoken much, also couldn't stand it anymore. Especially when Xiao Yingyu was arrogantly judging Han Qingyun, he almost laughed. Did she even know the truth about her? She was just talking nonsense. Maybe she did know, but she was trying to belittle Han Qingyun in front of Du Tingting to flatter her. This made the young man look down on her. He had been pursuing Du Tingting and didn't want her to be deceived by Xiao Yingyu. At this moment, the waitress had cleared the table. Everyone, your food is being prepared. Please wait a moment. Du Ziyuan nodded, and everyone sat back down at the table. Lu Qiming took a sip of tea. Comrade Xiao Yingyu, I strongly disagree with what you just said. Do you even know that, comrade? Why are you talking nonsense here? Earlier, Du Ziyuan defending Han Qingyun made Xiao Yingyu very sad. Now, Lu Qiming defending Han Qingyun's reputation seemed to worry Du Tingting. If he angered Du Tingting, he might never catch up with her again. Sure enough, when Xiao Yingyu looked at Du Tingting shot her a fierce glare. Lu Qiming felt helpless. Wasn't he just trying to protect her? This silly girl. But he liked her straightforward personality. Comrade Lu, maybe you don't understand the situation. I don't know what position you're standing from to speak for her, but I don't want to cause trouble with you over someone who is involved, Xiao Yingyu said graciously. She thought that talking badly about Du Ziyuan and Han Qingyun might upset him, but she didn't want to ruin things with Du Tingting. Lu Qiming said, I don't want to argue so much with a stupid girl, but I really can't stand it anymore. Just now you called a woman who relies on men a woman you look down on. Well, she signed a contract with our publishing house this morning. Yes, a book publishing contract. I've been working for 6 or 7 years, and I've never seen an author publish 5 books at once, but I saw that today. Our editor-in-chief Zhang praised her highly. The woman you look down on, who is young, has earned around 100,000 yuan in a year, probably more than all your family's savings combined. I heard she also signed a contract with a newspaper. Han Qingyun has become famous in our publishing house. Soon,
Her books will be sold in bookstores and newspapers will publish articles about her every day. I wonder how your Xiao family will feel when they read the novels in the newspapers? By the way, I also heard a little about your Xiao family's affairs. Who is right or wrong? That depends on who you ask, each to their own.
What?
Xiao Yingwe felt like a thunderbolt struck her. She published a book so early? In her previous life, she only published after college. What's different this time? Could it be because she was reborn? In her previous life, Xiao Qingyunyun was able to publish a book because she thought it was because of the Xiao family's influence. But now, who helped her? It must be Mo Tsongji or perhaps He Chaoyang, who is very close to Mo Tsongji. Yes, it must be like that. It's so absurd, relying on a man to succeed, and she's always been able to do so. Why not her? She felt like her throat was being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. What should she do? She thought that without the Xiao family, Han Qingyun's family would always struggle at the bottom. But she had already started to get involved with Mo Tsongji so early, destroying all her hopes. After experiencing death, pain, and regret in her previous life, she had decided to let go. But why does she still see her jumping around in front of her, blocking her view? Can't she just live honestly? Why does she have to cause trouble? This family really isn't peaceful. Du Tingting finally found her voice after a long time. She went to sign the contract at the publishing house this morning? Why didn't I know? Oh, right, I was out today and haven't returned to the office. My goodness, do you know the inside story of her signing the contract? Du Tingting works at the publishing house, but is just a minor staff member, young and inexperienced, mainly running errands outside. Today, she was at the printing factory. Actually, I was just observing. During the rest of the time, she was outside wandering around. Then she went shopping with Xiao Yingwe, who was also just passing by. Later, Xiao Yingwe suggested they eat at a private restaurant, and she also brought Du Ziyuan along. As for Lu Qiming, he approached them himself. Today, he was the one treating everyone. This morning, I was there. When the publisher's people came to sign the contract, they secretly watched the author one after another, trying to see what kind of writer was so impressive. Turns out it was a girl under 20 years old. Wow, she's like a hen that lays golden eggs. Once the printing presses start, money will flow in non-stop. I really admire that, Lu Qiming sighed. Xiao Yingwe's face turned pale. She must rely on Mo Tsongji. Under 20, how much life experience does she have to write good works? What skills does she have to publish a few books easily? I even suspect she stole someone else's work and pretended it was hers. Though it's not illegal to do that, morally, she should be condemned. Lu Qiming looked at Xiao Yingwe coldly. Do you think our editor-in-chief Zhang is stupid? Is it so hard to admit someone is better than you? Comrade Xiao, your jealous face is really disgusting. Xiao Yingwe's face turned from pale to white. How could he attack her so rudely? She only expressed a suspicion. Who wouldn't doubt if they were in her place? She felt frustrated. Why, whenever Han Qingyun was around, she seemed like a shining pearl covered in dust. All those men were blind, unable to think clearly when they saw Han Qingyun's face. Instead of defending herself from such insults, she just wanted to see Du Ziyuan's attitude. But he didn't look at her at all, expressionless, as if lost in thought. She turned to Du Tingting. Sister Tingting, aren't you going to do anything? Just let him say that. You're here, but he's been defending Han Qingyun. Aren't you afraid? Lu Qiming interrupted. Afraid of what? Do you mean that she's flirting with me? No, I should say she's leading me astray. That's probably what you mean. Sorry, I can't eat this meal. Here's the bill. This meal is on me. I'll leave now. Lu Qiming placed the money on the table, ignored the three of them, and walked away confidently. Different goals, no point in working together. He still considered himself a good young man with proper values. But now, it's clear he thought Du Tingting was kind and cheerful. Now, it seems she's just not very smart. Being manipulated by such a person without realizing it, what does that say about him? Is he not smart? Also, he has noticed that Du Tingting's values are problematic. She's not only foolish but also twisted. Forget it. That's her family matter and has nothing to do with him. Now that he has seen Du Tingting's true nature, he should cut his losses in time. Fortunately, he didn't get too involved. He only has a good impression of her, not to the point of losing his judgment for her sake. The other two women looked at each other in shock. What just happened? Why is this person so petty and lacking grace? Why is he so temperamental? Du Ziyuan also stood up, put on his hat, and said, "You two can keep eating. I have something to do, so I'll return to the army early." He left without looking back. Xiao Yingyue asked, "Sister Tingting, are we still eating?" Half the people have already left. She came for Du Ziyuan, but since he left, she no longer felt like eating.
Du Tingting was furious. Eat? Why not?
It's unreasonable for others to give us face, but we won't even eat our meal? Xiao Yingyue glanced at Du Tingting, who was angrily picking up her chopsticks. Sister Tingting, I don't know if I should say this or not, but as a friend, I want to tell you. Even if you're upset, I have to say it. Lu Qiming has a bad temper. Do you want to think about it? When he was chasing you, he was like this. If you marry him, you'll have to put up with it. Du Tingting sneered coldly. Nothing's settled yet. Who agreed to date him? He's the one who's overenthusiastic, like a dog with a bone. There are plenty of people who want to introduce me to someone. If it weren't for his decent family background and looks, do you think I'd give him a chance to dine with me? It's his honor to be invited to eat by me. Just wait. I definitely won't forgive him this time. If he doesn't apologize, no, apologies won't help. I plan to ignore him for a while. When I've had enough, I'll decide whether to forgive him or not. Xiao Yingyue said, "Are you still planning to forgive him? There are plenty of good men out there. Why cling to just him?" Du Tingting didn't like hearing this. When you're advising me, you should also advise yourself. Why are you still chasing my brother? He doesn't like you. Honestly, I think you should find someone else. Chasing my brother like this makes things difficult for me too. If we're friends, I wouldn't keep pushing you toward my brother. That just makes things worse for him. This made Xiao Yingyue feel stifled and angry. Lu Qiming offended her, so she started to hate Lu Qiming. In fact, she hates anyone who speaks up for Han Qingyun. She tries to create trouble between Lu Qiming and Du Tingting, hoping he will chase after her forever, without success. Du Tingting frowns. Who exactly is Han Qingyun? Tell me honestly, what is her connection to your family? I need to be prepared. After all, Emo Tsongji has a wife now, which is a big deal. I need to explain to my mom. I should understand their family situation. Xiao Yingyue's eyes flicker. Lu Qiming said that it's possible to find out more if you ask around. Since you're so anxious, I'll tell you the truth. The girl named Han Qingyun, her father is actually my second uncle. Du Tingting is shocked. You said before he wasn't related? Now you say he is? You're really lying to me. Xiao Yingyue looks helpless. Tingting, you can't blame me. It's because my grandfather told me not to say anything. Du Tingting looks suspicious. Why? Don't your grandparents refuse to acknowledge him? Why is that? Xiao Yingyue sighs. My second uncle was taken away when he was young. The old lady of that family treated him well and raised him for decades. There's a saying that being raised is more important than being born. If we try to take him back after so many years, what would happen to our Xiao family? So my grandparents decided not to acknowledge him. Who understands the pain behind this? Many people misunderstand our family, but my grandparents just endure without explaining. Then my older brother made some mistakes, but they weren't serious. Your older brother's situation too? Xiao Yingyue explains, my older brother misunderstood my grandfather's intentions. He thought that my second uncle, who grew up in the countryside and didn't learn much, was uneducated and would hold us back. That's why my grandfather didn't acknowledge him, and outsiders interpret it the same way. So my older brother thought it was better for everyone to live separately. He told my second uncle's foster mother and his son to watch over Han's family and prevent them from causing trouble. Because of this, their family came to our door, refusing to back down. You don't know, they were unreasonable, causing a scene outside our house, crying and shouting. Our family is composed of cultured, decent people. We've never seen such chaos. Plus, their shamelessness made it seem like we were the ones being petty. Isn't that unfair?
Du Tingting nods in understanding. I see. Your grandparents are truly kind and righteous. But your older brother didn't do anything wrong. Their background is not respectable, so why can't people criticize them? If they don't admit their mistakes, that's the right way. Xiao Yinghua smiled helplessly and shook her head slightly. Sister Tingting, thank you for understanding. Recently, our family has been in the spotlight because of this issue and we've been criticized harshly. Also, the rumors have become distorted, so don't believe everything you hear. It's not true.
Du Tingting nodded.
I understand. So, it makes no sense that Han Qingyun's books were able to get signed. It lacks logic. They are all from rural areas, didn't study much, and even if they finished high school, what kind of stories could they write? I myself only finished high school and work at a publishing house. I deal with this stuff every day, and after years, I haven't written a novel either. Isn't that funny? Maybe she copied someone else's work or paid to have someone else write her stories. She wants to marry into our family, but just her looks won't be enough. Her family background is a hindrance, and she probably just wants fame and status. Don't think that Emo Tsungji changed her surname and can escape our family or his father's control. That's naive. Xiao Yingyue's eyes flickered slightly. Are you saying Uncle wouldn't agree? Du Tingting nodded confidently. Of course not. How could our family want a daughter-in-law like that? My mom already told my dad that a distant relative from my mom's side was introduced to Emo Tsungji. He hasn't come back in years and hasn't had a chance, but now he's back, so it's perfect. Xiao Yinghua said, I see. Your mom is really kind. Dealing with a stepmother is tough, but Auntie is quite good, and she even arranges marriage for her stepson. It's a pity that Emo Tsungji is heartless and doesn't appreciate Auntie's kindness.
Du Tingting sneered.
Who would want his gratitude? He just needs to accept his fate quietly. He used to rely on his grandfather, but now his grandfather is somewhere repairing the earth on a farm.
He is completely dependent now.
Just a few words from my dad, and his career would be over. My stubborn son is even more stubborn. Let's see who can outlast whom. Xiao Yinghua said, that reassures me. I only care about your family's well-being and worry you might be deceived. Please don't believe those silly stories about Lu Qiming being jealous of Han Qingyun.
He doesn't even deserve my envy.
Du Tingting replied, I'm not stupid. How could I believe such nonsense? What does she come from? And what about you? You're from a rural household with no job, and what do you compare yourself to? At this moment, the shop owner brought over food, and both of them automatically stopped talking. Han Qingyun and the two others left the private restaurant. He Chaoyang drove them back to the guest house. On the way, He Chaoyang couldn't help but complain passionately, darn it, I didn't check the calendar today and ran into these annoying people. Now, your news about returning to the capital can't be kept secret anymore. Even if Du Ziyuan doesn't say anything, Du Tingting's mouth will definitely spill the beans. And that person from the Xiao family, I don't even know her name. Anyway, Han Qingyun publishing a book probably won't stay hidden. She'll definitely talk about it at home. Han Qingyun said, I don't think she'll say anything. Emo Tsungji nodded in agreement. She really won't. She's so jealous her face is twisted. Do you think she'll go home and tell old Xiao that Han Qingyun is better than her? He Chaoyang said, that's true. What a mess. Han Qingyun added, I've signed the contract. There's nothing big happening for me in the capital. As for buying a house, comrade He Chaoyang, I'll need your help. If you get any news, call my dad at the factory, and I'll come to the capital. There's no need to stay longer. Besides, Emo Tsungji only has 10 days off, and a week has already passed. It's about time he returns to the army. He Chaoyang said, that's fine. Leaving early saves trouble. Emo Tsungji said, since we've decided to leave, let's buy train tickets this afternoon. He Chaoyang offered, why don't I help you buy the tickets this afternoon? Han Qingyun said, no need. We'll pack our things and go to the train station ourselves. If we can get tickets for the same day, we'll leave today. If not, we'll find a guest house nearby to stay overnight. Comrade He Chaoyang, I officially bid you farewell now. Emo Tsungji still had 3 days off. After sending Han Qingyun home and returning to the army, those 3 days would be almost up. Actually, they had planned to go back today or tomorrow. It wasn't that they were afraid of anyone or trying to hide, but they simply had nothing left to do here. With the new year approaching, Han Qingyun was eager to go home. He Choyong sighed. Old Amo, you've only come back once in 4 years, and we've only spent these 2 days together. Next time, when there's a chance, we brothers must get together properly. Amo Songji said, All right, Choyong, thanks this time. What are you saying? Are we not brothers anymore? I've really hit the jackpot this time. A big pie fell from the sky and hit me. The 3 of them arrived at the guest house. He Chaoyong asked if they needed him to take them to the train station, but both refused. After watching Chaoyong drive away, the 2 of them went to the guest house. There wasn't much stuff. Each had a travel bag. After packing, they went downstairs to handle the formalities, then took a bus to the train station. Surprisingly, they managed to buy sleeper tickets for 5 p.m. that afternoon. There's a department store nearby. Han Qingyun thought that if Emo Songji wasn't around, she could pick out some gifts from the store to take home. But Emo Songji followed her all the way, and she couldn't explain where the gifts came from. So, she reluctantly went to the mall to buy gifts for everyone at home. In the end, Emo Songji insisted on paying for everything. By the way, the cash Emo Songji brought couldn't be used for buying a house, so he simply handed it over to Han Qingyun. She refused to take it, but she couldn't argue with him. Han Qingyun wouldn't spend a single cent of that money. She has her principles. Before marriage, she doesn't want to spend her partner's money. After they get married, she can spend it however she wants. What surprised her most was that Emo Songji, who had been in the army for 10 years, had saved over 10,000 yuan, a real large sum. Emo Songji explained that most of the money was earned from bonuses for completing missions. The more difficult the mission, the higher the bonus. So, those 10,000 yuan was earned with his life. Han Qingyun couldn't just spend this money easily. And so, the money stayed in Han Qingyun's space villa. Han Qingyun and Emo Songji ate an early dinner before noon and then carried their bags onto the train. Meanwhile, the families in Daijing were talking about the 2 of them. They didn't know that their appearance and the fact that they published a book in Daijing caused a huge stir among these families. Xiao family. Bai Ruoyan finished work and was pulled into her room by Xiao Yue. Mom, something happened. Bai Ruoyan saw her daughter's face was extremely pale. She asked softly, What's wrong? Don't panic, tell me slowly. Since lunch, Xiao Yue had been in a bad mood and couldn't sit still. Perhaps the shadow of her past death was too heavy. Xiao Yue felt that her rebirth hadn't changed much, especially since Han Qingyun's book was published more than 2 years earlier than expected. This made her more and more afraid. Especially when she thought about her own death 4 years later, she felt like she couldn't breathe. That afternoon, she was feeling her neck when she was suddenly cut. The pain and fear of that moment kept flashing before her eyes. Today, she took a day off to visit Du Tingting and her brother and sister. During lunch, they had an argument and parted on bad terms. In the afternoon, she didn't return to work and went straight home. She spent the whole afternoon wandering anxiously in her room, feeling restless. She didn't know who to talk to about her thoughts and worries. Finally, when Bai Ruoyan came back, she said, Mom, today I went out to eat with Tingting and brother Ziyuan. Guess who I ran into at the private restaurant? Xiao Yue's eyes widened as she looked directly into Bai Ruoyan's eyes, making Bai Ruoyan feel nervous. Who did you meet? Bai Ruoyan asked slowly, placing her bag on the table. Xiao Qingyun. No, she now goes by Han Qingyun, Xiao Yue said, waving her hand. Bai Ruoyan frowned. Are they still there? What are they trying to do? I understand now. They haven't given up. Xiao Yue continued. No, I only saw Han Qingyun alone. I didn't see anyone else from the Han family. She was with Emo Songji. Oh my god, I died back in 1982 in my past life. I don't know what happened after I died. I don't know if Han Qingyun married Emo Songji in the end, but the last time I saw him before I died, he was there to save her. It would be great if you all had memories from your past lives. Then you could tell me if she ended up with Emo Songji after I died, or if she was with Brother Ziyuan. Neither of those options is good for me. I don't want to be sister-in-law with her. I don't want to face her every day. I might break down. Bai Ruoyun hugged her excited daughter gently, patting her back softly.
Calm down. Stay calm. So what?
Even if they wait forever in Daijing, it won't matter. Your grandparents won't recognize them. Let them stay in Daijing as long as they don't come back to the Xiao family. We're not afraid of anything. Hee, even if they come back, there's nothing to fear. Mom won't let you end up like in your past life. Don't worry. I will protect you well this time. The things you're worried about won't happen. Mom won't let you become sister-in-law with her. Xiao Yinghua looked up from Bai Ruoyun's shoulder. I think we were probably tricked by the Han family. Bai Ruoyun looked puzzled. Tricked? What do you mean? Xiao Yinghua said, them not returning to the Xiao family doesn't mean they're doing well. Do you know? That shameless woman Han Qingyan not only got involved with Emote Songji, but also hooked up with He Chaoyang from the He family. What? Bai Ruoyun's expression finally turned serious. This was not good news. It was fine with Emote Songji because his father was a bit crazy, so she agreed to her daughter dating Du Ziyuan. But the He family was a different matter. Xiao Yinghua bit her nails and said, You don't know. The Han Qingyan I saw today is completely different from the one at our door the other day, wearing a torn cotton jacket. Today she looked glamorous and proud, as if her life was perfect. She doesn't seem to be struggling at all. She looks so happy.
I don't want to see her like that.
It feels unfair that fate has treated me this way. Why did I die because of her in my past life? In this life, I want to let her go, but she still acts so proud and shows off in front of me. I was about to give up. Really, I was going to let it go. Oh, by the way, do you know? She's going to publish a book. How is she qualified? In my past life, she only published a book after university. Now, she's doing it 2 years earlier.
Mom, I'm scared.
Do you think I might go down the same dark path again? Will I die tragically because of her? Mom, please find a way. I don't want to see her. Bai Ruoyun gently hugged her excited daughter and said, No, don't be afraid. With me, your dad, and your 2 brothers here, there's no way you'll end up like that again. It's okay if everyone was kept in the dark about the ending of the past, but now they all have the script. If they make mistakes now, their family will be doomed. What should I do? What should I do? She haunts me like a nightmare. I don't want to see her, and I definitely don't want to see her in Jing. This place doesn't belong to her. She should stay where she belongs. She will try to take away Ji Yuanga from me. Today, because of her, Ji Yuanga was upset with me.
I'm scared.
Tears streamed down Xiao Yinghua's face as she became hysterical. Her behavior made Bai Ruoyun worried and scared. What's wrong? Xiao Borlin came home from work and heard the crying from his sister's room, so he quickly went to check. He saw his mother, Bai Ruoyun, comforting the emotional Xiao Yinghua, who was crying uncontrollably. Seeing her older brother, Bai Ruoyun didn't know what to say. Last time, her eldest son was scolded harshly by the old master and also reprimanded by her husband. It was all because of what she told him, which disappointed the old master. What's going on? Tell me everything. Xiao Borlin closed the door behind him. Bai Ruoyun patted Xiao Yinghua, who finally stopped crying. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her daughter's tears with care. What could it be? That family has become a nightmare for your sister. Whenever she sees that person's daughter, she looks like she's been shocked. Xiao Borlin asked, What's happening? How didn't you meet her? Has that family not left yet? It's been a long time, almost a month, right? Like Bai Ruoyun, he was worried that the Han family wouldn't give up and still wanted to bring Zhao's family back. Returning to Zhao's family would be profitable. If they joined, they could move from a small town straight to the capital. Even a fool would see the obvious choice. Moving back to the capital would let them live in Zhao's courtyard house, find a better job, and even marry into a suitable family through Zhao's connections. Even if they had to endure some disapproval, it would be worth it, very worth it. It's shameless. Utterly shameless. Xiao Bolin clenched his fists tighter. Xiao Yu, do you know where they live? Bai Ruoyun quickly stopped him. What are you planning to do? Don't act impulsively. Xiao Bolin said, Mom, don't worry. I won't do anything reckless. I just want to tell them to give up. My grandparents will never accept them back into Zhao's family, no matter what they do. They need to face reality and leave the capital early. Bai Ruoyan shook her head and sighed. No, you're wrong. I was thinking the same thing just now. Your sister said that the girl has published a book. She hasn't told me all the details yet, so I'm still confused, Bai Ruoyan said, placing Yingyu on the bed to sit. Don't cry yet. Stay calm and tell me what you know. That way, your brother and I can help you think of a solution.
Yingyu sniffed.
Today, I went to dinner with Sister Tingting. Also, there were Brother Ziyuan and a man from Sister Tingting's workplace. That man has been chasing Sister Tingting. We ran into Han Qingyun and Mo Tsungji and He Chaoyang at a private restaurant. After they mocked me, they left. I said some things back, feeling upset. The man chasing Sister Tingting is named Lu Qiming. He seemed a bit crazy, always standing by Han Qingyun and defending her. I knew she could attract men wherever she went. Lu Qiming told me Han Qingyun published 5 novels through their publisher, earning over 100,000 yuan a year easily. I asked, she's so young and not very educated. How could she write so many novels? Was I wrong to doubt that? No, I was right. Then that man insulted me, saying I was jealous of her. Later, he left without eating, making Sister Tingting very angry. Big brother, do you think I was wrong to doubt? A girl from the countryside published 5 books, printed and sold. Isn't that impossible? What do you mean I am jealous of her? I was just pointing out something I couldn't understand. Xiao Bolin.
Bai Ruoyan.
The two of them were momentarily stunned. They never expected that this was the reason behind Xiao Yingyue's breakdown. No, wait, they were focusing on the wrong point. Xiao Bolin licked his lips and organized his words. Are you sure this is real? It sounded like a fairy tale. How could it be true? The publisher suddenly took 5 of her books. Is the chief editor blind? Or does their publisher not review submissions at all? How could it not be true? When I argued with Lu's family, Mo Tsungji and He Chaoyang hadn't left yet. He Chaoyang also said the same thing. Xiao Bolin's eyes twitched as he took a cold breath. An annual income of 100,000? Even capitalists probably don't earn that fast. Yingyue, it's more than that. From what they said, it seems she also signed with a newspaper. Her annual income is more than 100,000. Bai Ruoyan, no. Does it matter how much she earns? Bai Ruoyan's words pulled Xiao Bolin's thoughts back. Then, what's the important part? If my grandpa knew he had such a talented granddaughter, what do you think the consequences would be? Bai Ruoyan. So, we need to find a way to stop this. Xiao Bolin sighed helplessly. How can we stop it? Our Xiao family isn't powerful enough to influence publishers like that. Bai Ruoyan felt a bit defeated. Let me think. Don't worry, if we stay calm, we'll come up with a good plan. The room instantly fell silent. After a moment of thinking, Bai Ruoyan slowly said, Yaya just mentioned that there's something about He Chaoyang involved. Right? Isn't He Chaoyang working at the culture office? I guess he helped a lot. Maybe we can start from him? Xiao Bolin shook his head decisively. What are you thinking? He Chaoyang and Mo Tsungji are so close, they might as well be in the same boat. How could he stand with us against his own family? Bai Ruoyan, you don't understand me. When I say start from him, I mean from his wife or his mother-in-law. Yaya Yingyue's eyes lit up. Mom, do you mean you know He Chaoyang's mother-in-law? Bai Ruoyan. In principle, our family is distantly related to He Chaoyang's mother-in-law's family. We can find a way to contact them. Yaya Yingyue excitedly stood up and clapped her hands.
Great.
Mom, you must remind He Chaoyang's mother-in-law to watch over him and make sure his wife and mother-in-law keep an eye on him. Don't let that sly fox Han Qingyun lure him away. We are also thinking of them. A good family shouldn't be broken apart because of a bad person. Bai Ruoyan nodded. Yes. We're doing this for them. Just leave it to me, daughter. Don't worry. Xiao Yingyue finally felt happy. She hugged Bai Ruoyan's arm and leaned her head on her shoulder. Mom, I'm so happy. I finally don't have to fight alone in this life. Bai Ruoyan looked at her with love. You're still young and haven't seen much. People can make a difference. Nothing is impossible. Actually, Han Qingyun is just like an ant in our eyes. You really don't need to take her seriously. Our failure last time was because our Xiao family gave them a chance. This time, they won't get that chance. You can look down on them from above. Xiao Yingwen nodded. Mom, you're right. I care too much about them and take them too seriously. They're just ants. Killing them is easy. I'm waiting for good news from you, Mom. Haha, if Han Qingyan finds out her book isn't signed and she loses that big income, she'll go crazy. Bai Ruoyan said, she definitely will. Don't forget, 100,000 yuan might seem like a lot to a common person, but for our Xiao family, it's a huge sum. What a pity. What Bai Ruoyan regrets is that these books are worth so much, but her own family can't get a single cent. That's such a big fortune. Could she find a way to get these books for herself? Bai Ruoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. I'll ask He Chaoyang's mother-in-law if these books were written by He Chaoyang for that bad girl. If they're in He Chaoyang's hands, maybe I can persuade his mother-in-law to change his mind. Xiao Yingwe asked, Mom, what do you mean? Bai Ruoyan smiled mischievously. It would be great if we had the manuscript of those books. We could publish them with a different publisher. Xiao Bolin disagreed. Didn't you hear, Yingwe? They already signed a contract.
Can it be changed?
Bai Ruoyan said, people can make a difference. Besides, too much purity can be harmful. I don't believe the chief editor would stay indifferent when faced with such huge benefits. As long as we offer enough advantages and benefits, I believe they'll be tempted. Breaking the contract and paying some compensation, she probably has never seen that much money in her life. It's easy to buy her off. Before returning the manuscript to her, we copy a draft ourselves, then publish it with a different publisher. Even if Han Qingyan comes knocking, who can prove that she's holding the original manuscript? Who can prove that we copied? I even said she copied from us. In the final lawsuit, we will definitely win. We control this area, and she's just a country girl. How can she compete with our Xiao family and He family? Xiao Yingwe grabbed Bai Ruoyan's arm. Mom, you're amazing. You're so clever. Bai Ruoyan smiled wider. If these books sell well, we could earn more than 100,000 in a year. Even if the three families split the profits, our family could still make several thousand. Thousands of yuan. Daughter, you owed me a life in your past life. The money from these books this time can be seen as compensation. Isn't that right? Soon, even your two brothers will have money to marry. But remember, only the three of us know about this. Never tell anyone outside, especially your dad and grandparents. Xiao Yingwen nodded firmly. Xiao Bolin looked worriedly at his mother, feeling that something about this plan seemed a bit unreliable. Mom, what if things get exposed again? How will Grandpa explain it? It's not that I'm afraid of the Han family causing trouble. They're only capable of so much. I'm worried that Grandpa will see Han Qingyan's value, and then Xiao Bolin expressed his concern. Xiao Yingwe was unconcerned and spoke confidently. It won't happen. You don't know how much that woman hates our Xiao family. When she finds out, she'll only cause trouble. She won't come back to the Xiao family. By then, Grandpa will be happy knowing we earned so much money. He won't want to help her. If he did, wouldn't he have to pay her back? Grandpa would never send out that large sum of money he earned from the Xiao family again. Bai Ruoyan said, did you hear that? Your sister's mind is more useful than yours. And Xiao Yingwe, don't call her that disrespectful name. You're a young lady. How can you speak so rudely? If you get used to it and say it outside, people might question your manners, and it could hurt your reputation. A girl's reputation is very important. Mom is thinking for you. Xiao Yingwe listened and stuck out her tongue. Mom, I was wrong. I won't say it anymore. I'm not like Han Qingyan, a country bumpkin. I only know how to say that one phrase. Bai Ruoyan stroked her head. Good.
My daughter is the best.
Xiao Yingwe proudly lifted her chin. Of course. Who else's daughter would I be? Mom, I thought about it all afternoon. It's just writing a novel. She can do it, so I can too. Starting tomorrow, I'll write as well. With her educational background, she can do things I can't. Besides, I can also ask Sister Tingting for advice on what I lack. She works at a publishing house.
Just find a few capable people to help her with writing. One day, I want Grandpa to be proud of me, and the Xiao family to be proud because of me. When my book is ready to be printed and published, no one will care about her old, broken books anymore. White Ruoyun was overjoyed to see her daughter full of determination. My daughter is amazing. You've finally stood up. That's the way it should be. The enemies you see are actually very weak. Xiao Baolin, standing nearby, was not optimistic. Writing a book isn't that easy. Otherwise, everyone would be an author. If Xiao Yue, who's always had her brothers do her homework and barely passes exams, writes a novel, then I could become a famous writer too. Forget it. As long as my sister and mom are happy, that's enough. If she can't finish it, Xiao Yue will understand eventually. After comforting Xiao Yue, mother and son left her room. Mom, do you think Xiao's sister can really write a novel? You know her grades at school. Besides exams, we're the ones helping her with essays. Someone who has barely written a few essays can't just write a novel. That's impossible. Xiao Shulin strongly disagreed. If she keeps failing, she'll just get more frustrated. White Ruoyun looked seriously at her eldest son. Baolin, do you think I don't know that? Then why? Baolin asked, confused. White Ruoyun looked helpless. She needs something to look forward to lift her spirits. Focusing on something else can help her forget the pain of the past. Baolin said, but you know she can't succeed at writing a book. That would only make her more upset. She'll feel she's not as good as Han Qingyun. Sooner or later, this will explode. Look at her mental state now. I'm afraid she might go crazy. It's her own pressure that's driving her mad, and this day will come soon. If she can't write for a few days, she'll realize it herself. White Ruoyun whispered softly, be quiet. I understand. So, as long as she marries Du Ziyuan as she wishes, everything will be fine. Marrying Du Ziyuan is the key. Writing a book is just a way to buy time. Du Ziyuan is her lifelong obsession. This life, I will do everything I can to make my daughter's wish come true. But Xiao Baolin wasn't so optimistic. Du Ziyuan had no real interest in Xiao Yue.
But, no buts.
Listen to me, it's settled. White Ruoyun snapped, then stormed back into her room, leaving her stunned eldest son behind. Looking at the closed door, Xiao Baolin suddenly felt that the Xiao family might not be peaceful from now on. He couldn't change his mother's and sister's decision, so he sighed and turned to leave. Han Qingyun and Mo Tsongji left the county train station peacefully. On the way back, each carried 2 bags filled with gifts for the family and review materials that Han Qingyun bought. Actually, she already had many books in her space. She didn't need to buy science books, but she had to buy literature ones because the textbooks at this time were completely different from those in later generations. So, she bought everything she could find. On the train, Mo Tsongji asked Han Qingyun curiously what she was going to do with so many books and materials. Before anyone else entered their compartment, Han Qingyun explained the current situation to Mo Tsongji. Mo Tsongji already knew about the situation. His grandfather was about to be exonerated, which was a sign. So Han Qingyun asked him, is the university reopening far away? Mo Tsongji was surprised and asked, do you want to go to university? Han Qingyun smiled slightly. If the college entrance exam is restored, I won't participate. But all our siblings, including you, will take part. Mo Tsongji chuckled softly. Me? Unless I go to military school, I don't want to change my career. Han Qingyun said, I didn't ask you to change your career. You like your job, so keep doing it. It's rare to find something you love and can do forever. I ask you, if the college entrance exam is restored, would you participate? Mo Tsongji replied at that time, of course I would. I need to keep up with comrade Han Qingyun and move forward steadily in the same direction. Otherwise, I fear I won't be worthy of you. Mo Tsongji felt he was flattering himself. Since Han Qingyun signed the contract, he had felt very defeated. Not because Han Qingyun was outstanding, but because he felt he was not good enough for her. Han Qingyun pointed to the bags on the ground. There's a copy of the materials for you here. Take it when you go back. Do you have time to come home for the new year? Mo Tsongji said, if I don't have any special tasks, I will come back for the new year. In previous years, he didn't go home for the holiday because he had no home to return to. Since his grandfather's family was sent away, he had no home. He even gave his leave to his comrades. Now he has a home to return to, and he wants those who owe him to pay him back. He liked the warm and happy family atmosphere of the Han family. Honestly, Comrade Emo Seongji was a child who lacked love from a young age. His mother died when he was very young, and his biological father remarried his comrade-in-arms' widow, who was also his mother's close friend. His biological father's original intention was to marry that woman because no one was taking care of him. He was still a child, and before his mother passed away, that woman often came to the house and was quite kind to him. So when that man married that woman, he didn't oppose it. After all, he was already married, and he couldn't oppose his marriage. The man also said nicely that in the future, he would have brothers and sisters to keep him company.
But then,
since Zhao Guoyin arrived home, her heart felt split in two. One part was at home, and the other part was in Beijing. Although she was back, she kept thinking about her daughter. Every day, she sat by the window, looking out at the busy road. If Han Yunshin hadn't called the guest house where Han Qingyun was staying twice, she would have been very worried. Later, when she found out her son-in-law had gone there, she finally relaxed. Her worries were gone, but she missed her child very much. It's almost New Year. Why hasn't your older aunt come back yet? Granddaughter Han Siyuan looked up from her homework. Grandma, how many days until New Year? Where are we celebrating it? Zhao Guoyin sat on the kong, a traditional bed, watching her little grandson leaning on the window, looking at the people and cars on the street. About 7 or 8 days, I think. We haven't talked to your grandpa about where to celebrate yet.
oh,
After we go back to the village to pick up the grain, the team will distribute grain at the end of the year. We still have quite a bit of grain at home. We also need to slaughter a pig. Your third uncle at home doesn't know how well the pigs are being fed. Our pig is twice as big as others, but your third uncle doesn't know how to take care of it. If it gets skinny, that's money lost. Zhao Guoyun was full of worries, and the more she thought, the more she worried. Grandma, 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 little Shuangju's chubby short fingers pressed against the glass. Zhao Guoyun said, "Look at that. Even my little grandson knows he misses his aunt." "Grandma, we miss her too," Eru and Dahu said as they did their homework. The children who were in school had to finish their winter holiday homework in the morning and could play in the afternoon. To keep the mischievous kids from misbehaving, Zhao Guoyun watched over them as they studied like a strict mother tiger. "I know you miss her. You're all good children." "Grandma, Grandma, Grandma, she's back," little Shuangju shouted excitedly from the windowsill. His grandma ignored him, and the chubby boy jumped up and down in a hurry. Zhao Guoyun casually looked out the window and smiled. If she didn't need to watch her grandson, she would have gone out. "Dahu, quick. Your aunt is back. Go open the door." "Okay." Dahu, like a slippery eel, slipped out of the house instantly. Han Qingyun and her companion arrived at the door, and it opened by itself. "Grandma, you're back." "Hello, Auntie." Welcoming her was a big nephew's bright smile. Emo Seongji said, "Oh, this child was very sensible and especially happy about being called Uncle Son." The two entered the house, and Han Qingyun noticed the layout had changed. The door to the west room was open. She peeked inside and saw that the room had been divided. Dahu explained, Grandma and Grandpa said that if we celebrate New Year here and there's not enough space, we can just divide the room. Grandma's side is also separated." Han Qingyun realized it was a temporary change and could be taken down any time. Girl, where is she?" Zhao Hohat's voice came from the east room. Han Qingyun smiled at Emo Seongji. "My mom misses me." Emo Seongji also smiled. "I can tell. She sounds pretty eager." The 40-something-year-old Zhao Guoyun, if she weren't worried about her little grandson bouncing on the ground, would have gone to see her herself. Why aren't these two kids inside the house? The three children doing their homework couldn't sit still anymore. Luckily, Han Qingyun and Emo Seongji had already gone inside. Coming. I can tell you miss me." Zhao Hohat grabbed her grandson by the waist and carried him to the bed. The boy raised his hands. "Old auntie, hug."
Han Xingyin beamed widely, which made Zhao Hohot quite unhappy. Her son-in-law was still here, and the child wasn't paying attention to manners at all. Han Xingyin lifted the chubby boy, who giggled happily. Old Annie has been gone for almost a month.
Don't forget about me.
Here's a reward. The brat had gained weight again, feeling heavy and making her hands sink. Han Xingyin jiggled her little nephew. Emo Tsongji reached out his hand. Let me hold him too. The little boy, not shy at all, stretched out his chubby hands, allowing Emo Tsongji to hold him. Emo Tsongji was pleasantly surprised and gently pinched the child's chubby face. Mom, we're back. You've worked hard at home. Emo Tsongji didn't mind flattering. He didn't feel embarrassed. He was praising his own mother-in-law. If he said this to someone else, he probably wouldn't dare. But somehow, here at the Han family, he naturally said it. Zhao Hohot's mouth stretched wider than Han Qingyun's, showing her teeth happily. Hard work? You guys just traveled here. That's the hard part. By the way, I'll cook a few good dishes for you at noon. You've had enough of restaurant food, right? I tell you, when we were in Beijing, we ate out every day until I almost got tired of it. I used to envy people who went to state-run restaurants, but now I don't envy that anymore. Zhao Hohot waved her hand. Han Qingyin stayed in touch with the other 4 children. Aunt brought you New Year gifts. Oh, all paid for by Commander Emo. She felt a bit awkward calling Emo Tsongji her brother-in-law. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle.
Han Qingyin hesitated. Montag Kongji chucked alut.
He realized that whenever he arrived at the Han family, he couldn't help but smile. His lips were always curved, not intentionally, but naturally and sincerely. Zhao Guiyun pulled the chubby boy out of Emo Tsongji's arms. The boy didn't want to leave. Your uncle just got off the train and is tired. Be good. The boy reluctantly loosened his grip on Emo Tsongji's arm. Emo Tsongji thought, this child is very obedient. The Han family has raised the children well. They are not prone to throwing tantrums or causing trouble, and the children are very sensible. Han Xingyin opened her bag. Mom, since it's the new year, the kids don't need stationery. Besides, stationery can be bought in the county. It wouldn't be worth bringing from far away. She bought each child a set of clothes, a bit more expensive, but without receipts. Kids, try on your new clothes for the new year. Oh. New clothes. Zhao Guiyun looked at Han Xingyin and the children with a bit of reproach. The New Year clothes are already ready. Why buy new ones? Isn't that wasteful? Wow, how much do these beautiful clothes cost? They were bought in the capital, very expensive. Songji, you can't do this in the future. Save money for later, for your life. Being extravagant now will make life hard later. Emo Tsongji said it's normal. Besides, it's New Year. Honestly, you're being modest. Do you know your daughter is like a little treasure? Han Xingyin replied, it's not a big deal. I signed a contract with the newspaper in the capital and earned over 20,000 yuan in royalties. So, no need to be too frugal. Zhao Guiyun was speechless. Han Dazhuang was lying at Han Qingyun's feet, and seeing Zhao Guiyun's helpless look, she couldn't bear to look. But even if she was helpless, she was still her own mother. Still, you shouldn't spend recklessly. When you get married, you'll have plenty of opportunities to spend money. Aren't you planning to buy a house? Have you bought it yet? That's a lot of money. Zhao Guiyun had never thought about making her son-in-law pay for the house. The soldiers' allowances weren't much, as she knew from her 4th son, so she didn't expect Emo Tsongji to pay. Han Xingyin sighed regretfully. There wasn't enough time to find one. Now, there are almost no houses for sale. We have to wait. I've already entrusted it to Comrade He Chaoyang. Whenever there is news, he will inform me, and then I will go to the imperial capital to handle the procedures. Don't worry about money. Comrade He Chaoyang helped me find a publisher. My book can be printed and sold, earning money with each copy. Zhao Guiyun has no idea how much profit printing at a publisher can bring. She only knows that publishing a book is a big achievement. As for the money, isn't it earned only when you sell a book? If it doesn't sell, there is no money. So she doesn't realize that this is the real profit. Han Xingyin didn't explain much. After all, the book hasn't been sold yet.
She isn't sure about the outcome, and it's fine to wait until the book sells and earns money. Speaking of which, Han Qingyun is also craving good food. Since Emo Tsungji has been going to state-run restaurants, she hasn't eaten at the Space Restaurant. At noon, Han Qingyun personally cooked several good dishes. Because their family has been frequenting the black market, they no longer lack meat. Zhao Guthian is more relaxed now and buys plenty of meat whenever she sees it, so the family has some stock. Plus, they have fresh vegetables at home, making a full meal easy to prepare. By noon, the 3 adults and several children had a hearty meal. In the evening, Emo Tsungji was again pulled by the father and son to drink. Han Qingzhou poured wine for Emo Tsungji. Try to go home for the new year. It's lively when the whole family is together. Emo Tsungji knew that Han Qingzhou meant going back to the Han family home. Han Yunshin said, "That's necessary. Our 4th brother hasn't been home for over 2 years. If both of you have leave, come back together." Emo Tsungji picked up his glass. "Okay, I'll tell my unit when I return and ask for leave for the 4th brother. It should be fine." The 3 men clinked their glasses. Men tend to talk when they drink. Han Qingyun and Zhao Guiyun had already finished eating with the children, so their drinking wouldn't be affected. They took the children to the west room. The older kids sat on the Kong playing with sheep-shaped toys, while Xiao Xuanju sat nearby watching. "Tell me, what did you do in the imperial capital after we left?" Han Qingyun chuckled. "What could I do? Just worked at the newspaper and publisher. Later, when there was nothing to do, we went to watch movies and stroll in the park." "Isn't that what you wanted to know?" "I've already told you everything." Zhao Guiyun was curious. She just wanted to know if her daughter was dating anyone. Hearing that her daughter watched movies and strolled in the park with her son-in-law, she thought these were necessary steps in dating. Hee, that's good, that's good. Your birthday is on the 12th of the 1st lunar month. It's your 18th birthday. Emo Tsungji probably can't get leave for that. If only you could take some time off, then you two could get engaged. Han Qingyun's birthday is coming up. After the new year, on the 12th day of the 1st lunar month, it's her birthday, just like in her past life. But Zhao Guiyun's words surprised Han Qingyun. "Mom, what are you saying?"
Getting engaged? Why?
Zhao Guiyun didn't want to hear that.
Why?
"What do you mean, why? Don't you want to be responsible for her? Let me tell you, our family's relationships are serious. Some people just date around and play with others." Han Qingyun was stunned. "Mom, am I that kind of person?" Zhao Guiyun said, "Can't you see that boy isn't settled in his heart?" Han Qingyun fell silent. She realized it. Emo Tsungji is a good person. At least in her past and present life, she's met a sincere partner for the first time. His family background is a bit complicated, but to her, that's not a problem. She cares about his character and qualities. Han Qingyun doesn't blindly think she will be extraordinary in the future or that she must marry someone much better than herself. Such a person is almost impossible to find, and even if she did, they tend to have bad tempers. Han Qingyun doesn't want to serve someone like that. Marrying a wealthy young man like that would only bring restrictions. So, Emo Tsungji is very suitable for her. First, he's suitable. Second, it's about feelings. Han Qingyun is a bit selfish. She wants to love herself and be good to herself first. Only then can she love others. How could I be that kind of person? Whatever, if you think it's necessary, then let's do it. Getting engaged isn't the same as getting married. No, isn't this something the man should propose? Should the woman be so eager? Isn't that embarrassing? It's like I can't get married. Zhao Guiyun said, "Really, my daughter is a fairy from heaven. No one is good enough for her. But I guess that boy doesn't dare to propose. Did you notice how careful he looked at you when he spoke? Did he know about his family status when he visited the imperial city? With such a family, such a father, he probably would oppose it. He also has a stepmother who's quite bossy." Han Qingyun said, "Actually, I did meet his stepmother's 2 children this time." Zhao Guiyun perked up. "How did it go? Did you argue? Can't their relationship with the stepmother be good?"
Han Qingyun klicked her tongue.
"Not really sure. I think the stepmother's son seems decent, but the daughter is complicated. She looks at Emote Sungji with disdain.
We don't even know what she's like.
She didn't have any sense of being a burden, probably thinking she was very favored. They might think that by riding on her mother's coattails, they could also gain the favor of her stepfather, so they look down on Emote Sungji, who isn't favored. When Zhao Guiyun heard this, she became unhappy.
Who are these people?
Do they need to be spoiled? From now on, Sungji is part of our family. TSK. I have 4 sons, and I don't mind having one more. Han Qingyan smiled proudly. Of course. People say that if she becomes a daughter-in-law, all the children will have the Han surname. Now Zhao Guiyun's mouth could fit 2 of Han Dazhuang's eggs.
What?
What do you mean by becoming a daughter-in-law? This child, he doesn't understand.
Being a son-in-law is looked down upon.
Why is this kid so upset about it? You're proud of that. Zhao Guiyun slapped her daughter on the arm. Han Qingyan protested. This isn't my idea. What does it have to do with me? It was his plan. He said that since his biological father doesn't care about him and wouldn't care about his children, he wants all his descendants to take my surname. His father only has him as his bloodline, and he's disappointed. How could he let the child take his bad father's surname? This revenge was quite harsh, but it made Zhao Guiyun happy. Good. That's how it should be done to feel satisfied. Oh my, then his father is basically cut off from the family line. By the way, what is his father's surname? Han Qingyan said, I didn't ask, I forgot. Zhao Guiyun sighed. Your mind is really big. Cough cough, I thought you were being forced to marry him. Han Qingyan said, Mom, my biological mother, am I that assertive? Don't you trust me at least? Zhao Guiyun looked at her daughter with a look that said, Of course you are. Zhao Guiyun gave up on the idea of the engagement because of her daughter's words. She couldn't let her daughter leave a bad impression of rushing to marry. Han Qingyan sighed in relief. Why bother with an engagement? This isn't ancient times. When the time is right, just get the marriage license. So, an engagement is unnecessary. Emote Sungji stayed at the Han family for one night and hurried back to the army on a long-distance bus the next morning. Fortunately, they are all in the same province, so it's not far. He can reach the army by evening if he leaves in the morning. Last night, Zhao Guiyun and Han Yunshan agreed that Han Qingyan and Zhao Guiyun are 2 idle rural women who don't work, so they need to go back to Yangshigo to harvest grain. As the new year approaches, the team starts calculating work points. Their family has accumulated quite a few, enough to exchange for a lot of grain. They also need to slaughter a pig for the new year. 1 pig was sold, and the other pig was kept to eat during the new year. So, the mother and daughter planned to leave after Emote Sungji went away and take the children back to the village in the afternoon. Mom, I'm back now. I should say hello to Sun Jiejia before going to the village, Han Qingyan said. Zhao Guiyun replied, Pick some more vegetables and bring them along. Whether we go to the village or stay in the city for the new year hasn't been decided yet. Let's give the stuff in advance. Han Qingyan agreed. All right, I'll pick more vegetables. Since it's cold, they won't spoil easily and can last for several days. Han Qingyan counted on her fingers. There are 7 days until the new year. If their family celebrates in the village, it would be too troublesome to send some vegetables to Sun Jiejia from the countryside to the county. It's better to do it now. Currently, Han's family no longer sells vegetables. They are saving this batch for their own celebration. This winter, Han's family sold vegetables worth several hundred yuan. They also sold 1 pig, making their annual income over 1,000 yuan. Han Yunshan worked for a few months and earned over 100 yuan. Because of that, Zhao Guiyun didn't need to farm and could spend her days counting money. Han Qingyan found a small burlap bag, harvested plenty of vegetables, and filled the bag. The remaining vegetables were enough for the whole family to eat until the new year, and the next batch would grow again soon. Han Qingyan worried that once the vegetables were out, they would freeze. Her father had taken her bicycle. Carrying the vegetables to the supply and marketing cooperative was no problem. She had the strength. Later, she had no choice but to put a small blanket in her travel bag and stuff the vegetable bag inside, so they wouldn't freeze on the way. Everything was ready. Han Qingyan put on her scarf and hat, grabbed her bag, and left the house. Sun Jiejia had been feeling very upset lately.
The reason was that after she returned from Han's house last time, she told her father about her feelings for Han Qingyun's third brother. Her father carefully asked about Han Jingyuan's situation. Since it was a big matter, Sun Jiejie didn't dare lie and told her father everything about Han Jingyuan. Her father said it was absolutely impossible. Sun Jiejie said Han Jingyuan looked good, was outstanding, and even knew medicine. Sun Weidong strongly opposed his daughter's persistence. How obsessed are you? Why do you want to marry a second-time divorced man? What's wrong with you? Are you missing an arm or leg? Are you disabled or stupid? Why would you want to marry a man much older than you who's divorced? Are all the men gone? You're young, have a good job, and just finished high school. Why are you so crazy to marry in the countryside? Sun Jiejie was unhappy and said, Han Qingyun is my classmate. I know everything about her family. I don't want anything else, just that her parents are good. If she has good parents-in-law, I'd be willing to marry into that family. Besides, the Han family situation has improved a lot now. Her father has started working in a factory, and her two older brothers have also gone to work in factories. Sun Weidong asked, so, out of the three brothers in that family, two work in factories, but why is the one you like still staying in the countryside and not working in a factory? Don't you think there's a problem with that family? Sun Jiejie cried out of frustration. You don't understand the situation and are just talking nonsense. The Han family is very good. Their home is warm, and there's no fighting or conflicts. Han Jingyuan didn't work in a factory because he loves and understands medicine. Now he works at the village health clinic. What's wrong with that? Don't look down on people. Sun Weidong crossed his arms and said, whatever you say, I and your mother strongly disagree. Girl, parents do things for your good. You're too young to understand now, but when you get married, you'll see. Their family has many children, and there are often conflicts among sisters-in-law. And with your conditions, you could easily find a good job in any unit. Why choose a rural family? He continued, it's not that I look down on rural people. I don't mean to discriminate. It's just that you don't understand the hardships of working hard from dawn to dusk. You're my daughter. Don't I know you? Can you really handle the hardship? When you regret after marrying, it'll be too late. By then, divorce will be a second marriage. Sun Weidong felt like he was pouring out his heart as an old father. This was his only precious daughter, raised with care. How could he bear to see her marry into the countryside? If you like being a doctor, why don't we find a doctor for you at the county hospital? Sun Jiejie stomped her feet in anger. My life's important. I am responsible for my own future. Isn't that enough? Sun Weidong was firm. No, unless you ask your mother when she comes back on Sunday. Ask her if she's willing to marry her daughter to a man who's been divorced twice. You all look down on people. I tell you, Han Qingyun's third brother, even though he's been married for 3 years, is still pure and innocent with his previous wife. Nothing happened. Han Qingyun's mother also said so. As a young woman, Jiejie felt a bit embarrassed saying this, but for her future, she had to tell the truth. Hearing this, Sun Weidong's face darkened. So, the Han family has had an ulterior motive all along. No wonder they keep sending you gifts. They've been eyeing you for a long time. And you're just walking right into it? Are you really that naive? Do you believe everything people say? Only a fool would believe that after 3 years of marriage, nothing has happened. Either your classmate's brother has health issues, or he's not very smart. The two of them argued so much about this that they turned red in the face and got angry, until Sun Jiejie's mother returned on Sunday and firmly said she disagreed. Not only did she disagree, but she also told Sun Jiejie not to keep in touch with Han Qingyun anymore. She said Han Qingyun's family had bad intentions and was not sincere. Sun Jiejie cried several times over this. Poor parents, they think they are doing what's best for their child. No parent wants their beloved daughter to marry someone who has been married before. If others found out, they would laugh at her family. Especially Sun Jiejie's father, who works at the Material Bureau and is a leader. If he thought his daughter married a rural man who had been married before, the whole bureau would probably mock him. Many colleagues at work are also trying to introduce their daughters to him. He kept looking for the right match, but couldn't find one. Finally, His daughter married a rural man. Isn't that a joke? Since then, Sun Jejia has become very downcast and has no energy at work. Few people buy things at the city supply and marketing cooperative, so Sun Jejia's counter is empty. She sits on a stool, with her hands in her sleeves, leaning on the counter. The door of the cooperative opens again, and a tall figure enters. He looks around as if searching for someone, then spots Sun Jejia leaning on the counter. He takes off his hat and scarf, revealing his face, about 23 or 24, handsome. He smiles and walks to her counter, tapping it with his finger. Sun Jejia lazily gets up, squinting at him, and suddenly her mind clears. This is the person her father recently asked someone to find for her, an employee from the Grain Bureau. His background is similar to theirs, he has a good job, and he's good-looking. He already meets her parents' standards for a match. He's been chasing her very eagerly these days, and today he came to the supply store again. Sun Jejia sighs, aren't you working? Is the Grain Bureau that free? The young man cheerfully smiles and shakes his head. Not only am I busy, but I'm also quite busy. But no matter how busy I am, I make time to see you. Sun Jejia rolls her eyes. Why would you see me?
What's so special about me?
The young man was tall. He wanted to talk to Sun Jejia, but was afraid others nearby might hear. He looked around, then bent down and whispered, Comrade Sun Jejia, I am serious about pursuing you with marriage in mind. Sun Jejia looked at him, with a blank expression. What about me is worth you doing this? I don't think I have any qualities that would attract a guy. The young man stared at her for a few seconds. To me, you're perfect in every way. I knew you before, but back then you were so young. Sun Jejia was surprised. You knew me before?
When?
He smiled slightly. That was when you were in middle school. I was already working then. Sun Jejia thought for a moment, but couldn't remember. She looked a bit silly now. The young man cleared his throat. I'm your classmate's older brother. Your middle school classmate is my younger brother. Sun Jejia was speechless. She didn't remember him or her classmate, so who would remember his brother? But that didn't matter. The important thing was that she saw this person every day, right in front of her. Today, he even came to her workplace. Wasn't that enough to make her nervous? Can't you see I don't want to be with you? This is all my parents' idea, not mine. The young man, acting like a little official, crossed his arms. I believe that one day, everything will clear up. Don't doubt my persistence and stubbornness. Sun Jejia rubbed her forehead, annoyed by his persistence. When she looked up again, her eyes were full of panic. Qingyun, when did you come? I wasn't. Sun Jejia sounded like a wife caught cheating, rambling in her explanation. She wanted to tell Han Qingyun that it wasn't what it looked like, but it seemed unnecessary. She wasn't even close to Han Jingyuan, so how could she explain? She felt guilty and powerless, which made her even more discouraged. Han Qingyun had been there for a while. The young man blocked Sun Jejia's view, so she didn't see Han Qingyun. She carried her bag into the supply store and saw a man standing at the counter. At first, she thought he was there to buy something, so she waited until Sun Jejia finished her transaction before paying. But then she overheard their conversation. It turned out Sun Jejia's family had arranged a marriage for her. Han Qingyun wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. She just felt it was rude to interrupt, so she waited quietly. Her feelings were complicated. She felt a bit sad, a bit uncomfortable, but also a little relieved. In the end, if it wasn't meant to be, she decided to let it go naturally. Their family didn't really insist. They just thought she and Sun Jejia got along well, and Sun Jejia also got along with her mother, so they seemed like a good match as sister-in-law and mother-in-law. But they were too optimistic. After all, her third brother had been divorced. Although he didn't have a marriage certificate, holding a banquet in the countryside was considered a real marriage. Everyone knew that old third Han had been married before. Sun Jejia was only about 18 or 19. Why would she want to marry someone who had been married twice? That might be better anyway. Her third brother wasn't very interested, and he was planning to be with Dr. Wu. If they started dating, long-distance relationships would be complicated, so it was better this way. Until Sun Jejia saw her face turn red and her stammering to explain something, Han Qingyan smiled and stepped forward. Big sister, don't be shy. Congratulations. Sun Jejia looked stiff. Aren't you mad at me?
Han Qingyan smiled.
What are you talking about? Why would I be mad at you? Did you change your mind about me? That's why I'm mad. Sun Jejia wanted to cry. She always knew Han Qingyan was smart and knew how to live clearly. The young man looked at Han Qingyan. She was so beautiful, so stunning that he couldn't believe someone like her existed in the world. He was not a lecherous person, just someone who appreciated beauty. When he saw something beautiful, he couldn't stay indifferent, but he wouldn't have inappropriate thoughts. Seeing Sun Jejia so nervous in front of Han Qingyan made him want to laugh. She was so fierce in front of him, but in front of this young girl, she was so scared. He introduced himself. Hello, my name is Lin Junjia. I work at the Grain Bureau. I am a suitor for Sun Jejia. He only said he was a suitor, not her boyfriend, because Sun Jejia hadn't agreed yet. He wouldn't ruin her reputation by being inappropriate.
Han Qingyan nodded på lite li.
Hello, I am Sun Jejia's high school classmate. Sun Jejia asked, Qingyan, why are you here? Oh, when did you come back? Han Qingyan replied, I came back yesterday. Our family might go back to the village for the new year, so I brought some things to you early. Then she picked up her bag and placed it on the counter. Some vegetables and the braised meat I made. If I can't go to the county for the new year, please say hello to Uncle and Annie for me and wish them a happy new year. These words made Sun Jejia tear up. She wanted to cry, but didn't dare to make a loud sound. She just held back her tears and let them flow. Across the counter, Han Qingyan reached out and wiped her tears. Silly girl. Why are you crying? Just some vegetables made you so touched? Are your tears so cheap? Hearing this, Sun Jejia cried even harder. She felt wronged for Han Qingyan in her heart. How could her father say such things about her? He hadn't even interacted with Qingyan, so how could he know her well? Han Qingyan withdrew her hand and looked at Lin Junjia. Comrade Lin, Jejia is my best friend. I want her to be happy. She is simple and kind-hearted. If you two become a couple, please take good care of her. If I find out you bully her, I have a strong fist, and Jejia knows that. As she spoke, she waved her fair, white fist in front of Lin Junjia's eyes. Lin Junjia said, I promise you, if I get close to her, I will treat her well. Han Qingyan said, Jejia, I'm leaving now. By the way, I brought you a gift this time. It's in my bag. I'll go ahead, you two chat. Sun Jejia watched Han Qingyan's figure disappear. She slowly unzipped her travel bag. On top was a paper bag wrapped in oil paper. She took out the oil paper bag and then pulled out a beautifully wrapped gift bag. The packaging looked expensive, so she guessed what was inside wasn't cheap. She reached into the bag. Her hand felt warm and soft. When she took it out, her eyes immediately saw bright red. A large red wool scarf was in Sun Jejia's hand. The scarf was wide and long, clearly valuable. Han Qingyan had specially found it in the space. Sun Jejia hugged the scarf. Tears like broken pearls streamed down her face. Han Qingyan's eyes stung as she left the supply and marketing cooperative. The weather was nice. There was sunshine, and the sunlight reflected off the snow, hurting her eyes. Yes, it must be the glare hurting her eyes. Han Qingyan rubbed her eyes. She pulled the scarf up to cover half her face, blocking the cold wind. The cold wind didn't stop feeling cold just because there was sunshine today. It was still quite chilly, just like Han Qingyan's heart, leaking from all sides. She was about to lose her friend, and she felt sad. Sun Jejia was the first and only good friend she made after crossing over. Now she was losing her. Han Qingyan, with high emotional intelligence and IQ, clearly saw that Jejia was moved when she left last time. But this time, when they met again, she already had a partner. Plus, just now she overheard their conversation, and it was obvious that Sun Jejia's family disapproved. Disapproval meant her family wasn't considered a good family in their eyes, especially since they had asked for help several times. Putting herself in her parents' shoes, if she were Sun Jejia's parents,
She would think of a rural family with no background or support, and her son was remarried. She wouldn't want to marry her daughter into such a family either. So, Han Qingyun understands. But Sun Jeje's parents probably don't want her to keep in touch with such friends. She should also visit the supply and marketing cooperative less often and see Sun Jeje less.
Han Qingyun kviknet her pace.
She lost her friends, but life still goes on. When she arrived home, Zhao Gutyun was still packing. Oh, I didn't realize how much work there was until I started packing. Look at these bags. There are so many. How are we going to carry all this? Zhao Gutyun said, hands on her hips. Han Qingyun looked at the several bags on the bed. Are we planning to go back to the countryside for the new year? Not staying in the city? Zhao Gutyun replied, I think we should go back to the village this year. It's lively there, and in the city, it's just our family. It's not as fun. We still have to slaughter a pig, make blood sausage, visit your grandma's house. So many things to do. Han Qingyun said, carrying a lot of stuff isn't a problem. I can carry these 4 bags from the county town to home easily. She then tried lifting 2 bags with one hand easily. Zhao Guiyun said, daughter, you still have 5 children and they're small. Just tie the kids on your back. Han Qingyun responded, help me tie the kids on my back. Zhao Guiyun hesitated. What are you talking about? I mean, call your older brother and ask him and your sister-in-law to send someone back to help us carry the kids and things home. The kids aren't ours by birth, so it's not fair for everything to be done by us. Han Qingyun sat down, her mind finally clear. That's true, Mom. You're so smart. What's wrong, daughter? You look upset. Zhao Guhyun noticed Han Qingyun's mood was off. Han Qingyun sighed. It's just that Jia has a boyfriend now. Your daughter-in-law is flying the coop. Zhao Guiyun couldn't smile anymore. It seems she doesn't like your third brother. Well, we didn't expect it to work out anyway. Forget it. Your third brother isn't going to stay single his whole life. He's only 25 for the new year. No need to rush. Zhao Guiyun was optimistic, and she quickly cheered herself up. She never dwelled on worries, and Han Qingyun couldn't help but admire her mother's positivity. I'll just call my older brother nearby. Zhao Guiyun waved her hand. All right, go ahead. If your second brother and your dad weren't so busy at the factory at the end of the year, they could come too. Your older brother can find someone to cover his shift for a while. Your sister-in-law is now a temporary worker, but she's about to become a full-time employee. She's busier than your older brother now as a chef. She can't leave either. Although Zhao Guiyun was complaining and venting her dissatisfaction, she was secretly happy inside. Busy and hardworking shows that the unit needs you. When you are useful, you can improve even more. Since I started reading newspapers and books, Comrade Zhao Guiyun has learned many truths. Now she not only reads but also begins to learn how to write. Every day, while the children do their homework, she practices writing a few characters. She is determined to keep learning throughout her life, and her whole family supports her. Han Qingyun went to the neighborhood committee and spent a few cents to call Han Xinghe, who said he would come in the afternoon. That's perfect. When Han Xinghe arrives, a few of us will pack up and catch the last bus back to town, and then home. The women had a simple lunch at noon. After eating, Zhao Gutyun wandered around the kitchen. There are still these vegetables. What should I do? Han Qingyun said, why rush? My dad and my second brother will be on holiday in 2 or 3 days. When they're off, they can pick these vegetables and take them home. Now all the planting boxes are on this side and there's nothing at the old home, so the vegetables there are mainly cabbage, radishes, and carrots. But it's hard for old third Han. He doesn't cook well, and he eats these few vegetables every day. He even says he's going to go crazy from craving them. Han Qingyun said, does our village go hunting in the mountains every winter? Zhao Gutyun asked, what do you want to do? Han Qingyun said, Mom, don't look at me like that. It's kind of creepy. I didn't say I'd go myself. I just want to ask if I can go hunting with the villagers. You know, I have a lot of strength. If we encounter wild boars or something, I'm not afraid. I can climb trees very fast. Zhao Gutyun asked, when did you learn to climb trees? Han Qingyun said, I've known how for a long time.
Didn't I tell you?
Zhao Guiyun said, no, you didn't. Han Qingyan said, just wait and see. When I go back, I'll climb a tree for you to see. Mother and daughter stared at each other.
Ha ha ha.
Zhao Guiyun and her daughter, bored, started chatting about trivial things. All right, if you can climb a tree, I'll let you join the village hunting team. Then just wait. I'll carry a wild boar down the mountain for you to eat. Da Hu and Heir, who ran over quickly, like they were warning the others, shouting, Uncle's back. Uncle's back. Zhao Guiyun's head buzzed from the noise. All right, I know. Go open the door for your uncle. Han Xinghe stomped at the door, knocking the snow off his shoes. Heir, who opened the door? Uncle, you're back. My grandma and little aunt are waiting for you in the kitchen.
Oh.
I'm back.
Oh.
My two big nephews have grown taller again. Such mischievous kids. Han Xinghe gently touched the heads of his two children with love. The little girl, unwilling to be held, stomped her feet and hugged her father's leg, saying, Dad, I want you to hold me. Little Zhuanzhuo looked up at his dad and called out, wanting him to hold his head, even stretching his little head forward. Han Xinghe was amused by his son and picked him up, kissing his chubby cheek with a smack. Son, do you miss Dad?
Yes.
Really? Zhuanzhuo patted his chest to show where he missed, making Han Xinghe feel soft inside, his eyes full of tenderness. All right, I said you two are almost the same, let's go quickly. If we delay, we might miss the bus. Can you two be more affectionate at home? Zhao Guiyun couldn't bear to watch anymore.
Han Xingye sighed.
His mother was really quick-tempered. It was still early, and he hadn't even started paying attention to his two daughters. He carried his son into the kitchen. His two daughters leaned against his younger sister, not even coming to greet him as the father. His heart broke. Obviously, the daughters were closer to his younger sister. Big sister, are we leaving now? Han Xinghe put his son down, wanting to hug his daughters, but they had grown taller, and he felt shy to do so. When they were in Yangshugo, he saw the children every day and hardly ever hugged them. Now, since he was working and couldn't see them often, he missed hugging them. But now that they had grown, he felt shy.
Oh.
Such a pity. He gently rubbed his two daughters' heads. Mom, we can leave in half an hour. That's enough. Zhao Guiyun said, packing so many things and dragging everything along. How can we leave now? I say we go now and wait at the bus station. The children walk slowly, and the bus will have to wait. Zhao Guiyun was eager to go back to Yangshugo, more than ever before. Han Qingyan stood up and said, all right. I'll carry the 4 bags. Big brother, you hold your son, and Mom, you take care of the other 4 older kids. Everyone had their task, but the group looked a bit strange. A young girl easily carried 4 big bags, while a grown man was holding a child. Han Xinghe didn't act like a big brother at all. He wasn't afraid of strange looks or scolding from others. Who would understand? He really couldn't carry all 4 bags. They weighed over 100 pounds. It was embarrassing, but honestly, his younger sister was carrying 4 bags as if they were paper. He tried to lift them earlier, but he couldn't. The bags weighed more than 100 pounds. He tried once and gave up, feeling hopeless, and resignedly held his son. After finishing their tasks, everyone set out. They had already left the house when suddenly a white shadow darted out. Ah! Zhao Guiyun slapped her forehead. Oh no! How did we forget Dazhuang? At this moment, Zhao Guiyun was overwhelmed with guilt, feeling it from her hair to her toes. She thought, what a sin! How could I forget my own daughter? Feeling very guilty, Zhao Guiyun hugged her goose and comforted it several times, saying, Mom was wrong. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. The proud goose finally felt better inside. She locked the door, and the 3 adults, along with 5 children and a goose, set off. Before leaving, Han Qingyan left a note on the dining table. It asked Han Yunshin and Han Qingzhou to bring back vegetables before their holiday. They took the bus with their families and arrived at the station after about 20 minutes. Han Qingyan asked, Mom, what time is it? Yes. Zhao Guiyun had already put on her watch, which Han Qingyan said she bought for her in the capital. Since Mo Tsongji had left, no one exposed her lie. Actually, the watch was from the space.
Zhao Guoyan loved the watch and scolded her daughter for not being thrifty, but she felt happy inside. Her daughter didn't even wear a watch, yet she bought her one. Who else's girl is so filial? Zhao Guoyan looked at her watch. It's almost 10 minutes to the time. Let's go. We'll wait in the waiting room. It's so cold outside, the kids can't stand it. The adults, carrying bags and children, entered the waiting room and found seats. Zhao Guoyan sat down and asked Han Xinghe, "Big brother, when do you have a holiday?" Han Xinghe uncovered the small blanket wrapped around his son. His son's big eyes looked around curiously. "On New Year's Eve, I still have to work. We start our holiday from the first day of the new year, but during the spring festival, I might still be on duty. Hospitals don't stop working during the holidays. Someone has to be on duty." Zhao Guoyan said, "That's right. Even during the new year, illness doesn't wait." Han Xingyan kept her eyes on the 4 big children. She couldn't help but feel worried, thinking someone was watching her kids. Plus, places like train or bus stations are the easiest spots for human trafficking. The train has arrived. "Passengers, get ready to board," called the station staff with a loudspeaker. Han Xingyan picked up her 4 bags and stood up. "Sion, Sishue, hold on to Auntie's sleeves tightly. Don't let go, understand? Mom, you're standing behind me, watching those 2 girls up front. Hold on to the 2 little boys and keep an eye on Dazhuang. Big brother, hold the little one and lead the way." With the spring festival coming, many people are returning home. Compared to the busy travel season in later years, the crowd is still quite large. Although it's just a small county town, the bus station is full of travelers. To keep the children from getting separated, Han Xingyan arranged everything carefully. Finally, the group managed to squeeze onto the bus, almost crowded into the photo. Only then did everyone's hearts feel a bit relieved. Zhao Guoyan let out a long breath, saying, "Oh my, I always say I don't like going out." They only managed to get on the bus, but there were no seats left. Han Xingyan estimated that the bus was seriously overloaded, but at this time, no one was stopping such buses. Getting on the bus was good enough. Who needs a bicycle? A few adults stood in the aisle, protecting the children and the goose, as the bus swayed slowly to the town. There was no bus from the town to Yangshugo. But Han Xinghe found an ox cart, a cart from Jingjiatun. Jingjiatun is the village where the children go to school. This village is the wealthiest among nearby villages. Today, they were heading to the supply and marketing cooperative in town to buy supplies. On the ox cart sat 2 women. One looked like a young educated youth, the other was a middle-aged woman. Han Xinghe pulled the cart driver aside, spoke a few words, and secretly gave him 50 cents. The driver happily allowed their family to get on the ox cart. The car was full. The driver worried that the ox couldn't pull it all. Indeed, one ox pulling the cart, with so many people and loads of supplies, would tire the ox out. So, Han Xingyan and his sister followed the ox cart, while Zhao Guoyan held the little one and sat with the children on the cart. Han Xingyan thought, this isn't a simple trip home for the new year. It's more like a journey of 1,000 miles. From the county to the village, a short trip turned into a series of challenges. The ox cart stopped at the entrance of Jingjia Tun village. The Han family got off, all ages included. It was only about 10 minutes from Yangshugo. The 4 older children jumped and ran happily. They knew this road well. They walked it every day to school, making little Xuan jealous. He also wanted to break free from his dad's arms and play with his older siblings. He was at an age full of curiosity about everything. "Son, we shouldn't learn from them. Look at how dirty their feet are." The small pillar pulled little Fat's hand back into the quilt. It was too cold outside. It was warmer in Dad's arms. Still, her eyes kept following the small figures ahead. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally reached the entrance of Yangshu Valley Village. Not to mention Han Xingyan, even Zhao Guoyan felt like she was in a different world, as if she hadn't been back in a long time. In the past, living in the village felt like nothing but work every day, hard work all day long, with no fun at all. Now, looking at the village again, she suddenly felt very close and familiar. Finally home after being scolded. "I've been gone for almost 2 months. Let's go home."
Your dad called Old Third and said we'd be back today. I wonder if he's managed to get the stove going. Zhao Hohot led her children and some others into Yangshu Valley. The past few days had been sunny. Although it was cold, the sky was clear and blue. Many villagers were out and about. As soon as they saw the big and small members of the Han family, they looked at them as if they had seen something rare. A few people quickly came over. When they reached them, they surrounded Zhao Guiyun. Some of the village women knew Han Qingyun, while others she couldn't quite place, but looked familiar. Yangshu Valley was a big village with about 2,000 people, mostly from the Zhou family, many of whom were related. One woman, wearing a colorful cotton-padded jacket and looking plump, was clearly from the Zhou family. But Han Qingyun didn't know her name, only that she was a Zhou family daughter-in-law. This woman wore a green checkered triangular scarf on her head, had her hands in her jacket sleeves, and her eyes were wide open. She shouted loudly, "Oh wow, Sister Hohot is back. My goodness, your hair looks amazing. Where did you get it curled? So fashionable. Wow, you look so handsome. You look like a movie star walking down the street. People would be staring for sure. Brother Taiju must be worried all the time."
Ha ha ha.
Next to her, a tall, slim woman said, "I say, Hohot, you've really become a city girl now. It's only been a short while, and I can hardly recognize you. You're getting younger and younger. Look at your face, so rosy and fresh." Zhao Guiyun replied, "That's because of the cold wind. When the wind blows on your face, it turns red. It's just from the cold. If you freeze, your face will turn red too." Zhao Guiyun felt like she was returning home in glory, so when she reached the village entrance, she took off her scarf and wrapped it around her neck, showing her curly hair. She did it just to show off. Now, being praised by these women, her vanity was swelling, almost bursting. She felt incredibly happy. Han Qingyun and Han Xinghe, the siblings, helplessly watched their mother's shining moment, constantly commenting in their hearts. Mom is still the same mom. Han Qingyun really admires her mother's spirit. She is always full of energy. An elderly woman in her 60s also praises Zhao Guiyun, saying, "Exactly. Look at this roll. It's so evenly rolled, all twisted and curled, just like a flour roll. It makes you want to take a bite. And with your little face, it's simply perfect, looks several years younger. Osmanthus, you are truly blessed. Among the women in our village, you are the top." The elderly woman also gave a thumbs up. A young wife in her early 20s blushed and asked, "Aunt Han, your hair looks so good. How did you style it? I heard you used a stove iron?" Zhao Guiyun's face lit up with a smile from the compliment. "Oh, don't praise me too much. I just styled it casually, not as perfect as you say. Yes, I used a stove iron. Oh my, I was so scared during the process. The iron was glowing red. I even smelled my hair burning, but it turned out okay. I'm quite satisfied with the result." Old Han also said it looked good. Zhao Guiyun proudly adjusted her curled hair with her hand. "By the way, don't call me Osmanthus anymore. I now go by Zhao Guiyun." "Mom, why did you change your name?" "Because I don't like the old one. It was too rustic. It doesn't suit my curly hair." That's right. You've become someone from the city now. Your style is fitting, not like us simple folks. But don't say that. You're praising me so much I might laugh in my sleep tonight."
Ha ha ha.
Zhao Hohot grinned proudly, laughing loudly. Han Qingyun wanted to cover her face, but unfortunately, she had no hands. "Mom, you're really something. No wonder they say 3 women make a show, and 3 women are like 500 ducks quacking. It's cold outside, but these women huddle together, chattering back and forth, their mouths puffing out white steam. Quite amusing." Han Qingyun and her brother stare in amazement at the lively chatter of the women, like a big show. The strong local accent makes Han Qingyun feel very close.
But
Han Qingyun, Mom, don't you think it's cold? Especially when you're laughing with your mouth wide open, don't you feel the north wind blowing into your mouth? Can you at least look at your daughter? I'm carrying 4 big bags and standing here like a wooden post in the cold wind for half a day. It turns out that women who love to show off don't know what cold is. Well, since my mother is happy, I haven't had a chance to show off in a long time. This time, I will let her enjoy it fully. The main reason is that she is kept at home every day in the city, so she has no place to show off. Zhao Guohyun is very unhappy about this, but everything else is fine. Han Qingyan thinks, so this is why my mother wants to come back for the new year? The children are also laughing and chatting happily. They haven't seen their friends in the village for a long time, so they quickly get along with the local kids. Showing off in temperatures below -30 degrees isn't a good idea. Zhao Guohyun finally feels cold and quickly wraps her headscarf around her. Oh, don't tease me, you guys. We just arrived in the village and haven't gone home yet. Once I get home and tidy up, I'll invite you over to chat and eat sunflower seeds. Yes, and then you can tell everyone about life in the city. Zhao Guohyun has had enough of showing off and is about to leave when she sees her third child, Han Jingyuan, rushing over like a whirlwind from the health clinic, shouting, "Mom, Mom, you finally came back." Zhao Guohyun's mouth twitches. This kid, what happened that made him shout at me like that? I tell you, our third child has never been so close to me before. He's been away so long, he must miss you. Han Jingyuan, looking full of grievance, finally reaches her, and her mother and younger sister have returned. Who understands? Now he has relatives, but it feels like he has none. He sits alone in the village, doesn't know how to cook, and can only eat at Teacher Wu's house every day. Teacher Wu is kind, but her cooking skills are hard to describe. He feels sorry for her. How has she managed all these years?
Sigh.
The dishes her wife makes are either too salty and harsh on the throat or bland and tasteless. Her cooking isn't much better than his. Now that he sees his mother and sister back, Han Jingyuan almost cries. He's craving food. He's going crazy from hunger. He just wants to eat meat. Even if Teacher Wu cooks it, it's not very tasty. Mom, now that you're back, I can eat good meals again. Han Jingyuan almost tears up. While his mother and sister are here, he wants to bring Teacher Wu to their house to learn cooking. He doesn't want to eat her pig feet anymore when he leaves with Teacher Wu later.
Zaugiun janli taps Han Jingyuan's fureyat.
Look at you, so useless. Back in the day, our family was so poor that we barely had enough to eat. Whatever we got, we ate. I never saw you so picky. Now that life is a bit better, your mouth has become so finicky. A few women laughed together. Your family's conditions must have improved a lot. If I could eat delicious food every day, I wouldn't want to go back to the days of eating plain porridge. Guohyun, all children are the same. You can't be too biased. You've taken other kids out, arranged jobs for them, but you left your third child in the village? Zhao Guohyun was once again accused of favoritism. She felt annoyed. Her children were all the same. How did others see that she didn't favor her third child? She couldn't explain. She couldn't say that Wu Wenzhou left, and her third child was clinging to him to go along. So, she could only hold back her feelings and accept it. Just as she was about to pack her bag to go home, she heard a loud commotion from afar. The noise was so loud it seemed like it would shake the sky. The women stopped talking and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, it was near Yang Banhua's house. A crowd was gathered in layers, looking chaotic, like a fight had broken out. Zhao Guohyun muttered, "It's over. I guess we can't go back now." Why are they fighting? Who's fighting whom? I need to see. Yang Banhua's family had a problem. No matter what, they had to go see what was happening. Although she didn't get along well with her before, now that she was divorced from Han Adong, they were all neighbors. If she could help, she would. But everyone knew she just wanted to watch the fun. There was no excitement in the city, and now that she was back in the village, there was a rare commotion. If she didn't go, she wouldn't be Zhao Guohyun. Han Qingyan also stretched her neck and stared toward Yang Banhua's house. Wow, the crowd at Yang Banhua's door was packed. Even in the cold winter, below -30 degrees Celsius, no one cared. The men, women, and children of Yangshugo were all eager to see what was happening. They looked like they were hypnotized, and some people were rushing over. It was such good material for writing. Maybe she could find some inspiration from this. Hearing Zhao Guthyan, Han Qingyun immediately agreed. Mom, let's go see. If we can help, we'll help. Han Xinghe's brothers. Their little sister's enthusiasm was just as strong as their mom's. She almost ran over herself. Han Jingyuan whispered to Han Xinghe, Big brother, did you notice? Mom and little sister are just here to watch the fun. Han Xinghe said, do I need to tell you? It's obvious. Honestly, I want to go too. Han Jingyuan thought to himself. Suddenly, Han Xinghe handed the baby he was holding into Han Jingyuan's arms. The chubby baby looked straight at Han Jingyuan with a blank and confused expression, clearly having completely forgotten his third uncle. Third brother, you stay with the kids in the clinic. I'll go chase after mom and little sister. There are too many people, and I don't want her and her sister to get hurt. I need to go. Han Lao-san responded with a grunt, but he was actually just eager to see some excitement. What excuse was he really looking for? His little sister was carrying 4 big bags, walking quickly, already turning into a tiny black. Do you really think someone like her needs your protection? Han Jingyuan didn't like to watch fights or arguments. He saw enough of that every day in the village. Han Xinghe ran off to catch up with Zhao Guiyun and her sister. Han Jingyuan could only hold the baby with one arm, while calling out to the other children and a goose. All right, I'll take you all back to the clinic. Meanwhile, Zhao Guiyun was standing behind several layers of people, stretching her neck and crossing her legs, trying to look into Yang Bengxia's yard. Because Han Qingyun was holding several big bags and couldn't squeeze forward, she quickly found a spot, set her bags down, and looked around until she spotted a large stone. While everyone else was busy watching the drama, she used her strength to lift the stone and place it under a tree. Then she stood on the stone to watch the scene. This vantage point was perfect. It let her see everything clearly inside Yang Bengxia's yard without pushing, and she could keep an eye on her bags. Her senses were sharp. Although she was a bit far away, she could hear the people in the yard talking clearly. With her keen eyesight, she also saw what was happening inside.
Wow.
The yard and outside of Yang Bengxia's house were packed tight. Zhao Guthyan kept stretching her neck for a long time, her neck getting sore. After a while, she finally saw that Grandma Han had returned. Weren't her mother and sister already kicked out of the house? Why was Grandma back again? Clearly, Grandma was here to cause trouble. She hadn't noticed Han Adong and his sister, so it seemed she came on her own. Zhao Guiyun was confused and quickly grabbed a nearby villager to ask, What's going on? Why is Grandma back? The man was also stretching his neck, watching intently, when someone pulled his sleeve. He turned his head and saw Zhao Guiyun. He exclaimed, Oh, sister-in-law, you're back? Zhao Guiyun replied, Yes, I came back for the new year. Then she nodded towards the yard and asked, What's going on with Grandma? Now, everyone in the village knows that Han Yunshin is not the biological son of Grandma Han. They also know that later, the Han family reported the case and sent Grandma Han to jail. Later, for some unknown reason, Grandma Han was released. In short, the villagers now understand that Han Yunshin's family has no connection with Han Idong's family anymore. When they first found out about this, many villagers scolded Grandma Han. They realized that her bad behavior had a reason. She had stolen someone else's child and mistreated that child. Fortunately, Grandma Han went to the city with Han Adong. Otherwise, she would have been scolded to death in the village. Hi, the old lady is here to ask Yang Bansha for the child. After Han Adong divorced, he didn't have any children. Yang Bansha's 3 daughters didn't give him any. Now, the old lady came back and said she wanted to take Hanyu away. She said that since Han Adong had no children, he would be old and helpless, with no one to care for him in old age. Zhao Guiyun pursed her lips. Mom, your face is really thick. How can you be so shameless? Isn't it because Han Adong cheated on his wife that he divorced Yang Bansha? The old lady still favors boys over girls. She brought back a fake son and didn't want any daughters. Now she finds out her son is fake and comes back to ask for her daughter. How shameless can she be? If I were Yang Bansha, I wouldn't give her anything. The woman next to her nodded. That's right. Things in their family are quite lively now. Widow Li has also returned to the village. Zhao Guoyan asked, "Wasn't Widow Li working as a temporary worker at the coal mine in town?" The woman replied, "She was fired. Yang Bansha caused trouble. Widow Li was caught stealing a man's wife. Do you think Yang Bansha would let her go? She's divorced now. Why should she let her live a good life?" Zhao Guoyan felt a bit regretful. "So, you two haven't been bored these past 2 months?" The woman said, "Of course. We thought it would be cold at home, so we stayed in. But over the past month, it's been so lively and fun. Aunt Guoyan, you don't know. After Widow Li returned to the village, she was constantly scolded by Yang Bansha at her door. One day, she even called Yang Bansha out and hit her. Widow Li's face was scratched into a mess. Oh, it was so satisfying Yang Bansha did something good. Li Widow has made many women in our village wear green hats.
I've wanted to do the same for a long time."
Zhao Guoyan looked at her strangely. It seemed she was a person with a story. The woman realized she had said too much and quickly shut her mouth. "Yang Bansha, I tell you, I must take the child today.
You have to give him to me.
If you don't, I'll die here." In the yard, Grandma Han's excited shouting could be heard. Her voice was strong and full of energy. Inside, Yang Bengxia's voice responded, "You dare to die, you dare to love death. I, Yang Bengxia, will bury you. It wasn't me who made you want to die. You chose to die yourself. Who can say I'm wrong? Everyone look. This old woman has been bossy in Yangshu Gully for many years. She's unreasonable and not a good person at all. If she were a good person, could she have raised a pair of siblings involved in trouble?" Everyone burst into laughter. They only knew that Han Adong was involved in trouble and had a fake illegitimate child, but they didn't know Su Aihua was involved in trouble too.
What's so strange about that?
Just go with the flow. Exactly. After Tang Mei's husband died, she took over his role. At the mine, she started hooking up with Su. She was cheating even when she was a widow. Can her children be good? Soon, all of Yang Bengxia's gossip about Su Aihua was exposed. As for how Yang Bengxia knew about this, it was from the last time she overheard Grandma Han and her 3 children talking in her house during a divorce. After overhearing, Yang Bengxia felt very disgusted with this mother and her children. Although she was clever and had her own little schemes, she couldn't stand the fact that they were involved in cheating and raising illegitimate children. She increasingly looked down on the Han family's morals, as even cheating was passed down from generation to generation. She thought she made the right decision to divorce this marriage. She was worried her daughter might learn the bad habits of Han Adong and her siblings, which would make her sick. Recently, her family was trying to find her a new partner so she could remarry. But Yang Bengxia didn't really want to. She felt happy living freely with her 2 daughters. Suddenly, she heard that Grandma Han had found out about this and came to cause trouble. Grandma Han threatened that if Yang Bengxia didn't remarry, she could keep the children, but if she dared to marry someone else, she would take the children away. The matter wasn't settled yet, and Yang Bengxia didn't plan to remarry, but Grandma Han's threats made her rebellious. She said, "I'll marry if I want to. What can you do? We've already divorced. You're not in charge anymore." This led to a fight between them. Since Yang Bengxia said she would marry someone, Grandma Han insisted on taking her 3rd child, Han Yu. Grandma Han looked at Han Yu with a grim face. "Xiao Yu, your grandma loved you so much before. You see, you and your mother have no future. Living in the countryside, you'll only marry a rural man. Now your dad has gone back to work at the unit as a workshop director. If you follow your father, he will surely find you a job, and it would be great if he could find you a young man from the city someday. Han Yu, stop making empty promises. Did you ever make promises to me before? Since I graduated from middle school, you and your son have been making promises to us women, but I only realized after my mother divorced that your promises were already taken by Widow Li. Now I know that the child isn't his, and the matter with Widow Li has come to light. Now you're thinking of me again. What's wrong? Do you want to go back to an old relationship? That's not as good as it sounds." Old Mrs. Han, heartbroken, said, "Your father and mother's divorce is their own business. Why does a child like you need to get involved so much? Besides, Father and mother are the same. How can you be so biased? This time, I'm not making promises to you. I'm telling the truth. If you come with me, I have a house in the city, which is better than staying in the countryside. Manhwa, Hanyu, if you listen to her, you'll be fooled. From the way this old woman talks, she might be trying to sell you for a good price. Last time, Su Aihua had bad intentions. She brought the son of the woman director from the county town to your uncle's house, and they almost sold Xiao Ke. Fortunately, that family suddenly had problems, or Xiao Ke would have been in trouble. It's all the work of these two wicked mother and daughter. In the county, news spread that Director Meng's family and her brother had problems, especially since her brother was executed. Everyone felt relieved for the Han family, thinking that if this family had problems, the Han girl wouldn't be in trouble. But they didn't know the truth was the other way around, that the trouble was caused by the Meng family and Han's family. Hanyu, Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Do you think I'm still that naive? I've been fooled so many times. If I fall for it again, I'll really be hopeless. Grandma, isn't it better to live your own life? Why do you have to get involved again? I definitely won't go with you. After the Lunar New Year, I'll be 19 and an adult. I have my own opinions. I know who treats me well and who doesn't, so just give up already. Hanyu had long since lost hope and seen through Han's mother and son. After so many years, her hopes had suddenly shattered, and she had experienced her parents' divorce. Hanyu had also become much more mature. At least her mindset was calmer now, and she wouldn't look down on others anymore. She used to be so naive and ridiculous. Her eyes looked outside the yard and saw Han Qingyan standing far away on a high place. She smiled, feeling a sense of relief after all the hardships. She used to be naive, but after her parents' divorce, she completely transformed.
Good be, Han Qingyan.
Even though she is now glamorous and more beautiful than before, she feels no jealousy at all. She just wants to live her own good life from now on and no longer envy others, because those things don't belong to her. How did old lady Han come to want to take her own life? This story starts with Han Adong. After he went to the imperial city and saw the world, he came back and showed off to old lady Han and Su Aihua. He said that big families value having a large, prosperous household with many branches. He also talked about what he saw and heard, describing how grand the Xiao family was, how many high-ranking officials they had, and how talented all their children were. Unintentionally, his words made old lady Han ask, Adong, what are your plans now? Will you remarry and have children again? You're over 40. If you have more children, they'll grow up, but how old will you be then? Han Adong wasn't very interested in remarrying. He had accepted reality. Even if he returned to work at the factory as a workshop director, it was unlikely he'd find a young girl. His potential partners were either widows or divorced women. Plus, his reputation was not good, and whether widows or divorced women would want to marry him was uncertain. Thinking about this, he felt discouraged. I'm getting old. It's hard to find a new partner, and even if I do, it would be for the sake of the children. I have 3 daughters myself, and I'd be a stepfather to others' children, which I don't want. Su Aihua was in a similar situation. Her 2 children belonged to her ex-husband, and now she was alone. Luckily, she was younger than Han Adong, only in her 30s. But a woman in her 30s who is divorced would not easily find a new young man. Most likely, she would have to look for someone older, probably in his 40s, and by then, her children would already be grown. Recently, someone at her workplace introduced her to a man, but she wasn't interested. So she said, Big brother, you shouldn't have agreed to give all the children to Yang Bangxia. Even if you had a daughter, she could find a good husband and not end up lonely in old age. Now, the siblings could see their future lonely old age. Hearing this, Han Adong hesitated, but old lady Han was convinced. It wasn't just because her daughters were not very capable. Even if they married, having more children would mean more family members. She knew Yang Bangxia was very difficult to deal with now. So she took a bottle of poison and went to Yang Shegu without telling Han Adong or his sister. She was just waiting to take the child home and bring Hanyu back. Han Ai Dang would definitely praise her. With poison in her hand,
She felt confident she wouldn't fail. On a very cold day, Grandma Han had already been outside for a long time. She was almost frozen solid and thought she couldn't hold on, so she clenched her teeth and took out a bottle from her bag. She raised the bottle high. Coincidentally, the part she didn't hold showed the words pesticide. Mom, that old lady brought pesticide. What is she trying to do? What can she do? In winter, what's she going to do, kill bugs? No, she's probably going to harm herself.
Wow.
Grandma Han is going to drink pesticide? This is serious, someone might get hurt. It was obvious she was threatening to hurt herself. Everyone thought to themselves, this old lady used to be very dramatic, and now she was trying to threaten with her own life. She really knew how to cause trouble. Her action shocked everyone present. Although everyone looked down on Grandma Han's past misdeeds, no one wanted to see anyone get hurt. Grandma Han said, "Granddaughter, you don't know how good the city is. There are parks, buses, and cinemas. When you go to the city, your grandma will take you there. Your dad also said he doesn't plan to remarry and will stay with you, his precious daughter. Come with me to the city. Later, your dad and I will treat you well and find you a good match."
Han hated Grandma Han deeply.
You and my dad did some wicked things. I hope you haven't forgotten. My dad secretly kept a widow outside, and not only did you help hide it, but you also took care of Lee's widow and had a child with him. Is that something a person should do? In the past, you all wanted a son so badly you looked down on me, a girl. I hope you keep looking down on me. Forget it. I won't go to the city with you. I don't even long for the city anymore. Don't try to scare me with the pesticide. I'm not easily frightened. Hanyu turned her head and was completely unfazed. Yang Bangxia also ordered, "We're divorced now. We agreed that the child would stay with me. Now you want to change that? Do you have no shame? Get out of our house quickly. Just because you hold a bottle doesn't scare me. You think drinking pesticide can scare me? If you dare to die, I dare to bury you. It's your own choice to die, not something I forced you to do. So if you die here, no one can blame me. If you want to die or not, honestly, someone like you, the sooner you're gone, the better." Grandma Han's body was stiff, and it was unclear whether she was frozen or angry. It was awkward. She hadn't threatened anyone. Should she drink or not? The bottle was already raised. How could she put it down? If she didn't drink, the children couldn't take her away. But if she drank, would it be dangerous? She had come all this way. She didn't want to leave empty-handed. At this moment, the secretary, the team leader, and the women's director hurried over in a rush. What's going on? Isn't it better to stay warm on the bed? All day long, they kept watching their family's drama. Grandma was too much to handle. First bothering Han Tieju's family, now the whole village. Look at how more and more people are gathering outside the yard. Yang Bangxia's family was surrounded. Zhou Jianqi squeezed in and saw Grandma Han holding a bottle of pesticide. "Oh no, is this about life and death? Ma'am, what are you doing? Please put down the medicine. Let's talk calmly. It's the new year. Why do you want to die over something? Where is Han Adong? Wait, wasn't Grandma Han alone returning?" Zhou Jianqi looked around but didn't see Han Adong. He felt very unhappy with him. He always pushed his mother forward and hid behind her.
How old is he?
Still using his mother as a shield? He showed no responsibility. This was unfair to Han Adong. He had no idea Grandma Han would come to cause trouble. Qin Dachuan pushed his way in and saw Grandma Han holding the pesticide bottle. Oh my, this could involve someone's life. "Ma'am, what are you doing? Put down the medicine. We can talk nicely. It's the new year. Why risk your life?" Everyone was waiting for her to drink the poison. Women's director Zhou Peng's wife, Zhou Ping, pushed through the crowd and finally came in. "There's no need to argue. Grandma, even if you drink the pesticide, it won't solve the problem. You're risking your own life. Is it worth it?" Grandma Han was really unreasonable, making the whole village upset during the new year. Look, there's only a few days until the new year. She drank pesticide and died in Yangshugo. How will everyone celebrate this year?
In the next few days, there will be lively activities like sharing grain and slaughtering pigs for the new year. The village is very busy, and she wants to turn this whole pesticide drinking incident into a drama. If it were a comedy, that would be fine, just a little entertainment for everyone during the holiday. But if it turns into a tragedy, what should we do? Yang Bangxia, don't be stubborn. First, let's get the old lady out of the house so we can sit down and talk. Yang Bangxia refused. Why should she? They've already divorced cleanly, and now she wants her child? That's not something to compromise on. What's there to talk about? Talking would mean she has to give in and give her daughter away. Zhou Ping is just talking easily, not worried about the consequences if old lady Han drinks the pesticide. She just wants to avoid responsibility and hopes to handle everything herself. How can she think so simply? Now, Yang Bangxia's own interests are involved, and she has already become indifferent to everything. What's there to discuss? What's there to talk about? The old lady wants my child. Do you think we can sit down and discuss this? Old lady Han held up the bottle and shouted at the village leader. Look at this. You see this? This woman is just unreasonable. The child wasn't born by her alone. Half of it is because we love the party. We want to bring the child home to celebrate the new year. Why not? Leader, you have to help me make the decision. Let me take the child home for the holiday. Actually, old lady Han is pretty clever. She changed her strategy from asking for the child to bringing the child home for the new year. It's the new year. Bringing the child home to see her father isn't too much, right? If Yang Bangxia refuses again, it would mean she's unreasonable. They're divorced, but that doesn't mean they cut ties with the child. Why can't the child go home? But inside, she's thinking of another plan. As long as Hanyu goes with her, once they get home, the child won't be able to return. She plans to feed the child good food and buy nice clothes to keep the child happy. Then she'll wait for Yang Bangxia to cry and beg her. When she said this, there was a murmur among the crowd. That old lady didn't say it like that earlier. Didn't she say she wanted the child from Yang Bangxia? Now she's changing her story and saying she wants to bring the child home for the new year? Exactly. It looks like she's changing her tactics again. She's probably afraid to tell the truth now because the leaders are here. Qin Dachuan's head hurt. He used to like listening to Han Aiden's stories, but now he's tired of it. I tell you, old lady, stop arguing. The people's eyes are sharp. Everyone says that you are asking Comrade Yang Bangxia for a child, not that you are bringing her home for the new year. Let me tell you, Hanyu has a rural household registration, and she must participate in collective labor. It's impossible for you to just take her away casually. The child needs to earn work points in the commune. What is she going to do in the city? She's grown up now, and I can't keep relying on her father to support her forever. Moreover, with her status, she can't stay long in the city. If she does, people might think she's a vagrant. Vagrants are not far from being considered troublemakers. Such harsh words. Old Lady Han stubbornly lifts her chin.
You don't need to worry about that.
Once the child is in the city, we will handle it ourselves. Just tell me if you will give me the authority to decide. Who dares to give her that authority? Old Lady Han has a terrible reputation in the commune. No one supports her. No one would go to Yang Bangxia to ask for the child just for her. The leaders of the commune remain silent, and the standoff continues. Yang Bangxia has been her mother-in-law for many years and knows her well. Everyone, disperse. I don't believe she will really drink poison to end her life. Besides, who knows if that bottle really contains poison? It might just be water, used to scare people. That old woman is just afraid of dying. She's not willing to die. Again, if you dare to die, I dare to bury you. She's not wrong. Old Lady Han really is afraid of death. She brought out the poison just to scare people. But the bottle really does contain poison. Old Lady Han thought that if she put water in it, she'd be caught immediately, and she'd never be able to take the child away. Faced with this dilemma, Old Lady Han was furious at Yang Bangxia's anger, so furious that even temperatures below -30 degrees Celsius couldn't cool her down. You think I don't dare to drink? I brought it here to drink. If I can't take the child today, I'll die just to prove it. She looked at the bottle, wondering if a few sips wouldn't be okay.
She remembered the big green worms in the pesticide that hadn't been killed yet. She's a living person, not a bug. Qingyan sighed. This is pure ignorance. A generation gap. If this were in later times, just pulling out an old lady, she wouldn't even drink water mixed with poison. Clearly, the poison in her hand was pure and undiluted. She didn't know where old lady Han got it from, but she saw her open the bottle cap. Ma'am, what are you doing? Why are you so desperate?
Put that down, put it down.
In her panic, Zhou Ping tried to rush forward and hug old lady Han. Old lady Han clenched her teeth and, facing the bottle, gulped down several sips. There were so many people around, she couldn't let her digest those few sips of poison before being rescued. They would surely send her to the hospital in time. Right? Grandma Han thought to herself. Ah, she really drank it. Wow, I waited here just to help carry her, and she actually drank it. Grandma Han misjudged the situation. She thought it was like traditional medicine, something that only shows effects after being swallowed. But after she gulped a few sips, her mouth immediately felt a burning sensation, followed by intense pain. The old lady wanted to open her mouth to shout for help but couldn't because her mouth was being corroded. Her whole body grew weak, and Zhou Ping held her tightly. Yang Bengxia and Han Yu were stunned. They never expected Grandma Han to drink poison. That's crazy. Grandma Han values her life so much.
It was terrifying.
Someone who usually sneezes a few times and gets nervous would never drink poison. How could she be so reckless? Grandma Han was afraid of dying, but she never imagined it was because she lacked knowledge. Her brave act shocked everyone present. No one thought Grandma Han would actually drink it. Qin Dachu and Zhou Jianxi shouted, "Quick! Get some people to take her to the hospital." Secretary, where should we send her? Maybe to the clinic? Dr. Wu can handle it. Qin Dachu was anxious. Do you think this is a minor injury? She swallowed it. Her stomach might be burning now. Really? Oh my, isn't this risking her life? Quick, take her to the hospital, maybe to the county hospital? The county hospital is too far, and with all the snow, can we make it in time? By the time she gets there, she might be burned out and no longer breathing. That's a real problem. What should we do? Several officials from the team were panicking. Now they needed to stay calm and decide where to take Grandma Han for the best chance of saving her. Where's Dr. Wu? And Han Lao-san? Are they here? Haven't they come to see what's happening? No, they haven't. They don't like to watch trouble, and Dr. Wu is busy at the clinic, so they're probably not here. This is bad. Hurry up, carry her to the clinic. Staying here won't help. Zhou Jianxi waved his hand, and a few people carried a door panel over, placing Grandma Han on it. They rushed towards the clinic. A group of people followed, shouting as they ran, "Grandma Han drank poison. Oh my, I just got home, and she already drank it.
Hope she's okay."
It's not too late. Let's all go to the clinic, Qin Dacha said. Before they carried Grandma Han to the clinic, Han Chiyun had already left earlier, carrying her bag and rushing there. Although Grandma Han was often unkind and not very kind-hearted before, she was still a human life. She couldn't just watch as someone's life was lost. Han Qingyun rushed into the clinic. Third brother, Dr. Wu, it's not good.
Grandma Han drank pesticida.
They're now carrying her here. Please get ready quickly. What?
Grandma Han drank pesticida.
Is she really at the end of her life? Wu Wenzhou shouted to Han Jingyuan, "Hurry up, prepare the stomach washing supplies." The two hurriedly started preparing the necessary tools. In this era, especially in such a backward rural area, stomach washing was a primitive method, mainly using induced vomiting. They poured water forcefully into her mouth and then stimulated her tongue to make her vomit until her stomach was emptied. Han Qingyun saw Grandma Han drink several sips of highly corrosive pesticide. She had already fainted by the time they reached the clinic from Yang Banch's house. They hurriedly carried Grandma Han onto the bed and began pouring water into her mouth. Shouldn't we notify Han Adong? In the cold weather, the secretary and the team leader were sweating, both fanning themselves and breathing hard. They suddenly remembered Han Adong. What's Han Adong's work phone number? Do you have it? Zhou Jianxi asked Qin Dachuan.
Qin Dachuan looked confused. No, I don't. I know. Han Qingyan raised her hand. My dad works at the same factory as Han Adong. I'll give you the phone number. It's the logistics department's number. You can ask the logistics staff to find Han Adong. Han Qingyan wrote down a string of phone numbers on the clinic's notepad and handed it to Qin Dachuan. Qin took the number and ran back to the office. Zhao Guiyun was like she was dreaming, staring with her mouth open in shock. How did it come to this? Was Grandma foolish? That was pesticide, not soda. She gulped down several sips. How could she survive? Could Grandma have caused her own death? Qin Dachuan, panting, ran back to the office, trembling as he dialed the number. Hello, is this the logistics department of the towel factory? I need to tell you something. I'm the secretary of Yangshugu Brigade. Please inform your comrade Han Adong that his mother drank pesticide and tried to commit suicide in Yangshugu. Hurry up and have him come here. There was a loud thud on the other end. The young woman on the phone was so frightened, she dropped her phone on the desk. She quickly picked it up. Yes, I'll go right away. After hanging up, the woman hurriedly ran toward the workshop. She found Han Adong in the office. Director Han, there's a call at your home.
Han Adong replied.
At my house. We don't have a phone there. Oh, it was a call from Yangshugu, your hometown. They said your mother went there and drank pesticide, trying to commit suicide. No, she already did. Han Adong was silent. After a moment of shock, he finally understood what the woman meant. He suddenly stood up and ran outside like crazy. Impossible. His mother is very afraid of death. How could she drink pesticide to end her life? She cares most about him, then about Su Aihua. How could she abandon her children and commit suicide? That doesn't make sense. Someone must be playing a prank. Yes, it must be someone he offended, doing this as a joke. It must be Widow Li. It's definitely her. She hates him. Because of him, Widow Li has lost everything. Maybe she's pranking him to get back at him? As he ran, Han Adong kept thinking about whether someone was deliberately playing a trick on him. He refused to believe that old lady Han really drank pesticide to die. His hands trembling, he unlocked his bike. There were no buses to town now, so he could only ride back to Yangshugu. It takes about 2 hours by bike. But he was riding fast, not slowly. He was riding wildly, falling twice on the way, but he got up and kept pedaling furiously. At the clinic, old lady Han was dazed, being repeatedly given water. Her mouth was pried open, chopsticks were inserted and stirred in her throat. Her mouth was badly damaged by the pesticide, so touching it was very painful. Because of the pain, she gradually woke up. The pain was intense, but she had to stir her mouth. If she didn't, she wouldn't vomit. Old lady Han had suffered greatly. Now she was confused, but she still had some awareness and knew she had made a big mistake. Why did she drink pesticide in anger?
She didn't want to die.
Please save her. It hurts so much. She hadn't lived enough yet. Everyone watched as old lady Han was repeatedly given water and vomited again and again. They didn't know how many times this cycle repeated. Wu Wenzhou looked at the water in the basin and sniffed it. It's no longer bitter. It's just plain water now. Her stomach has been emptied, but her stomach must be badly damaged. Other organs are unknown. She needs to be taken to a big hospital for tests. He didn't say it aloud, but even at a big hospital it would be tough. Finally, no more watering down. They simply left Grandma Han lying on the hospital bed, covering her with a blanket, while Han Jingyuan stood nearby watching. Wu Wenzhou was pulled aside by a few officials. Qin Dachuan's head was buzzing. Hey, old Wu, give me the real truth. Are we going to have a death here? It's the new year and someone in the village has died. First, he can't explain this to the higher-ups. With so many people watching, Grandma Han drank pesticide, right in front of everyone. Are all these people dead inside? That doesn't make sense. But the scene was indeed uncontrollable. Secondly, it's almost New Year, and many deaths in their village bring bad luck. Everyone present, including Han's family, cares about this issue. Wu Wenzhou looked back at Grandma Han's pale face on the bed, then shook his head. Although she's been saved for now, it's touch and go. What do you mean? Touch and go? Don't scare me. Can't we take her to a big hospital? Woo Won-jo shook his head again. No, it's too late. She drank too much. Her organs are already damaged. Sending her to a big hospital won't help. It's just a matter of time. Han Xingyun was silent. It meant she would die sooner or later. She couldn't believe Grandma Han really did this to herself. The family originally planned to marry Grandma Han off again because she was so troublesome. But now I think that punishment was too light. Just kill her off. Killing someone is illegal. In the 1970s, it was a society governed by law. Han's family couldn't have strangled her, so she had to have done it herself. It just feels wrong that such a person isn't punished. She must have a bad ending. Hanyu was terrified. She covered her mouth, trembling in Yang Bangxia's arms. Mom, she really didn't die, right?
I'm scared.
She looked at Grandma Han on the bed nearby. Her face was now gray and pale. There was no obvious movement on her chest, making it seem like she was already dead. Yang Bangxia was so angry her vision blurred. That old woman Han was really daring enough to die in our house. If she really died, it would ruin Hanyu's reputation forever. She'd be branded as someone who pushed her own grandmother to death. Who would want to marry such a daughter-in-law? Even if everyone in the village knew what happened, no one would marry such an unlucky wife. Why isn't Han Adong here yet? Hurry up and come fix this. Where should we take Grandma? Leaving her in the brigade's clinic definitely won't work, and our clinic isn't equipped for this. She needs to go to the hospital. From Dr. Wu's words, it has to be a big hospital. Han Adong was late, and Qin Dachuan was pacing nervously like a fly buzzing around. Han Adong was still riding his bicycle back, fighting against the northeast wind, and it was almost dark. The dirt road was bumpy and uneven, and with ice under the snow, his speed slowed down. If he went any faster, he might fall. Sure enough, Han Adong fell again, got up, and helped his bike back up. He had fallen several times along the way. He was in his 40s, and his old body couldn't handle so many falls without getting hurt. He was battered all over. Oh no, it's Adong, he said as he tried to stand up and get on his bike. Just then, he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and saw a bicycle approaching. It was getting dark, so he couldn't see the face clearly, and the rider was wearing a hat and scarf, covering their face completely. It's me, Wu Lei, the rider said. This was Wu Lei, the former secretary of Yangshigu. Now, he was the deputy director of the local office. Every day after work, he rode his bike home. Today, he saw someone ahead and found it strange. The person was pedaling hard, falling several times, then getting up and pedaling again. Who was that? So reckless? When the person ahead fell again, Wu Lei caught up and looked carefully. It was Han Adong. Although Han Adong was also wearing a hat and scarf, Wu Lei recognized his work uniform. He tentatively asked, and sure enough, Han Adong turned to look at him. Is that you? Who rides a bike like that? I counted 4 falls on the way here. Are you not afraid of getting hurt? Secretary Wu, I have urgent business and need to get back to the village quickly, Han Adong said, and hurriedly pedaled on. Wu Lei also got on his bike and followed behind him. Han Adong had no intention of explaining what he was doing back in the village. Fortunately, Yang Shigo was in sight. He let out a breath of relief and pedaled into the village. Someone saw him enter and shouted, Han Adong.
Han Adong.
Your grandma is at the clinic. Hurry and check on her. It was too dark to see who was shouting, but Han Adong knew his grandma was at the clinic. He turned his bike sharply toward the clinic, leaned it against the wall, and pushed open the door. Wu Lei, behind him, also entered the village and asked the people on the street what had happened. Oh dear, Secretary Wu, this is terrible. Grandma Han has returned to the village and is causing trouble at Yang Bangxia's house, trying to take Hanyu away. When Yang Bangxia refused, she drank pesticide. This old lady is really too troublesome.
Sigh.
Forget it. She's like this now, and we can't say anything bad about her. It seems my sister-in-law is also at the clinic?
Wu Lei.
Ejesetatid, gran mandrang pesticide?
Although he is no longer the team leader, he is still a village official and lives here, so he must go see what's happening. Rumor has it his wife is also at the clinic. Wu Lei turned back, parked his bike at the clinic door, pushed open the curtain, and went inside. Inside, he saw the place almost full of people, all heads in sight, making it hard to see where his wife, Lu Tsuefin, was. Though there were many people, they spoke softly, quietly talking. Wu Lei looked at the old lady on the bed. Her face was not looking good. Han Adong was kneeling beside the bed, holding her hand and crying. Even though this person has some selfish thoughts and is quite self-centered, the person lying there, silent with a pale face, is his own mother. This morning, she was smiling and cooking for them, and now she's unconscious. Such a sudden change is hard for anyone to bear. Mom, open your eyes and look at me. Mom, I'm Adong. Don't leave me. Without you, there's no home. Wah. At first, her crying was soft, but then she broke down and sobbed loudly. Everyone present felt heartbroken, including Zhao Guiyun, whose eyes were also teary. The atmosphere was intense. Although she disliked Grandma Han, she had never done anything good for their family and had stolen her husband, ruining his bright future and turning him into an ordinary farmer. Zhao Guiyun was kind-hearted. She never wished Grandma Han dead. She only wanted her to face proper punishment, like going to jail for a few years. That's what she deserved. But now, Grandma Han had just drunk pesticide and was lying here, unconscious and uncertain of her life. Zhao Guiyun felt helpless. Han Qingyun had already sent some bags and children home. In Yangshugo, she wasn't worried about the children's safety. She put the gate in place with De Zhuang watching, and the kids sat playing on the Kong bed. The Kong at home was warm from Han Jingyuan's fire. Dia and Arya, the two children, were very responsible and good at watching the kids, so Han Qingyun felt at ease and returned home. Just as Han Ai Dang was crying loudly, the situation was tense. It's not the right time to comfort her now, but what should the elderly lady do? We can't stay here. She needs to be taken to the hospital. Maybe she can be saved. So, Qin Chuan carefully stepped forward and patted Han Ai Dang's shoulder. Ai Dang, we can't delay. The old lady is still breathing. Should we take her to the county hospital? Wu Lei said, I'll call Ai Gua now to see if he has a jeep. If he does, he can come back and take the old lady to the county hospital. Han Ai Dang finally regained her senses. She sniffed and looked up with tears on her face. Secretary Wu, thank you. I must save my mom. I'll sell everything I have, my house, land, to save her. After Han Ai Dang agreed, Qin Chuan took Wu Lei away to make a call in the office. On the other side, after receiving the call, Ai Gua hurriedly drove back to Yangshugo. Everyone carefully lifted the elderly lady into the jeep. Han Ai Dang and some village officials sat in the jeep as they headed to the hospital. After Wu Gua took the elderly lady away, the villagers hadn't left. They were still talking quietly, looking worried. Wow, why did this old lady do such a thing during the New Year? Why choose to try to hurt herself?
What now?
Han Ai Dang won't have a good New Year.
Aun mutarat.
An old man squatted on the ground, smoking his pipe. She doesn't seem like she really wants to die. Maybe she just wanted to scare people, but it turned into real trouble. That old lady really is causing trouble. Exactly. Things keep happening during the new year that upset everyone. If she really doesn't make it, our village's reputation will be affected. Everyone was talking and guessing whether the old lady could survive this time. Han Qingyun and her daughter looked like they were dreaming. Zhao Guiyun said, Daughter, go home quickly. It's getting dark, and the kids haven't eaten yet. Han Qingyun replied, I saw my older brother just got home. Someone is watching the kids. All right, I'll tell your third brother and then we'll go home. Third brother? Third brother? Han Jingyuan was removing the needle from a child who had just finished in 4 when he heard Zhao Guiyun call him. Wait, I'll finish here first. That young man was very brave. He wasn't afraid when he was giving the injection, but now he's removing the needle. Is he scared? The child shook his head. No, I'm not afraid. Uncle, you can take it out. Han Jingyuan squatted down, carefully removed the needle, and pressed a cotton ball on the child's arm. Sister-in-law, hold the child steady. The child's mother took the child's hand and said, "Thank you, Dr. Han." No need to thank me. It's what I should do. Han Qingyun watched her older brother work. Since he entered the clinic, she had never seen how he worked before. Today, she saw with her own eyes how patient he was with every patient. He will definitely become a good doctor in the future.
Han Jinyuan has changed.
He used to be a naive, cheerful young man who loved to fall in love. Now, probably because of his marriage troubles and his hard work, he has become more mature and has a special charm, especially when he's working. He looks very attractive. Her older brother is transforming.
No, her whole family is changing.
After finishing his work, Han Jinyuan spoke to Zhao Guiyun, "Mom, what's the matter?" Zhao Guiyun said, "Tonight, we're making some good dishes at home. Tell your teacher and the lady teacher to come over for dinner. He's busy right now, and I don't want to bother him. This is your task. You must bring the person back. If you can't, I will ask you about it." Han Jinyuan grinned widely and said, "Okay, I promise to complete the task. I'll talk to Teacher Wu later." Zhao Guiyun, both amused and exasperated, patted her son. "Look at you. You were fine just now, but now you're smiling like a fool. In the future, stop smiling like that. You're a good kid, but when you smile, you look silly. Smile kindly." "What did your little sister say?" "Oh, I think she said something about showing 8 teeth or a few teeth when you smile. When you have time, ask your little sister how to smile without looking silly." "It's strange, I smile like that too, but I don't look silly. Anyway, go ahead and get busy." Han Jinyuan was speechless. Zhao Guiyun took Han Qingyun back home. The mother and daughter sat face to face in Zhao Guiyun's room. Neither of them spoke first. It had been a tiring day. From the county to home, then back to the village, and all the unbelievable things that happened. They both felt like they were dreaming. Zhao Guiyun felt conflicted inside. She thought she might be going crazy. Honestly, she's never done anything good for our family. Not only is she sharp-tongued and mean, but she also always has bad intentions. Take the case of stealing someone else's child. She's not a good person. Now that she's in trouble, I thought I'd be happy about it. But for some reason, it feels like there's a big stone blocking my heart. I just can't feel happy." Han Qingyun said, "That just shows you're kind-hearted. I don't feel that strongly about it. I just think life is unpredictable. Today's events are uncertain for tomorrow." She probably didn't expect that she might die today. Zhao Guiyun whispered, "Really? She might die? That old lady has worked all her life and caused trouble all her life, but she was so spirited. I just can't believe she will die." Han Qingyun said, "No matter how capable she is, she can't resist the corrosiveness of pesticides. Those pesticides are highly concentrated. Being too kind to enemies is cruel to oneself." "Mom, you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart." Zhao Guiyun scolded her daughter with a glance. "Only you, my daughter, say I am kind. Others wouldn't say I am kind. What's wrong with me? The old lady used to treat us so well. So why do I feel no joy at her passing? That's not like me." Forget it.
I don't want to think about it.
Whether she lives or dies, it's no longer our concern. We still have the new year to prepare for. Daughter, think about what to eat tonight. Your third brother is already craving red meat. He keeps eating at Teacher Wu's house. We owe Teacher Wu a lot now. Tonight, we'll cook some meat dishes and invite Teacher Wu and his wife over." Han Qingyun thought for a moment. During the new year, Teacher Wu and his wife can come to our house to celebrate. When else would we get a chance to flatter them? Hearing this, Zhao Guiyun patted her thigh. Exactly. Why not just eat at our place? It's a good chance for Wu Wenzhou's wife to learn some cooking skills, so she can cook tasty food herself in the future. It's so frustrating not knowing how to cook. I can't stand eating our old family meals anymore. That's settled then. Thus, mother and daughter made a unilateral decision. Teacher Wu and his wife would spend the new year at their house. "Mom, when are we eating?" The kids are hungry. Han Xinghe saw the light on her mother's room and waited, but she didn't see any movement, so she asked. In response, eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Do I owe you something? Han Xinghe was so scared, he covered his mouth. Oh my, what did he say? He only asked when they would eat, and his mother shot him down like a machine gun. Han Xinghe felt like he was dead. We didn't dare ask or say anything else. Then Han Laozi shrank back, frightened by his mother.
Han Qingyun chuckled, her shoulders shaking.
The incident with Grandma Han still affected her mother a little, so when her mom was in a bad mood, her older brother was the one who bore the brunt. Zhao Guiyun got off the bed, adjusted her beloved hair, and looked serious. Daughter, let's go. Tonight, I will show off my cooking skills to impress the Wu family. My cooking still isn't good enough. I need to learn more from you. Especially that crispy white meat dish. I never make it as tasty as you do. By the way, I bought some really good fatty pork this time. She said this while leaving the room. Han Qingyan thought. Is that enough to heal her? She wanted to say more to comfort her. Over here, Zhao Guiyun's family was busy cooking and preparing food, waiting for Han San's family to bring the Wu couple back for dinner. Meanwhile, old lady Han had been taken to the county hospital by Wu Aigua. Doctor, please save her. Han Aidao and others hurriedly carried the old lady toward the outpatient department. It was already evening, and only the admitted patients, on-duty doctors, and emergency doctors were in the hospital. Hearing the shouting, a doctor and nurse quickly came out. They saw a few people rushing in with a person on a stretcher. Han Aidao, seeing the doctor, burst into tears, crying, "Doctor, please save my mom." The doctor looked at the person on the stretcher, an elderly woman. Her eyes were closed, and her face was pale and grayish. It was obvious she was in critical condition. How could he save her now? But she was brought here, and as a doctor, saving lives was his duty, even if it seemed hopeless. Han Aidao knelt down in front of the doctor, crying, "Doctor, I beg you. I will sell everything I have to save my mom. Use any good medicine you have. I can't lose my mom." He usually didn't think much of his mother, but now that she was about to be lost, his heart felt empty. His mother might have been harsh to others, but she was good to him. She loved him with all her heart. Thinking about losing his mother, Han Aidao broke down completely. Secretary Qin and Captain Zhou's family, along with Wu Aigua, were also moved by Han Aidao. Especially Zhou Ping. She was the most tender-hearted woman. She couldn't bear to see such a life-and-death scene. Even though she disliked Han Aidao's character, seeing him kneeling on the ground, clutching the doctor's pants and crying uncontrollably, she couldn't take it anymore. She turned her face away to avoid watching. In their eyes, Han Aidao wasn't a good person. He kept widows, had illegitimate children, and was involved in shady dealings with his mother. But at this moment, they had to admit he was a good son. Everyone could see that he was genuinely distressed. The doctor quickly helped Han Aidao to his feet. "Don't worry, let's get the old lady inside quickly. Saving her is the priority." He AI'd and got up quickly, and a few people hurriedly carried Grandma Han into the emergency room. He paced back and forth outside the emergency room, muttering to himself, "My mom will be fine. Grandma's health isn't bad. She's always been healthy. She'll pull through." He leaned against the wall and cried again, not bothering to wipe his runny nose. Qin Dechuan stepped forward and patted his shoulder.
"Aizan,
"Go quickly and tell Su Aihua." What he really meant was that Grandma didn't look good and needed to see Su Aihua one last time. This made Aidang, who was already distraught, take a tissue from his pocket to wipe his nose and tears. Yes, I must tell Aihua. But here? Qin Dechuan reassured him, "Don't worry, we're here. We can't go home tonight anyway. Grandma's condition is serious, so how could we leave?" Aidang wiped his nose again, bowed deeply to everyone, and said, Thank you, leaders." Zhou Jianxi said, "No need to say more. We're all neighbors. Hurry and go now." Aidang hurriedly left, leaving a few hungry village officials watching Grandma Han. In the emergency room, Grandma Han was already hooked up to an 4 drip. Aidang's legs felt weak. He didn't ride his bike back. He came with Wu Aigua's car, but Wu Aigua had already gone back to the town police station.
He stood at the hospital entrance, feeling lost. The small county didn't have a bus either. With a determined look, he decided to run straight home. Sue Aihua had already finished work and returned home, only to find Grandma Han wasn't there. She waited a while, but Aidang hadn't come back either. So, she went into the kitchen to cook, waiting for Grandma Han and Aidang to return. Even after the food was ready, they still hadn't come back. Sue Aihua thought they'd be back soon, but as time passed and the food cooled, there was still no sign of them. She started to worry. She stood at the door looking outside, then looked again. It was too cold to stand there all the time, so she went back inside to wait. Feeling anxious and uneasy, she couldn't sit still and paced around the house. Where are these two? Why aren't they back yet? They're so careless. Don't they know someone at home is worried? After waiting a long time and unable to sit still, she was about to go out and look for them when suddenly she heard a series of hurried footsteps outside, like drums being beaten. The door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, and Han Aidong rushed in like a gust of wind. He was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face despite the cold winter. Sue Aihua was stunned, thinking, what just happened? Han Aidong's eyes were red as he saw Sue Aihua. He caught his breath and said, Aihua, quickly come with me to the hospital to see our mom. Sue Aihua was frozen in place, her mind buzzing like a swarm of bees. What does he mean? Going to the hospital to see her? This morning, the old lady was full of energy and said she wanted to run some errands. How did she end up in the hospital tonight? Brother, what are you talking about? What's wrong with Mom? She was fine this morning. Han Aidong closed his eyes briefly. There's no time to explain. Aihua, don't ask questions.
Just come with me.
Mom is waiting for us at the hospital. He grabbed Sue Aihua's arm and pulled her out. Sue Aihua stumbled as she was pulled, asking, what's going on?
Tell me.
The siblings locked the door and hurried to the hospital. They ran all the way, Han Aidong too busy to explain the details, and honestly, he didn't know much himself. When Qin Dachuan called him, he knew their mother had taken pesticide, but he didn't know why. All he knew was that they had taken her to the hospital. He planned to ask Qin Dachuan and Zhou Jianxi soon what exactly happened to make her drink pesticide. The siblings rushed into the hospital, with Han Aidong running back and forth, his back soaked with sweat, his face pale from exhaustion and fear. Although Sue Aihua was frightened, she didn't yet understand the full situation, so she was slightly better than Han Aidong, but her heart was pounding in her chest. They saw the doctor talking to some hospital leaders. Without stopping to rest, Han Aidong grabbed the doctor and asked, How is my mom? Is there still hope? The doctor shook his head sadly. It looks like the old lady might not make it. Be prepared. Han Aidong's had suddenly buzzed, and he felt as if his soul had been pulled out. He sank to the ground, trembling. Woo-woo. Sue Aihua was stunned, asking, What are you saying? Nonsense. What do you mean she might not make it? She was fine when I left this morning. Han Aidong, tell me, what's wrong with her? Where is my mom? Where is she? The doctor pointed to the emergency room. She's inside. Sue Aihua rushed inside. Han Aidong was hopeless and desperate. Oh my gosh. Why are you so stubborn?
Boo-hoo.
Whatever you're upset about, tell your son.
Boo-hoo. Tell me.
He sat on the ground, holding his head and crying painfully. The nurses and family members in the hospital all felt sympathy for him. As Han Aidong cried, memories from his childhood came back clearly. His father had died when he was young. The main breadwinner of the family was gone, and they were very poor. Old Madame Han couldn't afford to eat or wear nice clothes. She kept the best for him and secretly fed him things behind his older brother's back. Old Madame Han was unkind to her older son. She could be called heartless. She wasn't a good person. But to Han Aidong, she was a good mother. Fearing he would keep suffering at Sue's house, she handed him over to his older brother. Later, because he kept causing trouble for his brother, everything was for his sake. Sue Aihua, with red eyes, rushed out again. Han Aidong, tell me what's going on. Han Aidong looked up from his lap. Secretary Qin, Captain Zhou, what's happening?
How did my mom drink pesticide? Everyone found it hard to explain.
How could they say it?
It felt a bit guilty. So many people were present, and yet the old lady drank pesticide. But she truly brought it on herself. She was asking for trouble. She caused trouble at the brigade and made unreasonable demands to Yang Bengxia. She was in the wrong herself. Zhou Ping stepped forward. Let me explain. The old lady went back to our brigade today to find Yang Bengxia. Hearing this, Su Aihua's eyebrows shot up and her eyes widened. Are you saying Yang Bengxia forced my mom to die? Although everyone felt some sympathy for the siblings, since their mother was about to pass away, they still needed to be reasonable. But before they finished, they immediately accused Yang Bengxia of causing her mother's death. Who is she? Zhou Ping frowned. It's not what you think. The old lady caused trouble with Yang Bengxia, insisting on taking Hanyu away. Yang Bengxia refused to let Hanyu go. Then the old lady took out pesticide from her pocket. Who would have thought she had a pesticide bottle in her pocket? Everyone thought she was just trying to scare Yang Bengxia. You all know her personality. Cough cough.
She didn't want to die.
Who knew that when Yang Bengxia refused to let the child leave, she took a few sips of pesticide herself. We didn't delay anything. She drank it, and we immediately tried to save her. Then she was taken to the village clinic. But the pesticide she drank was a highly corrosive, concentrated type. Just drinking it or even a little on the skin could cause corrosion. Dr. Wu quickly washed her stomach. The rest of what happened, Han Aidong knew, so there's no need for me to say more. Han Aidong's mouth was open, and he didn't know what to say. The old lady had been muttering these days that he must have children to see him off, and that she wanted to bring the kids back. He didn't take it seriously. Who knew the old lady would go herself and even threaten Yang Bengxia? Could he blame Yang Bengxia? She hadn't provoked the old lady. It was the old lady who went herself. When they divorced, both signed papers and made a deposit. The brigade even had a letter from him ending the relationship. The children had nothing to do with him anymore. He felt ashamed to ask Yang Bengxia for the children, but the old lady went behind his back. Su Aihua gritted her teeth. That also has something to do with Yang Bengxia. She must have said something to upset my mom, or she wouldn't have drunk pesticide out of anger. The old lady cared about her life and was very afraid of death and pain. How could she have gone to drink pesticide voluntarily? Something must have happened. If Yang Bengxia had agreed to my mom's request, would she still have drunk pesticide? Who should we blame then? Zhou Ping turned her face away, almost rolling her eyes. How unreasonable. So, your old lady took pesticide to threaten someone, and that person has to do whatever she wants? If she doesn't, she drinks pesticide. Does that mean from now on anyone can demand anything, and if they don't get it, they threaten to die? The several leaders present didn't say a word. Han Aidong said, Aihua, this isn't Yang Bengxia's fault. Su Aihua, trembling with anger, pointed toward the emergency room and shouted at Han Aidong with fierce eyes, You're talking nonsense, Han Aidong. That's your own mother lying inside. Our mom is almost dead, and you're still siding with that wicked woman. Are you human? The old lady loved you the most, cared for you deeply, even more than me, her own daughter. If you had a shred of conscience, you wouldn't say such things. Stop arguing, can you be quieter? The patients are resting late at night. Your noise is disturbing them, a nurse said unhappily, asking Su Aihua to lower her voice. Su Aihua glared fiercely at the nurse. If someone had dared to speak to her like that before, she would have argued back, but today she didn't have time. No, this can't be ignored. Tomorrow, I will go to the village to settle accounts with Yang Bengxia. I don't rely on you useless people. I'll go myself. When she said this, several officials looked unsettled. What? Do you want to cause trouble back in the village again? Does your family still want the whole village to celebrate the New Year? Qin Dachuan's eyebrows almost twisted into a knot.
Come on, come on.
The old lady has nurses and doctors watching her now. If we stand here arguing, it will disturb the patient's rest. Let's go outside to talk. Su Aihua glanced at Han Aidong, who was still sitting on the ground, and disdainfully lifted her chin before walking quickly toward the corridor. Han Adong also got up from the ground and followed a few people out of the corridor. They found a windy spot to stand. Qin Dachuan said unhappily, "Look, we all agree that it's upsetting when something like this happens in any family. We feel sorry for your family, but everything should be reasonable. The old lady is like that, but we can't say she's a bad person, right? Han Adong, you're also an official. You should understand reason and right and wrong. Tell me, was what the old lady did today right?" Su Aihua, shut up. I want Han Adong to speak, and I don't want you to interrupt. Qin Dachuan firmly stopped Su Aihua from speaking. Su Aihua, stubborn and displeased, turned her face away. Han Adong lowered her head. My mother was indeed wrong, but she's like that. Why should we blame her? Qin Dachuan said, "You're speaking with emotion now. Did anyone in the team say we should blame her? She's like that and we still wouldn't be humane if we blamed her? What I mean is what Su Aihua just said.
What does she want to do?
Go back to the village and cause trouble? It's the new year. What are you all trying to do? Don't you want the villagers to have a good new year? Goodness, over 2,000 people in Yangshu Gully and all they do is mess with your family's affairs all day long? Su Aihua, I tell you, if you dare go back to cause trouble, we will report it to the authorities. Try us if you don't believe it. The more problems, the less fear. The old lady's matter will definitely get criticized by the team, but we're not afraid of reporting and losing face." Qin Dachuan's attitude was very firm, showing a kind of reckless indifference. The Zhou couple also expressed their stance. They absolutely would not allow them to go back to the village to cause trouble and make chaos. Han Adong said, "Secretary, team leader, don't worry. I never intended to go back and do anything to Yang Bansha. As for Aihua, I will keep an eye on her. She doesn't have the guts to cause trouble. She's just talking." Su Aihua didn't even look at them and left quickly for the hospital. Qin Dachuan said, "Look at this attitude. It seems the team owes you guys something. We haven't held you responsible yet. We helped you without expecting anything in return. Now, they're showing us disrespect. Should she owe her something? Since your brother and sister have already arrived, and the old lady is being taken care of, we will go back to Yangshu Valley. Let's go, Lao Zhou. We also need to find Aigua and ask him for help. Otherwise, it will take us until morning to get home." Originally, the three of us planned to stay for the night, but Su Aihua's attitude annoyed Qin Dachuan, so we decided to return to the village. Han Adong stood in the cold wind, watching the officials' figures disappear into the night. His heart felt cold, just like the temperature now. Yangshu Valley Han family. Unlike the lonely Han siblings in the hospital, the Han family was lively and busy. Zhao Guohua and Han Qingyan were busy in the kitchen, brushing the back of their heads. Zhao Guohua was cutting meat and said to Han Qingyan, "Once we kill the pig, we should make more dumplings to freeze. This year is different from previous years. Usually, we only make dumplings with pickled vegetables or cabbage or radish. But now, with more vegetables at home, we can add 2 more fillings. I like chive filling the most. It's fresh, so we should make more chive dumplings. Last year, we were so poor that just having meat and vegetables for dinner was good. Looking at this year, I feel like I'm dreaming. This new year, I want the whole family to have a good feast." Han Qingyan nodded excitedly with her mother, making sure not to let her mother feel left out. "Yes, we have money. Whatever we want to eat, we will." They worked quickly, and soon several dishes were ready. They also cooked a few hot dishes. They carried 10 dishes to the table. Zhao Guohua looked at the table of food and felt proud again. "Look at this. With just our family's dishes, who in the village can compare? Most families can only manage 2 decent dishes, and that's considered good. But we have 10. It's impressive." Han Qingyan added, "Exactly. Not just in our village, but across the whole county. No one can compare to my mom's good life." "You brat, don't think I don't hear you laughing at me," Zhao Guiyan said, making her daughter laugh. While the mother and daughter were joking, they heard some noise outside. "Third uncle, we're waiting for you to come eat. Grandma and Andy made a lot of delicious food. It smells so good." "Yes, I could smell it from outside the yard," came the voices of Dahu and Han Jingyuan. "Hello, Grandpa Wu." "Hello, Grandma Wu," they greeted.
"Ah,
"Duh, hello. This kid is so sensible," said the wife of Dr. Wu. Zhao Guotian quickly took off her apron, brushed her hair with her hand, and went outside to greet everyone. "Dr. Wu, sister-in-law, you're here." Hearing Zhao Guoyan call her that, Han Qingyun's lips twitched inside the house. She guessed Zhao Guoyan didn't know the surname of Dr. Wu's wife, or she wouldn't have called her that. Dr. Wu's wife wasn't often in Yangshugo. Sometimes she would be away for 2 months, so the villagers didn't know her well. Indeed, Zhao Guotian didn't know Wu Wenzhou's wife's name, but she was very friendly and warm-hearted. Not knowing the name didn't matter to her. Zhao Guoyan invited Wu Wenzhou and his wife into the house, followed by Han's 2 sons and several grandchildren. "Xiao Ke, today's dishes are all your skills, right? I told you, after tasting your cooking before, I suffered because I couldn't have it anymore. Now I'm just like your third brother, so eager to eat. Today, I'm shamelessly here just to enjoy a full belly before I leave." Wu Wenzhou's wife pushed him gently. "Are you hungry? Or did I not feed you?" Han Qingyan said, "Today's cooking isn't just mine. Half of it is my mom's. You and your wife should also try my mom's cooking. She's very good at it." "Is this your little Ke? My goodness, I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Sister Guotian, you're really talented at raising children. Look at your children. Any one of them could be a standout." Hearing this, Zhao Hohat felt happy and couldn't help but smile widely. But she still modestly said, though it was insincere, "We're just country folks, not much experience, so don't praise us too much." Wu Wenzhou's wife, in her 40s, had short hair and looked very capable and confident, with a strong sense of a capable woman. Han Jingyuan had mentioned before that Wu Wenzhou's wife was a Western medicine doctor, very skilled. When Wu Wenzhou insisted on being transferred to Yangshugo, his wife didn't hesitate and went with him. She was already a chief physician at her hospital, yet she followed her husband. Such a strong marriage made others envious. They also had a daughter working as a doctor at a hospital in a nearby city. Truly a family of doctors, a family of medical experts. Han Xinghe said, "Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu, sit quickly. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold." "Third brother, I remember Dad has some wine at home. Go get it." Han Qingyan said, "Third brother, sit down. I know where it is." Han Jingyuan truly doesn't know where he hid the wine. He spends most of his time in the clinic, and this home is just a place to sleep. There's no time for him to look for wine at home. Zhao Guotian glanced meaningfully at her daughter. Well done. She's in cahoots with her father, and even knows where he hides the wine, while her own wife doesn't know. Han Qingyan saw her mother's look and happily went out. The wine was brought over. Han Xinghe poured 2 cups for Wu Wenzhou and his wife, then poured some for himself and the third son. Zhao Guoyan reached out her bowl. "Son, give me a little. I'm happy today." Everyone laughed. Han Xinghe simply poured a little for his mother and his younger sister. Zhao Guotian doesn't have a good tolerance for alcohol. Drinking too much could be bad, so her son only poured her a small amount, not more. She also knew she couldn't handle much after drinking, so she didn't oppose her eldest son giving her just a sip. The little ones sitting on the Kong saw the adults standing up and raising their cups. Little Shuangzhu also mimicked the adults, lifting his bowl. After a few rounds of drinks, Wu Wenzhou put down his chopsticks. "I have something to announce. After the new year, I think I'll be leaving." Everyone knew his situation. He had asked to be demoted to avoid the political movement at the time. Now the situation has changed. Those who were demoted are gradually returning to the city. His teacher has been rehabilitated and returned to Nanjing. His junior brother is also in Nanjing, working as deputy director at a hospital. He sent me a letter inviting me to join their hospital. They mainly focus on traditional Chinese medicine, which they are lacking. Even his teacher has gone to their hospital. Zhao Guoyan said, "Nanjing's hospital. Isn't that the same hospital where Lao San and Xiao Ke went to find Li Wan last time? The one where Lao San was doing his internship?" Wu Wenzhou nodded. "Yes, that's the one." Then he looked seriously at Zhao Guoyan and said earnestly, "Sister-in-law, do you want Han Jingyuan to have a bright future?" Zhao Guotian replied, "Of course. Every mother hopes her child will do well." Wu Wenzhou said, If you really want your child to develop well, you can't keep him stuck in this small mountain village. He needs to see the world. Otherwise, if he stays here his whole life, he won't achieve much. Zhao Guiyun clapped her thigh. Teacher Wu, you're right. I totally agree with what you said. Let's talk about our family. A year ago, we were all simple country folks with no achievements. My children had never even been to the county town and hadn't seen much of the world. Now look at us, one has been to Nanjing, another has traveled to the capital city. Wow, I tell you, after seeing more of the world, my horizons have expanded so much that I can't get used to this small mountain village anymore. I hope all my children will leave this small village and have bright futures. Mrs. Wu is also straightforward. Sister-in-law, I can tell from what you said that you're not an ordinary person. You have a lot of foresight. Zhao Guiyun chuckles. It's just that I've seen more of the world, so I think differently. Every parent hopes their children will succeed. Wu Wenzhou gives a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, I'm not just flattering you. Your ideas are ahead of most women. Since you said that, I'll be honest, this time I want to take Jingyuan with me. I have some connections there, and I can help him find opportunities and broaden his view. It might also give him a better future. Sister-in-law, I want to ask if you agree or not. Would you let me take Jingyuan away? Hearing this, Zhao Guiyun grins widely, showing her big, white teeth. Take him, quickly. I have no objections. If he gets a chance, I'd be happy. Wu Laoshi, Wu Shinyang, I trust you with my child. I feel at ease leaving him with you. Han Jingyuan feels sad about how eager they are to take him away. Is he a foundling?
Zhao Guiyun looks at Han Jingyuan.
You're not a very scheming person. In the future, listen more to your teacher's advice and suggestions. Don't act on your own. Especially when you're in the same city as Li Wan, don't let her bother you again. If you dare to remarry her, I won't consider you my son anymore. Wu Laoshi, Wu Shinyang, please supervise him. If he contacts Li Wan again, you must stop him. Li Wan left a deep impression on Zhao Guiyun, so she's still angry about Han Jingyuan's past infatuation.
Han Jingyuan feels speechless.
Does his mother really not trust him? He saw through Li Wan's character long ago. He's simple-minded, but he's not foolish, he just lacks experience. This recent experience has made him more mature and better at judging people. If someone like Li Wan appears again, he won't fall for it again. Looking back, he almost cried from how stupid he was. It's so embarrassing. Was that really him before? Every time I think about how he almost died for Li Wan, I just want to dig a hole and bury myself, then die again. Wu Wenzhou is happy. Han Jingyuan, I really like this kid. He is honest, hardworking, eager to learn, and respectful to elders. With a wave of his hand, he said, Sister-in-law, you and your husband can rest assured to leave the children to me. I treat Jingyuan like my own son. How could I let him suffer? Wu Wenzhou drank a bit too much, but Zhao Guiyun took his words as honest after he was drunk. What he says when drunk must be true. After dinner, Zhao Guiyun told Wu Wenzhou and his wife that during the new year, they should come to their house to eat every day, so they don't need to cook separately. They only need 2 pairs of chopsticks. They refused, but Zhao Guiyun wouldn't accept no for an answer. She decided this on her own. Yang Bianxia and her daughter are feeling anxious now, worried about whether Grandma Han has really died. Hanyu has been crying loudly, with tears and snot, from the clinic until now. Her small eyes are swollen like peaches. Mom, if I had agreed to her back then, would she not have drunk pesticide? Yang Bianxia's mind is also a mess. She covers her face and says, how could we know she would really drink pesticide if we didn't agree to her demands? Don't cry anymore. My heart is also a tangled mess, with no ideas or solutions. Hanyu becomes more scared the more she thinks about it. I'm afraid she might really die. If that happens, Dad will fight with us. What should we do now? Everyone in the village saw what happened today. Soon neighboring villages will know too. They'll say I caused my own grandma's death. Will I be responsible legally? Is this illegal? Will the police come to our house? Yang Bianxia doesn't know the answer either. Crying won't help. Don't think too badly. Maybe she's fine. That old lady is lucky. She'll be okay. She says this, but inside she's nervous, worried that if Grandma Han really has an accident, this will cause a big mess. Hanyu sniffles, Mom. Why are we so unlucky? I thought it was bad enough that Dad had an affair and raised a child outside marriage and that you divorced him. Now it's even a matter of life and death. If she really dies, I'll be all alone forever.
Woo-woo.
She starts crying again, worried about her biggest fear. Yang Bianxia is furious, gritting her teeth. That old woman, if she's going to die, she shouldn't do bad things, and she's unfairly blaming her daughter for being unfilial. It's okay. At worst, we'll find someone far away to marry. I haven't told your older sisters yet. Tomorrow morning, I will call your 2 older sisters. With such a big incident happening, they both need to come back. Your second sister's relationship with her partner, do you think it's solid? Last time, your dad's affair was exposed, but it wasn't made public. This time, the old lady caused such a fuss. If she dies, I wonder if your second sister's partner will still support her. Yang Bianxia is so worried. She's never wished for Auntie Han's safety and long life more. In the Imperial City, at the Su family residence. On the first floor, in the living room, a middle-aged woman is knitting a sweater on a fabric sofa. She looks about 45 or 46. Although middle-aged, she is slim and hasn't gained weight with age. Her features are not particularly beautiful, but are pleasant and give a gentle impression. Her face is fair, with slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, showing she takes good care of herself. Her calm-looking almond-shaped eyes seem gentle, but can catch a hint of sharpness and calculation. This is Mo Tsongji's stepmother, Shi Jingxiang. Du Tingting tiptoes downstairs, glancing back and looking up as she moves. Shi Jingxiang looks up from her knitting to see her daughter. Du Tingting sits beside her and asks, Mom, have you thought about what I told you? Shi Jingxiang keeps knitting without stopping. Almost finished knitting. When your dad comes down later, I'll try it on him to see if it fits. Don't want it to shrink after washing.
Du Tingting.
Where is your dad? She knows well enough where Su Jincheng is, but still asks out of stubbornness.
Du Tingting Sayan Wardli. Why bother?
Isn't it better not to know? Why live so plainly? It's tiring. Some things are better left unclear. That's how you avoid exhaustion. He's still in that room. I don't understand why he stays there so long. Mom, do you think he's mourning his late wife? What is so captivating in that room? Have you been inside? Shi Jingxiang pauses her knitting, but continues. I haven't been inside.
I don't know what it looks like.
Du Tingting. Aren't you curious? Shi Jingxiang suddenly looks at her.
Things you shouldn't ask about. Don't ask.
Isn't that what I told you about living a simple life? I advise you not to be curious about that room. If he says no, don't go in. Don't upset him. Du Tingting sticks out her tongue. She meant for her mom to live simply, but she didn't say she wasn't curious herself. I know that the room contains her ex-wife's belongings, but no one knows exactly what they are. Only Su Jincheng has the key to that door. Shi Jingxiang has always felt uneasy about that room. Since she married Su Jincheng, she has wanted to erase all traces of Mo Qianru. Other places no longer show her presence, but that room is Su Jincheng's Achilles heel.
No one is allowed to touch it.
That room is like a thorn in Shi Jingxiang's heart, constantly reminding her that she is not Su Jincheng's only love, and that Su Jincheng still has feelings for Mo Qianru. She lowers her eyes to hide her dark feelings, then lifts her face with gentle eyes. Tingting, what did you just say? Du Tingting cautiously looks upstairs, then whispers, I was telling you about Mo Tsongji coming back with a rural partner. Didn't you say your distant relatives were going to introduce someone to him? Now, he has someone of his own, and I tell you, that person is quite impressive. I checked at my workplace recently, and that person has published 5 books. Our publisher is planning to print them soon. If he marries someone like that, it won't bring us any benefit at all. Shi Jingxiang gently tucks Du Tingting's loose hair behind her ear. Tingting, I told you before, don't rush things. Take it slow. Tingting asks, take it slow? Mo Tsongji has been out of our sight for years. If we wait any longer, he might get married. Will it still be possible then? Shi Jingxiang replies, I will talk to your father tonight.
Both mother and daughter understand that Su Jincheng would never abandon his only son. If Su Jincheng truly rejected Mo Seongji completely, they wouldn't bother with this. Because they know deep down that Su Jincheng would never give up on Mo Seongji, Shi Jingxiang has no choice but to settle for a backup plan. If she can't completely drive Mo Seongji out of the house, she will control him, just like his mother once did. He may be handsome and from a good family, but so what? His intelligence is lacking. He's still lost to her, and now she is a high-ranking official's wife. Although she was born in the countryside, she worked hard and managed to join the military's cultural troupe. Because she was a talented dancer, she became a core member of the troupe. Later, she married an officer. Her husband was a subordinate of Su Jincheng and sacrificed his life, shielding Su Jincheng from a bullet during a battle. He left her and their 2 children as a single mother and 3 orphans. Because her husband sacrificed himself for Su Jincheng should take care of their mother and son. At that time, Su Jincheng was also a soldier, often away on missions. His wife, Mo Qianru, took on the responsibility of caring for their mother and son. She became very close to Mo Qianru, like a good friend. The Su family felt like her own home. Sometimes she even brought her 2 children to eat and stay there. She was very close to Mo Qianru, like a sister. Later, Mo Qianru got pregnant, and then both mother and child passed away. Mom? Mom? Du Tingting's call pulled Shi Jingxiang back to her thoughts. Why did she think of her? She's gone, but her spirit still lingers. This home now belongs to her, and it was hard to get. She won't allow anyone to ruin it or take it away. This home belongs to the 4 of them, no one else. Mom, your sweater slipped off. You knitted several stitches wrong. Shi Jingxiang looked down and saw she was right. She had been distracted earlier, so she made some mistakes. In a room upstairs, everything stored there holds Su Jincheng's memories. Su Jincheng was just sitting quietly, his eyes unfocused and distant. This was very different from how he appeared in front of others, cold, emotionless, and dull. Right now, his gaze seemed to look through time at something, so focused and serious. On a nearby table was an open box, with a folded cheongsam on top. It was a light yellow checkered cheongsam, the one she wore when they first met. Even after so many years, he still kept it. She was beautiful, especially when wearing the cheongsam. Though nearly 30 years had passed, her image in that dress was still clear in his memory, just like yesterday. It had never faded or blurred. He liked staying here, because only here could he find a moment of peace. Next to the box was a wave drum, brought back by their son after a mission. She held their son, smiling brightly at the door to welcome him home. He took out the wave drum and handed it to their son. The 5 or 6-month-old baby held the drum and smiled, squinting his eyes happily. Su Jincheng's lips curled slightly. He slowly stood up, picked up the wave drum, and shook it a few times. The rhythmic drumming pulled him deeper into memories. Su Jincheng lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. A gentle knock on the door.
Come in.
The door opened, revealing a slender figure backlit by the corridor light. Is there something? The man's voice was deep and still very pleasant to hear. Jincheng, I have something I want to talk to you about, said the slender black shadow. Su Jincheng got up, put on his clothes, and reached to pull the lamp cord. The room instantly lit up. Shi Jingxiang squinted as the sudden brightness hurt her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the man on the opposite bed was already dressed and looking at her. Sit down and talk, Su Jincheng said, pointing to a chair. They had been married for over 10 years, yet he still remained distant and polite to her. It was just politeness. Though they had a marriage certificate, it was more on paper than real. He married her out of duty and responsibility, to remember that woman, because she was his wife's best friend and still the widow of his comrade. So they shared a common language and could mourn that woman together. Seeing him was like seeing his past wife. She used every means she had, even at the cost of someone else's shadow, to enter this home. He married her but never touched her, not even once. Even when she lay on his bed without a stitch of clothing, he threw her out. His heart was like stone.
Almost 20 years had passed, and he never warmed to her. So what? The man in front of her belonged to her, and no one could take this home away, not even if the dead came back to life. Su Jincheng lit a cigarette and sat in another chair. For a moment, Si Jingxiang's eyes showed a hint of obsession, but she quickly hid it. She dared not show her feelings in front of this man. Nails digging into her flesh, her mind suddenly clear, she said softly, Jincheng, you know, Ji has come back. Her voice was as gentle as ever, but her eyes looked at the expression on the man's face. Su Jincheng took a puff of a cigarette. Don't you want him? When the child was young and naive, but now so many years have passed, he's grown into a man. I believe his grandfather has taught him well. There's no grudge between father and son. Can't you give the boy a chance? Su Jincheng didn't reply. His eyes stayed fixed on Si Jingxiang, a huge pressure weighing down on her, almost making her break. She always remembered to stay calm in front of this man. She dared not meet those eagle-like eyes. She shifted slightly, hoping it would make her feel more comfortable. She lowered her gaze and tidied her collar. Tingting met him a few days ago. As she looked down, she had completely steadied her emotions. Then she looked up again. Ji has someone now. Sure enough, mentioning Emo Tsongji having a partner, she saw a flicker of emotion in the man's cold, indifferent eyes. This made her grit her teeth silently. Sure enough, she still cared about his son. She forced a smile and said, the kid is already 26. It's time for him to find someone. Look at me. As a stepmother, I feel I haven't done well. I watched him grow up, and now I am his stepmother.
So?
Jincheng, he's your son. Aren't you worried about his marriage? Don't you care who he marries in the future? Old Master Emo is downstairs now, and he probably can't handle his marriage arrangements. So, you want to arrange it for him? Of course, we need to handle his marriage. Otherwise, what are we? How will others see us? It's just that his partner has some issues. Su Jincheng used to serve in the army and still kept some habits, like sitting straight. But now, Shi Jingxiang was talking about his future daughter-in-law's character. Su Jincheng crossed his fingers and leaned back in his chair, listening carefully.
Oh.
So, you know some inside information? Shi Jingxiang's eyes flickered slightly, and she shook her head gently. Not really, just a little. But it's all negative news. I'm just worried that Ji might be blinded. Otherwise, how could Ji marry a girl from the countryside? Their social status and background are so different. Do they have anything in common? The man opposite her said, Comrade Shi Jingxiang. May I remind you, you also come from the countryside. Shi Jingxiang was silent. Me? Am I the same as her? I may be from the countryside, but I've been educated and trained by the organization, and I've been through military discipline. I can't say I've completely changed, but my thoughts and awareness are definitely different. I was tempered in the melting pot of revolution. That girl is not even 20 and has always lived in the countryside. Aren't you curious how these two ended up together? He's not my son, but he is Qianru's son. How is that different from my own son?
I told you about that matter back then.
Forgive him and don't make a big deal out of it, but you're so stubborn. If Qianru knew, she wouldn't want to see you and your son turn against each other. She'd be heartbroken. Tears shimmered in Shi Jingxiang's eyes, full of pain. The man across finally showed some human emotion. She knew that mentioning that scoundrel would be effective. You said you didn't know much about that girl? I think you know quite a bit after saying so much. Did Tingting tell you? Shi Jingxiang said. Tingting wanted to ask about it. After all, Ji is her brother, and it's natural for children to care about their siblings. In short, it's not easy to be young and successful today. We can't let one girl ruin his life. Military marriages are very important. We must be very careful. Where is he? Shi Jingxiang replied, I don't know. When Tingting met him, he didn't look at her kindly, so he probably wouldn't give her his address. It seems the child is still upset with us, and he's blaming Tingting now. But Tingting still cares about her brother and sister relationship. When she came back, she was crying and said she felt she was at fault. If she had kept pushing, she might have gotten Ji's address. But she didn't, because she was afraid Ji wouldn't look at her kindly. Now she regrets it a lot. I think he has already left. Maybe you should call the child's unit and ask? This matter shouldn't be delayed. The longer it drags, the more likely it is that someone will report it, and it will become a fact. Marriage is a big event in life. As parents, we must watch over him carefully. Even if he doesn't understand me or hates me for taking his mother's place, I still have to oversee. Because he is Chanru's child. I must find a reliable girl for him, someone who can settle down and live honestly with him. You rest now, I'm going out. Shi Jingxiang wiped away her tears and left, slowly closing Su Jincheng's door. Her eyes flickered with light, bright and dim. Wu Wenzhou and his wife finished eating and left. Han Qingyan helped Zhao Guoyan clean up the kitchen and then went back to her room. She took out the gifts from her bag today. They were review materials and a pen brought back from her trip to the capital. All the brothers' gifts were the same, review materials and pens. She had already given the review materials and a pen to Qingzhou when she returned. Now she held 2 sets of review materials and 3 pens, one for her eldest brother, one for her third brother, and an extra pen for her sister-in-law. Here, these are what I brought back. The second brother's is given to him. These are for you too. Eldest brother, this pen is for your wife. Han Qingyan placed the review materials on the table. Han Qinghe looked at them and said, "Wow, there are several books and test papers." He picked up one and flipped through it. "Little sister, are these all politics and Chinese language?" Han Jingyuan also picked one up to look. Han Qingyan said, "Science subjects are always the same. Practice more questions. Chinese and politics are the key points. You can understand that yourself." Han Qinghe understood and put down the book, asking, "Your third brother told me a bit about the Shao family, but not in detail. I only know that the Shao family is very snobbish, so it was very wise for us not to go back. Old Lady Han used to be like a leech, always clinging to our family and sucking blood. If the Shao family is like Old Lady Han, then they're not just leeches, they're vampires. Good decision to cut ties." Han Jingyuan said, "I only stayed in the capital for 3 days and only understand half of it." "Little sister, after you went alone to the capital, nothing happened, right?" Han Qingyan replied, "After Mo Tsungji left, what could happen? Once, during a meal, I ran into Xiao Shohan's daughter. She looked very hostile toward me and looked down on me. That's about it."
Han Xingye chokled. Haha.
This family must have some serious issues. If they look down on us, let them. We won't see or contact them anymore. We should live our own lives and make ourselves proud. I took the materials. Thank you, little sister. It's getting late, I need to go back and sleep. I have to go to work tomorrow." Han Xinghe and Han Jingyuan each carried their own things and went to their rooms. County Hospital. Han Adong and Su Aihua stayed by Old Lady Han's bedside all night. Old Lady Han still had an 4 drip, with medicine slowly dripping down, each drop feeling like a heavy weight on their hearts. The siblings didn't dare close their eyes all night, afraid that if they fell asleep, the old lady might suddenly pass away. As dawn approached, Old Lady Han's tightly closed eyes finally moved, then slowly opened. Su Aihua saw this and tears streamed down her face as she cried with joy. She wiped her tears and ran outside shouting loudly, "Doctor! Doctor! Come quickly! My mom has woken up." Han Idong's chin was covered with stubble and he looked exhausted. He knelt by the bed, tears also falling, but he was happy inside. Her waking meant she was okay. Old Lady Han hadn't fully regained consciousness yet, but after a while, she recognized her son. In just one night, her previously not fully white hair seemed to have turned completely white. "Love, Adong, what's wrong with me?" Old Lady Han's voice was hoarse, almost losing her voice. Her throat was badly sore, and making any sound was difficult. She felt a sharp pain in her mouth and throat when she spoke. Her voice was very soft, and Han Adong didn't hear her clearly. He leaned in closer and asked, "Mom, can you repeat that?" Old Lady Han seemed to use all her strength to speak again but couldn't. She was too tired, and she closed her eyes again.
Su Aihua hurriedly entered with the doctor. He lifted the elderly woman's eyelids to check her, examined this and that. Anyway, Han Adong and his sister didn't understand, and were getting anxious. Han Adong saw the doctor frowning and his heart tightened. The elderly woman was clearly awake. Could it be a last-minute revival? The thought startled him. No, it couldn't be. His mother was full of energy. It definitely wouldn't happen. Not being superstitious, he silently prayed to God and Buddha. The doctor shook his head. Prepare yourselves mentally. Su Aihua didn't believe it. Isn't she already awake? The doctor said, all her organs are failing. Even going to the big hospital in the city wouldn't help. Su Aihua's hands and legs went weak. She sat down on a stool and covered her face, crying loudly. Why? Why is this happening?
Why?
What's the reason? The doctor patted Han Aidong's shoulder for comfort, and then left. Han Aidong looked at his grandmother on the bed, feeling helpless. He blamed himself. If he hadn't caused trouble and gotten divorced, she wouldn't have fought with Yang Bangxia. It was all his fault. He had hurt his own mother. Han Aidong was a selfish person who only loved himself. But now he hated his past self deeply. He slapped himself hard. He was full of regret, feeling like his insides were twisting. Why was he such a terrible person? He had a good life but ruined it all, betrayed Yang Bangxia, and caused his mother's death. He wasn't human, he was a beast. He deserved to be abandoned and his family to fall apart. It was all karma. He deserved it. But now it was too late to regret. The old lady on the bed looked pale and frightening. Her chest was barely moving, and the foredrip was almost empty. She slowly opened her eyes again, her lips trembling. With great effort, she managed to say, I. The siblings immediately moved closer to her mouth. They heard her say vaguely, wanna see. Taizhu. Han Aidong froze, thinking he had misheard. But Su Aihua looked at him in shock too, confirming he hadn't. Both siblings looked at their grandmother again. Han Aidong didn't expect her to wake up and ask to see Han Taizhu first. Su Aihua asked, Mom, you mean you want to see Han Taizhu? The old lady blinked to confirm.
Su Aihu Ekalim, Mom.
Are you confused? You and he have already broken. Han Aidong gave Su Aihua a look to stop her from saying more. Mom, don't worry. I'll go find Taizhu right now. Rest assured, I will bring him here. Su Aihua pulled Han Aidong into the corridor. No, our mom is already confused. She says whatever she says, you just listen. Are you also confused? Han Aidong replied, how do you know the old lady is confused? Maybe that's her last wish. If her wish isn't fulfilled, should she leave like this? Su Aihua fell silent, sniffed, and said, I'm going to get some food first. Neither of us ate last night. I'm so hungry, I might faint. Wait until you finish eating, then go find her. Last night, Han Aidong and Su Aihua stayed up all night watching over Grandma Han, so they didn't eat anything. Su Aihua quickly went out and brought back 2 bowls of porridge. Han Aidong took the food box, ate a few big bites of the porridge, then wiped his mouth. I'm leaving now.
Take care of Mom.
Call the nurse if anything happens. I also need to go to the factory. I left my bike at Yangshu Gully. Originally, Su Aihua had a bike. She bought a used one, but it was old and broken. A few days ago, she sold it, planning to buy a new one. Coincidentally, Han Aidong's bike was left at Yangshu Gully. Now, he could only walk on foot to the towel factory. When Han Aidong arrived at the factory, sweaty and exhausted, he first went to ask the personnel manager for leave. His eyes were red. Manager Liu, I need to ask for leave. My mom is in the hospital. I think she might not make it. When Manager Liu heard this, he knew how serious it was. Of course, he approved the leave immediately. All right, old Han. My condolences. Everyone faces this someday. It's just a matter of timing. Without hesitation, Manager Liu granted 3 days off. Han Aidong quickly ran to the warehouse to find Han Yenshin. Seeing no one around, he suddenly knelt down. Han Yenshin was startled. What are you doing? He thought Han Aidong was trying to guilt-trip his sister again. But seeing no one else around,
Who was this acting for? Han Adong cried, Big brother, Mom is not doing well. She wants to see you one last time. This is the last chance. I know she's wronged you before, but she's about to leave. Please go see her. Don't let her leave with regrets. Han Yunshun was stunned. The news was so sudden he didn't know how to react. What does it mean that Grandma is leaving? It's not that he is not smart. A while ago, he saw the old lady lively and active. He didn't have any bad intentions or think evil thoughts about her death. It must be that Han Adong has come up with some new scheme to trap him again. There's nothing he can do because Han Adong has done many things that people dislike and that have deeply affected him. That's why he doesn't trust anything Han Adong says now. He still doesn't fully understand who Grandma Han really is. Usually, she is lively and energetic. How could she suddenly give up? Maybe her daughters are planning some tricks to trap him again. He even thought that when Han Adong returned from the capital, she might have told him that the Xiao family didn't really accept him. So, Grandma Han might think she's no longer a threat and is secretly causing trouble. It's a sad story, like the boy who cried wolf. Grandma Han used to do many bad things, and now that she's telling the truth, no one believes her. Seeing Han Adong crying more intensely, Han Adong crawled forward a few steps and hugged Han Yunshun's leg. Big brother, I swear I didn't lie to you. If I had, I would be struck by lightning and die a bad death. My mom went back to the village to get her child, young Banya, but she wouldn't give him up. Grandma Han, in her hurry, drank pesticide.
Boo-hoo.
If you don't believe me, call the village and ask. Yesterday evening, the village secretary and the team leader helped me send my mom to the county hospital. Aihua is still with Grandma Han now, watching over her.
Boo-hoo.
Grandma Han is about to close her eyes. She only has this one request. How could I not agree? Big brother, I don't want to trouble you. If it was something else, I wouldn't bother you, but this, I must agree. Han Adong cried so hard, snot and tears flowing. She looked like she was genuinely upset. Han Yunshun's mind started to buzz. Was she gone? Thinking about his life, it felt like a cat was scratching his heart. He felt pain and pity for himself. His life was ruined by Grandma Han. Over the years, she exploited him, made him raise her son, and drained his whole family. He had called her mother for over 40 years, only to find out later that she wasn't even his biological mother. When he first learned the truth, half of him felt relieved and free, but the other half was filled with deep hatred. So, when Zhao Guoyun wanted to send Grandma Han to jail, he didn't oppose it. He thought she deserved that punishment. Her wrongdoings had to be paid for. But now that she was dying and wanted to see him, what for? To regret not taking him away too? He asked himself honestly, did he want to see her one last time? After hesitating for a while, he finally clenched his teeth and decided, forget it. Life and death are not worth arguing over. If he was about to pass away, it would be the last time he saw her, a final farewell. Thinking this, Han Yunshun turned to Han Adong and said, let's go, I'll go with you. After that, he found someone to take over his shift and then asked for leave from his supervisor. Once the leave was approved, he pushed his bicycle and left the factory with Han Adong. At the hospital, Han Yunshun entered the ward. Seeing Grandma Han's face already pale and lifeless, he felt a sudden pang in his chest. It seemed she was truly gone. This old lady was quite stubborn, finally pushing herself to the limit. Wasn't life better if she just enjoyed it? Their mother and son had lived a good life. 3 of them, 3 jobs, earning enough each month that they didn't need to worry about money. Why did she have to push herself so hard? Han Yunshun couldn't understand. Su Aihua saw Han Yunshun arrive. She no longer dared to act arrogantly toward him as she used to, and even nodded politely. She bent down and gently called out to Grandma Han, Mom, Han Taiju is here. Because she looked down on Han Yunshun, she had never called him older brother before. Today was the first time. She wanted to tell Grandma Han that her older brother was here, but she couldn't bring herself to say it, so she finally just called him Taiju because it sounded more natural. After calling a few times, Grandma Han, feeling dizzy, slowly opened her eyes. When she saw that the person by her bed was Han Yunshun,
Her eyes lit up a little. Her cloudy eyes stared fixedly at Han Yunshin, as if she was summoning all her strength to raise her hand slowly toward him. Han Yunshin hesitated for a moment, but gently reached out and took her withered, outstretched hand. "Did you hear that I wanted to see you?" Grandma Han made a few gurgling sounds to confirm that Han Yunshin was right. Her body couldn't move, but her mind was still sharp. She understood that she really was about to die this time. People, when they are close to death, tend to think back on their past deeds. Grandma Han was no exception. She clearly remembered the wrongs she had done to Han Yunshin. Thinking of this, she felt terrified, afraid of going to hell after she died, afraid of being thrown into a frying pan by little ghosts. How painful that would be. So, no matter what, she had to see Han Yunshin one last time, to let him know she regretted her actions and begged for his forgiveness. Wasn't it the way to avoid hell? Grandma Han struggled hard and finally managed to open her mouth, her voice so soft it was barely audible. Han Yunshin, having drunk a lot of spiritual spring water, was very perceptive. Even with such a faint sound, he heard her clearly. The old lady was saying, "Taiju, I am sorry for letting you down. In this life, I probably can't repay you. If there's a next life, I will definitely do so then." Han Yunshin felt uneasy inside. All his past hardships were caused by this person on the bed. Now, he wasn't sure whether he was upset for himself or for Grandma Han. Maybe he couldn't tell anymore. Han Adong and Su Aihua beside him were crying loudly, like broken beads falling apart. They understood that Grandma Han was truly nearing the end and was giving her last words. Although they didn't hear exactly what she said, they saw her hands held gently together and guessed she was apologizing. Han Yunshin felt a mix of emotions. Although Grandma Han had done many wrong things to him before, he had called her mother for over 40 years. He used to hope she would treat him better. Now his eyes were red and his lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. Should he forgive her? To forgive her so easily would make his suffering over these 40 years seem like a joke. He came here just to see her off because she was an old woman nearing the end. Grandma Han's cloudy eyes opened wide, staring hard at Han Yunshin with a stubborn look, hoping he would say the words of forgiveness. Han Yunshin felt like his heart was blocked with cotton. Seeing her like this, he wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. Time passed second by second. Grandma Han's breath grew weaker, but she still held on tightly, not blinking, afraid to miss his words. But until the very last moment, Han Yunshin couldn't say the words of forgiveness. Grandma Han's heart was full of regret. She took her last breath with a sense of unfulfilled longing, her eyes still wide open, unwilling to close. Seeing her pass away, Han Adong and Su Aihua both knelt by the bed and burst into loud crying.
Han Aidan krid het brea kingli, skjutning, mom.
How could you be so cruel? How could you leave me and Aihua behind? What will we do in the days ahead?
Mom.
Wah. The crying alarmed the people in the hospital. Many patients, family members, and nurses gathered at the door, looking into the room. Excuse me. The doctor heard the crying and came over. He knew Grandma Han had passed away. In his heart, he thought she had lived a good life. Even one more day was a blessing. The people at the door parted as the doctor hurried in. He checked the elderly woman on the bed and said, "She has passed away. Please accept my condolences." Condolences? Those words I heard twice this morning. What could the doctor say? He is a doctor, seeing life and death every day in the hospital. Over time, he becomes cold-hearted. Find a way to handle the body and then take care of the formalities to leave the hospital. After speaking, the doctor left. Su Aihua cried uncontrollably. Mom is gone. I have no mother now. I feel so sad. People at the door whispered and pointed. The siblings' crying was very touching, and even those with shallow eyes started to tear up. Han Yunshin stood nearby, watching the scene. He felt uneasy inside. Although he had many complaints about Grandma Han, they had lived together for many years. Seeing her pass away, he felt a wave of sadness. Grandma Han died with her eyes wide open, staring blankly, which was quite frightening. Han Yenshin reached out and gently closed her eyes. When he raised his hand again, her eyes finally closed. He thought, maybe this is a kind of forgiveness. As soon as Grandma Han passed, Han Yenshin considered whether it was appropriate to go back to work now. Anyway, the company had given him 3 days off. Everyone knew about his relationship with Han Aichang. Although they were no longer family in the eyes of his colleagues, they were still like brothers. It wouldn't make sense for one to get 3 days off and the other only one after their mother's death. So, Han Yenshin was essentially borrowing Han Aichang's leave. Section Chief Liu automatically granted him 3 days off. Han Aichang wiped his tears and said, "Big brother, I need to arrange Grandma's funeral." Su Aihua, with red eyes, said, "You just left to find Dad." "Big brother, Grandma told me she wants to be buried with Dad in Yangshu Gully." Hearing about Han Shoshin, Han Yenshin still felt touched. When he was young, Han Shoshin was very kind to him, even though he didn't know Han Yenshin was his son. Han Yenshin felt a deep affection for this father. Now, Grandma wanted to be buried with Han Shoshin, which meant her body had to be taken back to Yangshu Gully for the funeral. Han Aichang wiped his tears and said, "Since it's her wish, we'll do as Grandma wants." If she hadn't said anything, they should have been buried together anyway. Han Yenshin said, "Hurry up and dress Grandma, and handle the hospital procedures. I'll go find a car to send her back." Han Aichang nodded with red eyes. "Big brother, thank you." Han Yenshin did not give a clear answer. After giving instructions, he turned and left the hospital. He asked around and found a team near the county town. When he saw the team leader, Han Yenshin quickly explained everything in detail. "Leader, I am willing to pay 20 yuan. Could your team send a cart to take the old lady's body back to Yangshu Gully? Would that be okay?" The team leader couldn't make the decision alone. "We need to hold a meeting to discuss this." "Just a moment, comrade, don't worry." Han Yenshin felt a bit anxious, but had no choice but to wait. "Thank you, leader." After a while, the team leader agreed. "All right, our team will help with this. We're all unfortunate people. If we can help, we will." Hearing this, Han Yenshin felt relieved and quickly paid the 20 yuan. He rode in the cart and soon arrived at the hospital. Meanwhile, Han Adong was busy and had already completed the hospital procedures, paid all the fees, and dressed the old lady in her clothes. When the cart arrived, Han Yenshin and Han Adong carefully lifted the old lady onto the cart. Everything was ready. The driver waved the whip and shouted, "Go!" They then set off in the cart toward Yangshu Gully. In the imperial capital, at Su Jincheng's office. Su Jincheng thought all night and finally decided to call Mo Tsungji's office before noon. He had known Mo Tsungji's office number all along but had never called it. Usually, he called the military division where Mo Tsungji was stationed to ask about him, but Mo Tsungji never knew about this. When the call was answered, Mo Tsungji's calm voice came through. "Hello, this is Mo Tsungji."
Who is this?
Su Jincheng held the phone expressionlessly. The voice on the other end was both familiar and strange to him. Although Mo Tsungji was his own son, since his son left home at age 10, he rarely heard his voice. Over the years, his son had grown up, and he could hardly remember what his son looked like now. The only thing left was a photo of his son from when he was a child, still kept in that room. Mo Tsungji frowned when he heard no sound on the phone. He looked at the phone in his hand. He clearly heard breathing on the other side, so why was there no reply? Just as his patience was about to run out, the voice finally came from the other end. "I am your father, Su Jincheng. Mo Tsungji." Su Jincheng? His name almost slipped from his mind, yet it felt as if it was engraved in his bones. "Isn't that a strange feeling?" He sneered. "Really? I still have a father? I almost forgot. To keep it short, I am very busy with work." Su Jincheng asked, "I heard you have a partner? From the countryside, not too old." Mo Tsungji's face turned icy. "Did Du Tingting tell you that? You called just to ask about my partner?" "The news is correct. Is there anything else?" Su Jincheng paused for a moment, then said, "If you like her, just marry her." Then he hung up directly. Mo Tsungji listened to the beeping sound from the phone and looked at it with a puzzled expression.
Su Jincheng put down the phone, sat there, and rubbed his forehead. He didn't believe only one side of Shi Jingxiang's story. Emo Tsongji, at 26, had reached his current position in the army, so he was definitely not foolish. He had his own judgment. Since his son liked someone, he should seize the chance to avoid regrets later. He wondered what Shi Jingxiang would think if she knew this outcome. Han Yunshin and Han Adong, along with a few siblings, pulled a cart carrying Grandma Han's body, rocking gently as they headed back to Yangshu Gully. The news spread quickly, like it had wings, reaching every corner of the village in no time. Yangshu Gully suddenly became lively. Many neighbors couldn't believe Grandma Han was gone so suddenly. Just the day before, she was lively and active. Today, she had passed away. This caused a lot of sighs among the villagers. She only drank a few sips of pesticide. How did she die? Wow, I never expected that. Exactly. She was so lively when she argued with Yang Banya. She even out-talked him. Remember this, don't push your luck. It might really lead to death. The cart creaked as it stopped at the village office. A group of people followed behind. Now, Han Yunshin was a well-known figure in the village. Usually, if Han Yuanshin returned, people would come to talk to him. But today, the occasion didn't seem suitable. Strangely, Han Yunshin and Grandma Han had a falling out before. Why was he still returning now that she was gone? Some people even praised Han Yunshin for being filial and forgiving past grudges, saying he helped with her funeral. They automatically assumed Han Yunshin was there to help with the arrangements. Han Yunshin knew that if he hadn't come back, he might have been drowned in gossip. The officers working at the village office heard the commotion outside. When they looked out, they saw a carriage already parked in the village square. Han Adong looked downcast, which made Qin Dachuan and Zhou Jianqi feel uneasy. Seeing the blanket-covered body on the carriage, they understood clearly. Mrs. Han had passed away. Han Adong said, "Secretary, Captain, my mother is gone. Her last wish was to be buried with my father in Yangshu-go. In the past, it was common for couples to be buried together, so their spirits wouldn't be lonely." Everyone agreed with this. Qin Dachuan nodded silently, understanding everything without words. He gently patted Han Adong's shoulder in regret. Han Adong looked back at Mrs. Han on the carriage, then turned to say, "Secretary, Captain, we need to find a place to settle my mother first. Are there any empty, broken houses in the village?" There were no empty houses in the village. With over 2,000 people, many young couples still didn't have their own homes and had to share with the elders. Death is a big matter. The villagers are kind-hearted and didn't mistreat Mrs. Han after her passing, even if she had caused trouble when she was alive. When someone dies, all grievances and debts are supposed to end. Zhou Jianqi waved his hand and said, "There's an empty room in the ancestral hall." The Zhou family in Yangshu-go is a prominent family, so they have an ancestral hall. But nowadays, no one dares to hold ancestral rites, though the Zhou family still recognizes their ancestors. Even though they can't perform rituals there now, the hall remains intact and is not allowed to be torn down, showing how much the Zhou family values it. Having Mrs. Han's body placed in such an important place moved Han Adong deeply. He thanked Captain Zhou sincerely. The carriage then took Mrs. Han to the Zhou family's ancestral hall and laid her there. The driver finished his task, and since Han Yunshin had already paid the 20 yuan to the production team, he secretly slipped a pack of cigarettes to the driver. It was considered unlucky to transport a body during the new year, so the driver was unhappy at first. But when he received the cigarettes, his mood instantly improved. After saying farewell to Han Yunshin, the driver drove back. The villagers dispersed after settling Mrs. Han. To handle her funeral, Han Adong and his sister had to stay in the village. Han Yunshin, being too proud, refused to bring the siblings to his home. Under their watchful eyes, he coldly returned to his own house. Later, the siblings spent money to find a place to stay. Han Qingyun and Zhao Guyun were busy at home, working hard. With the new year approaching, the house needs a lot of cleaning. The bedding must be taken apart and washed, and every corner has to be thoroughly cleaned. It can be said that only little Shun is free to relax,
Even Dazhuang has the task of watching the children. Little Shun is riding on Han Dazhuang, hugging his neck. Han Dazhuang walks slowly inside and outside the house with him. Since it's too cold outside, they don't dare go out. The 4 older children are helping with the cleaning. Zhao Guiyun is rubbing the sheets while talking to Han Qingyun. Now, I don't know when the sheets will dry. If we hang them outside, they'll freeze stiff, like iron plates. We should have come back earlier. Han Qingyun says, the house is so warm. We can hang 2 wires inside, and they'll dry overnight. Zhao Guiyun agrees, that's good. When your 3rd brother comes back at noon, let him hang them. The mother and daughter are busy working and have no time to go outside. Especially Zhao Guiyun, who is so busy she's constantly scratching her head and has no time to go out for a walk. So, they never hear the news that Grandma Han has returned. Just then, Han Yunsen walks into the house. Zhao Guiyun looks up in surprise and stops her work. Why are you back? Aren't you at work? Han Qingyun, wearing a colorful headscarf and holding a long-handled broom, is cleaning the spider webs on the ceiling. She also looks at Han Yunsen with surprise when he comes back. Han Yunsen takes off his scarf and hat, sighs, and says, Grandma is gone. Zhao Guiyun opens her mouth wide, stopping her sheet washing. She wipes her hands on her apron, stands up, and says, it's the new year, and this happens. It's upsetting for everyone. She doesn't feel sad, just feels a bit emotional. What does that have to do with you? Why are you back? In her eyes, this matter has nothing to do with Han Yunsen. Han Yunsen explains, I didn't know about this at first. Han Adong came to the factory looking for me, kneeling and crying, saying Grandma was about to pass away and wanted to see me. That guy, crying and tears everywhere, I wouldn't have gone to the factory otherwise. Anyway, I thought if Grandma wanted to see me, she must have some request. I figured I wouldn't agree to whatever she asked. When I got to the hospital, I didn't expect her to call me over just to say sorry and ask me to forgive her. Zhao Guiyun covers her chest and takes a long time to speak. She's really... I don't know how to judge her. She has never suffered a loss in her life, not even at the moment of her death. She was afraid of facing hardship herself, so you forgive her? Han Yunxin stayed silent, and Zhao Guiyun didn't ask further. Since the man was in a bad mood, she decided not to press him. After hearing this, Han Qingyun continued working, but she thought, this old lady has been causing trouble her whole life. Today she argued with this family, tomorrow with that one. She's caused a lot of trouble for others. Now she's ended her troublemaking life, perfectly showing that if you don't cause trouble, you won't die, but if you do, you will. Zhao Guiyun didn't ask, but Han Yunxin said the old lady was brought back and is now in that broken house next to the Zhou family shrine. Zhao Guiyun exclaimed, oh, she's been brought back. Han Yunxin took out a cigarette, lit it, and said, yes, she's been brought back. Her last wish was to be buried with my father. Zhao Guiyun nodded, that's proper. Then she continued sitting and washing the sheets. Han Yunxin sat on a stool, frowning, smoking one cigarette after another. He had never smoked so heavily before, just trying to taste it, but today his mind was also unsettled. Zhao Guiyun was uncomfortable from the smoke and stared at Han Yunxin, who kept smoking. Eventually, she couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up, grabbed the cigarette from Han Yunxin's hand, threw it on the ground, and stomped it out. What are you doing? The old lady is really gone, but what are you showing everyone? Are you feeling sad and want to cry? Han Yunxin looked up. What are you talking about? Who wants to cry? My mind is just a mess, thinking about stuff. Zhao Guiyun asked, thinking about what? What's got you so upset? Just tell everyone. Maybe I can give you some advice. Han Yunxin said, it's about this matter. The second brother took leave from work, right? The old lady wanted to see me, so I also had to ask for leave. They gave me 3 days, just like the second brother. If they only gave me 1 day, I'd leave tomorrow morning. But since they gave me 3 days, what should I do? Should I attend her funeral or not? If I go, I'll feel a bit uncomfortable. If I don't, everyone in the village will be watching. Death is a big deal,
And at this time, they forget what the old lady did to me before. So that's what it was. Zhao Guoyun also didn't have any ideas at the moment. Han Qingyan paused her work and looked at the couple. Such decisions were up to the adults. She didn't get involved. After a while, Zhao Guoyun said, "Old man, technically this is a bit awkward, but you really can't avoid it. To avoid others gossiping about you, you should just attend. But you only attended like a villager, without participating in the funeral. It should be Han Adong as the son, who takes care of these things. This way, the relationship is kept clear." It's true, Zhao Guoyun made a very good point. If Han Yunshin gets too involved, he would admit he's the son of Grandma Han, and their relationship would be broken forever, impossible to go back to how it was. Even if Grandma Han passes away, Han Yunshin won't recognize her as his adoptive mother anymore. So now, he's just showing the villagers that he participated, and the villagers can't say much about it.
Han inser nots. Allrit. Fina.
That's settled. Once the decision is made, Han Yunshin stops worrying about it. Yang Manhwa and Han Yu were terrified when they heard Grandma Han died. They felt like they had suffered an unfair disaster. They had just started to leave the shadow of their divorce and get their life back on track, hoping for a better new year. But then Grandma Han came to their house to end her life. And she really died. The mother and daughter were frozen in fear, trembling and afraid to go outside.
Why?
Because Grandma Han's death was somehow connected to them. Seeing Han Adong and Su Aihua return to the village, their hearts were in their throats, worried these two might come aggressively to confront them. Han Yu's face turned pale. "Mom, how could she just die? Is she going to take us down with her? Do you think my grandma will come to find us tonight to settle the score? I heard she's just hanging around near the ancestral hall." Yang Banhua was also terrified, but as a mother, she had to comfort her daughter. She tried to act calm. "Don't talk nonsense. That's just superstitions. There are no ghosts in this world. Don't scare yourself." Han Yu still felt uneasy. But Su Aihua is an unreasonable person. She'll definitely come after us. Yang Banhua forced herself to stay strong, but inside she was already making plans. She thought about secretly buying some yellow paper for burning, finding a quiet place to burn a little for Grandma Han. Maybe it could dispel some of her resentment and prevent her from coming to trouble them. Han Yu asked again, "Mom, should we attend the funeral? Not going would be a big insult. But I'm afraid Su Aihua will hit me if I go." This was truly a difficult problem. Although Grandma Han took her own life by drinking pesticide, if the mother and daughter didn't attend the funeral, the villagers would surely gossip about their cold-heartedness. How could they face others in the village after that? But if she goes to the funeral, maybe someone will gossip behind her back, saying she is pretending or putting on an act. Yang Bengxia frowned deeply, feeling torn inside. She wasn't sure whether to go or not, and didn't know what to do. So, mother and daughter faced the same problem as Han Yunshin. Old Lady Han had died, and some people still used moral pressure to control others. Old Lady Han's funeral was very simple. She died suddenly, so there was no coffin. She was wrapped in a straw mat. They dug up Han Shoshin's grave and hurriedly buried Old Lady Han beside him, marking the end. The funeral was simple. After it was over, Han Adong thanked the village officials and everyone who attended, then went back to the county with Su Aihua. Old Lady Han's death caused only a small ripple in the village, which quickly passed, and everyone turned their attention to the lively New Year celebrations. Han Yunshin still had one more day off, so he stayed home for the day. There were many chores to do, and he was chopping wood and tidying up the front and backyards in preparation for the New Year pig slaughter. During the pig slaughter, their family probably hadn't finished their holiday yet. Luckily, the third son was still at home. Village committee office, it was New Year's time. The village planned to catch some fish to share, so everyone could enjoy some meat during the holiday. A few village officials sat in Qin Dachuan's office, warming themselves by an iron stove. While warming, they discussed how to catch the fish. Zhou Jianxi held his hand palm up after roasting, saying, "The ice on the river is now very thick. I think even cars could drive on it without cracking. I'm just wondering how we can punch a hole in this ice?" Wu Weiman, the patrol captain, nodded along. "That's right. The ice on the river is at least 2 feet thick. Let me tell you, making a hole as big as your fist would take half a day. Forget about catching fish or drying nets. You'd just shatter a large part of the ice. So, when do you think we can punch a big enough hole? Zwakiji, rubbing his hands, asked, do you remember when Han's girl broke the ice and saved Zhou Yuru? Of course I remember. It was unforgettable. Yeah, that girl really scared me. She was fierce. She swung her pickaxe and went straight at it. Lao Zua, do you mean asking Han's girl to come and break the ice again? At that time, the river was just frozen, and the ice wasn't thick yet. Now it's 2 feet thick. Do you really expect her to break it? That's impossible. A young girl might be strong, but not that strong, right? Zhou Jianxi said, is that really impossible? Let's ask and see. Just go ahead if you can. If not, think of another way. The accountant, Zhua, agrees with the team leader, saying, let's just try this method. It's not complicated. If it doesn't work, we can give up. If others put in a lot of effort, they should get a bigger share of the fish. Zhou Jianxi thinks it's fine. Once we catch the fish, Han's family can have 2 shares. That's fair, right?
No one can argue about it.
If anyone complains, tell him to go to the river and make a hole. I'll give him 3 shares if he wants. Qin Dachuan agrees. All right, that's settled. Old Zhou, we'll go to Han's family this afternoon. We should act quickly. The new year is coming soon. Once we decide, we'll start in the next couple of days. The accountant Zhua says, yes, we need to act in the next few days. The team will be dividing food. Our team isn't rich and doesn't have much money, but we have a few pigs. Besides the pigs used for teaching tasks, we can share the rest of the meat and grain. After that, we can go fishing and hunting in the mountains. Zhou Jianxi agrees. That's settled. We'll divide the food and share the pork from the pigs. This afternoon, we'll ask Han's family about the situation. If they refuse, we'll think of other ways. Han's family is cooking lunch. Zhao Guohyun personally goes to the health clinic and forces Wu Wenzhou and his wife to come home for a meal, warning them not to let him call them again to eat without thinking. After eating, Zhou Jianxi and Qin Dachuan eagerly go to visit. It's been a long time since the secretary and team leader visited their home. When they come, it's usually for an important reason. Zhao Guoyun thinks to herself that they haven't done much lately. Since going to the county town, they haven't caused trouble for the team. Those were all things from before. Why are they coming today? Brother Taizhu, has he gone back to the unit yet? Even though Han Yenshin changed his name, Zhou Jianxi still feels close calling him Brother Taizhu. Han's family is the most prominent in Yangshu Gutu. Everyone praises them because having a family like Han's makes Yangshu Gutu famous. Thanks to Han's reputation, marriage arrangements have become much easier. But there are almost no more matchmaking options for Han's children. They realize they can't afford to climb higher, so they stop thinking about it. No, I'll go back tomorrow morning, Han Yenshin says, handing each of them a cigarette and lighting it. Qin Dachuan takes a puff and says, Taizhu, we envy your life so much. If I could live like you, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Look at this cigarette. It's Peony brand. I heard this brand is very expensive, costing several cents per pack. Is this really a cigarette? Or is it money you're smoking? You really must be willing to spend. Han Yunshin smiled modestly and vaguely. It's not really him who's willing, but his son-in-law. Good cigarettes and good wine are all gifts from the son-in-law. But now his daughter and son-in-law are not engaged or married yet. He can't openly say they are the son-in-law's gifts in case things don't work out. It might ruin his daughter's reputation. Zhao Guoyun is straightforward. Even now that she's in the city, she can't change her honest nature. I say, 2 leaders, just tell us what's going on. Zhou Jianxi said, sister-in-law, about this matter, we're a bit embarrassed to speak openly. If she's too shy to speak, then she shouldn't say anything. It's probably not a good thing, or they wouldn't be so cautious. But even with her straightforward nature, she wouldn't say such things out loud. She's not foolish. Qin Dachuan said, well, it's just that the village plans to open the river for fishing. Zhao Guohyun exclaimed, oh, opening the river for fishing. Does this have anything to do with our family? Qin Dachuan continued, right now, the ice on the river is very thick, more than 2 feet. It's hard to break through this ice. Once we manage to break a hole, it might be after the new year. We're thinking since our daughter is strong, maybe she could help break the ice. Zhao Guiyun and her husband looked at each other, bewildered. Do you even know what you're talking about? Our beautiful little girl, and you want her to swing a big hammer and break ice? Han Qingyun, who was watching, said. Why does it sound so exciting but with a catch? Zhao Guiyun shook her head like a rattle. What are you thinking? My daughter can't do that kind of thing. It's just unbelievable. In her eyes, these two asking for such a thing is a huge crime. Why are they thinking like this? Why don't they let their own daughter swing a big hammer and break ice? Han Yunshin also twitched his mouth. His daughter is strong, but not in this way. Luckily, Emo Tsungji isn't here, or she might have talked her daughter out of such a foolish idea. The reactions of the Han family made the two village officials feel quite awkward. Qin Dachuan coughed. Ahem, this is just like last year when our daughter showed her extraordinary skills during the porridge with meat. Then, we thought of asking her to break a hole big enough for fishing nets. If others did it, it would take a long time to make such a big hole. We're not doing this just for ourselves, but for the whole village. Zhao Guiyun said, for the whole village. Why are you using my daughter to do favors? Cough, cough, cough. Han Yunshan coughed a few times, reminding her to watch her tone. Zhao Guiyun replied, Oh, I didn't mean anything bad. I just think my daughter can't do this. You should find someone else. Zhou Jianxi and Qin Dachuan looked at each other sadly. Qin Dachuan, still not giving up, took matters into his own hands. Well, if our daughter helps with the ice hole, can't we give 3 fish in return? That's what she deserves. Zhou Jianxi hesitated. We agreed on 2 fish, now it's 3? Well, it's good enough if we can get her to do the work. What more do we need? Both looked at Han Qingyun eagerly. Han Qingyun twitched her eye. Zhao Guiyun signaled to Han Qingyun, but inside, she was a bit reluctant to give so many fish. In summer, her daughter often went fishing at home. Since moving back to the city, she rarely ate fish, only sometimes buying some salted fish from the black market. That was just luck, catching it occasionally. She didn't know that all the fish they ate were taken from Han Qingyun's space. Han Qingyun thought it was no big deal. Just drilling a hole in the ice? That shouldn't be hard for her. My task is just to drill the hole, right? Once I finish, I have no other work, right? She needed to clarify her job to negotiate. She didn't want to finish the hole and then be asked to do other things like fishing with them because she wouldn't do that for 3 fish. Saying this, she seemed to agree, and the two officials brightened. Qin Dachuan waved his hand. You just focus on drilling the hole. Nothing else for you. Daughter, you really want to do this? Drilling on the river is dangerous. What if you fall in? Zhao Guiyun had no hesitation and didn't want her daughter to go. Han Qingyun said, The ice is thick. It won't crack easily just by knocking. Besides, I can tie a rope around my waist with the other end tied to a tree. I won't fall in. Even if I do, I can hold onto the rope and climb back up. This statement made Zhao Guiyun and Han Yunshan even more worried. Qin Dachuan and Zhou Jianxi promised that when Han Qingyun drilled the ice, villagers would send helpers to assist her, ensuring her safety. The decision was made. Before leaving, Qin Dachuan told Zhao Guiyun that starting tomorrow morning, the village would distribute grain and pork. That was good news. Their family had many laborers. Although they hadn't worked much in the past 2 or 3 months, they had done quite a bit before. Especially, they could get a good share of pork based on their work points. Early in the morning, Han Yunshin rode his bike back to the county for work. Zhao Guiyun took Han Laosen and Han Qingyun, finished breakfast, and then went to the big team office to line up for grain. It's important to know that the Han family had many strong workers, each earning 10 work points. Even after they moved to the city later, they still had a good amount of work points, making them average in the village. 1 work point could exchange for half a gene of grain. The Han family needed to pick up several thousand gene of grain, which made many people jealous. People say raising sons is for old age, and in the countryside, sons are strong workers. The Han family had many sons, plus Han Yunshin was in his prime. The four men each earned 10 work points every day, accumulating thousands of points in just half a year. Zhao Guiyun and her daughters-in-law were just helping out, but even so, they contributed a lot. What was even more enviable was that their daughter carried 2 big bags, one in each hand, easily walking away. Her third son pushed a wheelbarrow with several bags of grain on it. They moved the grain home quickly and effortlessly. Zhao Guiyun was living a good life, wearing a pretty scarf on her head, standing there with her hands in her sleeves, watching the pile of grain. Once all the grain was moved, Zhao Guiyun called out loudly to the accountants. I say, accountants, when will our team's pigs be slaughtered? Zhua also called out loudly, tomorrow. Everyone remember, tomorrow, besides the pigs assigned for tasks, the rest will be slaughtered and divided. Someone else shouted, how will they divide it this year? By number of people? Zhua replied, not only by number of people, but also by work points. Families with more people weren't happy, but those with fewer people were glad. That's fair, right? Zhao Guiyun didn't mind. In the past, she might have fussed a little, but now that life was better and they weren't short of meat, she didn't care whether they got a little more or less. But her daughter said that they should buy all the pig offal they could and make it for the new year. Zhua shouted again, by the way, there's one more thing. Tomorrow, the higher-ups will come to collect the task pigs. Families raising pigs, get your task pigs ready. I want to tell you, put aside your little plans and schemes. Don't think that just because they're collecting the pigs, you can overfeed them. If the team finds cheating, they will deduct points from you. Be prepared. Suddenly, a few people in the crowd voiced their dissatisfaction. But those voices quickly disappeared. Zhao Guiyun, worried, returned home. Daughter, tomorrow the officials will come to collect the task pigs. Han Xingyan. All right, just take it. Zhao Guiyun. During the time we weren't home, your third brother raised the pigs quite well. There's no pig in the village bigger or fatter than ours. I really feel bad about handing over such a big, fat pig. When they first started raising pigs, they never imagined the pigs would grow so big and fat. This time, Zhao Guiyun was very proud when she saw her 2 big, fat pigs. She asked everyone whose pigs could be this fat. She was so proud then, but now she feels sad about parting with them. Han Xingyan, this is just something we have to do. If we don't give the pigs, we still have to. So don't worry too much. At least we get some grain and cloth tickets in return, which is better than nothing. Zhao Guiyun, this is a pure loss. I only get a little for my big, 300-pound pig. It hurts my heart. I won't raise pigs next year. If we want to eat meat, we can buy it from the black market. I don't want to worry about this anymore. Han Xingyan, why not raise pigs? Next year, we can go to the county, tear down the fence, and build a brick wall. We can raise 2 or 3 pigs in the yard. Who would know? Hearing this, Zhao Guiyun's mood instantly brightened. Exactly. The front and backyard aren't smaller than where we live now. Besides raising pigs, we can raise some chickens and ducks and plant some vegetables. I've earned just as much as your dad this year. Han Xingyan knew her mother would try to persuade her, so she didn't need to worry about it. Zhao Guiyun, we have another pig at home. We need to find a pig butcher to slaughter it. Han Xingyan didn't really know how much a pig butcher should be paid. Mom, when the pig butcher helps slaughter the pig, what should we give him? Money or meat? Zhao Guiyun, it depends on what he wants. If he wants money, we give money. If he wants meat, we give meat. If it's money, that's fine. They aren't short of money. But if it's meat, she feels a bit guilty. Can't we just slaughter it ourselves? Han Xingyan asked herself, and Zhao Guiyun explained, who knows how to slaughter a pig? Besides, our pigs are big. A few men probably can't hold them down. If the pig gets away, it's a problem. Slaughtering a pig also needs tools, and knowing which blood vessels to cut. Zhao Guiyun explained everything she knew about pig slaughtering to Han Xingyan. Han Xingyan thought about it. Slaughtering a pig is basically just sticking a knife into the pig's neck and cutting the blood vessels, right?
Mom, who should we ask?
Let's do it ourselves. Zhao Guiyun was stunned. Girl, your mother is quite capable,
but I've never reached the level of killing pigs. Han Qingyun chuckled and said, "Who said I'd kill it? I'll do it myself. I thought, since it's New Year, the pig butcher wouldn't charge us. He'd want the meat. The meat is rare and hard to buy, and I don't want to give away even a pound." Zhao Guiyun's mouth twitched. Her daughter was even more frugal than she was when saving money. "Do you know how? If you're not careful, there'll be blood everywhere." Han Qingyun replied, "What's so hard about it? I've never done it before, but I've seen it. I have strength. I'll hold the pig, tie it to the table, and you and my third brother prepare a basin and hot water. Just borrow a pig-killing knife, and I'll do it. You two can handle the rest. You think you can do that?" Zhao Guiyun looked numb, but slowly nodded. Her daughter was really capable. She dared to kill a pig. Han Qingyun waved her hand. "It's settled. I've never done it before, but I want to try. I've never seen blood before, but I've got plenty of strength." Not only did Zhao Guiyun jump in shock, even Han Jingyuan was startled. A year ago, his sister was delicate and weak. Now she dared to kill a pig. That was shocking, unbelievable. Han Qingyun said, "What are we waiting for? Let's do it this afternoon." She looked eager and impatient. "Fine. Since there's plenty of time in the afternoon, let's just do it." Han Jingyuan had little work at the health clinic, so he asked Wu Wenzhou for leave. The three women started preparing. Zhao Guiyun went to the village to borrow a pig-killing knife. When she returned, she was smiling. "Girl, I tell you, it's good we're killing the pig this afternoon. Right now, only our family is doing it in the village. If the village starts killing pigs in the next days, we won't be able to borrow a knife. This is old Fourth Zhou's knife, borrowed just for today. After we finish, we'll give them a pound of meat as a thank you." Han Qingyun, already wearing an apron and fully armed, nodded simply. "All right, a pound of meat is a pound of meat." Zhao Guiyun told the children, "We're killing a pig today. You kids stay inside, and don't come out to watch." The children wanted to see the pig being killed, but Grandma said no.
How could that be?
Era said, "Grandma, I want to watch." Zhao Guiyun said, "Listen to me. Your sister has never done this before. If she doesn't do it right, the pig might run away or charge and hurt you. You must stay inside. All right, wait until your little aunt ties up the pig tightly, so it can't run away. Then you can go see it, okay?" Zhao Guiyun is used to children. Although she acts tough, she has a soft heart. She can't resist the hopeful little eyes of the children. So, in the end, she agrees, but with conditions. The children nod eagerly. Zhao Guiyun prepares a basin and hot water. Han Jingyuan follows Han Qingyun to the backyard. Han Qingyun stands outside the pig pen, looking at the two big, fat pigs. She's actually judging which pig is bigger and naturally chooses the larger one. Recently, Han Jingyuan has been feeding the pigs every day, so he knows which one is bigger. He points to a large black pig and says, this one is bigger." Han Qingyun responds, "All right, it's settled. Third brother, get the rope ready. Once I get it under control, you come in and help me tie it up." Han Jingyuan says it's ready. Han Qingyun rolls up her sleeves, and Han Jingyuan watches as she easily jumps into the pig pen. When he was a child, he saw pig slaughtering and watched how some men caught and knocked down pigs. He also experienced how people dealt with wild boars coming down from the mountains in spring. But he has never seen his little sister catch a pig like this. Han Qingyun doesn't run around chasing pigs in the pen. She just punches the pig to knock it out. The other pig, scared, hides in a corner and doesn't dare move. Han Jingyuan is speechless. "Is that it? Third brother, what are you looking at? Come in and help tie the pig." Han Qingyun calls out to him. "Are you scared?" Han Jingyuan quickly throws the rope on the ground into the pig pen, jumps in himself, and the two of them work together to tie up the pig tightly. Then Han Jingyuan sees his little sister easily lifting the pig out of the pen. Wow, does she have some special strength? Han Jingyuan has never read fantasy novels and doesn't have wild ideas about supernatural powers like later generations. Han Qingyun's strength comes from her space. She drinks a lot of spiritual spring water, has undergone multiple body cleansing and strengthening, and her strength keeps increasing.
She shows her strength carefully, especially around people. For example, when breaking ice recently, she doesn't smash a big hole all at once but works slowly, so it doesn't seem abrupt. At home, she shows even more strength, but only to some extent. Her limit is something only she knows. Han Qingyan placed the pig on the prepared bench and pretended to wipe away non-existent sweat. Oh my, this pig is so heavy, it's exhausting me. Han Jingyuan finally relaxed, realizing his sister was just a bit stronger than most men. Zhao Guiyun had already brought over a large basin and placed it under the pig's neck. She was also holding a piece of corn stalk. At this moment, several children came out to watch, including Xiao Shuangzhu, who was wrapped up like a little panda by her grandmother, round and chubby. The little girl sat on Han Dazhuang's lap, her big eyes wide with curiosity. Zhao Guiyun let out a nervous sigh. Though she was tough-talking, she was actually afraid of watching the pig being slaughtered, especially when it squealed so painfully. She closed her eyes and covered her ears. "Daughter, let's start." Han Qingyan gave the pig's head another tap, and just as the pig was about to wake up, it fainted again. Then Han Qingyan stabbed a knife into the pig's neck vein. Blood started to flow out quickly. Zhao Guiyun kept her eyes closed, waiting for the pig to squeal, but it didn't. She opened one eye and asked, "What's going on? Why isn't the pig making any noise?" Big sister said, "Mom, my aunt knocked the pig out." Zhao Guiyun sighed. "Well, that's good. It won't suffer anymore." She quickly squatted down and stirred the blood in the basin with the corn stalk, adding some salt to prevent it from clotting. Soon they would stuff the blood into sausages. After the blood was drained, old Han San brought over boiling water, and the siblings began to shave the pig's hair. Zhao Guiyun had quite a complete set of tools, including a hair-removing tool. With Han Qingyun's strength, shaving the pig was not difficult. It was quick and efficient. Though others might think it was hard work, Zhao Guiyun saw her daughter as someone who could do anything easily, like brushing shoes. She thought, what kind of girl is so capable? Only my daughter can do this. She smiled proudly. After removing the hair, the siblings started to open the pig and take out the internal organs. That afternoon, the three women finished preparing the pig. Zhao Guiyun asked, "With so much meat, should we sell some?" After removing the organs and the pig's head, I think we have about 200 jin of pork. Han Qingyan said, "We don't need the money from selling pork right now. Mom, let me do the math for you. Let's add some pork sausage, marinate some salted pork, and smoke some cured meat. Then, the fresh meat left over will be for the New Year feast. Once that's done, there's not much else to do."
Han Jingyuan nådde lika at skikkpekking at reis.
After the New Year, he would leave soon, so he wanted to eat enough. Zhao Guiyun waved her hand confidently. "All right, let's do it this way. No need to ask your dad, I make the decisions." Hearing this, Han Qingyan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Isn't she the one in charge of the family affairs? When did her dad get to decide? Both of you cut all the meat properly. After you're done, I'll quickly return the knife to old Zhou. You kids have finished watching the pig slaughter, so go inside quickly. It's the New Year, and catching a cold from the cold is no joke. Zhao Guiyun hurriedly sent the kids back inside. Han Qingyun and her brother carefully cut the pork. Zhao Guiyun went to return the knife, carrying a pound of fatty pork as a thank you to old Zhou. The rest was finished by Han Jingyuan. Han Qingyun went to her room, washed herself thoroughly, and came out to prepare a cup of milk powder for each child. The kids had been outside in the yard for a long time, their noses running. She was worried they might catch a cold during the New Year. The older kids drank their milk on their own, while Han Qingyun held the little one in her arms. The little one happily drank from the bottle, making a cute face. This little one was 4 years old in lunar years, growing better and better. Look at his face when he drinks milk, he puffs up like a little hamster. Now he can speak clearly and even think about what to say, which Han Qingyan finds adorable. The pig was slaughtered and processed, but there was still a lot to do. Before dinner, they filled the blood sausages, and during the meal, they enjoyed pickled cabbage with white meat and blood sausages. Teacher Wu and his wife left with their bellies full. After Teacher Wu left,
Han Qingyun started making braised meat. Han Jingyuan cleaned all the pig offal and prepared the pig's head. Han Qingyun only needed to braise it. A big pot of braised meat was enough for their family to have a comfortable New Year. The next day was the day to deliver the New Year pig. In the morning, the Han family didn't need to feed the pigs anymore. When they received their pig, everyone was surprised. Their pig was several times larger than others, fat and healthy. Zhao Guiyun glanced at the few pigs on the tractor and then pursed her lips. The pigs looked thin and scrawny, not the same quality as their family's pigs. If these pigs were sold, she wouldn't feel too sad. She didn't go to the backyard but heard her own pigs crying loudly. Han Qingyun was in the backyard, but she didn't help. A few strong men struggled to tie up the pigs. Then, using a thick wooden stake, they pierced through the pigs' legs. Two of the strongest villagers, panting and straining, slowly lifted the pigs to the side of the truck. Several others helped carry the pigs onto the tractor. Zhao Guiyun watched her big, fat pig being dragged away with a sad heart. She felt empty inside. Having raised pigs for so long, she thought at least she could get some supplies. Though she no longer cared much for those supplies, even a small fly is still meat. She hurried to the cooperative's accountant, Mr. Zhua, to get grain and cloth tickets. Mr. Zhua, are we slaughtering pigs this afternoon? Mr. Zhua looked up from his ledger. Yes, we're doing it this afternoon. Zhao Guiyun whispered. Can I give you a heads up? When you process the pig, could you try to save as much as possible? This put Mr. Zhua in a difficult spot. I'll try my best. You know, some people want the internal organs too. Ever since your family told everyone last year how to handle the organs, people in the village are reluctant to feed chickens. And you also told everyone that using ash from the stove can get rid of the smell from the intestines. Oh, mother. Zhao Guiyun regretted almost immediately. Why did she say those things? Now she was in trouble, like stepping on her own toes. Anyway, try your best. If no one buys the organs, I will buy them myself and pay for it. All right, we'll see then. Zhao Guiyun sheepishly returned home and told Han Qingyun the bad news. Han Qingyun didn't mind. If we have it, we have it. If not, no big deal. Our big pot can last us a year. Boiling some eggs and making a dish is enough. This reminded Zhao Guiyun of something. She clapped her hands. You know, there's a big market coming in a few days. I'll go to the market and exchange some eggs. Dazhuang's eggs taste different from chicken eggs. The market is a good opportunity.
We should exchange more eggs.
Our family is big, and our fourth son and son-in-law will come back for the new year. They're the main eaters. Han Qingyun asked, what can we exchange at the market? Zhao Guiyun hesitated. Our family doesn't really have anything to exchange. We can't spend money either. People wouldn't want to trade with us. This really stumped Zhao Guiyun. Han Qingyun said, I have a way. I promise you'll be able to get eggs then.
All right.
Since her daughter said she has a way, there must be a way. Zhao Guiyun never doubted her daughter. Her daughter always spoke confidently and convincingly. In the afternoon, the production team slaughtered a pig for the new year, and the Han family received over 7 gin of pork. They bought a bucket of pig blood and some pig offal, so they didn't go home empty-handed. The next day was the big market day, and only 4 days left until the 30th. Zhao Guiyun said, your mother and your second brother won't be back until tomorrow. Your eldest brother and his wife will have their holiday on the 30th. I don't know when Emo Tsongji and the fourth brother will arrive home. In Zhao Guiyun's words, Han Laosi and Emo Tsongji had already arrived in the county. Emo Tsongji knew the county house well. When he arrived, the house was tightly guarded. He told Han Laosi to wait at home and went to the textile factory to get the house key, mainly to greet his father-in-law. The warehouse was busy with people coming and going, loading and unloading goods. Han Yunsen was holding a pen and paper, carefully recording the numbers of incoming and outgoing items. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Emo Tsongji. He was momentarily stunned, then took a while to react.
Tsongji?
Has the army finished their holiday? When did you arrive? But inwardly, he was thinking, how did this kid come here? Emo Tsongji said, Dad, I came back with Laosi. When I got home, I saw the door was locked.
I don't know where Qingyun and Mom went. Actually, he had a guess they might have gone back to Yangshu Valley. But this trip wasn't wasted. He wanted to greet his father-in-law. At least, he couldn't leave the county without saying hello. So, Emote Songji's main purpose was to flatter his father-in-law, and second, to get the key. This person, once he figures things out, he becomes unstoppable. Hearing Dad made Han Yunsan's scalp tingle, and he immediately got goosebumps. He let out a sharp sound. It's cold. Come inside quickly. Although the warehouse was large, it had a stove to keep warm. Emote Songji went inside and warmed his hands by the stove. Xiao Ku and her mom took the kids back to their hometown. They've been gone for several days. Although Han Qingyun had changed her name, her nickname hadn't changed. The family still called her Xiao Ku. While loading goods in the warehouse, some workers overheard their conversation. One of them paused and asked Han Yunsan, "Accountant Han, is this your son?" "Wow, this young man looks really impressive, tall and strong." "Son, it's up to you. Do you have a girlfriend?" Han Qingxin said. How could anyone tell that he looked like a herdsman? Is it even possible? Han Yunshin was thinking about how to explain Emote Songji's identity. After all, his daughter hadn't fully settled down with Emo yet. If anything went wrong, it might affect his daughter, and he didn't want that. This was his private concern as a father. Just as he was about to speak to clarify, Emote Songji quickly answered, "Comrade, I am not his son. I am his son-in-law." Han Yunshun was silent. "Fine, then that's how it is." Han Yunshun felt both annoyed and amused. He wondered why this young man was so impatient. He was worried about not having a formal relationship. What had he done to make the young man so uneasy about his daughter? Yes, son-in-law. The workers who were moving things were surprised. They had only seen Han Yunshin's daughter once, and she was very beautiful. Many people at the factory had their eyes on her. Some wanted to marry into the family, and others simply liked her. To them, it was like a frog dreaming of eating a swan. Today, seeing Han Yunshin's son-in-law, everyone at the factory was stunned. No one could compare to him. Just his appearance, his head, and, oh my, he looked like a little leader. In this era, people didn't understand what true elegance was. They only cared about presence. Someone curiously asked, "Accountant Han, is your son-in-law a leader in the army?" Hearing this, Han Yunshin straightened his back, feeling proud. He was very proud of this. Since the relationship was already known, he wanted to show off a little.
Not much.
He's just young and already a regimental commander, a proper one. Oh wow, old Han, you're amazing. I knew your daughter wasn't simple. The future partner must be outstanding. As for those dreamers at our factory, they're just dreaming. I feel a bit embarrassed to even tell them off. This short speech carried a lot of information. Emote Songji immediately became alert, raising his eyebrows and listening to the gossip. Han Yunshin said, "Don't spread rumors. There's nothing going on. Even if there's no shadow, you all are talking about shadows. My daughter only came to the factory 3 times, and she doesn't know anyone there. Ha ha ha, why get so nervous? Those scruffy guys can only dream." When Emote Songji heard the word scruffy guys, he felt completely relieved. Who would understand? He used to rarely look in the mirror, but recently he started doing it more often. He also began paying attention to his appearance. Before taking the train, he even hid in the bathroom to shave his beard, so he wouldn't look too old. He was already much taller than others, and if he looked tired and unkempt when meeting people, Han Qingyun would definitely look down on him. He was determined not to give Han Qingyun any chance to regret. Now Emote Songji realizes how important his face is and decides that in future missions, protecting his face is the top priority. He also plans to avoid chatting with female colleagues. If a female colleague tries to talk to him, he will stay far away and act with dignity. Suddenly, he feels that his work unit is pretty good. Everyone is male. Han Yunsheng is afraid that these people might say something embarrassing or suspicious, so he quickly takes out his keys from his pocket. "I give you and Lao Si a task. Since you're here, cut the vegetables at home. There are many vegetables in our kitchen that have been growing for a long time, and this batch is for our New Year celebration.
Once you finish cutting them, leave some for me and Lao Air to eat over the next few days. The rest should be taken back to Yangshu Gully. There's still time now, and you might be able to catch the last bus back to Yangshu Gully this morning. Emo Seongji checks his watch. It's only a little past 8. Maybe there's still time. He takes the keys. Do you have the house key? What if the only key is with the old man? Then he wouldn't be able to get in. Han Yunshin hands him another key. Lao Air still has a key to the house. This one is the car key. The bicycle is at the warehouse entrance. Ride my bicycle back quickly, so you can get home faster. I'll walk back with Lao Air after work.
All right, Dad.
I'm leaving now. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. I'll go first. Emo Seongji waves to the people in the warehouse and turns to find his bicycle. Han accountant, your son-in-law, is quite something. His accent sounds like someone from the Dajin area. From the looks of your daughter, she's blessed. She found a good man. Han Yunshin doesn't like hearing this. No matter how good the young man is, his daughter deserves the best. Wherever she marries, it's fine. In his father's eyes, his daughter is one of a kind. No one can compare. He doesn't bother arguing with these short-sighted people. He has nothing in common with them. Without notifying anyone, he takes his bicycle and rides home. Old Han Si is still waiting at the door. Han Yunshin is sure he told Emo Seongji to ride quickly so his son wouldn't catch a cold. That's what he thinks in his heart. This is what a real father looks like. Although the Han family is an ordinary family, they have a good family atmosphere. The father is kind, the children are filial, and the siblings are respectful. Truly a proper, decent family. Han Lidong waited under the eaves for over half an hour until he finally saw their squad leader riding back on a bicycle. He still feels a bit uncomfortable with the change in status. After all, Emo Seongji is still the tough, no-nonsense leader in his mind. Although Emo Seongji is gentle and friendly to the Han family at home, he is a completely different person in the military. The fact that his sister managed to tame someone like him shows how capable she is. Squad leader, you're finally back. Don't call me squad leader at home. It's not proper, Emo Seongji said, unhappy with the title. We're at home now, my family, so how can I be called squad leader? Does he not consider us family? Han Lidong carefully called out, Sister, brother-in-law? Emo Seongji didn't respond.
Sigh.
Han Qingyun is the youngest in the family, and Emo Seongji feels like he's at a disadvantage. Among the 4 uncles, his seniority immediately drops by half. Before he could argue about the titles, someone called out, Hurry up and go inside. Dad has given us a task. This made Han Lidong speechless. Now they're calling him Dad and sounding so natural and close. Squad leader, how thick-skinned are you? The two of them opened the door and went into the house, heading to the kitchen. Han Lidong was amazed. The kitchen had a circle of wooden boxes, several layers high, filled with vegetables. Stop looking and get to work. Dad said to leave some vegetables for him and second brother, and the rest will harvest and take back to Yangshu Gully.
Who's Dad to you?
Han Lidong found 2 knives, and they started harvesting vegetables. Emo Seongji said this method is pretty good. Our military should adopt it too, saving space and increasing yield. When we get back, I'll report it to the higher-ups. The Han family's vertical planting boxes inspired Emo Seongji. Their unit also has greenhouses, but they grow fewer crops because the costs are high, burning a lot of coal and wood. So, they only grow a little inside the greenhouse, mainly for entertaining visitors. The soldiers in the unit can only eat winter vegetables like Chinese cabbage, radishes, carrots, and pickled vegetables. Those with better conditions might even get some kelp. Both men are very focused on important matters. After all, Han Lidong is also a company commander, caring for his soldiers just as much as Emo Seongji, the squad leader. I think it's a good idea. Winter vegetables are too monotonous. With these vertical planting boxes, we don't need to expect fresh vegetables every day, but even once a week would be great. 2 people kept talking and working quickly. They were strong and finished cutting and pulling the vegetables in no time. They found 2 sacks to pack the vegetables, worried they might freeze, so they wrapped them in blankets and tied them with ropes.
Han Lidong looked at the big pile on the ground and said, I think if we walk like this to the bus station, we won't freeze. Emote Songji said, you carry our 2 bags, and I'll carry the vegetables. Let's walk at our usual fast pace. They locked the door, one person carrying 2 bags, the other carrying the vegetables, and they jogged toward the bus station. They caught the last bus in the morning. Getting on was a bit hard. If they weren't in military uniforms, it would have been even more difficult to bring such big things onto the bus, and they might not have been allowed. In those days, people supported the military and their families. Seeing 2 soldiers, the villagers were quite friendly and helped load the vegetables onto the bus. They didn't want to take up too much space, so they bought 3 tickets. On the way to the town, they took turns carrying the vegetables, then from the town to Yangshu Valley. Luckily, both of them were former soldiers with good physical strength, which most people couldn't do. Mostly, Emote Songji wanted to see his beloved quickly, so he moved as fast as if he were riding on wind and fire. Unaware of the situation, Han Lidong thought to himself, no wonder he's a top soldier. I really admire their team leader. The 2 tall soldiers with big bags immediately attracted the villagers' attention when they entered Yangshu Valley. Most villagers who went to serve in the army were only Han Laosi, since Wu Aigua from Wu's family had already retired, so they stood out. Someone said, I think that soldier looks like the one who saved Zhao Guiyun's daughter back then. Another replied, you're right, it's him. He's a comrade of Wu Aigua. Someone asked, are they visiting Wu's family again? Someone else said, hey, don't you recognize him?
That's Han Laosi, Han Lidong.
A young man with his arms crossed and wearing big cotton pants ran over to Han Laosi and called out, hey, Laosi, Han Laosi? He was wearing a dogskin hat that covered his eyebrows, so Han Lidong didn't recognize him. But anyone who called his name must be someone familiar. Han Lidong and Emote Songji stopped walking. Hey, what are you looking at? What's wrong? After a few years, you become an official and don't recognize people?
I'm Ashusi.
Someone took off the dogskin hat, and Han Lidong finally recognized his childhood friend. He punched Ertsuzi's shoulder and said, you covered yourself so tightly. How could I recognize you? You're really not very thoughtful. I recognized you, and we've been friends since we were kids. I should recognize you even if I turn to dust. That's so unfeeling. So, are you back from visiting family? Han Lidong replied, yes, it's been almost 3 years since I came back. The army was far away before, but now I've transferred here, so I can visit home. Ertsuzi said, wow, being in the army isn't easy. It's really tough. Luckily, I didn't join the army. Do you have a partner? I tell you, I'm already a dad. We're the same age, right? His words made people feel annoyed. He came over just to show off that he got married and became a dad, while he himself has no partner. Han Lidong chuckled, get lost. I need to go home quickly and put my things inside. I'm worried they'll freeze. Anyway, I'm back now. When I have free time, I'll come find you for drinks. Ertsuzi said, all right, deal. When the time comes, invite some brothers to join. Oh, and who's the comrade next to you? He was quite curious about everything. Han Lidong said, brother-in-law, I'm leaving. Emote Songji politely nodded at Ertsuzi, showing he agreed with Han Lidong's words. He was very pleased that Han Lidong openly shared his identity and status. Ertsuzi stared blankly at the 2 figures walking away, unable to react for a long time, until the north wind blew into his mouth, bringing him back to his senses. Wow, everyone says no one wants Han Qingyun, that she doesn't want to be responsible, right? All this nonsense, what are they talking about? They already called her brother-in-law. Ertsuzi thought he had the inside scoop. He put his hands in his sleeves and ran home to tell his family this shocking news. The clinic was right at the village entrance on the main road. Han Laosen saw his younger brother Han Sisi returning, still with Emote Songji. He already knew about Emote Songji and Han Qingyun, so he wasn't surprised when they came back together. Both brothers had a bad habit of sticking up for family. Since they acknowledged Emote Songji's identity, he was now considered part of their family. Fourth brother, Emote Songji, you're back, Han Jinyuan said as he hurried out of the clinic to catch up. Han Lidong said, third brother, I'm back. I'm carrying vegetables on my shoulder. I need to rush home, and will tell you everything carefully when I get there. Han Jingyuan. The children are at home. Mom and Qingyan went to the market in town. Since it's cold, you should go back quickly. I'm heading to the clinic. Did Han Qingyan go to the market? Emo Seongji's excited heart suddenly sank by half. When they arrived home, the older sister opened the door. The older sister recognized Emo Seongji, but hesitated to recognize Han Silu for a long time. Your fourth uncle is back. Quickly, where do we keep the vegetables? It's frustrating. He's clearly returning to his own home, but still needs to be introduced. The older sister asked Emo Seongji, brother-in-law, is he your fourth uncle?
Han Lidong. Montag Kongji, yes.
After Emo Seongji and Han Lidong put things inside, the children were very polite and greeted them one after another. Little Shuangzhu recognized Emo Seongji, but didn't recognize Han Lidong. She hugged Emo Seongji's leg and climbed up. This made Emo Seongji very proud. He picked up the chubby little kid, pinched his small fat hand, and gave Han Lidong a teasing look.
Han Lidong.
He pointed at little Shuangzhu's nose. When I came back when you were less than 10 months old, you could already run around. Good boy, I am your fourth uncle. Eru. He doesn't understand, and it won't help to say anything. This little guy was always causing trouble. Han Lidong gave him a gentle tap on the head. Emo Seongji put the child down. Fourth brother, you stay at home and rest. I'll go to the market to take a look. Maybe I'll run into Qingyun. I'll go pick her up. Han Lidong rolled his eyes inwardly. What does pick her up mean? He just wanted to see his little sister. The older sister said, brother-in-law, the market is in town. What's wrong with town? No matter how far, a young man in love won't be stopped by distance. So, they dressed up and went out. Qingyun and Zhao Guhyun indeed went to the market to exchange eggs. The day before, Zhao Guhyun said there were no eggs at home because there were many people, so she wanted to exchange eggs. Qingyun told Zhao Guhyun she had a way to get eggs. Zhao Guhyun thought her daughter was going to exchange food for eggs. She was considering that their grain supply was enough now, so exchanging some grain for eggs was fine. She was even willing to do that. But unexpectedly, her daughter wasn't exchanging grain. At first, she was shocked. Her eyes nearly popped out. Later, she just smiled foolishly. Because Zhao Guhyun saw someone at the market selling couplets. If someone dared to sell, then someone dared to put them up, which meant the atmosphere was changing and restrictions weren't as strict. Zhao Guiyun also saw someone exchanging items for couplets and window decorations. Last night, Qingyun stayed up all night writing many couplets. Early this morning, when the two mothers were about to leave, Han Qingyun showed something to Zhao Guiyun. Zhao Guiyun didn't understand calligraphy, but she thought her daughter's writing looked nice, so she decided to give it a try. Han Qingyun said, I don't know if it'll work, but if it doesn't, we won't lose much. Later, we can spend a little money to secretly buy some eggs. Then the two mothers carried baskets, one with couplets, and Han Qingyun also brought ink, a brush, and paper, and headed to the big market. At the market, they spent a few cents to borrow a table and place the couplets on it. On the street, there were a few people selling couplets and window decorations, but only one or two, so Han Qingyun's family was among just 3 sellers. They displayed their couplets, and surprisingly, many people asked about them. After so many years, everyone wanted to celebrate happily and bring good luck. Many people couldn't read characters, so Han Qingyun read the couplets to them. This upper line says, good luck and blessings shine in the new spring. The lower line says, prosperity and harmony bring good fortune. And the horizontal inscription says, auspicious stars shine high. Another couplet read, the upper line is, father's kindness and children's filial piety, family harmony. The lower line is, brothers' friendship and respect, thriving business. And the horizontal says, everything goes well and harmoniously. An elderly lady holding a couplet said, I want the everything goes well and harmoniously one. What can I exchange for it? How about that? Who understands? Her family has many children, always arguing and fighting, and she just hopes for peace and prosperity at home. Zhao Guoyun said, 3 eggs for 1 couplet. Really? 3 eggs? Hearing this, the old lady hesitated a bit, but didn't let go of the couplet.
Can it be fewer?
2 eggs instead? Zhao Guotian replied, come on, look at how much red paper and ink we used. I tell you, ma'am, we're selling at a loss. I originally wanted 4 eggs, but my daughter said 3 is enough. It's the new year, just for good luck and happiness. Zhao Guotian was naturally good at bargaining. She wasn't nervous at all, as if it was her first time. The old lady, not willing to lower the price, finally gritted her teeth, took 3 eggs from her basket, and said, deal, since we only do this once a year. After she exchanged the eggs, more people came to trade, and soon Zhao Guoyun's basket was half full of eggs. Zhao Guoyun said, not many left. My daughter will write a few more. Our family has over 10 people, and these eggs won't be enough. Only 2 couplets remained on the table, which really wasn't enough for trading. Zhao Guoyun took out the ink, brush, and paper wrapped in her basket. The paper was already cut, and Han Qingyan folded it slightly before placing it on the table. Then she started writing couplets on the spot. Surprisingly, the live writing of the couplets looked very good. Many people enjoyed watching Han Qingyan finish, and then they would immediately leave. Zhao Guoyun was thinking that maybe in the future, her daughter could come to set up a stall during the fair. Suddenly, her mind flitted like a drum, and she dismissed the idea. Her daughter was someone who earned a lot of money and even wrote novels in her free time. A basket of eggs was only worth a little money. When Emo Tsungji arrived, he saw his partner bending over, writing couplets, with a few people gathered around watching. He didn't go over right away. Instead, he wanted to quietly admire her from a distance. Although she was not very old, she was like a book. Turn a page and you never know what the next page will say. His little partner was talented in many ways, but what else could she possibly not know how to do? Even in the busy market, she created her own quiet world, standing apart from the noisy surroundings. She slightly bent over the table, like a painting, creating a peaceful corner amid the chaos. At this moment, she didn't have the boldness typical of northeastern women. Instead, she had the gentle beauty of a Jiangnan woman. She was like a finely carved piece of art, perfect without flaws. As expected, in the eyes of a lover, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The man in love couldn't see any flaws in the woman he liked. She was simply perfect. Or maybe even any flaws were automatically beautified. Emo Tsungji's gaze grew deeper as he watched her write, see her smile at others, and listen to her read couplets aloud. Then he looked at Zhao Guoyun collecting eggs. Han Qingyan sent away a few customers, then warmed her hands by her mouth, and put on gloves. Oh, Tsungji is back, Zhao Guoyun exclaimed, making Han Qingyan lift her head. The man in front of her was smiling as he looked at her. Are you on vacation? How did you find your way to the market? Han Qingyan asked with a smile and some surprise. Emo Tsungji answered, Mom, I came back with Lao Si. When I got home and heard you were at the market, I came to pick up Qingyun. Zhao Guoyun covered her mouth and laughed. Having a son-in-law who was a leader made it hard not to be happy. She looked at the two of them, their eyes almost glued together. Han Qingyan said, Yangshu Gully is so far from the market. Why did you come? We're about to go home. Emo Tsungji responded with eager eyes, wanting to see her. Han Qingyan didn't know if she understood, but Zhao Guoyun clearly did. Zhao Guoyun said, Qingyun, let's change a few more couplets, and then we can go home. It's so cold today, we've been out for a while.
Han Qingyan replied, okay.
Emo Tsungji's eyes never left Han Qingyan. Listen to Mom. Someone else came to exchange couplets. Han Qingyan wanted to take off her gloves, but Emo Tsungji stopped her. Stay warm. All right. Han Qingyun's eyes lit up.
All right.
Emo Tsungji took off his military coat and picked up a brush, writing a pair of couplets with lively strokes. Smooth sailing every year. All wishes come true. Step by step, everything rises. Horizontal inscription. 5 blessings arrive at the door. It must be said that Emo Tsungji's calligraphy was quite skilled. Han Qingyun had a good foundation from practicing since childhood in her past life, while Mo Seungji benefited from his family's cultural background. His maternal family were scholars who loved writing and painting. After going to his grandfather's house at age 10, he was well educated by his grandfather and uncle. He learned calligraphy from his grandfather. Han Qingyun's admiring gaze made Mo Seungji feel proud and accomplished because not many things could make Han Qingyun admire him. He lightly coughed with his fist covering his lips and humbly said, "I haven't written in a long time, so my hand is a bit stiff." "Don't laugh," Han Qingyun said. "You wrote very well.
Keep going."
Zhao Guthyan felt very happy inside. She thought her daughter had finally found someone with the same hobbies and language. She looked at the two standing together and thought they were a perfect match. No one else would look as good together. Her daughter was beautiful, and her son-in-law was handsome. Their future grandchildren would definitely be very good-looking. People with culture should be with others who are also cultured, so they can have common topics in life. The two kept writing until they finished all the paper they brought and exchanged all the couplets. Zhao Guiyun's basket was also full. They returned the table to the owner and packed up to go home. Mo Seungji took the basket himself. "Mom, let me carry it. The road is so far. Don't tire yourself. The road is slippery. Walk carefully with Qingyun." Oh, what a thoughtful and sensible son-in-law she has. He's from her family, ha. Zhao Guthyan was very happy inside. The three of them walked home happily, chatting and laughing, feeling no distance or tiredness. Before long, they arrived back at Yangshugo. As soon as Zhao Guiyun reached home, she looked around, searching for her youngest son. Her son, whom she hadn't seen in almost 3 years, had finally come back. "Mom, I'm home," Han Lidong said, turning from the backyard to the front yard, immediately spotting his mother. "Fourth son, my son is back," Zhao Guiyun said, pulling Han Lidong inside the house. Being a soldier was indeed honorable, but it also came with dangers. As Zhao Guiyun, a family member of the military, her child is serving outside and completing various tasks. As a mother, she can't help but worry. At first, she was anxious for many years, but gradually she got used to it. Whenever her child gets injured during missions, he doesn't tell her, so she chooses not to see it. But she knows the truth deep down. She pulls her younger son into the house, tears in her eyes, and looks him over from head to toe. She notices he's grown taller and wishes she could touch his head, but she can't reach anymore. Han Lidong's eyes are red. He lowers his head so his mother can pat his head, just like when he was a child. Zhao Guiyun sniffs and gently pats her older son's head, feeling worried. "Son, did your injury heal?"
"Mom has been worried about you."
A mother worries about her child traveling 1,000 miles, but since her other children are right here, she doesn't worry too much. She sees them every day. But her youngest son is always outside, and she keeps thinking about him. Han Lidong says it's fine, no impact at all. "I'm already healed. Can it be any different?" With Han Qingyun's spiritual spring, even if he only has a little breath left, she could save him. Good. As long as you're okay, Mom and Dad are at ease. Now that you've been transferred to this military district, it will be much easier to come home. Remember, if you have leave, come back quickly.
"Got it, Mom."
"What about my little sister?" Zhao Guiyun says. She's in the kitchen putting eggs. Just then, Chow Chow arrives. Han Qingyun goes to the kitchen with Mo Seungji to hang the basket of eggs on the beam to prevent mice from eating them. They've always stored eggs like this. Then she sorts the vegetables she brought back and tidies everything up. After that, the two come to see Han Lidong. Zhao Guiyun is talking. "Fourth son, this year we slaughtered a pig. We kept the whole pig to ourselves, didn't sell a single pound. You finally came back, so you must eat enough this time." Han Qingyun and Mo Seungji walk into the house. "Fourth brother."
Han Lidong rubs Han Qingyun's head.
Mo Seungji politely moves Han Lidong's hand away. "Don't mess up her hair."
Han Qingyun clears her throat.
Cough. Mom mentioned meat, so why don't we make dumplings today? There's plenty of fresh meat outside. We can eat meat every day during the new year. Mom, they brought back vegetables.
I saw chives.
How about making dumplings with pickled vegetables and chives? Make some extra and freeze them outside. When Dad and the others come back on holiday, we can eat them directly. Zhao Guiyun agrees. Sounds good. Let's do that. Emote Songji says, Mom, I can also make dumplings. During the New Year, the troops hold a celebration where officers and soldiers join in happily, all making dumplings by hand. Emote Songji has been celebrating the New Year in the army for many years, so making dumplings is easy for him, and he is quite skilled. Han Lidong said, Mom, actually I can do it too. They started working right away. While other families skip lunch, the Han family always eats at noon. Although it's quite late now, there are many people working together. For people knead the dough, chop the meat filling, and some children are busy peeling and crushing garlic on the side. When Han Jingyuan and the Wu family arrived home, the dumplings were already boiling. Wu Wenyuan really envies the Han family's life. Their family is large and lively. Speaking of Han's fourth son, I've never seen him before, but now I've met him. The young man is very polite, and even though he's young, he's already a leader in the army. And his son-in-law is even more impressive. His whole aura shows he comes from a distinguished background. So, he will definitely take Han's third son away. Who cares if Han Yunshin has many children? Taking one son doesn't matter. The Han family's meals are excellent. Just look at how good they are at cooking. His wife's skills are so good she could ride a donkey and still catch up. Jealousy filled old Wu's heart. After eating so well at the Han family, how could he live without that? Old Wu decided to enjoy himself tonight, drinking and eating to his heart's content before leaving. That night, Han Qingyin stayed in Zhao Guiyun and Han Yunshin's room. Emote Songji stayed in Han Qingyun's room. The next day is the day the village goes fishing. After breakfast, the whole family was called by the brigade to go somewhere. Emote Songji and Han's fourth son didn't know what the brigade wanted Han Qingyin for, but when they found out, they were stunned.
What?
The brigade is short-staffed? Why do they need Han Qingyin to go down to the river to cut ice? The health clinic was already closed, and Han Jingyuan coughed. Well, it's like this. Our little sister is stronger than most men, so. He secretly glanced at Emote Songji, thinking, will this scare away my brother-in-law? He was still amazed at how his little sister knocked out a pig with one punch. Emote Songji said nothing. Han Qingyan didn't mind. If Emote Songji was worried that her strength might scare him away, it wouldn't be worth marrying her. Emote Songji said, I'll go with you. I'll help. It seemed like they were going to work together as a team. Han Jingyuan finally relaxed. Zhao Guiyun waved her hand and said, everyone go. The children stay at home and don't go out. The children responded. Wah, Grandma is being mean. There's such a lively scene, but they aren't allowed to watch. Eru and Xiao Shuang are almost twisted into a mess. Eru is determined to go see the fun, but Xiao Shuang doesn't understand why. He just watches Eru twist his body and follows along. Wherever Eru goes, he goes too. Zhao Guiyun said, you little ones, do you know I can't handle you?
Oh.
Dazhuang? She had no choice but to call Han Dazhuang again. Han Dazhuang happily ran over, rubbing his forehead against Zhao Guiyun's hand, waiting for her instructions. People say Zhao Guiyun cares a lot about her daughter, and her daughter is very close to her.
Dazhuang.
I need your help again. Mainly because our little Shuang is a bit slow, so no need for you to watch the other children. Han Dazhuang wanted to nod in agreement, but felt it might be rude to just nod without saying anything, so he shouted twice. Emote Songji saw his mother-in-law wrap her grandson into a ball, place him on Han Dazhuang, and tie him with a string to make sure he wouldn't fall. Emote Songji thought, does Han Dazhuang have such a role? But this goose has grown another size since last time. It has more flesh on it. If someone cooked it in a big iron pot, it could probably make 2 large pots. But he didn't dare say that. This is his sister-in-law.
How could he stew his sister-in-law?
He needs to get used to the Han family's way of life and treat this goose like a person. He was just curious. What did the Han family feed this goose to make it grow so big? It's so strong and majestic, carrying a child on its back and still walking easily. The whole family, big and small, along with a small cart with a goose emblem, headed toward the river. By the river, many people had already gathered. It looked like the village leaders had arrived too. They had prepared nets and baskets, all waiting for Han Qingyun to start. Qian Dachuan saw Han Qingyun wave at her, so she walked over. He pointed at the rope on the ground. Wrap this around your waist, then tie one end to a tree, and have a few people pull to keep you safe. Han Qingyun picked up the rope. Emo Tsungji stepped forward and personally fastened the rope around her waist. The knot was one that most people couldn't untie. After tying the rope, he said to Qin Dachuan, "Find another rope and tie it on too. She's just a young girl. How much strength can she have? I'm a man, so I should be stronger. Two of us working together will be faster."
Come on, stop it.
That's not true. This soldier from the People's Liberation Army, do you know who your partner is? Do you realize how strong she is? The way you speak so casually looks down on someone. Zhao Guoyun grabbed Emo Tsungji and whispered, "Hey, Tsungji, don't go up there and cause trouble. If our Qingyun cracks the ice and you fall in, she'll have to save you." Emo Tsungji replied, "That's not right." He quietly asked Zhao Guoyun, "Mom, isn't Zhao Ku a bad swimmer?" Zhao Guoyun hesitated. "Yes, my daughter can't swim, but..." Oh no, she didn't know how to explain. Yes, her daughter can't swim, or she wouldn't have been rescued by Emo Tsungji in the summer. But now, her daughter is standing calmly on the river surface, looking completely at ease, as if she can swim. What should she say? Will Emo Tsungji think her daughter is trying to commit suicide for Gujiqing? Han Jingyuan said, "My little sister has a rope around her waist. If the ice cracks and she falls in, everyone will pull her out. But if you fall in too, who should we save first? Wouldn't that cause trouble?" Honestly, that is a reasonable answer, but Zhao Guoyun was still worried. However, she is a big-hearted person and forgot her worries after a few minutes. Kang Qingyun had a rope tied around her waist, holding a big hammer and a 1-meter-long iron rod about the thickness of 3 fingers, walking onto the river. More and more people gathered by the river, including educated youth from the brigade. Suddenly, Kang Qingyun remembered something. Shin Mengyao still owed her 5 yuan. Has everyone in the brigade forgotten? When they calculated work points and collected grain a few days ago, they didn't mention paying her. No, she couldn't just forget about 5 yuan. Even 50 cents, she had to get it back. At this moment, Shen Mengyao, pregnant and about to give birth, looked like she was about to go into labor. She saw Kang Qingyun turn her head and glance at her, which made her heart skip a beat. Suddenly, she remembered the 5 yuan debt. But she thought Kang Qingyun wouldn't bother to ask for the money. 5 yuan was a lot to her, but to Kang Qingyun, it probably wasn't much. Her family was so wealthy. How could she be embarrassed to ask for 5 yuan? What made her uncomfortable was that Emo Tsungji was now close to Kang Qingyun. Some people are naturally envied. Kang Qingyun was already lucky. Her family was now like city folks, and she had married a successful young man like Emo Tsungji. The weather in the northeast is really cold enough to freeze your ears. Despite that, everyone's enthusiasm for fishing doesn't fade. Except for the tired, the very young, and the very old who can't walk, it seems everyone is waiting by the river, worried about catching fewer fish. The river surface is covered with thick ice, like a big mirror reflecting light, which hurts the eyes. Han Qingyun finds a spot with her iron rod, stands firmly with her feet apart on the ice, and pokes the ice with the rod. She manages to make a small hole in the ice. Then she swings her arm, and the hammer hits the rod precisely, making a loud clang. After few hits, the rod sinks down about a foot. Oh my! You can't judge a person by their looks. Han's daughter looks like an angel, but she's so strong. Someone says, "I never saw that before."
How could you?
If it weren't for the last time Zhou Yuru fell into the river, we might never have known she's so strong. People on the shore chatter excitedly. Zhao Guoyun yells loudly, "Everyone shut up. Don't scare my daughter. If you're not worried about your own kids, why bother?"
Her daughter is helping cut the ice for the whole village, and everyone watching is like looking at a Western scene. Zhao Guiyun glares fiercely at the village officials, feeling like they're taking fewer fish than they should. They shouldn't have agreed to this. The village officials look confused by her glare. Emo Songji opens his mouth, feeling like his heart is in his throat. He stands at the front, ready to jump in and help if the ice cracks. Everyone is too scared to speak after Zhao Guiyun's shout, only hearing the sound of the hammer hitting the ice. Luckily, Han Qingyun is strong, and in half an hour, she makes a small hole big enough to work with. Zhao Guiyun worries about her daughter and calls out, "Daughter, your arm can't take it anymore. Take a break. If you get hurt, what will we do?" Emo Songji ties a rope around his waist and carefully steps onto the ice, slipping a little with each step. He takes the hammer from Han Qingyun. "Let me do it," he says. Han Qingyun obediently hands him the hammer. Emo Songji feels its weight, probably over 20 pounds. When Han Qingyun swings it, it looks light, but anyone who lifts it knows better. Emo Songji feels like a real man. How can he lose to his future wife? That's not right. He starts swinging the hammer, hitting the ice. After a few strikes, his arm goes numb, but he can't show it. Too embarrassing. He keeps hammering for half an hour, and later, Han Qingyun takes the hammer from him. Actually, Emo Songji could keep going, but Han Qingyun thinks he's too slow. Emo Songji is already stronger than most men after all. He is a soldier, but Han Qingyun is not an ordinary person. In the end, the two of them spent the whole morning finishing the big fish trap. They both let out a breath and walked toward the shore, supporting each other. "Zhou, Jian," she shouted loudly, "everyone, tie the ropes tightly and bring the nets. Let's go." Wu Weimin led the joint patrol team and the village's strong workers, carrying nets, onto the river. Zhao Guiyun felt worried for Han Qingyun's hands, tears almost falling. She regretted deeply. Why make the kids suffer when their family isn't short of food? She kept feeling guilty. Han Qingyun said, "It's okay, I have gloves on." Han Jianyuan told her, "You and your brother-in-law go home. I'll stay with our mom." Zhao Guiyun insisted, "Take the little ones home. Look at them. Their noses are frozen and long. After we finish dividing the fish, I need to watch them." The little ones also felt cold and didn't want to watch anymore. Little Shuangzhu had already come down from Dazhuang and was being held in Han Jianyuan's arms with a military coat. Han Qingyun took him and said, "Want to go home with your older aunt?" Little Shuangzhu nodded and said, "Go home." Emo Songji called the other 4 older children. Era didn't want to go and was scolded by Zhao Guiyun. "Good, you don't listen to Grandma, huh? Tomorrow, I'll send you brothers to your parents." That wouldn't do. The town had more friends than the village, and maybe there were human traffickers. So, they could only look back a few times before following the 2 adults home. Of course, Dazhuang went along. When they arrived home, Han Qingyun quickly boiled a pot of ginger soup, each drank a bowl, and the rest was kept for Zhao Guiyun and Han Laosan to drink later. Han Qingyun said, "Who would have thought? In summer, I fell into the river, and now in winter, I can cut ice and fish." Emo Songji asked, "Can you swim now?" Han Qingyun replied, "Yes, I learned after I fell into the river. Since then, I've been fishing. Actually, I secretly learned to swim, first in shallow water, then in deeper places, and gradually I got better." She added, "Don't tell my mom. Every time I go to the river, she scolds me. She doesn't know I can swim, and I don't want to tell her." Han Qingyun cleverly made up an excuse about knowing how to swim. Emo Songji asked, "Mom is worried about you. Even if you can swim, you shouldn't go in alone." Han Qingyun chuckled, "I'm not stupid. Why would I go into the river for no reason? Let's heat up more water for a bath. I've been working all morning, and I'm all sweaty." Emo Songji said, "I'll heat the water. You rest for a bit." They started boiling water to prepare for a bath. "Let's talk about the riverbank area." Wu Weimin shouted, "Get ready to cast the net." A few young men tied one end of the net to a long pole, which was several meters long, looking like an ancient spear. Zhuzi carefully lowered the long pole down the ice hole, muttering as he went, "Fish, fish, stay still now. Soon you'll see the daylight." People on the shore were stretching their necks,
watching eagerly, their eyes wide like copper bells. An older man couldn't help but shout, "Juzi, how's it looking? Any catch?" Juzi kept his eyes fixed on the ice hole and replied, "Grandpa Zhang, it's still early. Please be patient and wait a bit." Wu Weimin said, "Don't shout. What's the rush? We might scare the fish away." After a while, Juzi called out, "All right, it's ready. Start spreading the net horizontally." 2 other men and Go Sheng hurried to help. The 3 of them worked together, slowly spreading the net underwater. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the water surface. Soon, the water started to ripple and bubble, indicating fish had entered the net. Wu Weimin shouted commands, "Get ready to pull the net." This shout made everyone on the shore excited and energetic. About a dozen people split into 2 groups, grabbing the rope like a tug-of-war. Captain Zhou stood nearby, like a general commanding an army, shouting loudly, "Follow my command. 1, 2, pull. 1, 2, pull." Everyone pulled with all their strength, the net tightening in their hands, but no one shouted in pain. "Stay steady, don't rush, follow the instructions." Secretary Qin quickly called out. They all gathered their strength, and the captain shouted again, 1, 2, 3, all together now. The group moved as one, exerting force together. The net slowly shifted, inching closer to the ice hole. As the net neared the hole, there was a loud splash underwater. Fish splashed and flopped inside the net. "Wow, there are really a lot of fish," someone shouted excitedly. Finally, the net was pulled out of the ice hole. The fish piled in the net like a small mountain, lively and jumping, estimated to weigh around 200 or 300 jin, about 100 to 150 kilograms. "Quick, get the tools and load the fish," the captain ordered. Villagers hurried over with buckets and baskets. Children cheered, "We'll have fish for the new year. We'll have fish for the new year." The elders' faces showed many deep wrinkles. They cast the net several more times. Qin Dachuan waved his hand, saying, "That's enough. We can't fish anymore. Leave the small ones so they can grow bigger." They carried the fish back to the village to share. So, everyone cheerfully gathered together to carry you back to the village. When Zhao Guoyin returned, she caught up with left accountant and pulled him aside. "I need to talk to you seriously. Our family's share must not be less than 1/3 of a jin. My daughter worked so hard. Her palms are red." Left accountant was both amused and helpless. "Don't worry. If I can't be trusted to handle such a small matter, then I might as well stop being the team accountant." Zhao Guoyun nodded in agreement. The people sitting in front were noisy, already talking about how to eat the fish. "Tonight, we'll stew 2 fish and have some small drinks. It'll be very tasty." "Yes, and invite a few families to join us for a lively meal." They arrived at the team's meeting place and placed the fish on the ground. Left accountant asked Wu Weimin to use the big scale used for weighing pigs and had 2 young men lift the basket of fish to weigh it, then recorded the weight. The total weight was over 1,200 jin. Team leader Zhou Jianqi stood on a higher spot, raised his hand, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, I want to say something first. The reason we caught so many fish today is because everyone worked together. But I have to say, without Han's daughter breaking the ice, we wouldn't have caught so many fish so quickly. We couldn't have drilled such a big ice hole, and we wouldn't have caught so many fish. According to our village's old rules, those who work harder get more. Han's family should get 3 shares. That was agreed upon beforehand."
"What?
3 shares? The fish are divided equally among families, and if Han's family gets an extra share, they get less."
How can that be?
2 shares are enough. Giving 3 is too much. Many people felt it was unfair. Just drilling ice, her daughter didn't do much. Just a few hammer strikes and they'd get so many fish? As soon as Zhou Jianqi finished speaking, it was like water splashing into hot oil. Everyone started to buzz. A few troublemakers began grumbling.
"Why?"
"It's just drilling an ice hole. Why, 3 shares? We didn't do less work." Someone led the protest, and others followed, shouting, "Exactly, this is too biased. There's no way to split it like that."
Two young intellectuals, who usually thought they were superior because of their education, also sneered from the side. The male youth pushed up his glasses and said, "In rural rules, I don't know if it's fair or not, but why should one family get more?" His words sounded a bit provocative. The female youth covered her mouth and echoed sharply, "Yeah, it doesn't seem fair." At this moment, Secretary Chin stepped forward with a stern face. His sharp gaze pointed at those who had been speaking sour words. "Now, tell me, what effort did you put in? Did you cut ice or go fishing in the river? You stood on the shore doing nothing, yet you want a share of the fish. I think that's unfair. According to your words, you shouldn't get any fish at all. Gesturing and criticizing is not as good as helping out, and it's better than just standing by gossiping. So, let's distribute the fish based on work done. More effort, more fish. Less effort, less fish. No effort, none. What do you think? What do you think?" Of course, that was unacceptable. The few who had been speaking sour words immediately shut their mouths. According to Chin's rules, they wouldn't get a single fish because they hadn't contributed anything. Zhao Guiyun remained silent and watched the village leaders' reactions. If these people listened to rumors and gossiped, she wouldn't hesitate to scold them fiercely. Luckily, they were sensible. Zhao Guiyun looked fiercely at those people, knowing her own mind. From now on, they were on her black list. She then looked at the two young workers. TSK, calling yourselves cultured people, but honestly, you're petty and narrow-minded. You eat everything but leave nothing, and you do nothing but stand at the front when it's time to eat. Without needing to be asked, the two young workers knew Zhao Guiyun was talking about them. They blushed deeply, because she was watching them. They didn't say much, they just echoed what others said in the village. Zhao Guiyun was angry because they were young workers. A small conflict ended just like that. The rest was lively fish distribution. They decided to split the fish evenly, half a jin each. The Han family, with 12 members, got 3 shares, so each person received 1.5 jins of fish. In the end, the Han family got over 10 jins of fish. When Zhao Guiyun and old third Han carried the fish home, everyone envied and resented them. But there was nothing to do. Her daughter was capable. Most villagers were reasonable. Don't be jealous. They earned their fish with their own skills. We didn't do much, but we got several jins. We should be content. Han's girl really worked hard. It's okay to get a bit more. Yes, unlike some people who just want to take advantage. Zhao Guiyun felt comfortable hearing this.
There are still many honest people.
The two women borrowed a basket from the production team. Old third Han carried the fish, and Zhao Hohot followed home. Han Qingyun and Emot Songji had already finished their baths. My 2 daughters have arrived home. Emot Songji was very active and caring. She quickly poured a bowl of ginger soup for her mother-in-law and her third uncle. While making the ginger soup, Han Qingyun added some spiritual spring water. "Mom, third uncle, drink some hot ginger soup to warm up." Zhao Guiyun happily took the bowl from her prospective son-in-law. "Let me tell you, our family caught over 10 jin of fish. This year, we have chicken, duck, fish, and meat. We should keep 2 big ones and bring them to your grandma's house on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. By the way, when are you and 4th brother returning to the army?" 4th brother, Han, didn't go to the river to fish. He had been lying on the bed at home for a long time. He hadn't been back for years and missed this bed very much. Emot Songji said, "4th brother, and I will leave on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year." Zhao Guiyun exclaimed, "Oh, so you won't stay long at home. There are only 2 days until the New Year's Eve." Every year, Zhao Guiyun would go back to her parents' house on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. But this year, her son was finally back to visit, and her son-in-law was also here, so she couldn't leave on the 2nd day. She was thinking about changing her plans to visit her parents' house later. Han Qingyun never forgot that Shen Mengyao owed her 5 yuan. In the afternoon, she dressed up and was about to go to the educated youth station to ask for her money. For someone like Shen Mengyao, she shouldn't let her get any advantage. What's 5 yuan? Isn't 5 yuan money? Their family's life had improved. Half a year ago, 5 yuan was very important to them.
Plus, it was the new year, and she wanted to find trouble with Shen Mengyao. As long as Shen Mengyao was unhappy, she would be happy. So, Han Qingyun was going to hurt her for her own benefit. She wasn't a good person. Mo Tsongji saw her young partner was ready to go out. Where are you going? Han Qingyun didn't want to hide it from Mo Tsongji. If he thought she was too extreme and that their values didn't match, they should break up early. That way, they wouldn't have trouble divorcing later. Shen Mengyao has hurt me many times before, using all kinds of excuses and tricks to steal from me. Last summer, she paid back some, but I didn't get the rest. The remaining amount is only 5 yuan, which isn't much, but I don't want her to take advantage of me. Now, I'm going to ask for my money. So that's what it was. I'll go with you. There are many people at the educated youth station. They're all in the same group. You might get hurt. Her mother, eavesdropping nearby, said. Having many people around doesn't mean her daughter would be at a disadvantage. Her son-in-law probably forgot about the kidnapper incident. It seemed the kidnapper who hurt her daughter and broke her legs was now disabled for life. Are you sure that kind of educated youth is her daughter's match? Little Mo. She's so eager for her daughter's attention, always staring at her during meals as if she's waiting for her to finish eating. It's like she's watching her daughter eat and get full. Her son-in-law will leave on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, which is in just a week, so he's reluctant to waste any time away from her daughter. She's also from a young age, and when she first married Han Yunshin, they were very close, always wanting to go out together to gather firewood. I understand. Daughter.
Little Mo is right.
Let him stay with Mom, so she can rest assured. Mother-in-law is really supportive. Mo Tsongji quickly puts on his coat, ready to leave.
Han Qingyun.
She only has a 5 yuan bill, and she'll probably be back in less than half an hour. Why is this person so clingy? The two of them get ready and leave together. The educated youth's camp is in the northern part of the village, not far from the foot of the mountain. Han Qingyun looks at the distant mountain. When she just returned, she didn't have much strength, and the supplies in her space were abundant. She often pretended to go up the mountain, but she had only been there a few times. Now she's full of energy and really wants to go up the mountain to test her skills. She especially hopes to encounter wild boars. Mo Tsongji looks at her gazing at the mountain in the distance, filled with nostalgia and anticipation. He asks, do you want to go up the mountain?
Han Qingyun withdraws her gaze.
I thought this time back, the team would organize people to go up the mountain to hunt game, but it turns out they only fished in the river. Going up the mountain is no longer mentioned. It's nothing much. I just want to go up the mountain and have some fun. Our family isn't lacking meat. We haven't sold a single pound of the pig we slaughtered. My mom said to keep it for the family to eat. So, it doesn't matter if I don't go to the mountain. Mo Tsongji, if you want to go up the mountain, I'll go with you. Since it's rare for his little partner to have something she likes or is curious about, Mo Tsongji is especially indulgent and wants to fulfill all her wishes. The mountain is indeed dangerous, especially at this season, but with their skills, it shouldn't be a problem. Han Qingyun's eyes light up. You know, our family has a lot of men, and they're all strong workers. Maybe we can form a small hunting team to go up the mountain. Mo Tsongji thinks it's true. Han family men are all capable. He doesn't know about the eldest and second brothers, but the fourth brother has been in the army for many years and is quite skilled. He knows the level of his soldiers. In the past few days, after spending time with Han Jingyuan, he's learned that although Han Jingyuan is a medical student, he's not a weak scholar. It is said that those who used to farm in the village were among the best, capable of doing the work of 2 or 3 people alone. Although her father-in-law is in his 40s, he doesn't seem to look that age. Perhaps the Han family's living standards are high, or maybe he's in good spirits because he has a job and good news. Mo Tsongji first noticed that when he saw the couple, they looked very worn out. Now, after more than half a year, they seemed to be getting younger. Even with his vivid imagination and keen observation, Mo Tsongji couldn't believe that Han Qingyun had access to space and spiritual springs. He could only explain it by their improved living standards, better food, and better care. So, her father-in-law looks young and strong, just as good as the young men. If you want, We can go up the mountain for a walk. Han Qingyan replied, we'll talk about that later. That's what she was thinking. Now everything is collective. If they really hunted a wild boar on the mountain, the whole group would share it. Thinking this way, she lost interest. The game they worked hard to hunt is enjoyed by the villagers, and sometimes, like today when they share fish, there are a few who complain. They eat the meat she caught, but still curse and complain. He's used to it. Han Qingyan isn't that saintly. The things she brings back belong to her family. In just a few words, they arrive at the youth commune. The youth commune now looks the same as Han Qingyan remembers, dilapidated and broken down. The low walls are damaged in several places, enough for someone to step over easily. Looking up, a few low thatched houses with chimneys are smoking. The yard is covered with thick snow, and there are about 10 young people living there, yet no one has cleared the snow, showing that they are not very united. It is said that after Shen Mingyao married Gu Chongqing, they moved into the youth commune. The commune gave them a room, but Han Qingyan doesn't know which one. The two of them entered the yard, and the young people inside already saw them through the windows. A few girls in the girls' dormitory were sitting on the kong, chatting. Thick frost covered the windows, but one spot was melted, creating a hole through which they often looked outside. Su Yuan said, "Hey, isn't that Han Ke from the Han family?" And the person beside her is her partner. "We saw them this morning when they were fishing. What are they doing here?" Chun Wen shook her head. "I don't know, but Han Ke is now a well-known person in our village. She has published 2 books and made a lot of money. She's quite famous. We have no issues with her, so there's no need to offend Shen Mingyao. I'll go see what's going on." Chun Wen has her own motives. She secretly submitted a few articles to the newspaper, but was never successful. She just wants to learn from Han Qingyan how to write novels to earn money. However, the people at their youth commune don't get along well with Han Qingyan. In the past, because of Shen Mingyao and Gu Chongqing, they weren't friendly with Han Qingyan. Sometimes they even said unkind things behind her back. Chun Wen was one of them, mocking Han Qingyan's foolish dreams and her foolish hopes of attracting the young men at their youth commune. Gu Chongqing was the most outstanding young man at their youth commune. His family was from Beijing, and it was said that his father was a leader at a factory. With such conditions, he stood out among the other young people. His family was so well off that it was unlikely he would be interested in a village girl. So they made fun of Han Qingyan, calling her a toad. Who would have thought that 30 years later, Han Qingyan's family would turn their fortunes around miraculously, and she would find a young, talented partner. Several family members had jobs now, and her 4th brother was in the army, reportedly holding a significant position. Han Qingyan had published 2 books, gaining fame and success. The Han family had moved beyond farming. Did you see Zhao Hohot, that difficult woman coming back with her hair styled? She used to be a sloppy village woman, but this time she looked more fashionable than city folks. This made the youth commune people look at the Han family differently. Han Qingyan was about to ask Mo Tsungji to wait outside. She went into the girls' dorm to find out which room Shen Mingyao was in. At that moment, someone came out of the dorm. She recognized the girl, but only knew her surname was Chen. Her first name was unknown.
Komradan Kia. Hello.
Do you have business at our youth commune? She raised her hand with a friendly smile. Although they had some unpleasantness before, her attitude now was good. Han Qingyan also smiled and replied, "Yes. I came to see Shen Mingyao. She still owes me money. I saw her today by the river, while fishing. She saw me too, but didn't mention the debt, so I decided to come and collect it myself."
Sorry to bother you.
Han Qingyan came to ask for 5 yuan, mainly to give Shen Mingyao a hard time. She didn't care about explaining her purpose or how others saw her. She wouldn't give Shen Mingyao face either. She was here to confront her. What face would she leave? Oh, I see. Chun Wen twitched her lips. It seems she's here to cause trouble. No wonder. Shen Mingyao did such a terrible thing before, using Gu Chongqing as a cover, deceiving Han Ke's feelings and money. How could Han Ke easily forgive her? Shen Mingyao kept fooling Han Ke, asking her to do this today and that tomorrow. And she also spread rumors behind her back, talking badly about Han Ku and spreading false gossip around the village. Chen Wen and a few other young women have a bad relationship with Shen Mengyao. Since Shen Mengyao came to the Yangshu Go Brigade to work, she's been very close to the male young workers there, which disrupted the original balance between the men and women in the youth group. The other young women weren't happy about this. Only Yu Jingxi, who wanted to latch onto her, followed Shen Mengyao around, praising her. The rest of the young women had opinions about her. Chen Wen pointed to the room at the far end of the side house. That's probably the one. She might have already seen you coming. She then smiled mischievously. Comrade Han Ko, you should go handle your business first. By the way, you used to get along well with us at the youth group, but you haven't come to visit in the past 6 months. If you're free, can I come to your house to see you? Han Qingyan just smiled indifferently, neither agreeing nor refusing. She didn't have a good opinion of the youth group people. Chen Wen said she got along well with them, but that's just lying. Everyone knew her relationship with the youth group was terrible. I'll go see Comrade Shen Mengyao first. After the new year, Emote Songji and Han Lidong returned to the army. She still needed to go to her grandmother's house with her mother. Since returning, she hadn't been to her grandmother's house yet, and there was no time to chat with the young women. Everyone overheard their conversation. Liang Wei heard Han Qingyun's words and frowned, his eyes dark and gloomy. This Han Qingyun was really pushing her luck. Shen Mengyao had already stopped arguing with her, but she still came over 5 yuan. Such pettiness. Sure enough, rural folks are rural folks. Even though the Han family had moved away from farming, their manners still weren't proper. No matter how pretty she looked, if she lacked depth, manners, and education, she was just a poor little girl. Even if Shen Mengyao's actions earlier weren't right, if Han Ku wasn't so deluded, she wouldn't have fallen for that. Moreover, no girl in the village wanted to be friends with Han Ku. If it weren't for Shen Mengyao, she wouldn't have any friends. Just because Shen Mengyao was willing to be her friend, Han Qingyan shouldn't keep chasing after Shen Mengyao like this. Is it really so expensive to make friends? It's only a matter of a few dozen yuan. Look at how stingy she is. Thinking of this, he quickly got off the Kong bed, slipped on his shoes, and went out, worried that Shen Mengyao might suffer. Shen Mengyao also married Gu Chongqing blindly. Nobody knows if Gu Chongqing truly values her. After marrying Mengyao, he didn't treat her well. It's even worse than when they were just dating. It proves the saying, when you get something, you don't cherish it. Gu Chongqing has been back in the capital for some days now but hasn't returned home. Now, only Shen Mengyao is there. She is pregnant, so how can she compete with Han Qingyun? Honestly, Gu Chongqing isn't a good person. They used to be close friends, but now he has a different opinion of him. Shouldn't he bring his wife when visiting family? Yet he didn't take Shen Mengyao along, claiming she was too pregnant to sit comfortably in the car. Does Mengyao have something shameful about her? Shen Mengyao is young, gentle, beautiful, and understanding. It's a miracle Gu Chongqing married her. Han Qingyan knocked on Shen Mengyao's door. Before it opened, Liang Wei came out. What are you looking for Mengyao for? He said this, but just now in the yard, he almost shouted loudly enough for everyone inside and outside to hear. Wasn't that obvious? Han Qingyun raised an eyebrow. It's New Year's, and I'm here to collect a debt. Yes, I'm here to collect a debt. Stop glaring at me. It's none of your business. And this money is owed by Shen Mengyao. Paying debts and seeking justice is only right. No one will say I shouldn't ask for this money, wherever I go. Han Qingyun knew Liang Wei was Shen Mengyao's admirer. Since this guy is so love-struck and crazy about Shen Mengyao, why doesn't she just marry him? No, she married another man and still keeps dangling around Liang. His character is really questionable. TSK. This guy is also interesting. He watched the woman he likes marry someone else and didn't stop her, then kept fawning over her. What's he trying to gain? Emote Songji suddenly pulled Liang Wei away with one arm. They're almost the same age, but why is there such a big difference? Especially when they stand together. One tall, brave, full of righteous spirit, and extremely handsome. The other, as long as he's not next to someone outstanding,
looks okay alone. But comparing people makes the differences obvious. His temperament is worlds apart. Liang Wei, usually confident and arrogant, was brought down by this stark contrast. The difference was just too obvious. Han Qingyan couldn't help but laugh out loud, hee. Emo Tsongji, who was already 188 meters tall, had an obvious look of admiration in his eyes for his little partner. So he straightened his posture a bit, feeling like he was now 1.9 meters tall. Suddenly, he felt childish. He wasn't usually the type to act that way. But that didn't stop him from looking down disdainfully with his eyes, watching the man pushed aside by him. Both of their thoughts were clear on their faces, and a simple-minded, physically strong soldier had pushed the man away, which made Liang Wei very angry. He was angry at himself, but who cared if he was angry or not? Inside the house, Shen Mengyao, who had been pretending to be dead, realized she couldn't stay hidden anymore. If these two started fighting, she would be even more embarrassed. So she called out from inside, "Come in." Han Qingyan, feeling proud and provocative, raised an eyebrow at Liang Wei. "Since you're worried, come in together. Anyway, she can't do without you." This statement sounded very ambiguous. Liang Wei naturally went in, worried Shen Mengyao might suffer from this troublemaker. The three of them entered a small thatched hut. Although there was a stove, it wasn't warm. Despite the house being old and broken, being able to squeeze into this smallest room at the youth camp was already considered good, especially since more young people had arrived later. Since Chung Yusi was caught, their small group had occupied that room, and now several more people had squeezed in. So Shen Mengyao's room was the smallest. Han Qingyan looked around and estimated it was only about 10 square meters, with the stove taking up half the space. The remaining space was cluttered with various things, pots, bowls, and grain sacks. Han Qingyan's glance made Shen Mengyao feel like she was being mocked and looked down upon. Their poverty and messiness made Shen Mengyao feel very resentful, especially in front of Emo Tsongji, showing him how poor her home was. This person was deliberately making her lose face. Shen Mengyao sat on the stove, her belly so big that her clothes couldn't be buttoned up anymore. It looked like she was close to giving birth. Han Qingyan showed no remorse for bullying a pregnant woman. She smiled slightly, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Comrade Shen Mengyao, you are still as shameless and vile as ever." She recalled when Shen Mengyao had borrowed money from her and promised that after the team finished settling accounts at the end of the year, she would pay her back fully. But what she didn't expect was that this morning, when Shen Mengyao saw her, she didn't even mention it, acting as if nothing had happened. "Are you thinking I forgot about this? Do you think that if I forget you, I won't pay you back? Like nothing ever happened?" Shen Mengyao's face was dark with anger, feeling extremely upset. Even though Han Qingyan is so wealthy, she still fixates on 5 yuan. Is it really necessary? She believes Han Qingyan is doing it on purpose, deliberately making her look bad, intentionally embarrassing Emo Tsongji in front of others. She purposely brings her excellent partner to show off, to boast that she is better than Shen Mengyao. Although Shen Mengyao doesn't think she's inferior to this mean girl, it doesn't stop her from feeling that this girl believes she's better. But she guessed wrong. Han Qingyan never intended to bring Emo Tsongji. It was Emo Tsongji who wanted to come. Unfortunately, this mean girl is so pretentious, and Shen Mengyao tends to judge others based on herself. The young officer standing beside Han Qingyan is tall, handsome, and full of potential. This makes Shen Mengyao almost go crazy with jealousy.
Why?
Why does a village girl get all the good things? What does she have? She just got lucky and published 2 books, and maybe she's somewhat pretty. But as the saying goes, women with depth and culture know that beauty fades with time. Once Han Qingyan loses her looks, will this promising officer still like her? Shen Mengyao keeps reassuring herself, telling herself that Han Qingyan is not as good as she is. Sure enough, after winning him over, her mood improved a lot. She thinks that the recent good luck of the Han family is definitely related to Emo Tsongji, probably because this officer helped them get jobs. It all comes down to relying on men. Shen Mengyao despises people like that. Does this young, talented officer know Han Qingyan's true nature? Last time, she kindly warned him, but he's blind, both in eyes and heart, and didn't appreciate her kindness. Well, that's fine. Today, she wants him to see how stingy, sharp-tongued, and low-class Han Qingyun really is. Maybe today she can ruin their relationship. Han Qingyun doesn't deserve him anyway. Shen Mengyao's expression darkened as she slightly lowered her head, revealing her slender, fair neck, looking fragile and delicate. At least, that's how she sees herself. In reality, her neck is indeed wider than her face, but that's because her face is so dark in comparison. Shen Mengyao is someone who fears the sun. Her face turns dark and yellow after just a little exposure. She hasn't recovered from a summer of sun yet. She considers herself very gentle and beautiful, but when standing next to Han Qingyun, even someone blind wouldn't think Shen Mengyao is attractive. She might as well stop pretending to be delicate. But there are some fools, like Liang Wei. I'm not refusing to pay back the money. You saw the situation at the time, so many people, and you were in such a rush to dig the river. I couldn't shout across the river to pay you back, could I? It's just 5 yuan. Can't you wait a little? Do you think your family waits just to spend this 5 yuan during the new year? I'm pregnant and can't go out easily. I was planning to wait for our family member Gu Chongqing to come back and personally return the money. But you couldn't wait for that? TSK. Shen Mengyao has now changed her approach. She's no longer just pretending to be weak and innocent. She's started to speak more sharply. Han Qingyun crosses her arms. You said it yourself. I just can't wait to get back those 5 yuan. Honestly, I don't lack money, but I do care about this 5 yuan you owe me. Because this 5 yuan means a lot. It reminds me how you tried to scheme against me. And your rumors and slander left a deep impression on me. I want to keep this 5 yuan as a memory. Sometimes I take it out to look at it, to remind myself that people can be unpredictable, and I should be careful when making friends. After speaking, she extends her hand. Since you said such nice words, just give it to me. No need for your man to come to our house to give money. We don't welcome him. Liang Wei, who had just been mocked outside the door, was already on the verge of anger. Seeing Han Qingyun's aggressive attitude and Shen Mengyao being pushed to tears by this shrew, he felt heartbroken. He took out some broken money from his pocket, counted out 5 yuan and forcefully threw it at Han Qingyun. The money slipped from her hands and scattered all over the ground. Emo Tsongji stepped forward, grabbed Liang Wei's wrist, and pushed him aside. What kind of attitude is that? Pick it up properly and neatly hand it over to my partner. Liang Wei clenched his teeth, enduring the pain without shouting out. His soldier's hand was like pliers. They are both men, yet in his hands, Liang Wei felt helpless, which made him very frustrated, especially in front of the woman he loved. He didn't want her to see that he was weaker than other men. So he grit his teeth and endured, refusing to admit defeat. Shen Mengyao cried and begged Emo Tsongji. Woo, Captain Emo, how can you do this? You're a soldier. How can you hurt people without asking questions or knowing the truth? And you can't make mistakes for Han Ke. It's not worth it. I've already warned you. She's two-faced, pretending one thing in front of people and doing another behind their backs. She really used me to pursue Gu Chongqing, even tried to commit suicide for him. I'm not lying. Oh my, even at this moment, you still can't resist slandering Han Qingyun. Han Qingyun chuckled angrily. The People's Liberation Army comrades are here to protect the people. I am also one of the people. If you want to talk about slandering, it's people like you who tarnish the reputation of the youth team. You say I pursue Gu Chongqing and even tried to kill myself for him. Do your family not have mirrors? Do you have no shame? Could I possibly be interested in someone like Gu Chongqing? He's nothing special. Smart people know he doesn't deserve me. Just because you like something disgusting doesn't mean everyone does. My partner is right. If you pick up every single coin on the ground and don't hand it to me neatly, I won't let this go today. After saying that, she grabbed Liang Wei's other wrist and tried to pull it out like Emo Tsongji did. Earlier, when Emo Tsongji pulled his wrist, Liang Wei endured it, biting his lower lip until it bled and sweating coldly, without begging for mercy. But now, with Han Qingyun, he couldn't take it anymore. It felt like his wrist bones were about to break. Although he knew they were intentionally hurting him, which is illegal, Liang Wei was a rural person and might not fully understand the law. If she was legally ignorant and insisted on her actions, he might be legally punished later. But if Han Qingyun really crushed his wrist, he would be left with lifelong disability. A brave man doesn't suffer losses now. A wise man waits for revenge. We'll see what happens next. So he had to beg, let go, I'll pick it up. Both of them looked at each other and then released their hold. Liang Wei felt his wrists were no longer his own. He forced himself to move a little, then bent down, squatting on the ground to pick up the money one by one, arranging it neatly before handing it back to Han Qingyun. He kept his eyes lowered, hiding the sneaky, vicious look in his eyes. They saw his body, but who cared? Those with strength speak with their fists. If you don't agree, just fight. Han Qingyun took the money and put it into her pocket. Liang Wei, let me remind you kindly. Shen Mengyao clearly knows you like her more than Gu Chongqing, but she refused to marry you and instead married Gu Chongqing. That's because she's very practical. Her family isn't well off, and she just wants to climb higher by finding a good husband. Since Gu Chongqing's family is better off than yours, she married him. If you don't believe me, just watch. If a man with better conditions appears and offers her a better life, she'll leave Gu Chongqing in a heartbeat. Tell me, is it worth it for you to care for such a practical woman? She was just using you as a tool at a critical moment. And you, Shen Mengyao, your act of pretending to be innocent is outdated. Only someone with a little sense can see through it.
Oh.
Maybe you don't understand what White Lotus means. A woman like that doesn't get along well with other women and has no luck with boyfriends. Women like her tend to be very lucky with men. They can flirt with many men without clearly saying anything, neither rejecting nor accepting their feelings. Overall, their relationship is vague and seems unreal, giving men space for imagination. To achieve her own goals, she can make these men fight for her. Unfortunately, Liang Wei is the fool who ends up fighting for her. All right, I got the money, and I vented my anger. Oh, now that I've done this, are you afraid of me? Han Qingyun's face changed like a Sichuan opera mask, shifting quickly, and finally she pouted and playfully hooked her arm around Emo Tsongji's. Emo Tsongji swallowed nervously, but he seemed to enjoy it inside. You're right. Why should I be afraid of you? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't even know what a White Lotus woman is. If I meet such a woman in the future, I'll stay far away. She's too scary. Suddenly, pink bubbles appeared between them, and their eyes started to blur. Meanwhile, another couple, one with a pale face, the other with a dark face. Han Qingyun proudly walked out of the youth camp with her partner's arm around her. Outside the camp, she took her arm away, leaving Emo Tsongji feeling empty inside. He thought you should have kept holding on a little longer. After they left, Shen Mengyao covered her face and sobbed loudly. Wah wah, she's a woman. How can she target me like this? Wah wah, Liang Wei, you don't really believe her lies, do you? She's so wicked, so mean. Women shouldn't make things hard for other women. I've already had a tough life, and now she's trying to make it worse, even twisting the truth. Wah wah. I hate her. Why does she always pick on me? Wah wah. Liang Wei quickly took off his shoes, got onto the bed, and hugged Shen Mengyao. Are you stupid? How could I believe that cheap woman's lies? She just wants to make our life difficult. Besides, if you were using me, how could you possibly be pregnant with my child? Mengyao, but she's right about one thing. We love each other. Love doesn't allow a third person. What should we do? Zhang Qing is my good brother. Sometimes I feel very conflicted and troubled. I don't want to hurt him, but I can't suppress my feelings for you. Dream Yao, would you divorce him? Shen Mengyao tears up and shakes her head without speaking. Liang Wei says, can you please divorce him? Do you really want us to be separated and my son to call someone else dad? Dream Yao, I beg you, let's divorce. Can our family be together again? I can't bear this pain anymore. I love you and our child. I want to wake up every morning and see you right next to me. I want to proudly hold my son and tell others that Dream Yao gave birth to him. Dream Yao, I am falling apart.
I miss you so much. As he spoke, Liang Wei started to move closer. Shen Mengyao hesitated but then responded, and soon they were entangled. Liang Wei leaned in and whispered in Shen Mengyao's ear, I checked, and pregnant women in the first 3 months shouldn't have intimacy. But now you're in the safe period. Dream Yao, I miss you so much. I want you. Please give yourself to me. How long has it been since we were together? Since Liang Wei and Shen Mengyao became involved, he couldn't resist the temptation anymore. Especially with the thrill of sneaking around, he's addicted. Although Gu Chongqing has left, he should have a chance to be close again, but with so many people around at the youth commune, he had no opportunity during the day or night to get into Shen Mengyao's room. But today was different. The hateful person from the Han family came by, and he could stay in Shen Mengyao's room under the pretense of comforting her. That short time was enough. Everyone knew he had a good relationship with Gu Chongqing, so when he comforted Shen Mengyao, no one could say anything. Shen Mengyao felt his breath on her ear, making her feel itchy. She had been craving this for months. Since she got pregnant, Gu Chongqing hadn't touched her. She always felt he was disgusted by her, or else why wouldn't he touch her? Actually, she couldn't tell whether the baby in her belly was Liang Wei's or Gu Chongqing's. But she knew she was pregnant after becoming involved with Liang Wei. Liang Wei misunderstood and insisted the child was his, but Shen Mengyao didn't explain. She couldn't clarify whose child it was. Liang Wei's hands were already wandering over her. Her coat was taken off, and Liang Wei helped her remove her sweater. Shen Mengyao held his hands to stop him, saying, No, I'm pregnant. If I catch a cold, it will be troublesome.
Sigh.
Sleeping is only half done, and it feels incomplete without a sacred ceremony. Liang Wei could only regretfully help Shen Mengyao take off her pants. Shen Mengyao was already lying on the Kong. Perhaps Liang Wei was too focused when he was taking off her pants and didn't hear the noise. When he finished pulling her pants halfway down, he glanced toward the door and suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. At the door, Gu Chongqing was carrying his luggage, looking at them with a blank expression. He truly had no expression at all, with no flicker of emotion in his eyes. This was even more frightening. It was unclear how long he had been back or how much he had seen. Liang Wei was like a sealed stone sculpture, still holding Shen Mengyao's pants, with only his eyes moving restlessly. He wanted to explain, to say that what Gu Chongqing saw wasn't real, that it was all a misunderstanding. But how could he explain that taking off Shen Mengyao's pants was just a misunderstanding? That was the problem. Wei, what's wrong? Shen Mengyao's eyes were closed, her breathing rapid. This was how she looked when she was excited, soft voice, with a hint of a charming tone, like a small hook. Both men knew this side of Shen Mengyao, but now neither of them had any romantic thoughts. Gu Chongqing looked at the awkward scene on the Kong and felt his stomach churn. He found it disgusting and wanted to vomit. Actually, he had been back for a while, but these two were so engrossed that they didn't notice him. And he had overheard many of their conversations, including that the child was Liang Wei's. Shen Mengyao used to be his pure and perfect goddess in his heart. He had liked her very much, more than anything. But after the incident with Han Qingyun, he gradually saw her true nature. He had wavered and felt regret, but Shen Mengyao was still the woman he liked. When she offered herself to him, he didn't refuse. He took her, and since he did, he felt responsible. Later, Shen Mengyao got pregnant. For the sake of the child, he decided to marry her. Ironically, the child wasn't his. That meant that during their relationship, Shen Mengyao had slept with both him and his good friend. That was the real her. She was such a good actress, so good at pretending. He had been blind, mistaken about these two lovers. This time, he came home mainly to persuade his family to help him bring Shen Mengyao back, even if it meant working as a temporary worker or making her a formal employee. But what did he see when he returned? Because Shen Mengyao is pregnant, he restrains his physical urges and dares not touch her even with a finger. But the woman he cares for is cheating with his so-called good friend when he's not around. Looking at these two familiar people, it's clear they've done this many times. Gu Chongqing is angry, furious, and full of hatred.
He's angry at himself for being blind and misjudging these two, furious that they are secretly cheating behind his back, and hates them so much he wishes to destroy them completely. Shin Mingyao closes her eyes and waits for a while. She's already been teased by Liang Wei and feels impatient, but Liang Wei suddenly stops. This makes her very upset. She opens her eyes and sees Liang Wei's shocked and scared face, along with his eyes fixed on the door. Following his gaze, she looks toward the door and screams. Ah! A sharp cry echoes throughout the youth's courtyard. All the youths hear the scream. They know Han Qingyan has left. Why is Shin Mingyao still crying out? Could she be about to give birth? Although their relationship isn't great, everyone is a youth in the same place. Gu Chongqing had greeted them before going home, and if Shin Mingyao has any trouble, they are willing to help. When he returns, he will thank them. So, everyone thinks Shin Mingyao is about to give birth. Regardless of gender, they put on shoes and rush into Shin Mingyao's room. After crying out, Shin Mingyao feels something is seriously wrong and quickly covers her mouth again. At this moment, Liang Wei also comes to his senses and hurriedly helps Shin Mingyao put on pants. While doing so, he mumbles, "Chongqing, listen to me. Really, it's not what you think. I've loved Mingyao for a long time. It's you. You stole her love from me. But for the sake of our brotherhood, I didn't blame you. I watched helplessly as my beloved woman married my brother. What did I say? Didn't I let you sleep with her?" He's now rambling incoherently. He doesn't even know what he's saying, but Gu Chongqing believes he's telling the truth. He feels like he's picked up a broken shoe and should thank him. Gu Chongqing throws his bag onto the ground, steps forward, grabs Liang Wei by the collar and punches him. After Shin Mingyao screams again, the youths hear Liang Wei's agonized cry of awe. What exactly happened? The youth's anxious steps pause briefly at the sound, then they rush even faster into Shin Mingyao's room, worried. Liang Wei hadn't yet put pants on Shin Mingyao when Gu Chongqing grabbed him and gave him a heavy punch. Shin Mingyao, caught cheating in bed, screamed in fear. She was trying to pull up her pants when the young educated youths suddenly burst into the room, causing chaos inside. The youths who arrived were stunned and wide-eyed, thinking, wow. After the shock, they finally understood that Shin Mingyao and Liang Wei had been caught cheating by Gu Chongqing, who had just returned. Oh my goodness, this is a huge scandal. They needed a moment to process it. Gu Chongqing, with bloodshot eyes, was still fighting with Liang Wei. He was so angry and upset that a few male youths had to pull them apart. When Gu Chongqing was being held up by two boys, he kept kicking Liang Wei and shouting, "You jerk! I thought you were my brother, but you cheated on my wife and even got her pregnant. You're not human. You're an animal." Everyone was silent, stunned. Did they just hear that the baby in Shin Mingyao's belly was Liang Wei's? Apart from Gu Chongqing shouting, no one spoke. But everyone's eyes kept flickering between Liang Wei and Shin Mingyao. When did this happen? How come they didn't know? The problem was, what should they do now? Su Jiafeng was a friend of Gu Chongqing and Liang Wei. He had always thought Liang Wei was a bit too attentive to Shin Mingyao. If Shin Mingyao was unhappy or crying, Liang Wei would be so anxious, even more than Gu Chongqing. Su Jiafeng was worried about this relationship, and now his worries had come true. What should Gu Chongqing do? He was the victim here. Jin Shuyuan, a former military strategist, pushed up his glasses and said, "Everyone, let's sit down and talk calmly. We shouldn't make things worse. Recently, there have been too many issues at the youth station, and we can't afford more trouble. If things get worse, the team might stop considering us." He continued, "I heard there are quotas for college recommendations. If we cause more trouble here, they won't consider us at all. Our future depends on the team." Everyone fell silent. Yes, there were rumors about recommendations for agricultural and worker colleges, but no one knew if they were true. But Jin Shuyuan was right. Making a big fuss wouldn't help the youth station at all. Gu Chongqing clenched his fists and shouted, "Shin Mingyao, do you think you can do this to me? And Liang Wei, I thought you were my good brother, but you betrayed me like this." He was excitedly shouting and pounding his chest at the same time. Shin Mingyao was already crying uncontrollably, tears covering her face.
She truly didn't mean for this to happen. Without Liang Wei's temptation, she wouldn't have been caught by Gu Chongqing on the spot. It's all his fault for ruining her marriage. She regrets so much. She shouldn't have been so lonely and easily tempted. She plans to abort the baby, then live a clean life with Chongqing and never think about anything else again. Liang Wei has given up since they've fallen out. His friendship with Gu Chongqing is over. Since they're no longer friends, there's nothing they can't say. Gu Chongqing, I've had enough of you. Do you still have the nerve to say we're good brothers? Are we really brothers if you steal the woman I like? You're just a hypocrite, pretending to be upright. You only want to use me as your little brother. Meng Yao, since he already knows everything, just divorce him. You were mine originally, and he's been taking you for so long. It's time to give you back to me. Don't hesitate. Do you think he can still accept you now? Stop dreaming he won't. His words made everyone present frown.
Who is he?
Not only does he steal someone else's wife, but he also stirs up trouble between couples and wants them to divorce. But everyone thought if their wife cheated on them, they probably wouldn't accept such a woman anymore. Gu Chongqing sneered, I'd love that. Expecting me to forgive you just because you're carrying someone else's child?
Dream on.
No, Chongqing, I won't divorce. I won't. I was wrong, I'll change. I won't see him anymore. He's talking nonsense. The child isn't his. The child is yours. Please, the child is innocent. If we divorce, the child will have no father. Wah, and what will we do in the future living at the youth commune? Although she had decided to give up the child, she couldn't say that out loud. She still wanted to play the emotional card. Gu Chongqing was still looking forward to her pregnancy. Shen Mengyao cried bitterly. This time, she was truly scared. She never thought about divorce before. With her situation, she probably wouldn't find someone like Gu Chongqing again. How could Liang Wei compare to Gu Chongqing? Liang Wei was just someone to pass the time when she was lonely, a way to kill time when she felt empty. She didn't like Liang Wei at all. In terms of appearance, family background, or demeanor, Liang Wei could never compare to Gu Chongqing. How can I be worthy of her, Shen Mengyao? She doesn't want to marry a man like this. Gu Chongqing sneered. Not willing to leave? That's not up to you. This marriage must end. Just now, when you two were secretly together, you both admitted the child is Liang Wei's. Do you still dare to pin this illegitimate kid on me? Shen Mengyao, I believe I haven't wronged you anywhere. This time, I just wanted to find a way to bring you back to the city. I begged and pleaded so much I almost kneeled to my dad, and he finally agreed. What have you done? While I was working hard for you, you were cheating on me. I really was blind. Why did I fall for someone like you, hiding behind a mask? You've always thought you're noble and better than everyone else, but you're actually a joke. You look down on Han Ku, thinking she's just a village girl. But look at yourself. No, maybe you've always been like this, just pretending. You're actually worse than her. At least she lives honestly. You're just a liar. Shen Mengyao broke down. She didn't know Gu Chongqing's return was to ask his father to arrange a job for her. What had she lost? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You've never trusted me. And you said you didn't care about that shameless woman, Han Ke? Look at you now, constantly comparing me to her. If it weren't for her provoking me today, would such a thing have happened? Su Yuanyuan couldn't stand it anymore. Although it wasn't polite to interrupt a couple's argument, she just couldn't hold back. And she's always been straightforward, saying what she thinks. Shen Mengyao, you're unreasonable now. Han Ku asked you for 5 yuan today, which you owed her in the first place. You should pay her back. If she provoked you today and then you and Liang Wei had that incident, it's a joke. And what about the baby in your belly? Was that also caused by her provoking you? Chun Wen also sneered. That excuse is worse than no excuse at all. Embarrassing.